Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. The sin of arrogance on the Straw Hat ship 1 saw 1. You should thank me for the death that I bestow on you. The real world of pirates is really tiring, it is full of betrayal and greed. It's really boring, it's okay to hug the protagonist's thigh and lie flat. Although the process may be a little dangerous, as the protagonist, you will always be able to encounter danger. Wahi, this is an inevitable law. East Blue is a chaotic island where pirates gather. In the dark street, there are many pirate corpses lying here and there. At this moment, it was early morning, and a handsome and masculine young man with a perfect figure was carrying a gorgeous and delicate one-handed axe. The handle of the axe has a semicircular guard with gold spikes, and besides the single-sided axe, there is also a sharp spear point on the top. This is the magic axe Rita, but Reika is still a long way from controlling this artifact. His face was expressionless, his eyes looked at these corpses with contempt, and his expression was serene. But in the contemptuous eyes, there is no interest in life, and it has only been a mere month since he came to this world. Reika didn't even have a really peaceful sleep, and was always on guard against the pirates. Except for the protagonist group, 99% of the pirates in this world are made up of meanness, betrayal and greed. Even the big cakes drawn by Reika cannot even be understood with their ideological consciousness. After all, there are too many illiterates in this world. It's not that Reika has never done it before fooling a group of people, but fooling is not a long-term solution. Many people want to kill themselves as the captain and replace them before boarding the ship. That's why there are a group of corpses lying on the street at this time. Really want to recruit a group of people, Reika dare not even relax completely and go to sleep when people are separated from each other. In this way, it's better to lie flat with the protagonist group, at least how about their personalities. Reika knows all about it and doesn't have to worry about everything. That's it, advertisement, you should thank me for giving you death and not torturing you. The pirate, who swallowed his last breath, uttered a foul word with the character, Sao, on 4 sides. Reika turned and left, it was meaningless to care about the dead. According to his observation, the Alvida pirates temporarily inhabiting this small island are already making preparations for sailing. It is said that they are eyeing a merchant ship full of East Blue high society nobles. The era has begun. Reika smiled and walked straight towards the port. Kebi, who do you think is the most beautiful woman in the world? A fat woman with a face full of TS, Madara, put her hands on the mace, and slammed it on the ground, and her narcissistic and rough voice sounded. Thin and trembling, the poor Kebi said with trembling mouth. Of course it's Miss Alvida. Woo-ha-ha-ha. Alvida raised her head and smiled contentedly upon hearing this. Then don't be lazy, you must serve the captain well, if you are lazy again, this stick will fall on you next time. I didn't, yes, Kebi responded quickly, complaining incessantly, obviously being called to do other things by other pirates, but he became lazy. Life is too difficult, poor baby. I finally saw the characters in the play, and even Alvida, the narcissistic fat woman, looked much more pleasing to the eye. Coming to this world, Reika awakened one of the 7 deadly sins, the sin of arrogance Ace Kano's playing system. As long as you act more like it, you will be able to control the magical power that is like the sun, enough to destroy the world. Ace Kano, sin of arrogance, strength depends on the time of day, at night. His magic strength and strength are only at the level of a common knight, and his personality will also become unconfident and even inferior. Advertisement. But when the sun rises, even if it's just early in the morning, his combat power will increase by dozens, or even hundreds of times, his physique will become stronger, his magic power will surge, and he will be extremely powerful. The higher the sun rises, the stronger the strength, and the character will gradually become arrogant. The strongest time is 1 minute before noon and noon. At that time, you will enter the sky and the world, and you will be the only one who is arrogant. God blocks and kills gods, and can even fight against the Demon King. Its strength, as if it will never end, is the existence of being called a curse and a monster since childhood. Reika's current playing progress is only 5%, but that's 5% of the playing progress, on this island full of pirates. Reika never had to fight a minute before noon, let alone around noon. Reika doesn't know how strong his 5% is, but there is a pirate lying on the street with a bounty of 2 million Baileys. It was this pirate who pretended to be a member of Reika's ship, but mutinied before Reika sailed. In the end, Reika, who had long been used to it, split it in half with an axe, which was very easy. However, Reika didn't feel how strong he was, and that in itself was the trash among the trash. Reika doesn't intend to be low-key, arrogance can only become stronger. The current 5% performance progress is not enough to really gain a foothold in this world. Your ships will serve me. Reika walked step by step from the end of the street, with his jaw raised slightly at 45 degrees, carrying the god axe Rita on his shoulders, with a contemptuous attitude and contemptuous eyes, like a high god, looking down on all living things. The busy pirates at the pier immediately cast curious and hopeful eyes. Crazy kid. A hideous pirate licked his lips subconsciously, his eyes were bloodthirsty. Doesn't that kid know that this is the fat Alvida big pirate with a bounty of 5 million? In the entire East Blue, the highest bounty is only 20 million Bailey. 5 million Baileys is enough to dominate one side of the big pirate. On the entire island, there is no existence with a higher bounty than her. 2. Don't be amazed by miscellaneous fish. Even pirates with good bounties have never been so arrogant in robbery. Directly asking the other party to serve him, this attitude is really arrogant. How dare a person say such things to a whole pirate group? Is it ignorance and arrogance, or overconfidence? The pirates didn't know, but they all watched curiously. Fighting makes their blood boil the most, they're pirates. Another kid eager to become famous? I'm afraid it will be a pile of meat sauce soon. Long, white and tender, after defeating the battle, you can buy his life with that BCH Alvida. A burly pirate captain stared at Reika and said with a wicked smile. Captain, don't even think about it, look at Alvida's hungry eyes, who will get you? A female pirate with heavy makeup said. Where did you come from, the handsome boy? I didn't expect to have such a harvest before sailing. Kid, let's become the captain's man. Alvida saw the person coming. Alvida, who was furious after hearing Reika's arrogant words, saw herself. Immediately, his face burst into a happy smile, his fat body trembled, and Madara's face full of TS also turned into a big, hardworking and kind smile. Maid. Devil fruit is really a good thing. Seeing this, Reika had the illusion of a sheep falling into a tiger's mouth for a moment. At the same time, I feel the greatness of devil fruit. This kind of short, fat and ugly woman can transform into one of the best beauties in the sea with only one slippery fruit. Captain, let's get rid of this ignorant brat. Alvida's little leader drew out his sword and said with a grinning grin. Stand back, I'll take it myself, don't hurt my precious heart. Alvida thumped the heavy mace in his hand, stopped his subordinates, and stepped forward by himself. The captain's face was gloomy, but he didn't dare to resist Alvida's order. Everything he got was bought on Alvida's bed. Damn it, if this noble-looking kid gets on the boat, wouldn't he want to compete with him for favor? It's unbearably vulgar. The miscellaneous fish are also trying to fight the whale. They want to die. Reika raised the magic axe. The looks of the team leader and Alvida all showed that there was something tricky between them. Advertisement, and he has other plans for himself. The prouder you are, the more I like it. Alvida jumped straight at Reika. Vomit. Reika felt disgusted. Go mad. Reika held the axe with one hand, swung it in a semicircle, and swung it directly at Alvida. Alvida also swung a stick. Pung. The divine axe and the mace collided with each other, and there was an ear-piercing sound of gold and iron. You can't resist, how could it be? So heavy, HSS. After all, her huge size is not a decoration, but a powerful strength. But the power of the god axe is heavier, and it would be difficult for Reika to lift it if it was not in the daytime. This swing, how could an Alvida be able to compete? It was swept away with a single blow, and with a bang, it slammed into an unlucky pirate ship next to it. Most of the entire hull was smashed through by this size, and Alvida was covered in blood, lying dying in the pile of ammunition. One move. The pirates watching were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. How did this not-so-strong body burst out with such strength? The pirates were so astonished that they were silent for a while. Boat captain, Alvida's subordinates exclaimed. Captain Alvida's strange power made them feel extremely fearful, and it was also the basis of their surrender. I didn't expect it to be so vulnerable. Kebi was even more shocked and speechless. Since he got on the wrong ship and was captured as a pirate, he has seen many pirates challenge Alvida, and he has also seen many pirate hunters. Advertisement, but without exception, all failed, which made him even more afraid to resist Alvida. But now he discovered that in his eyes, the existence that was almost invincible and invincible was actually so fragile. You are the man who will become Marine Admiral in the future, and marveling at this kind of trash fish will only lower your grade. And that man walked over, step by step onto the ship belonging to Alvida. He said something that made Kebi tremble all over, and he would never forget it in his life. Hi Marine Admiral. Kebi thought about becoming a Marine and catching pirates like Alvida. But Marine Admiral, such a crazy thing, he never thought about it. Why is this man saying this to himself? Kebi wanted to ask, but the man had passed him by and didn't say anything more. At this moment, he doesn't have enough courage to talk to such a strong person. 5 minutes later. On the boat, Alvida with a bruised nose and a swollen face led a group of fearful subordinates, and knelt down in front of this handsome man. This is not voluntary, but said by the man in front of him. A defeated general is not qualified to stand and talk to him. Whoever does not kneel will lose his head. What a domineering man. Alvida's heart trembled, but she didn't dare to show greedy eyes again. Because two guys knelt down one step too late, they were split in half. You can do whatever you plan to do, don't bother me, I'm just taking a ride with the wind, and I'll leave when the time comes, and you can continue to live when the time comes, but if you play tricks, I will send you to reunite with those two unlucky guys just now, understand? Reika stared at Alvida and the others indifferently. Understood. My lord, are you a bounty hunter? Kebi asked tremblingly. No, besides, don't ask me casually. Yes, I'm sorry. Kebi was immediately trembling with fright. He has not forgotten that the person in front of him is more powerful and cruel than Alvida. 3. Meeting Nami for the first time. Captain, what should we do? Should we take advantage of his sleep? At night, the ship moored. The squad leader and others gathered together, found Alvida, and gestured to his neck with his hand. Seek advice, even if this lunatic out of nowhere is powerful. But you have to sleep, right? When sleeping, can you still prevent all of them from attacking? Not necessarily. Don't do anything stupid. Alvida was also moved when she heard this. But that guy's strength is unfathomable. And he hasn't seized his captaincy yet, maybe it's really just a temporary boarding. There's no need to take the risk, just wait until he leaves in a few days. By that time, if you haven't left, it won't be too late to implement such a plan. Now they are eyeing a merchant ship, know the route, and have a destination. But Reika doesn't know whether it was Nami who stayed and salvaged the ship where Luffy was, so he can only wait. After a peaceful night, Reika was a little surprised. These pirates don't seem to be really brainless. Even so, this night, Reika remained on high alert, although the magic power could play a protective role. But when sleeping, it will indeed be greatly reduced, and the mind cannot be completely relaxed. On the second day, the captain came near a root and hid behind several rocks. When Reika held the binoculars and saw the ship clearly, he felt a little impressed. At this moment, I happened to see two sailors, one thin and one fat, salvaging a wine barrel. Finally determined, this is where the dream began. Who would have thought that a small East Blue would produce several strong men with a bounty of over 100 million in the near future? Reika was in a good mood. My lord, will you really not affect our attack on the merchant ship? Alvida looked admiringly, and respectfully looked at the man sitting on the mast with a telescope. Whoever allowed you to talk to me, get out, Reika said expressionlessly, his face full of arrogance. Yes. Alvida was not angry, but became more respectful, and gradually fell in love with this feeling. Advertisement. The acting speed is 6%. Reika was still on the mast, checked the system, but was quite surprised. Even if you played the crime of arrogance in a crowded place before, it is indeed more than the automatic increase every day. But now it has increased by almost 1% a day, which is much more than before. System. What's going on? Reika felt that the increase in progress was a bit different. For a moment, I wondered if the system was going to enable invincibility for myself. Host showed arrogance in front of the little-known pirates in the original book, and the rewards he got were doubled. Why didn't you say it earlier? Reika's face darkened. It turned out that if the characters in the original book felt the original sin of arrogance, the performance progress would be doubled. If I had known earlier, at the beginning, I would never consider doing it alone. It must be following the protagonist group. With a protagonist like Luffy with a strong family background and his own troublemaking spirit buff, Shichibukai, Marine Admiral, Revolutionary Army, and 4 emperors will all be encountered sooner or later. This is a hidden reward. Congratulations to host. Are you still hiding something from me? After the host reaches 10%, you can open the malfunction that enhances your strength. There is really something hiding from me, but what is the exchange? Devil fruit, treasures, famous knives and famous swords, everything of value will do. Interesting. Reika smiled slightly, it seemed that he had come on the right trip. Originally, if the progress of playing the crime of pride can be fully completed. Reika dare not say that one person alone can fight against the strong in the world. But the 4 emperors alone, Marine Admiral, must be no threat to him. Little ones, bring the boat over to me, and take away all valuables, and kill all the rebels. Alvida roughly confirmed that Reika would really ignore them. Immediately exposed the nature of the pirates, this is a big deal. They spent a lot of Bailey in order to get the sailing time of this ship. Returning empty-handed is not a pirate style. Advertisement. The pirate ship sailed out of the reef and quickly approached the merchant ship. At this moment, inside the merchant ship, many ladies and aristocrats from East Blue mingled with each other, laughing and laughing constantly. Everyone is well dressed, the food is plentiful, and the music is melodious. A youthful and beautiful girl with short orange hair and a sly gleam in her eyes is responding to a nobleman's invitation to dance. In the dancing room, her nimble, white and tender fingers have quietly touched the nobleman's purse. But the 2 sailors outside the boat who were salvaging the wine barrel suddenly shouted in horror. It's a pirate, pirates are attacking. Before he even had time to open the wine barrel, he ran into the cabin with a face full of horror to notify the captain. Fluffy. The deterrent shells fired and fell around the ship, setting off waves of fury. The wine barrel rolled and rolled down the stairs to the bottom of the cabin. When the pirate ship approached, the pirates threw hooks and ropes to hook the merchant ship. Holding knives and guns, they rushed over fiercely while swinging the rope. Little ones, give it to me. Kabi. Why are you still standing there? Don't hurry up. Alvida, who was holding the iron bar, looked at Kabi who was trembling and holding the rope but didn't have the courage to swing over, couldn't help but laugh angrily. As she said that, she kicked Kebi directly, and although she herself was fat, she didn't use a rope at all. It jumped up directly, like a fat man with amazing explosive power, and with a bang, it smashed the merchant ship Kakuzu to pieces like a cannonball. The entire merchant ship suddenly became chaotic, and many people rushed to escape, but they were surrounded by pirates. At the back door, a girl in gorgeous clothes ran out nimbly. Suddenly pulling the dress on his body, he revealed the casual clothes he had already put on. Looking at the ships of the pirates, while all the pirates entered the cabin, he smiled mischievously. Along the rope, he touched the pirate's ship instead. Didn't even notice Reika up there. It will take another 2 years to be more perfect. Reika looked at Nami's figure and made an evaluation. Who? Nami heard Reika talking to himself as soon as he landed on the ground, and immediately became vigilant. Look up at me. There was a faint smile on the corner of Reika's mouth, and an aloof expression immediately appeared on his face. Since there is a double reward for playing a role in front of the original characters, Reika has no intention of hiding it. 4. Straw Hat Boy, remember, it is your honor to get on your boat. Nami looked up like a wildcat suddenly surprised. Pirate, alone? Nami immediately came to a conclusion, which didn't look strong. She seems to be able to handle such a pirate. You can do whatever you want, don't disturb me watching the show. Reika could see what Nami was thinking at once. But now Reika is looking at this century like pirate plunder, which is quite fresh. Although this may be his future partner, but not yet, just let nature take its course, there is no need to deliberately get too close. Nami was stunned for a moment. What happened to this handsome pirate? Isn't he with this group of pirates? She looked around and saw that there were no other ships, so they came with the pirates. Ignoring himself like this, isn't he afraid of being picked up by the pirate captain? Or is he going to wait for him to act before attacking him from behind? Good. It must be so. Despicable pirates, how could they just sit back and watch other people invade their ships? Crunch. At this moment, the door to the cabin was opened by a pirate who stayed behind to guard the treasure. Nami was startled, and in desperation, kicked out with a provocative kick, and it hit the target. This fatal blow directly caused the pirate to clutch his crotch and pass out in pain. But Nami didn't let up, and continued to watch Reika warily. You really let me in? Nami asked tentatively, looking reluctantly at the place where the treasure might be stored. Yes, just now, not now. Reika shook his head. Hearing this, Nami's heart tightened suddenly. It really wasn't that easy. It must be because he realized that he had seen through his tricks and was not going to pretend anymore. Your hesitation wasted my precious time. Unless you can convince me, you won't be able to escape a small punishment. Are you serious? Certainly. Advertisement? What a weirdo. Nami couldn't help muttering, is this guy's time precious? It doesn't look like it, and it's not a king. Why do you feel that your time is so precious, but you are just a pirate? Do you want to do it? Nami hesitated, and took 2 steps back. She had already prepared the boat nearby, and she could leave at any time with a single jump. But for a pirate, the treasure is right in front of him. A pirate with a bounty of 5 million should have quite a lot of savings. It would be a pity to just give up like this. You are handsome? Nami looked at Reika, subconsciously flattering him, but how to persuade someone he doesn't know? Although you can't believe the strange man's words, what if he takes it seriously? He looks like a nobleman, so proud and conceited. Maybe he can't see himself as a little thief at all. Reika froze for a moment. He couldn't refute the reason given by Nami. There are very few people in the world who have such an intelligent vision as you. You are really accurate at seeing people. As he spoke, Reika's standing body suddenly sat on the mast without making any further moves. Instead, he continued to observe the merchant ship with a telescope. He had seen Kirby and Luffy beat up some pirates from the cabin. For some reason, Reika's peaceful heart was filled with anticipation. Hearing Reika's brash words, Nami couldn't help but feel a little speechless, but it seems that he really doesn't plan to talk to himself anymore? This guy is so narcissistic. Nami wanted to open his mouth, but thinking that he just asked one more question, the other party almost didn't want to let him go. Immediately resisted the urge to speak again, but full of vigilance, tiptoed into the cabin, and then looked back. I really didn't follow. I don't care. Wow, they're all treasures. Nami's doubts disappeared when he saw the box full of gold and silver treasures. The rest is joy. As long as she has this money, she will not be far away from making up 100 million Baileys, and then she will be able to redeem the village from the evil dragon. Thinking of this, Nami was immediately full of motivation, quickly put the treasure and Bailey into the bag, and then walked out of the cabin carefully. Before going out, poke your head to see if someone is surrounding you. It turned out that the strange man was still on the mast. He didn't know what to look at, but he watched with gusto. Just let yourself go. There will be no trap. Advertisement. It won't be so easy. That, or else, let's score 91 points. In the end, Nami gritted his teeth and said reluctantly. After being discovered, the other party still ignored everything. This instead filled her with uneasiness. She was really afraid that this man would stab her in the back as soon as she took a step forward. Otherwise, how could she reluctantly cut off the treasure? You won. I'm 9? Reika looked at Nami amusedly, but he didn't do anything. Her iron CK was able to pull out its wings. Don't even think about it. As soon as he heard that the other party was 9, and he was only 1, Nami immediately turned into a demon and roared, and then he couldn't control so much anymore. Carrying the treasure, but still walking like flying, he rushed to the side of the boat, jumped onto his own escape boat, paddled quickly, and rode a surging wave and current, and in just a few blinks, he pulled away tens of meters distance. We'll see each other again. The devil wants to meet you. Nami heard it, looked back, there was a distance, and directly made a face at Reika. When they got to the sea, riding the current, even if the 2 ships turned around and chased her, they still couldn't catch her. Just scared her to death. It's incredible. Reika ignored Nami, but looked at the 2 figures who escaped from the cabin, feeling incredible. Kebi followed Luffy, wearing a familiar straw hat and slippers, a small red waistcoat, blue half-leg jeans, a small scar under his left eye, and a big white fang grin, with a confident and contagious smile on his face. And Kebi is now fiercely following him, fighting against Alvida and the pirates. How timid and cowardly Kebi is, Reika has already seen through it in one day. But after such a short time, after meeting Luffy, there seemed to be some inexplicable courage in his eyes. It was like a miracle. It's time, Reika said, and with a light jump, he jumped over the distance between the 2 ships. With a bang, he landed heavily, and landed in front of the protagonist who was shorter and thinner than himself. Monkey D. Luffy? You know me? I didn't know each other before, but now I do. Remember, from today onwards, I will be your companion, and this will be the most glorious moment in your life. Reika said arrogantly. The distance between the two was very close. Reika even looked down at Luffy. Luffy was also careless, and looked at Reika without the slightest timidity. 5. One dares to speak, one dares to want. Kebi looked at the man in front of him, feeling an unprecedented encouragement in his heart. In just a day or two, he encountered two men who broke his regular acquaintance in succession. A man, with absolute arrogance and strength, told him that pirates like Alvida were not powerful. The other man, careless, told him very seriously that he had an absurd dream. But he was willing to sacrifice for it. This brought unprecedented light and vitality to his originally bleak life as a forced pirate. Make it deafening inside. Kebi, you're saying that I'm the most beautiful woman in this sea. Alvida looked at Kebi and Luffy with a gloomy expression. A coward actually has the courage to stare at himself like this. Do you really think that you have lost once, that such a waste can be taken lightly? Alvida wants to regain her majesty once again. Facing the pressure brought by Alvida, Kebi only felt a sense of suffocation. It seems that it is not just brought by Alvida, but the cowardice and timidity accumulated in all the lives before this. He had to make a choice with his past self. You are, the ugliest old woman. With unprecedented courage, Kebi screamed and expressed his true inner thoughts. The pirates around all exclaimed when they heard the words, their faces full of fear. This is something that Captain Alvida taboos the most. Is this kid dying? Luffy, on the other hand, laughed heartily when he heard the words, forming a sharp contrast between the two. Alvida's face was gloomy. She couldn't believe that she could hear such words from Kirby's mouth. For a moment, I wondered if I had heard it wrong. Do you know what you were talking about? I know, I want to be a marine, and catch pirates like you. Kebi simply went all out, spoke his inner voice, no longer timid, even if he was still afraid, will not regret it. Advertisement, you stinky brat. Alvida became furious, and swung the big iron bar to swing it at Kobe. Now Kebi has the courage, but not the strength. Luffy smiled confidently, shielding him behind his back, ready to beat this rude old woman into the air. But at this moment, Reika's figure descended from the sky, and said words that stunned everyone present. Especially pirates such as Alvida are completely incomprehensible. What did they just hear? Hearing that a man who can easily suppress their entire pirate group wants to take the initiative to become the partner of this skinny monkey-like man. What's happening here? Despite the arrogant posture, the words even looked down. But that's what he wanted to express, right? Kebi was also stunned, and the suddenly anxious air around him suddenly calmed down. They saw two figures staring at each other. I'm the man who is going to be the One Piece. The smile on Luffy's face gradually disappeared, replaced by seriousness and seriousness. Hey, the pirates, including Alvida, were all terrified on the spot. Is this guy crazy? How dare you say such crazy, unrealistic words? Does this skinny monkey know what it means to be the Pirate King? Although Luffy's expression is so serious at the moment, and his eyes are so firm and confident. But after Alvida and the others were horrified, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. Are you kidding? Become the One Piece, just you? Ha ha ha. Almost everyone was laughing, but Kebi wasn't, but even though this was the second time he heard such words today, he still couldn't calm down. I know, wanting to be my captain, a mere One Piece, is not the end. Reika carried a huge axe and said an even more arrogant word. There was a sudden silence all around, like a duck that was screaming happily. The neck was grabbed by someone, and the laughter stopped abruptly. One Piece is not the end. What is that, king of the world? This is not just arrogance, but madness, advertisement. They looked at the two people who were looking at each other at the moment, as if they saw two crazy people having a conversation they couldn't understand. Ha ha ha, that's interesting, then you can be my partner. Luffy stared at Reika for a while, and Reika looked at him the same way. He didn't hide his intentions. When facing someone like the Straw Hat, he didn't need any tricks, just go straight to the point. Huh? Yes. Alvida, Kebi and the others were shocked again. When did invitations between pirates become so casual and easy? Not to mention that there are no requirements at all, and they don't even know what kind of person the other party is. It was the first time we met, but one was mentioned, and the other was really asked for. What's wrong with this world? How did it get so crazy? Then Captain, it's still your time, and they will be left to you to solve. Let me see your strength. Reika said, lightly jumping, and sat on the mast. Give the early game at Alvida to Luffy. No problem, leave it to me. Luffy didn't have the captain's consciousness at all, but waved his fists and was warming up. But with a smile on his face, he finally has his own company, ha 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 ha. Oh, by the way, what's your name? But at this moment, Luffy suddenly remembered that he still didn't know the name of the first partner. As soon as these words came out, Alvida and the others almost fell to the ground. You don't even know the name, so you agreed to the request to become a partner? Reika, a name that is destined to become famous all over the world, Reika said proudly and confidently. I know. Luffy grinned and nodded. At this time, Reika felt that his acting progress had directly increased by 1%. Congratulations to host, showing the crime of arrogance in front of the protagonist for the first time, playing progress and getting a crit reward. Hiss. Reika froze for a moment. Unexpectedly, there was such a surprise. On the first day of the new book, I begged for a review ticket, and it is still 0. What a pity. 6. Let's pick up Devil Fruit. The treatment of the protagonist is really different. Reika could clearly feel that his magic power increased a lot in an instant. A sense of well-integrated comfort filled all limbs and bones. It seems to have the power of a dragon and a tiger, roaring in every cell. Reika couldn't help chopping the axe towards the sea, and when the axe came out, the whole atmosphere roared instantly. In the next moment, a crescent-shaped axe gas shot out like a sword gas, with a height of 7 or 8 meters. With a deafening roar, it plowed through the sea and went straight to the distance. Such a terrifying scene even eclipsed the world for an instant. The axe's energy is like a running sharp curtain, and the seawater is separated wherever it passes. Although the depth of the separation was only a few meters deep, it stretched for hundreds of meters until it hit the reefs where Alvida and others were hiding before, blasting them into powder dust. The axe energy from this cut was completely eliminated. This swing made everyone terrified. Especially Nami, who thought it would be a short distance to escape, was so frightened that she slumped down. What happened? Cannonballs. No, cannonballs can't be that powerful. Nami couldn't understand the situation at all. You know, she was only 100 meters away from where the reef exploded, and she was almost caught in it. But what is even more astonishing is that on the surface of the sea, a gully several meters deep was cut out. What kind of power is this? Completely violated the normal laws of nature. That weird guy didn't do it. Don't worry, get out of this damn place first, and hope to never meet him again. The woman's intuition told her that the weirder the person, the weirder things will happen. But no matter what, Nami didn't want to have anything to do with that weirdo. Comfortable. Reika felt comfortable, venting her newfound strength. Advertisement, it's good to let out that feeling of full power. And such a move, Reika almost every day. Especially when it was close to noon, Reika felt uncomfortable if the surging power in his body was not released. But at this moment, it was just past 10 o'clock in the morning. Hiss. Luffy's eyes widened in shock. It was too powerful. The seas are split open for a short time. I can't fall either. Luffy stared at the pirates. But a pirate touched Luffy's back, jumped down from a high place, and slashed at his back. It's too despicable to attack from behind, Luffy said naively and somewhat angrily, then easily dodged the attack of this pirate and kicked him flying. Get rid of them. At this moment, Alvida completely lost her mind after being verbally insulted by others as a smelly old woman and a fat woman, and swung an iron bar at Luffy. That man can't solve it, this little brat like a skinny monkey, can he solve it by himself? Hack him to death. Although the pirates were terrified, the pirate who was licking blood with his knife met the enemy. What can be done? Only hands on, and Reika didn't do it, it was this skinny monkey who did it, no matter what. Get rid of one first, then find a solution to the next thing. Solving one would also prove to this man that he and others are more qualified to be his companions than this skinny monkey. He didn't make a move, is there such a meaning in it? Ah. That's despicable, bullying the few with the more. Luffy ran away, but with his hands on the mast, his body ran further and further away. The arms also stretched longer and longer, and everyone was dumbfounded and horrified. What kind of monster is this? Rubber, rocket. After that, Luffy's feet left the ground, and his whole body was like a bowling ball being thrown. With a bang, a group of pirates were knocked into the air. Advertisement, Reika, we need to find more partners in the future, I think there should be at least 10. After knocking a group of people into the air, Luffy swept out a rubber leg and kicked several people away. Did you eat devil fruit? Alvida finally came to his senses. That's right. Luffy also readily admitted. I thought it was just the legendary of the sea, but I didn't expect it to be true, but, let me die. Navigators, chefs, doctors, archaeologists, musicians. Well, they're all good, those people are qualified to be with me, especially musicians. Reika thought that if there was BGM, his performance would not be good, it will be more arrogant and exaggerated. You also think musicians are good, hee. Luffy has been obsessed with musicians since early on, and he believes that the most important thing to hold a banquet is musicians. Facing the fierce appearance, Alvida who was rushing forward didn't take it seriously at all, but flung her back and stretched her arms suddenly. Rubber pistol. Whoosh, punch out, punch back, like a swift bullet breaking the sound barrier, it hit her heavily at a speed that Alvida couldn't capture. Wow. Alvida wailed in pain, and a terrible force struck her, causing her to lose control of her body in an instant, her feet were off the ground, and she was directly blown away. You, what are you? Kebi was terrified, how one by one was not like a normal person. The other pirates trembled in fright and kept backing away. I'm a rubber man who ate rubber fruit, Luffy said, pulling his mouth and widening it. Marine is here, Kirby, you can go to Marine now. Don't be kidding, if you go now, you will definitely be caught as a pirate, Kebi said helplessly. Then let's get away. Go in the direction of the pirate you just sent flying, Reika suggested. Why? Both Luffy and Kirby didn't understand, although it is only a small possibility, let's find devil fruit. What? 7. Luffy, the so-called captain, is to serve the crew. After a while, the three of them crowded into a small boat, not that Reika didn't want to drive a big boat. But the Marine is approaching, no one wants to have a conflict with it rashly, and there is too little time to open the big ship. And there is not enough manpower, the three of them, except Kebi who knows a little more about boat operation, Luffy and Reika only know a little about how to operate a sailboat. It would be more convenient to leave by rowing a boat. Why both of us rowing? Luffy and Kirby were rowing hard, and Kirby naturally worked hard. Luffy seems to feel something is wrong. Why, as the captain, he is rowing the boat, while Reika, his partner, sits on the bow and watches the scenery. Captain Luffy, do you know what a captain is? Of course, the captain is the one who doesn't have to give it to others when eating meat. Luffy said with a matter of course. Stupid captain. A captain refers to a person who serves the crew wholeheartedly. Now do you know why you need to row a boat? Reika corrected solemnly. Hey, is that so? Luffy was taken aback, suddenly realized, and hesitated a little. Yeah. Reika nodded. That's it, then there's nothing I can do. Look at me. Luffy was immediately full of energy, as if he was happy to learn new knowledge about captains. Then the rubber hands erupted with terrifying power, and the boat swished out on the sea. Excellent captain. Is that a flying fish? On the marine warship, a marine lookout was holding a telescope to observe the sea surface. I only saw a black dot, sticking to the surface of the sea, and flew out with a whoosh, feeling a little puzzled. Even if he was killed, he would never have imagined that this would be a small boat. Luffy-san, slow down, vomit. This speed is very bearable. Advertisement Reika was still sitting on the bow like a rock, with Black's broken hair fluttering against the violent sea wind, feeling at ease. But Kebi couldn't keep up with Luffy's speed at all, and he leaned against the side of the boat and vomited, his face pale. He had never felt such a fast speed. Hearing Kebi's shout, Luffy didn't stop the speed, but went faster and happier. Reka-san, you just said you were looking for that devil fruit. Kebi found a topic that Luffy was also interested in. This slowed Luffy down. Reika glanced at Luffy calmly, then at Kebi who was already dizzy. Silently make an evaluation. If you want to hang out with the protagonist, it seems that ordinary people are really not good at it. At least they have to withstand the tossing of this wayward captain. But even if it's just a short time, Luffy's stupidity and innocence are not offensive. He can even believe the real captain's responsibility that he said casually. What a lovely captain. It's unlikely, but it's not impossible. If you can find it, just obediently send it to me. It's a valuable item. The captain of the second cargo is not good at managing it. As for Kebi, your dream is in the marine. Right, Reika said matter-of-factly. I don't think there is anything wrong with this, and even the tone is affirmative, there is no room for discussion. Hey, Reika, it's too much for you to say that. I'm your captain. I'm very good, Luffy said with a twist of his mouth. What is Arhuo captain? I want to become the pirate captain of One Piece, okay. It doesn't conflict with the second one. Although Luffy is indeed powerful, in the later stage, the phantom beast sun god Nika fruit can tyrannize the four emperors Kaido. But, still very too. Oh, Luffy responded, and soon returned his attention to devil fruit. Advertisement. Where are we going to find devil fruit, Reika? Do you know any news? Adventure. Luffy looked at Reika expectantly with big eyes. It's hard to say, the probability is not high and, if possible, please call me Master Reika. No, I'm the captain. Luffy didn't back down from this. Reika is speechless, but you are paying attention to this matter. He still has a high expression on his face, and although his acting speed is only a few tenths, it beats almost every hour. Even if this is not as good as the reward for meeting the protagonist for the first time, it is still much more than before. It will probably rise to 8% in a short time. And when it reaches 10%, there will be an auxiliary enhancement mall that can be opened, and some useful things can be exchanged at that time. As for Luffy's question, Reika just answered it truthfully. What he was looking for was the slippery fruit that should have belonged to Alvida. According to the original book, Alvida was beaten by the Straw Hat, and the pirate ship was probably surrounded by marine. That is to say, if Alvida falls in the sea, there is a certain probability that devil fruit will be at the location where she falls, or some deserted islands that she may be close to. Of course, the premise of this is that Alvida got the devil fruit not long after being beaten by Luffy. If they got the devil fruit after they were saved, then their search in the vicinity is doomed to be fruitless. If it's in the sea, there's no need to look for it, it's too difficult. Let's look for some small deserted islands nearby, and forget it. That's what Reika planned. Soon, the boat approached one of the small deserted islands, which was only tens of thousands of square meters. There was no green plant on it. It was not too much to say that it was a large stone, and scattered gravel was scattered on it. Adventure. Go up and have a look, Luffy said excitedly. Reika has already adapted to Luffy's personality in advance, no matter how he responds or what he does. It was almost impossible to stir his heart. This kind of psychological input method in advance makes Reika see Luffy more and more like a naughty younger brother. 8. Get devil fruit, Luffy-san. If you want to become One Piece, does that mean you will also go to the Grand Line? Of course. The boat docked, and the three of them landed on the deserted island, intending to do a random search before going to the nearby town. Even if you can't find it, it won't waste too much time, but if you do find it, you will make a lot of money. If Nami is lucky these years and knows the goods, if he encounters a devil fruit, it will definitely be worth hundreds of millions of berries. But Reika seriously suspects that Nami doesn't know him, because the demon manual itself is rare. In East Blue, more than 99% of people think it is just legendary. I really met it, and I wouldn't really think it was something in legendary. That's the place known as the Great Pirate's Grave, Kebi answered in the affirmative. Trembling with fear, I went around this small deserted island looking for the fruit with a certain pattern that Reika said. But don't hold out much hope. So I need a strong partner, and now I have the first one. By the way, who is the pirate hunter that the old woman said before? Is it very powerful? Luffy remembered that in the cabin, Alvida thought he was a pirate hunter at first. Of course, that's a man called a monster. Wait, why are you asking this? If he is strong enough, I want to find him as my partner, hee hee. Hey, that's a very dangerous person. Kirby was terrified by Luffy's boldness. This is a terrible guy who has killed many bounties of millions, and even tens of millions of Bailey pirates. That's why we're looking for him. Luffy smiled. Little Luffy, you are not strong enough now. If you want to be the captain all the time, you have to become stronger. Reika slapped Luffy. Reika-san, you called me the captain just now, it's almost noon. Kirby Luffy. At noon, my heart is clamoring. Reika is now looking at who is the younger brother, who is unhappy. In the sky and in the world, there is nothing that can catch his eyes. Reika-san, is it my illusion? Why'd I feel like you were stronger? Kirby looked at Reika carefully, and felt that Reika's body seemed to be much stronger. After a short time with the ship, advertisement Kirby finds Reika to be a little more intimidating. He's still a pretty good person, but he doesn't know why he always has such arrogance. Kirby secretly guessed, could this be a wandering prince after a certain kingdom was destroyed? Well, I really want to have a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million to compete with me. Reika has tried his best to control the magic power boiling in his body. But the body shape is gradually developing towards explosive muscles. But it's okay that the magic power is not activated. Even if the body shape changes slightly, it will not be as exaggerated as the fighting posture. But if there is a strong person, let him vent, he will be more satisfied. The bounty is over 100 million, Reika-san. How dare you say it? Kirby was taken aback. The pirate with a bounty of over 100 million could not be found in the entire East Blue. However, I recently heard that the pirate hunter seems to have been captured by Marine. What? It doesn't sound very strong. Luffy was immediately disappointed. That's not the case, he's very strong. That's a swordsman known as a ghost. Kirby retorted immediately. In this sea, the bounty hunter Noah Zoro has killed many East Blue the devil of the Overlord level powerhouse. Then let's go find him. Luffy-san, didn't you hear what I just said? It's dangerous. Understood. Luffy was still smiling, eyes determined. Kirby knew that he couldn't convince such a person. The three of them chatted and searched the entire deserted island, but found nothing. Then the second, and the third. I can't find anything, let's go find the pirate hunter. Luffy jumped around on the rocks, but found nothing. During the period on the sea, they encountered Alvida again, and all three of them beat him up again. Damn it. You be *********, D. Alvida roared impotently and furiously, tears of grievance mixed with the sea. These guys are too much, they have already been beaten to the ground, and they are still driving the boat, and beat themselves again, can't they win? It is really deceiving. Let's go to Shield's town. As the time approached noon, Reika became more and more cold. Let Kirby feel the pressure again. Hey, this is quite similar to the rubber fruit I've eaten before. But at this moment, Luffy, who had dug his head into the crevice of the rocks by the sea, suddenly discovered something. After he reached out and took it out, Reika's face changed slightly. It's really devil fruit. Advertisement this kind of luck, Reika can only be described by the protagonist's halo. Really? Kirby and Luffy were surprised by Reika's affirmation. Although Luffy had eaten it before, he was so angry that he didn't see it clearly. And in the rest of his life, he never saw other devil fruit. And for Kirby, it's a true legendary creation. I didn't expect them to find it just like a joke. Can you eat it? Luffy didn't think much, just looked like fruit, like food, and had an appetite. No, if you eat another one, you will explode and die. Reika shook his head. Oh, will you die if you eat this? Kirby took a step back in fright. Eat the second one. That's for you. Luffy was also disappointed when he heard that, and then threw the devil fruit to Reika without any nostalgia. He felt that he was not very suitable for managing anything. Within a few days of going to sea, he ate up all the things he brought. Reika subconsciously reached out to take it. The captain of his own family is really big-hearted. This fruit is for rich women. It wouldn't be surprising even if it was fired to 500 million Pele, or even 1 billion Pele, who wouldn't want to become more beautiful. As soon as the devil fruit was in hand, the system gave a message that it was indeed Paramesh's slippery fruit. Keep it as a reserve fund. Reika wasn't going to keep it for himself, even though he wanted to, and it wasn't in Luffy's nature to say no. But this is public property, and Reika, who is close to noon, feels that with his own appearance, the plastic surgery effect of slippery fruit is nothing more than that. It's not worthy of such a handsome and unrestrained self, not going to take it. Kirby is self-aware. His rescue is already the greatest reward. This thing was found by Luffy and has nothing to do with him. Let's go. After getting the devil fruit, they set off again, and it didn't take long to arrive at the town of Shields. Luffy-san, are you really going to find that pirate hunter? Kirby still wanted to persuade Luffy. Why are they coming to this town? In a certain restaurant, Nami, the little thief cat, who was eating, looked at the few people on the street, feeling a sudden cardiac arrest. 9. Arrive in Shields Town, the future great swordsman of the world. Nami is here for the Grand Line charts, which are worth a lot in East Blue. In the sea area where Alvida attacked, in many directions, you can reach other towns. Shields Town is just one of them. Can this happen? Is that guy named Zoro in the base? Luffy walked up to the small fruit vendor, picked up the fruit, and returned a coin Bailey. He just asked, but the boss and the people around him were frightened. Some even avoid them like snakes and scorpions. Luffy-san, have you really thought about finding that dangerous guy as a partner? I don't know yet, if he's a good man. It's because of the bad guys, that's why I was arrested. Kabi's thoughts were relatively simple. It will be a good partner. Reika interjected, then subconsciously glanced around. It seemed that someone was staring at me just now? Is it because you and others are outsiders? Reika didn't think much of it. It's dangerous, why don't you get out of here first? Nami hid by a window. Fortunately, I responded in time just now. She often chooses a place where it is convenient to escape and has an excellent view when eating, in order to prevent various situations. You see, Reika said that he would be a good partner, Luffy said with a smile. Kebi also looked at Reika in surprise, from the moment he knew it to the present. He rarely affirms others, even Luffy-san is often beaten by words. I didn't expect him to be so optimistic about Pirate Hunter. However, that man was the man who tore the pirates to pieces and was captured by Marine. No matter how he thought about it, he was unlikely to be a good man. Standing in Shields Town, you can easily see the size of the Marine base. Let's go to Marine base first, it just so happens that you can also enter Marine. Luffy didn't feel much, and walked towards Marine base carelessly. Advertisement. When Kebi thought about it, there seemed to be no problem. I heard that there is a colonel named Monka here. When pedestrians heard this, they all leaned back in fear. Haha, the people in this small town are too interesting. This is too strange. Let's not mention Zoro's name for now. Why are they also afraid of Colonel Marine's name? Did he do something bad? Luffy said whatever came to mind. How is it possible? Kebi still had confidence in Marine. Here we are. Reika and the others quickly came to Marine base. Hey, it's finally here. We're going to say goodbye here, Luffy-san, Reika-san. Kebi looked at Marine base, deeply moved. The pirate career during this period completely changed his life, and several times made him think that he would never survive again. Now it feels quite bright. Where is the monster? With a light jump, Luffy climbed up the wall, ready to pass over it. Luffy-san, what are you doing? This is Marine base, and it is generally impossible for prisoners to be here, and they are usually held in cells, Kebi said immediately. Reika jumped lightly, sat on the wall, and looked at the figure tied to the stake on the marine field. The Emperor's assistant, who will be able to defeat the Emperor of the Three Disasters in the future, is a little immature and embarrassed at the moment. Yes, I found it. Look, it's that guy. How is it possible? It's really true. Kebi didn't believe it, and climbed up the fence, only to see that Zoro's shape, black turban and belly belt, and that beast-like aura were exactly the same as the rumors. Just untie that rope and let him go, don't do something stupid. Don't worry, I'm strong. No, this person is hopeless. Kebi felt powerless. He could only look at Reika subconsciously for help. I hope Reika can help persuade Luffy. Advertisement. After all, this kind of guy is very dangerous at first glance, and if he does this, he will be forced to become a criminal. Nice breath, Luffy, you untie him. Reika commanded Luffy as a matter of course. Commanding the captain is the fastest way to increase the role-playing speed of the crime of pride. For my own strength, Captain Sang, I have wronged you. No, this person is hopeless. Kebi became more and more desperate, and Luffy planned to see if this person was good or bad. Reika directly planned to skip this process and release the monster. You also think that guy is good, hee, look at me, Luffy said and was about to stretch his arms. After untying it, ask him again whether it is good or bad. If it's a bad guy, knock it down, and if it's a good guy, recruit it as a partner. Hey, you guys over there, you're an eyesore, get out of here. Zoro looked up weakly, looked at the three of Luffy Reika with sharp eyes, and yelled directly. Kebi was a little flustered by this look. Luffy, we still. Pata, the conversation didn't stop. A ladder was built next to them, and a little girl pointed her finger at them, signaling them to be quiet and not to attract others' attention. Then throw a rope along the wall, climb over the wall, follow the rope, come to the field, and run towards Zoro with the rice ball. Luffy-san, stop him quickly, that little girl will be killed. Kebi was startled. What? Zoro looked up at the little girl. Are you hungry? I brought rice balls over. Little ghost, do you want to die? Get out of here, Zoro said still impersonally. But the little girl turned a blind eye and continued to talk. Big brother, you haven't eaten all this time. Although this is the first time I made it with great care, here it is. As he spoke, he opened the rice ball and handed it to Zoro. Zoro's face changed slightly. Go back, I don't want it, you are an eyesore, be careful I will beat you. But, the little girl was not afraid, but was still worried about his stomach. But at this moment, Rummiber came over with 2 guards, and said jokingly, don't bully people, no Zoro. 10. Come on, stick your head out. I didn't expect you to be in such good spirits. The blonde-haired, butt-chinned, and splendidly dressed Colonel Menka's son, Harumab, walked over with an arrogant look on his face. When he looked down and saw the rice ball in the little girl's hand, he immediately put his hands in his pockets and said arrogantly, your rice ball seems to be pretty good. As he said that, he reached out and snatched the rice ball over and suddenly bit down, but just bit down. But he spit it out again, and was furious. It's so sweet, it's full of sugar anyway. I think adding sugar will taste better, the little girl said timidly. Salt should be added to the rice balls, this kind of rubbish. Rummiber slapped the rice balls to the ground, trampling them violently. Hey, throw that kid out. Harumab angrily ordered to the soldiers around him. The marine soldier also froze for a moment. This is a child, he hesitated for a moment. Didn't you hear my order? Believe it or not, I told Dad to punish you. Hearing this, the Marine soldier's eyes showed fear. Colonel Menka is the local emperor here, and his words are absolutely irresistible orders. Anyone who disobeyed the order died terribly. It's really low-level vulgar arrogance, and dude, shame on my generation. Seeing this, Reika bent his knees and jumped, and landed in front of Rummyber with a bang. The person you want to find is here, so there is no need to waste too much time. Seeing this, Luffy hurriedly followed, but he came in front of Zoro, ignoring Harumab. Seeing this, Kebi could only bite the bullet and climb over the fence to get on together. Who? Rummyber was taken aback, looking at this majestic and handsome man. He immediately thought of his father. No, this guy seems scarier than Dad. Like a high-ranking royal family, whether it is posture or such a handsome and masculine appearance. Put him to shame. A pair of contemptuous eyes looked down at him. That kind of disdain and domineering made his legs feel weak immediately. Advertisement. You, stick your head over here, Reika said arrogantly, with an imperative tone in her words. Yes, yes. Hearing this order, Rummyber was dominated by fear, and without thinking too much, he took 2 steps forward and stretched out his head. With a slap, Reika slapped him hard. Harumab's face was distorted, his feet were thrown off the ground by the force of the slap, his teeth broke, and he flew upside down. With a bang, it hit the wall, there was a crackling sound, and the bone was broken. The next moment, Rummyber's screams also sounded. You be ******D. How dare you beat me? I will let my father execute you. Get the nautical chart while they're making trouble. Nami took advantage of this opportunity and sneaked into the marine base. Although she didn't want to encounter that man again. But she didn't expect that the destinations of the two were the same. Then don't blame her for seizing the moment. Hit the son of Colonel Monka, and it was in marine base. I'm afraid I can't escape even if I want to. He looks handsome, but he is really weird. Luckily it had nothing to do with him. It's just that she didn't want to understand it for a while. Why did the son of the colonel in marine just now put his face forward so stupidly? However, was he trying to save the little girl? Nami didn't know, but if he hadn't made a move just now, the girl would have been thrown out by the marine soldiers. Thinking of what the little girl might have encountered, Nami's face darkened slightly, and her pace slowly slowed down. She has also been persecuted since she was a child. If what happened just now happened, it would be fine if the girl was fine. If something happens, I am afraid that another family will fall into grief. A hot chicken like you is only worthy of slapping me in the face, not worthy of my initiative. After the slap, Reika said in a cold voice with extreme contempt and arrogance. Advertisement. When Kebi heard this, he wanted to cry but didn't cry. Now the matter became serious. After Reika-san beat someone, he was still so arrogant. Zoro also looked up, his eyes were surprised. This guy is so crazy. Luffy giggled and introduced to Zoro. This is my partner, it's very interesting, right? He said and gave Reika a thumbs up. Reika also nodded. Well, there's nothing wrong with the captain being stupid. When I thought about playing the crime of pride before, I only attracted cynicism and incompetent rage. It was the first time someone gave me a thumbs up, indicating that I did a good job. Funny shit, I'm going to hold on for a month soon. You kill him now, trouble will come, Zoro said in a deep voice. He was not worried about himself, but worried about the little girl's family. Otherwise, he would have hacked this guy to death in the restaurant of the little girl's house. Pirate Hunter Zoro, even if the opponent is marine, don't expect them to be more noble than pirates. Breaking the agreement is just commonplace for them, Reika said calmly without turning back. That's right, you are all going to die. From the very beginning, I didn't intend to let you off, Pirate Hunter. Now even you are going to die. Why are you standing there? FK them and kill them. Furious, furious. What did you say? Zoro's eyes suddenly became sharp and terrifying, full of murderous intent. You don't look like a bad person. Do you want to be my partner? Luffy directly invited. What? The angry Zoro suddenly froze for a moment. It's just a marine base, just destroy it. Reika looked up at the sun in the sky, and it was now noon. Although it feels a bit like killing a chicken with a sledgehammer, let's fight alone. Monka is not enough to watch, but Zoro is not bad. 11. Such strong people, Grand Line, are as numerous as stars. Are you crazy? That's Colonel Monka's son. The marine soldier also came to his senses, looking at Reika with fear on his face. Harumab was beaten and they were screwed. With Colonel Monka's method, they will never escape the murderer's hands. Although they didn't like it, they had no choice but to draw their swords and guns and face Reika. Not far away, a whole team of marines rushed over. At the same time, the Marine Base Officer's office, with the Marine logo metal chin and a sharp axe in his right hand, Marine Colonel Monka, is sitting in the main seat and looking at the documents. His face gradually darkened. I'm great. Yes, what you said is very correct, Colonel Monka. Hearing this, the subordinate hurriedly said respectfully. But why is the recent contribution so small? He looked at Marine in front of him with cold eyes. Colonel Monka, everyone's life is already very difficult, and we really can't afford the extra money. The subordinate bit the bullet and told the truth. That's not a problem. The problem is how much they respect me. Such a small contribution is disrespectful to me. Menka smoked a cigar, turned around, turned his back to Marine's subordinates, and said in a cold tone. I will urge them again. The subordinate could only bite the bullet and said, he didn't want to be killed here. There seems to be some commotion outside. Go and see what's going on. Don't delay today's auspicious time. My statue must not have any accidents, or you will take your life to make up for it. Yes, yes. The big brother is not a bad guy, he is a good guy, he was caught voluntarily for us. The little girl saw Luffy and asked Zoro if he was a good guy. Although she didn't know what kind of attention Luffy and others were calling, she still briefly explained the matter. Because she doesn't want others to misunderstand that Big Brother is a bad person. On the same day, Rummiber let her pets enter the little girl's store to act recklessly and eat the food of customers. She couldn't bear it and planned to drive away the pets. But the pet became fierce and wanted to kill herself, but it was Zoro who rescued her. But Rummiber was extremely arrogant, and became angry from embarrassment. He drew his sword and slashed at Zoro, but Zoro easily knocked him down. At a critical moment, Rummiber threatened Zoro that if he didn't obey, he would kill the little girl's family. Advertisement in order not to implicate the innocent, Zoro agreed to Rummiber's request, as long as he was tied up for a month without eating or drinking. He will not hold the little girl and him accountable. The results are of course deceiving. Rummiber had no intention of keeping the agreement at all, only to humiliate Zoro. When the Marines rushed up, Luffy probably knew what happened. After listening, he was silent for a while, and then suddenly said to Reika, "I'm sure, I want him to be my pirate partner." "Good, hey, you guys decide what you want, but I didn't agree to anything." Zoro immediately protested after hearing this. In order to fill his stomach, he was forced to become a pirate hunter. But along the way, he has also seen many bad behaviors of pirates. Not much interested in being a pirate, he has his own ambitions. Kneel down. Reika looked at the Marines swarming up, and the magic power of noon, if touched a little, would burst out continuously. But he knew that many of these Marines were forced to do so. Monka is just a local Colonel Marine, not from headquarters. But the strength is still not what they can deal with. Accompanied by Reika's angry shout, flaming magic power spewed out of his body immediately. If he could, he felt that Zoro would be his match for catharsis. But looking at his weak appearance, he had to temporarily put this idea on hold. In an instant, Reika swelled in size, becoming more handsome and brave, and the voice fell. There was also his big foot, which slammed on the ground, and there was a loud bang, and the entire Marine base ushered in an instant strong earthquake. There was a loud noise, and the ground was suddenly shaken out of many cracks. The rushing Marine couldn't stop his forward pace, and all of a sudden, he plunged into the cracks in the ground. Hey, Luffy, Kabi, Zoro, and the half-dead Rummiber and others were instantly startled and exclaimed again and again. Advertisement: the love in my heart has climbed to the limit. What kind of monster is this? Not to mention the tall and mighty body, even stomping his feet, the ground cracked so many gullies. This strength is too terrifying. Those wrapped around the body, are they flames? Reka-san, have you eaten devil fruit too? Sigh. Luffy naturally thought that although he could smash boulders and ground with his fists, he couldn't do it as easily as Reika. But he still has full confidence in his own strength. What is this? Nami could see clearly from the upstairs window, and could also feel that the Marines in the entire base were shaken by this kick. Everything is in action, and we must hurry up. But now she is almost certain that this man probably did the reef that turned into dust on the sea before. What kind of monster are you? Zoro was horrified. At first, he thought these people were little kids with nothing to do. I didn't pay much attention to it, but in the end this arrogant and handsome man was so powerful. And it got bigger. Is this still a human being? He is so arrogant that he really has the capital to be arrogant. Does this feel strong? On the Grand Line, there are as many people who can do this as there are stars in the sky. In the Well of East Blue, you can't see the real sky. Accept my captain's request, or keep you here to die. You choose one. Noah. Zoro. Reika stared at Zoro calmly. Over there are intruders. Marines who sensed the movement rushed towards them. Where did the reckless things come from? Dare to make trouble in my territory, and kill them all? Menka came out of the office and said coldly. Did the invaders bring cannons? This is provoking his authority. Never forgive. There are many people like you in the Grand Line. Zoro heard this, and stared at Reika with his eyes fixed on him. He is a strong man, and his competitive spirit was instantly overwhelmed. High spirits. Of course, you haven't seen the real world yet, and this so-called strong man, the man named Hawkeye, has been killed countless times. Do you want to move forward, or do you want to end here? 12. Who allows you to have card in your name? Hawkeye. This is the purpose of Zoro going to see. As soon as Reika mentioned the name, Zoro's eyes lit up like fire. After Kuina's death, he made a promise that he would work hard for her sake. He will definitely become the #1 swordsman in the world. After so many years of hard training and dedication, is it necessary to explain it here? I have not yet received any recognition for my efforts to become a world-famous swordsman, Kuina. Never fall like this. Zoro's eyes reflected the oncoming Marines, who had raised their guns and aimed at Zoro. At the same time, those eyes contained Zoro's entire childhood memories. It seems that I have no other choice. I can join you, but I have my own ambitions. One day, I will become the world's #1 swordsman. If you stop me from realizing my ambitions, then you will use your heads. Come and apologize, Zoro said, looking at Luffy and Reika. The #1 swordsman in the world. It's only natural to be the partner of One Piece, Luffy said with a satisfied smile. From today, his pirate group has another partner. You really dare to say it, but I have one more request. I hope to fight with you in the future. Zoro looked at Reika with burning eyes. Luffy is the captain, the other man is not the captain. Zoro also knows that he is not the material to be the captain, let alone Luffy's strength. But since even the man in front of him surrendered, he didn't have any objections, but Reika's strength ignited his fighting spirit. I don't challenge Luffy because One Piece World has a default rule, challenge the captain, if you win, you will be the new captain. Zoro has no interest in it, no problem. Facing Zoro's challenge, Reika smiled slightly, and had no opinion at all. With a sandbag to vent, and his strength is not weak, what's the problem? No, maybe there will be a wave of proficiency in acting. Shoot, Monka roared. Yes, Colonel Monka. In an instant, continuous gunshots rang out. Advertisement. A chain of bullet light poured down. Oops. Zoro's pupils shrank suddenly. The idiot captain agreed, but he should untie the rope for himself first. What is there to be proud of? Are you going to die now before you are about to be free? But Luffy just smiled confidently and stood in front of Zoro. Both Zoro and Kebi were startled. Thought Luffy was going to die. Even Kirby was so scared that he closed his eyes. Chirp, chirp. All the bullets were shot at Luffy's body. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, Luffy's body hit by the bullet sank deeply, and rubber lines stretched out from behind. It's useless, I'm a rubber man, I'll give it back to you. Luffy snapped his hands, his body shook, and all the bullets bounced back. The unlucky Marine was hit immediately, but more is to be frightened so that the legs tremble. The bullet obviously hit, but nothing happened, and it bounced back. Even Colonel Monka was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped, but luckily it was made of iron. Who are you guys? Zoro couldn't help asking in shock. One is fine, but the second one is so inhuman. I'm Luffy, the man who will become One Piece. Luffy still smiled confidently. The first time he heard it, Zoro thought it was a general and arrogant target, but now, he doesn't feel it anymore. His self-confidence and strength, perhaps, is not completely impossible. Could it be? Devil fruit, I've heard that there are people like this in the Grand Line before. Someone can breathe fire, and someone can cause a tsunami. I didn't expect it to be true. Since guns are useless, take a knife and charge me up. Who dares to hesitate? I will chop him first. After being horrified, Menka quickly calmed down. The Marines fear freaks like Luffy, but they fear Monka even more. Kill. The Marines drew out their sabers and rushed towards Luffy and the others. It seems that I, the captain, is not just an ordinary person, just what I want. Zoro smiled slightly. Kebi hastily went to untie Zoro. Now that the conflict has occurred, if Zoro can become their combat power, the winning rate will naturally be higher. Luffy, this guy has to be handed over to me. Reika looked at Colonel Monka. Is Monka strong? No, he is just the defeated captain of Bobcat Crow, and he has been praised by his hypnosis teacher, so he appears to be strong in this backcountry. Put it on the Grand Line, at most it is the strength of an elite Marine soldier. Such people, under normal circumstances, Reika didn't want to bother. But now at noon, the sun's magic power was burning hot, and he needed to let off steam. Advertisement. In addition, this guy dared to include the word, Ka, in his name. At this moment, Reika's arrogance has soared to ultimate. Even if there is a Ka, Poo, he dares to step forward to provoke. A mere Colonel Marine, who dared to include his own name in his name, is simply a silent insult. Why? Luffy is puzzled. These Marines are not powerful, including Monka, he can easily handle them by himself. His name, how dare to have the word card? How disrespectful to me, I must punish such a lunatic with my own hands. Reika grinned sneerily with an arrogant face. Menka was stunned for a moment, and there were tens of thousands of mud horses galloping in his heart. He is dictatorial, domineering, and thinks he is great. But I've never seen such a madman before. Just because of his name, with a card character, does he seem to have a grudge against him? This person is sick. You are so good, why don't you go to the Marine hero Garp? On one side of Luffy's head, he was thinking about what Reika said and the relationship between what he wanted to do. This guy is hopeless, so don't provoke Marine now. Ooh, Kebi felt aggrieved. Now that I am tied to a ship with them, afterward, I am definitely a pirate. If he escapes from here, he might even be offered a reward. Is my Marine dream over here? But do you regret it? No, you are really brave. Zoro couldn't help complaining. It was the first time he saw such a domineering and arrogant person, and many pirates were not as brave as him. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, and I'll take care of the rest. After Luffy finished speaking, the Marines rushed forward. Rubber, machine gun. The rubber fist shadow blasted out, and a piece of Marine was beaten out. Zoro untied the rope, turned around, knocked down several Marines attacking from another direction, and snatched the weapons from their hands. 3 sword style. Clang, clang. A dozen or so weapons were chopped off, but all of them were blocked by Zoro alone. Whoever dares to move around, I'll send him back to the west. Zoro exuded a murderous, ferocious aura, like a monster that would devour anyone at any time. The Marines were so frightened that they all shuddered, and then Zoro shook his sword 3 times, and all the Marines were sent flying by the powerful force of the blade. Now it's your turn. Have you figured out how to repent, ants? Reika walked towards Menka step by step. Now there are thousands of flowers, 200 evaluation votes, 1,000 flowers, 100 evaluation votes, and one more on the basis of the 5 changes on the same day, which can be superimposed. Please support. 13. Zoro. More fierce than me. Kill the one who deserves to be killed. Monka swung his axe forward. Hearing the domineering words of the man in front of him, the anger in his heart instantly climbed to ultimate. He has never met such an arrogant fanatic, and he has always been the only great one who despises others. I have never been so despised by others, and I must not forgive him easily. I must dismember his limbs and torture him. It's just that in the face of absolute strength, everything is a futile struggle. As soon as he rushed forward, Reika swung the axe Rita and chopped down with an axe. With a loud clang, the axe in Menka's hand was cut off. How is it possible? Colonel Menka thought that the person in front of him would be extraordinary, but he didn't expect that the sharp steel axe he was proud of was cut off just like that at the first contact. What kind of monster is this? But it's too late to think about it. His head was trampled down by a big foot, and his whole body was trampled by Reika like an ant, unable to move. Even more humiliated by the arrogant Reika. What is the greatness of an ant like you? Among pirates, you are not strong enough, and among marines, you are just a moth. Bang, the first sentence fell, and Reika, who was shouldering the axe, kicked his head step into the ground. So weak, what courage is there to name it Monka? Ah, Reika said arrogantly, and then stepped on it again. It crushed its metal chin. Let's fall on the ground and beg for mercy. Just pay someone else back like this. You're looking for a dead end. Come, beg for mercy, let me see. Damn it. Monka was furious, following Reika's wild kicks one after another. The roles of each other seem to have been switched long ago. At this moment, Reika looks more like a villain, a domineering dictator. This is not just as simple as defeat, but the ultimate humiliation. With arrogance, humiliation defeats Monka's twisted heart. When Rumibur saw his father collapsed, he was so frightened that he passed out. Seeing this, the other marines looked at each other, but not only did they not rush forward to save them, but they took a few steps back in a tacit understanding. And these few steps back are not out of fear of Reika, but because I don't like Monka. During Monka's tenure, he not only levied taxes, but also killed many innocent marines if he was a little careless on weekdays. Advertisement: many families have been broken by Colonel Monka. In their opinion, not to mention such an insult and beating, even if they were shot 10 times, they would still feel displeased. Normally, they dare not be angry or speak out, but now someone has knocked Monka down. It was too late for them to be happy, if it weren't for the fear that Menka would settle accounts with them afterwards. They all wanted to go up and give him a kick. This guy is quite dangerous, Zoro said with a sullen face, looking at Reika, who stomped Monka so hard that his body was covered in blood. Zoro felt that this guy might not be the king of evil spirits. But if it is your own partner, it can bring a sense of security. He doesn't dislike Reika's approach, but he doesn't really support it either. He knew what Monka did when he came to this small town. But he is not a troublesome person, and Zoro will not bother if he does not provoke himself. Once provoked, just cut it off. Reika, isn't it a little too much for us to do this? Luffy tilted his head and thought for a moment. What a cruel Reika-san. Kabi shivered beside him. Although the little girl looked a little scared, she was very relieved. Hearing what Luffy said, she quickly said, it's not too much, my good friend Lina just accidentally bumped into him last time, and the whole family was killed by him. And Grandpa Johnny was also ordered to be shot because he couldn't pay the taxes. He said he wasn't in awe of him enough, woo woo woo. When the words came to a sad point, the little girl Lee Jia couldn't help crying. Everyone in Shield's town knows the brutality of Monka. Otherwise, they wouldn't have frightened those people like that when they mentioned Colonel Monka's name when they first arrived. Search. Luffy's face was also slightly gloomy, and he stretched out his hand to press his straw hat, without any further dissuasion. At this time, a marine officer knelt down on the ground. You can't easily forgive the devil Menka, otherwise the whole town will suffer. He was afraid that after these powerful guys left, Monka would regain control of the town again. Then they will go back to the previous days. Advertisement. So he dropped his weapon and took a risky gamble. When the other marines saw this, some followed suit and knelt down, but most still lacked the courage. Just put down the weapon in your hand. Kebi was stunned for a moment when he heard the words. He didn't expect that there would be such a villain in the marine he was looking forward to. Such anger and grievances, even Marine himself can't stand it anymore. You guys eat things from the inside out. Menka was furious when he heard this, but he had already breathed in more and vented less. It's a mere Marine, don't try to order me, Reika said coldly. But I also thought in my heart that Reika didn't intend to kill Monka originally, maybe he will play some role in the future. But after hearing what the little girl said, Reika changed his mind. Although he scolded Marine who was kneeling and begging, he raised the magic axe Rita in his hand. No, no. You can't kill me. I'm Colonel Marine. I'm great. If you kill me, you'll be wanted by Marine. Monka was so scared that his face turned pale when he saw Reika raising the axe. I don't care. Reika raised his knife and chopped off his head directly. Really killed. Nami leaned against the window, looking at the situation outside. She was kind, although she couldn't bear it. But seeing Marine and the little girl's reaction, and what she's investigated, she feels it's the right thing to do. More often than not, she's a burglar who steals pirates. But this time focusing on Marine is also to make Monka suffer a big loss. It's all she can do. So handsome. Nami looked at the man who was as strong as a devil, handsome and masculine as a god, and extremely domineering, and his heart swayed. But quickly got it under control and continued with the purpose of her trip. Thank you. Many Marines were beaming with joy. After being oppressed for a long time, they were liberated at this moment, which made them extremely excited. 14. Nami, I allow you to use beauty tricks on me. After finishing manga, afternoon, the magic power boiling on Reika's body gradually diminished. I'm hungry. Zoro fell to the ground and couldn't get up. He had been hungry for 3 weeks. He was already exhausted, and just now he broke out his last bit of strength to fight Marine, relaxed, and lay down directly. Then Luffy stayed and looked at Zoro. Reika and Kebi entered the base, looking for Zoro's 3 sabers. The Marines looked at the dead Monka, and Haruma, who wondered if he could survive. Dial the phone number of the Marine headquarters and inform the people above about Monka. No one dared to do it before, and there was no chance to do it, but Monka is dead, and all shackles are gone. Captain Marine, who temporarily took over the command, did not expose Luffy, Reika, and others. Instead, it's a bandit who knows what happened to Zoro. And Luffy and others did not kill innocent people indiscriminately. The Menka father and son are completely responsible for themselves, and even now regard Reika, Luffy, and others as benefactors. It's just that as a Marine, I can't express my gratitude to the pirates too much, I can only cover up for them. Someone has been here, but it seems to have left. Reika and Kirby walked in the base, and saw Marine tied aside and stuffed with a cloth strip in his mouth. Kebi was stunned for a moment. Could it be that there are other intruders in the Marine base? However, they searched several houses and found nothing, and then found Zoro's 3 sabers in Harumeb's office. Rumibur and the others didn't even know that one of them was a famous sword and a Taoist character. In this poor country, people's insight and knowledge are limited. The Marine base's money has been scraped away. No matter if it is not scrapped, there will not be much left. Devil fruit is still valuable. Just such a small gadget, if it sells well, it can be worth hundreds of millions of Baileys. Reika sorted out the 3 swords and put them on. While saying with emotion, he took out the devil fruit from the package behind his back, held it in his hand and looked at it. Nami, who was about to run away, turned around suddenly when he heard this sentence. What is worth hundreds of millions of Baileys? There is such a valuable thing in this world. Just now, Nami entered the office where Colonel Monka was. Look for the Grand Lines chart, but when you find the safe, all that's left is the note from Buggy the Clown. The real nautical chart has already fallen into the hands of Buggy Clown. As soon as Nami noticed Reika and others coming in, she was about to run away, but she heard this sentence. Nami couldn't tell whether it was true or not, but Reika and the kid in the straw hat didn't look like normal humans at all. Advertisement. It is not impossible to know the value of some treasures that ordinary people do not know. If it is true, wouldn't it be possible to raise 100 million Baileys with one stroke, and even have extra? It's just that the opponent's combat power is powerful, and they are all non-human, and the man has seen himself. It is not advisable to do it openly, you have to wait for a good time. After a while, they left the Marine base. Many people gathered around Lee Jia's restaurant. From inside came Zoro's contented voice. I'm so full, after all, I haven't eaten for 3 weeks. I've reached my limit. Zoro ate and drank enough, touched his belly, and finally felt alive again. Are you full now? Luffy continued eating with a knife and fork. Why do you eat more than me? Zoro pointed to the food in front of Luffy with a puzzled look. Because it's so delicious, you're right, Kobe. It's really embarrassing, even I entertained him. Kebi looked at the beautiful hotel proprietress, and said, embarrassingly stroking the back of his head. It's okay, because you saved this town, the proprietress said softly. Let's rest here tonight and then set off. It's getting late, and the other Marines are not coming to the island so soon, Reika suggested. He was worried that going to sea was too dangerous with their staffing. It is not a question of combat power, but a question of navigational capabilities. Kebi, who has the strongest sailing knowledge, decided to stay here. Luffy is careless, and his sailing skills are not equal to Zoro, but they are almost the same. Zoro is a road idiot, and he has been out at sea for a long time. Sometimes it's not because he doesn't want to go to the Grand Line, but because he can't find the way. Reika's seamanship is also a recent acquisition, so when he had doubts at the base, he dropped a bait. Sit and wait to see if any prey takes the bait. Regarding Reika's proposal, several people thought it was okay. Lee Jia also nodded happily. The big brothers are so amazing. I can be even better, because I am the man who is going to be the One Piece, and I have found a companion. Luffy smiled brightly. So now, besides me, how many people have you found? I remember you said that you were calling for companions. Since you are going to be the Pirate King, you must have already gathered a lot of people. Zoro looked at Luffy expectantly. Advertisement. Since he decided to survive, it doesn't matter if it's notoriety or good fame, as long as he can become famous in the sea, he can do anything. Not many, you are the second. Huh? Zoro froze for a moment, and suddenly a feeling of unreliability came to his heart. Then the 3 of us. Yeah, what does it matter, anyway, we are very strong. Can the 3 of us be called pirates? What about the ship? Where's our pirate ship? Over there. Luffy pointed outside. Zoro got up, and through the window, he saw a small boat moored in the port not far away. 3 people are barely enough. 4 people, I'm afraid it's a little bit reluctant, and there is no cabin that can shelter from the wind and rain. Just rely on this boat to go to sea. How far it can go? Zoro suddenly sweated on his forehead, feeling like he was tricked into boarding a pirate ship. That ship. Zoro's tone was full of helplessness, but now that he was on board the thief ship, what else could he do? It doesn't matter, we will have a big ship sooner or later, and we need to find more partners. Luffy didn't feel anything wrong at all, and still smiled heartlessly. Have you always followed this kind of captain? Zoro looked at Reika helplessly, with some sympathy. It feels very unreliable. It's okay, we will soon welcome a grandmaster with top-notch talents in navigation, gambling, stealing, meteorology, public relations, good at bargaining, mathematics, financial management, and personnel management. Reika smiled. There is such a powerful person? Luffy, Kibi, Zoro and the others were very surprised. But is this kind of thing predictable? Seeing the mysterious smile on Reika's face, they didn't know how to ask. In the evening, Zoro lay down drunk, Luffy was full and fell asleep directly on the table. Kirby went to Marine Base to try it out. Reika also looked a little tired, his body had become thinner, his eyes were half closed, and he was drowsy. Lee Jia also fell asleep on the bar counter, while the proprietress went upstairs to tidy up the room. At this time, a nimble figure came over the wall, like a kitten, coming silently, wearing a black mask. Where are the hundreds of millions of Baileys hidden? Nami approached this Reika who seemed to have fallen asleep while sitting up. Young girl, I allow you to use beauty tricks on me. But when Nami approached and just stretched out his hand, Reika suddenly opened his eyes and looked at her with a smile. 15. Sin of Pride at night, different as soon as he heard the sound. Nami knew that the situation was not good, and without any hesitation, he turned around and was about to leave. It was just that Reika reached out and pressed Nami's palm on the table. Nami exclaimed and wanted to pull away, but found that he couldn't move at all. Reika's palm was like an unshakable mountain, pressing on her arm, although it didn't hurt, but she couldn't move and resist. Nami's face turned pale in an instant, she had never been very courageous, and now the other party set a trap. My lord, I was just passing by, and I didn't think about doing anything bad. Nami immediately showed the sweetest, harmless smile, and looked at Reika quite pitifully. But he was so anxious in his heart that he even started to curse. Damn it, he threw himself into a trap. This man's reaction was too quick, as if he was deliberately waiting for her to come. Thinking about it now, in Marine Base, he probably said those words on purpose. But how can he be sure that that one sentence can lead him to make a move? Does he know that he needs money? Or, how did you know you were in that Marine Base at that time? No, this is impossible. Maybe it was a mistake. The most important thing right now is how to get out. My own life is not only my own, but also that of the whole village, so nothing can happen. Fortunately, this is not the first time she has met him in this situation. No matter what request he makes later, she will pretend to agree first. Then look for opportunities to escape from this guy's clutches. In just a split second, the quick-witted Nami figured out how to deal with the current situation. In terms of value, I didn't lie to you. This thing is worth hundreds of millions of Baileys if it is obtained from an island with an important trade center and can be sold smoothly. If it is not killed by someone. Reika took out the devil fruit and placed it directly on the table superior. Advertisement, really? Even if he is captured alive now, Nami's eyes are still shining, and even Ruoyo deliberately approached Reika a few steps. Reika could even smell Nami's faintly charming fragrance. It seems that you don't know much about your situation. In this case, you are still thinking about this valuable thing. My lord, what is this thing? Why is it so valuable? As a beautiful girl, Nami knows how to use her beauty. Even though she is not as mature as 2 years later, her body and appearance are still excellent. The mountains have begun to take shape, and the figure is proud, but the appearance is a little immature, but there is no girlish flavor. At this moment, the tone was even delicate, which seemed to deliberately flatter Reika. In her opinion, pirates are all lustful, even if they are caught. They just need to say a few nice words, then flatter them, let them lose themselves in the compliments, and finally propose to drink. Arrogant pirates will think about getting drunk and getting themselves, but they don't think that they are never drunk. When the time comes, people can get away, and this thing can still be carried. Just what is this thing? Is it really that valuable? If he fooled himself, wouldn't it be a waste of time? You are really a beauty trick. Reika still smiled and looked at Nami. Just looking at her forced smile, I couldn't stop being funny all of a sudden. After being caught, such a skillful transformation, almost seamless, obviously this is not the first time someone has been caught. Recalling that Nami started stealing and saving money for the safety of the villagers since she was a child. Looking at her now, she is so skilled that it makes people feel distressed. Advertisement at this moment, it was night, and Reika was used to entering another personality. It is also the impact of playing the system. The sin of arrogance at night is different from that of the day. At night, he lacks self-confidence and is considerate of others. It's just that she has low self-esteem, but Reika doesn't think she has it. Hearing Reika punctured her plan, Nami naturally changed. If I use beauty tricks, you are so smart, I will definitely not be affected. I really admire you. When you were at sea, you were really amazing. I'm worth money because I'm curious about what that thing is, and I never thought of stealing it. Guess I believe it or not. Reika looked at Nami with a half smile. Nami's face froze, it didn't feel right, based on what she saw at Marine Base before. This monster-like powerful man is more like a tough and reckless man than a delicate and calm person. And the body seems to be a lot thinner. Seeing the panic in the depths of Nami's eyes, Reika let go of his palm. Forget it, I won't tease you, but theft is a mistake, and if you make a mistake, you have to be punished. It just so happens that our ship lacks a sailor who knows how to navigate. Give us the boat for now. I don't know how to sail. Otherwise, I'll drink alcohol to accompany the adults, okay? I don't know anything when I'm drunk, and the adults can punish me whatever they want. Nami's eyes were foggy, like a human animal harmless girl next door, completely unaware of falsehood. If Reika hadn't known that Nami was a master of drama, ordinary pirates would probably have nodded their heads in agreement when they heard such an invitation. You think I don't know you're not drunk? Nami froze for a moment. How did you know that? Could it be someone I knew or stole from before? Impossible. As handsome as he is, if you've seen him before, it's impossible to forget him. Well, let's play a game. Just now you asked what this thing is and why it is so valuable. I can answer you. This is devil fruit, a strange product of legendary, but it really exists. If you meet someone who knows the product, sell it just now. The price I'm talking about is fine. And this game is, I will carry this thing with me, as long as you can get it from me during the period of time when you control the ship for us, then it is yours, and you can leave at will, with unlimited means, Reika suggested. 16. The considerate and gentle Reika, the trio of straw hats that cannot be defended. What did you say? Nami looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. Is this still a pirate? If Reika behaved more lustful, greedy, even rough and cruel, she will not be surprised, because most of the pirates in this sea are like this. But Reika wants to propose a game, and it's on her side. Could it be that this guy is so arrogant that he doesn't regard himself as a danger at all? Nami went through the cognition of this man in his mind, although he didn't understand it deeply. It can be seen from his attitude towards himself on the Alvida ship, and the domineering attitude he used to kill Colonel Monka before. Such a man, even if he is arrogant, seems to be completely reasonable. But now, her identity as a thief was completely confirmed, and he didn't even give himself a chance to refute and defend himself. It was just the suggestion that made Nami very surprised. She had never met someone who invited her to steal her own things. What is he trying to do? Nami is dubious about this game. You heard it very clearly. We need a navigator, you need money. This kind of condition is already very good for you. If it is replaced by other pirates, it would be fine if you can fool you, but you can't. Losing one's body now is a small thing. Becoming someone else's slave. Life is worse than death is a big thing. Reika's tone was calm. How do I know if what you said is true? What if I stole it and you refuse to admit it? Nami asked. But I have to admit that this man made a lot of sense. But Nami has an idea in his heart at the moment, no matter what Reika answers. Now it falls into the hands of others. This game, Nami intends to agree to it. It was mainly because of the suggestion made by this man that it was difficult for her to refuse. That fruit-like thing is really so valuable, and the conditions to achieve it are so simple. Then don't miss this opportunity anyway. You are a prisoner, you have no choice. Nami was suddenly at a loss for words, and his words were not rough. Okay, then I'll bet with you. Will any means work? It's fine, if you steal it, it's yours, except when I'm sleeping. Why? I'm angry about getting up. Advertisement. Come on, have a drink? Okay. Nami's eyes lit up. Isn't this a chance for himself? No, he knew he was never drunk, so he couldn't underestimate him. Have we met before? Even so, Nami resigned to his fate for the time being. Anyway, there are free drinks, so you can't drink for nothing. Even if he knows that he is a good drinker, so what? If he drinks too much, he will use his own aggressive method. Maybe something will arrive. Guess. Reika didn't answer directly. Some things can't be explained clearly, and there is no need for this. Did you pay for the drink? Nami asked a little angrily. As long as he dares to entertain guests, he will drink until he goes bankrupt, and he will have to take a little revenge no matter what. Force is not enough, but she is still fine with drinking. Of course not, you are a captive, and you are responsible for all consumption. Nani? Then you'd better kill me, Nami said immediately. Whether you want money or not, there is one thing you need. He's a veritable little miser. Let me ask you. Look at you. You were either a nobleman or a rich man before. How could you know how important money is? Nami muttered. What did you say? Nothing. Drink. The two poured and drank by themselves, and the scene fell silent. As the sun went down, Reika became slightly on the smaller side. The confidence and arrogance on his face were almost completely gone. There is no more oppressive feeling during the day. The more Nami looked at him, the more he felt that this man looked more like a harmless noble son. Even the more handsome he looked, Nami couldn't help but take a few more glances. It might have been better if he wasn't a pirate. No, it's all an illusion, it's all an illusion. This man is a monster. A monster. When unrealistic thoughts popped up, Nami quickly reminded himself. This guy's fighting posture was imprinted in her heart and could not be erased. Don't be fooled by this harmless appearance. Why are you blushing? No, it's only a few drinks. With your drinking capacity, it's not enough. I want you to manage. Advertisement. Someone really came to the door. How did you expect it? Zoro woke up leisurely after an unknown amount of time, and looked at the strange beautiful girl in front of him in surprise. Is there something to eat? When Luffy was serving drinks and food to Reika, Nami and the two of them in the tavern, Luffy woke up after smelling the smell. His stomach, which had been swollen from eating, has now disappeared. Is this the powerful navigator you mentioned? Luffy looked at Nami and said with a smile. What did you tell them? Nami looked at Reika vigilantly. Why did the two of them not seem surprised when they saw this stranger? While talking, her hand has already quietly stretched out under the table. While talking to attract his attention, maybe that thing can be obtained. Just now he put things in this direction. I didn't say anything. Aren't you an excellent navigator? I never said I was. Nami said speechlessly. But you are, on the sea before, people who don't know how to sail in currents. The speed of the boat you control can't be so fast, even if you look at the whole world. You are very excellent, don't belittle yourself. Reika is full of seriousness and endorsement said. Are you praising me? Nami wondered, this guy still praises others? What happened? How come the more we get along, the more I feel that this person is easy to talk to? Not just in tone, but in attitude and action as well. Look at him, thinking agility found the appetizer he just ate and pushed it in front of him. Looking at himself with a gentle smile like the warm sun on his face. She was a completely different person from the man who was domineeringly pressing her arm just now. Yeah. Reika nodded and admitted, this is the truth, Nami was once the real captain on the Straw Hat boat. In addition to poor strength, there is almost nothing she can't do, such as management, navigation, drawing, stealing, gambling, etc. Grandmaster has too many things. Isn't someone of unknown origin in danger? Zoro put his hand on the knife, and he didn't trust a person easily. No, Reika said with certainty, it seems that Zoro should cherish the present. One day, after Zoro owes Nami money, he will embark on the path of warcraft being domesticated. Since Reika said so affirmatively, Zoro didn't have much opinion. There is really a problem, and we will solve it when there is a problem. It's just that now he is full of energy and wants to fight with Reika. It's just a good rest, let's go to practice. But Reika at night is not arrogant and belligerent, but like a good old man. Zoro, we are partners, fighting and killing is not good. Huh? Luffy, Nami, and Zoro were stunned for a moment, thinking they had heard it wrong. 17. Haki, Guide Zoro Swordsmanship Epiphany. The Reika in front of me is really different from the arrogant Reika in the daytime. Especially the appointment with Zoro, Tianshan clearly agreed to, very much looking forward to it. But at night, when Zoro brought up the matter again, Reika acted like a dove representative. To say that fighting and killing is not good is really shocking. Reika is so powerful, they don't think Reika is backing down. And when he said this, Reika was full of sincerity. Ms. Nami, you touched the wrong thing, it's my thigh. At this time, Reika smiled and made up the knife. Nami, who was distracted when she stretched out her hand, heard this, and quickly withdrew her little hand like an electric shock. Reika, are you sick? Doctor, find a doctor. Luffy froze for a moment, then realized, running back and forth in panic. Although Luffy has rarely been sick, he also knows that when he is sick, it is very difficult. Captain, I'm fine. That's what I really think. Besides, if there are women present, it's not appropriate to see blood, and it's not good to scare people, Reika said. It's none of my business. Nami met Reika's gentle and considerate eyes. This quality is under the world-class handsome appearance. It has a very powerful lethal effect on any woman. Nami's heart skipped a beat, but when he thought about his own life, this emotion quickly dissipated. For her, just living is very difficult, and she dare not have too many extravagant hopes. The evil dragon weighed on her heart like a mountain, making it difficult for her to even breathe. What's the matter with you? Zoro looked at Reika in surprise. Although they had only known each other for a short time, the Haki and arrogance that stepped on Colonel Monka could never be disguised. Even Zoro felt that Reika at that time was very suitable for him. Advertisement, it shouldn't be such a polite person. It's okay, just a little feeling. Zoro, you should also calm down, since you went to sea. Your sword skills have not improved much. Reika calmly took a sip of wine, and then turned sideways. Relying on Nami's body, he leaned over with a lazy face. Nami frowned, and wanted to push Reika away, but when he saw the small cloth bag containing devil fruit, he smiled and endured it. The distance got closer. Reika-kun, I offer you a toast. Beauty toast, dare not refuse. Reika raised his glass and touched Nami, then took a sip. This be ************* D, if you speak nicely, don't drink. Nami glimpsed out of the corner of his eye, feeling a little dissatisfied in his heart. How do you know? Zoro froze for a moment when he heard Reika's words. The sword is not only a murder weapon, but also summoning, especially the sword intent. The more impatient your heart is, the more eager you are to defeat a powerful enemy, and you will miss the good time to realize the sword. You also know swords? Zoro heard that, vaguely felt that something had been uncovered, just like what his teacher had told him back then. A sword can cut everything, but sometimes it can cut even a leaf. All sharp weapons have something in common. Let me ask you a question. What do you think is the strongest human strength? Of course it's the body. The stronger the body, the more powerful it can be. Zoro didn't think much about it, because he is so powerful now. They are all obtained from hard training and exercising since childhood. As long as the body's speed and strength are strong enough, the sword that is swung is naturally strong enough. Wrong. Reika shook his head. Sure enough, even if it is Zoro who will become Haki in the future. At the current stage, in addition to the consciousness of dedicating oneself to swordsmanship, the power of swordsmanship is still at the basics. And Reika, who was once in God's perspective, naturally sees farther than him. After all, Haki is closely related to people's spiritual will. Advertisement rarely mentioned it when he first taught Luffy Haki. Armament Haki is to imagine yourself wearing an invisible armor, and you need unwavering faith and will to guide this truly powerful force. Reika prefers to say that this is a power derived from spiritual will and then stimulates the potential of the body. And observation Haki is more conspicuous. Kebi was awakened because of stimulation and excessive mental fluctuations in the Summit War. Therefore, the truly powerful force in the human body is the fusion of spiritual will and body. Wrong. Zoro was puzzled. Will is the strongest force. Will represents what you believe in, what you are unswervingly fighting for, and why you swing your sword. When your sword can be attached to your will, then there will be a qualitative improvement, one sword and one thought, or 10,000 swords and one thought. Thought is will, and you should be in a state where your mind is about to be connected but not connected. Did you always feel that the sword seems to have life recently? Can you feel the evil breath of the sword, the righteous breath of the sword? How do you know? Zoro looked at Reika in horror. He had been stuck in this bottleneck for a long time. He asked himself that physical exercise had made him strong enough, but it was difficult to improve. He didn't know why, but occasionally looking at some swords, he seemed to be able to feel some kind of vague connection. Listening to what the two said, Luffy tilted her head cutely, completely unable to understand. Because he doesn't know how to use a sword, and he doesn't think about his own abilities. As for Nami, I am even more confused. What are these two talking about? If you don't understand, the most realistic thing is to find a chance to steal something. Look good, because when you do this, you have initially mastered the intention to follow the sword. Reika at night is a good old man, and he knows everything. While talking, Reika picked up the magic axe Rita, came to the window, raised his hand, his thoughts wrapped in magic power, attached to Rita, and slashed the axe towards the sea not far away. The air buzzed, and a leaping slash, that is, sword energy rushed out, roaring, like a shell falling on the sea, causing waves to explode. It's not very powerful, but it's the first time Zoro has seen this kind of slash. 18. Amazing understanding. Set sail. Flying slash. Zoro was still immersed in Reika's axe, fascinated. Nami's hands and eyes immediately calmed down, before he swung the axe away. Next to Reika, who is sensitive to climate. What I heard was the roar of mountains and tsunami like gusts of wind. It was deafening, and it felt as if the entire atmosphere had been shaken by him. Dishonesty will not work. Will, spirit, faith. Zoro took his own weapon, jumped downstairs, and performed swordplay in the open space. 3-sword style, tiger hunting, ghost slash. Zoro swished out all kinds of powerful slashes in the open space. Even though he didn't realize leaping and slashing, he is now interpreting and mastering everything he has learned in his life. The aura of the whole person is getting stronger and stronger. It's getting late, it's time to rest. Seeing this, Reika had fatherly relief in his eyes, and he knew that his actions might lead to Zoro's progress faster than before. But what's wrong with that? The stronger Zoro and Luffy are, the more comfortable they can lie down. Even for concepts such as Luffy's second gear and third gear, Reika intends to find a suitable opportunity to wake up Luffy in advance. Make them stronger early on. Your axe seems to be very valuable. Nami looked at Reika's axe, his eyes lit up. The axe was gorgeous and smart, and many places were golden. Nami's sharp eyes could see that this should be extremely pure gold. There is a strong sense of art, even if there is no such embellished gold, it must be from the hands of famous craftsmen. This handicraft-like weapon is more valuable than its own materials. If you can hold it, then it's yours. Reika said casually, mainly to sleep peacefully, so as not to cause trouble when Nami came to sleep. After all, at the beginning, they may not necessarily abide by the agreement just now. Find something for her to do first. Really? Nami immediately came to life, and began to look around the axe beside him. Advertisement while looking at the back of Reika, who was gradually leaving, until he completely entered the room by himself. Nami just held the axe with both hands, and exerted a strong force, but it didn't move at all. How could it be so heavy? Nami was dumbfounded on the spot, seeing him resist this thing very easily. Even if it was all made of gold, she felt that it could be easily moved. How could this thing not move at all after going all out? Nami didn't know that although this thing was not huge, it was an artifact capable of filling and emitting magic power, and the material was not common gold. It is a special mineral similar to gold. Even gods and demons may not be able to obtain a weapon made of this material. I don't believe it anymore. Nami was not reconciled. The treasure was right in front of her eyes. She could touch it, but couldn't get it. This made her feel itchy, and she made up her mind to get this thing. However, as the night passed, she still failed, until Reika got up in the morning and looked at the haggard Nami. For money, you are really willing to work hard. Reika raised his jaw slightly, looking at Nami as if looking down. Are you cured? Nami saw Reika's appearance, and an invisible sense of oppression came to his face again. That arrogant attitude was clearly visible between his brows. Woman, please pay attention to your words. Don't think that we have reached a game bet with me, and we are real partners. Nami. This guy is really sick, but she didn't dare to say any more. Great, Reka-san, your illness is finally cured. Let's go to the Grand Line quickly. Luffy jumped out of his room and said. Stupid captain, even you think I'm sick? You're so ignorant. Pack up your things and get ready to go. Boom. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the open space outside. What happened? Luffy Nami hurried out to watch. Seeing Zoro, who was dripping with sweat, looking down at the knife in his hand at the moment. You did it? Reika looked at the slash marks about 10 meters away from Zoro. This distance can only be achieved by leaping and slashing. Advertisement. It's still a little bit worse, but the general sword edge can already leave the body. Now it seems that my strength is still far inferior to yours. Zoro put the knife back into the sheath, and said with serious admiration. It's amazing. Luffy said sincerely. After just one night, did he initially master that leaping slash? As expected of his partner. What a terrible understanding. Reika was also surprised, but after thinking about it, she could accept it. Over the years, Zoro has been exercising hard every day and his vitality and physical strength are excellent. It's just that in terms of swordsmanship, what he pursues is relatively shallow power. Now Reika opened another, more powerful door for him, helping him break through the original bottleneck. If this goes on, with more experience in actual combat, I am afraid that it is only a matter of time before he masters Haki. Reika understands all of Haki's theories, and they just need to break it down. With their terrifying talent and understanding, they will surely grow up quickly. This is how you are qualified to walk with me, Reika said calmly. How dare you say that? Zoro also grinned, but didn't deny it. Let's go. Luffy was very happy, the Grand Line was just ahead. The four of us, just such a small boat. Nami was a little dumbfounded when he arrived at the port. It is agreed to become the One Piece. Why is even a ship so shabby? We will have better ships in the future, Luffy said confidently with his hands crossed on his chest. Get on the boat, you carry the food and fresh water on board. Reika boarded the boat first, and asked Captain Luffy to take the chores. After the things were loaded onto the boat, with the addition of the four of them, the boat basically reached its carrying limit. Luffy-san, Reika-san, Zoro-san, have a good trip. Kebi came to the port to bid farewell. Many Marines saluted them spontaneously. If it weren't for them, the town of Shields would still be living under the terror of Colonel Monka at this moment. Big brothers, take care. Lee Jaw and the proprietress also waved goodbye. Brothers, let's sail. Luffy jumped onto the bow, raised his arms and cheered, with high spirits. The boat rides the waves, raises the sails, and sails into the distance. 19. Thank you for the gift of nature. I'm so hungry. The weather was fine, with white clouds blooming, blue seawater, and gusts of sea breeze blowing in, which was very cool and pleasant. Luffy lay weakly on the edge of the boat, looking at the undulating sea. I hope that some unexpected fish will pass by or jump out of the water. But even if the whole sea is rich in fish, it is not easy to meet fish schools. However, one or two fish alone swim extremely fast underwater and are difficult to catch. After all, to the whole sea, their small boat is no different from a grain of sand in the desert. It actually takes luck and climate change for the two to encounter each other. Reika, Nami, Zoro, do you have anything to eat? I'm starving to death. Luffy turned back and asked the three of them pitifully. No, you still have the guts to say that the combined food of the three of us is less than half of what you eat alone. Now we are going to starve like you. Nami exploded on the spot when he heard this. Before departure, he had prepared enough food and fresh water to survive to the next island, and even be rich. Before the result arrived, they were all hungry, and Nami didn't even have the strength to steal the Reika devil fruit now. Or, let's eat that devil fruit. Luffy didn't care whether it would explode or not. I am very hungry now. Isn't that thing worth hundreds of millions of Baileys? Absolutely not. Even if Nami was very hungry, he was unwilling to eat such an expensive thing. I'm fine. How long have you been starving now? Zoro felt perfectly fine, and he felt he could make it to the next island. Their current goal is to build a bigger ship. Otherwise, like now, if you spend the night on the boat, you can only curl up in a corner, which is really inconvenient. Let's put some on it first. Reika took out a lot of chocolate high-calorie food from the cloth bag. Knowing Luffy's character early on, Reika left behind in things, but not many. It can only solve the urgent need, but it is better than nothing. Great. There's something to eat, Luffy said happily. Everyone has a share. Nami slapped Luffy's big hand that wanted to take all the food. This captain is even more unreliable than the other two crew members. Advertisement: just wait until you get what you want. Hope for better luck, if not, wait until noon, Reika added. Why wait for noon? Nami was puzzled. Reika gave her a sideways look, without explanation. Even if it is him, he can swim in the sea, but the sea is a fish's world after all. They are extremely fast, and when they go into the sea by themselves, their speed will be affected. To catch enough fish, more strength is needed. It's really not cute at all. Last night, it was just pretending. Fortunately, I didn't fall for it. Nami ate the chocolate and looked at Reika. There's a pirate ship ahead. At this moment, Zoro suddenly said, and stood up, with his hand on the knife. That ship looked a little bigger than theirs. There is also a small cabin that can be sheltered from the wind and rain. Flying a pirate flag with a big red nose. That's the pirate ship of Buggy the Clown. It should be out to collect treasures. There are only a few people. Don't scare them away. Squat down quickly and cover them with canvas. Whether you can eat or not depends on now. With this ship, we can sail much faster. Nami glanced at it and said hastily, why don't we rush over? Zoro was full of fighting spirit. If they don't run, they may succeed. If they do, when will we meet the next ship? Listen to me, I'm 100% sure that they will come closer. Okay. Hearing what Nami said, Luffy expressed no objection. Reika also nodded. Since she has an idea, it doesn't hurt to let her try it. At this moment, another ship is on board. There are 3 pirates who are counting the treasures with smiles on their faces. With so many treasures, Master Buggy should be very happy, and now he won't be punished at last, a pirate said with a grin. Huh? What's that? A ship approaching. Where is it? Let me see. A shipwrecked ship? There's a woman begging to see her there. Lean over and have a look. If there is any treasure, it is ours. Hee, I understand. The ship immediately changed the direction of the wind and leaned over. However, after a while. Advertisement, damn, despicable woman, dare to lie to us, our treasure, Captain Buggy will definitely not let you go. The three pirate brothers exchanged positions with the previous ships of Reika and others. All treasures were also taken for their own use. Reika and others robbed their ship. They thought they were just a weak and troubled little girl, thinking of grabbing the valuables first, and having a good time by the way. Unexpectedly, this woman was just pretending to be weak and distressed to attract them closer. As soon as they approached, a group of people jumped out and beat up the three of them, completely powerless to resist. Huh? Hearing the voices of the pirates, Luffy, Reika, and Zoro looked back together. The three pirates were so frightened that they immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Master, we were wrong. Master, go slowly. There doesn't seem to be any food on board. It doesn't matter, with this boat, we can go faster, and this treasure is mine, and I tricked them here. Nami's eyes lit up like a calf, protecting a bag of gold treasure behind him. Although not much, it is also an unexpected gain. The three of them didn't feel anything about this, and they had no interest in these things. I'm so hungry. Luffy couldn't find anything, and immediately collapsed. Quack. But at this moment, a bird flew by in the sky. Let's beat it down and eat it. Luffy stood up with a whoosh. What should I do? After Zoro asked this sentence, he suddenly regretted it. Sure enough, Luffy flicked his hands and stretched out to grab the mast. Rubber, bazooka. Slow. Reika wanted to stop, but it was too late, it was too abrupt. With a bang, Luffy's feet left the ground, and his whole body shot into the sky like a rocket launcher. Then, the big bird that flew by opened its mouth subconsciously, and grabbed Luffy's head in one fell swoop. The big bird's eyeballs were obviously stunned for a moment, and then it quacked, as if to say, thank you for the gift of nature. No need to hunt, the prey ran into its mouth by itself, it flapped its wings happily. The three of them standing on the boat with dull and messy expressions were left behind. 20. Buggy the Immortal Clown. Our captain seems to have been taken away by a bird. Zoro looked at the sky, and said blankly of the distant figure. Yeah, a pirate captain was caught by a bird. Nami nodded blankly. Who is the prey? Reika was a little speechless. He wanted to laugh, but he couldn't laugh when he thought it was his own captain. Catch up. He's demon fruit power, if he falls into the sea, it's over. Whoosh whoosh. Hearing this, Zoro also came back to his senses, quickly picked up the sculls, fired at full power, and used Nami to control the sailboat. It flew out like an arrow from the string. It's just that how can a ship sailing on the sea be compared with a bird flying in the sky? I lost it after a while. It should be fine, as long as he falls to the ground, he has the ability to protect himself. Reika was very calm. Not surprisingly, he will land in Orangetown where Buggy the Clown is at the moment. Is it really okay? Nami came to Reika's side with some concern. Huh? Reika naturally grabbed Nami's small hand near his waist. Ahaha. I said this hand, it will run over, do you believe it? Nami smiled awkwardly. I believe. There is a small town in front, and the outline can be seen, Nami said, pointing to the island in front. With Zoro and Reika paddling at full speed, the boat was so fast it was flying. Landing. Although I saw the island early, it took more than half an hour to actually land on the small island. It's just strange that I didn't see any ships at the port, not to mention pirate ships, not even a fishing boat. Advertisement, what a quiet island. Did you really see the big bird with Luffy flying in this direction just now? Zoro asked Nami. Nami's eyesight is excellent, and they rode at a high speed below. Although they couldn't catch up with the big bird, they could at least watch the small shadow. Luffy was taken away, but he is not really stupid. If he sees land, he should fight back. In this way, there is a high probability that it will fall on this island. Yes, I saw it just now. We have to land as soon as possible. There are low-hanging clouds in the sky in the distance. A storm is coming, Nami said with certainty. Separating the search will shorten the time, Zoro suggested. This is indeed the most efficient. Objectively speaking, searching separately can search a wider area in a short time. Just hearing this, Reika frowned immediately. Are you two kidding me? What do you mean? Is there any problem? Zoro and Nami were confused. A road idiot, a war scum. Looking at this kind of island, most of it is an area occupied by pirates. There are no residents in the buildings, and it seems that they have evacuated in a hurry. In the nearby waters, they also encountered pirates. It is very big. Chances are, the base camp of the pirates just now is on this island. If they are separated, once they encounter an enemy, it will be equal to. What nonsense, I'm not a road idiot, I just get lost occasionally, and I'll prove it to you. Zoro's face darkened when he heard that. The words reminded Zoro of an unpleasant past. When he went out to sea to look for Hawkeye, he planned to look for it for a while. If he couldn't find it, he would go back to his hometown for a rest, and then set out to look for it. In this way, for him who doesn't know much about navigation, it is a good idea to have a base camp. However, after going to sea for the first time, they couldn't find their way back home. But he just joined the StrawHat Pirates, so he still needs to save face. That time getting lost, Zoro would call it an accident, now he wants to prove that it was really an accident. So before Reika finished speaking, Zoro jumped on his knees, jumped onto the roof, and left the pier. Advertisement Reika just watched calmly. Reka-san, let's look separately. Nami clasped his hands, squeezed his figure, and said sweetly and smartly. But there was a sly look in his eyes. Beside him, he must be always on guard against stealing his devil fruit. If he lost sight of himself, he could lay a trap or two along his way. Then take the devil fruit easily, and make this man regret making this bet. As for the possible pirates on the island, Nami is confident in his ability to escape, and if he really meets them, he will steal all their treasures. After all, she is a little thief who specializes in stealing pirates, so she won't think too much money. Whatever you want. Reika was calm and indifferent, and walked towards the street one step at a time. Reika, who didn't understand observation Haki, could only use the most primitive method. Look around and grab some supplies along the way. Captain Buggy, the search team has already started to search Orange Town. Many of the villagers were afraid of the prestige of the adults, and they fled without even having time to collect a lot of treasures. This town used to do a good orange business, so it must be good money. At the height of the town, a small pirate leader said respectfully to the people in the tent. Someone must be hiding somewhere, find them out, rob them of their treasure, and let them know the horror of Lord Buggy. A pirate smiled triumphantly. B*******D, who are you calling a red nose? But Buggy suddenly broke out when he heard the words, and glared at the pirate fiercely. Seeing Buggy's expression, the little pirate immediately trembled with fright. My lord, I didn't say anything, please let me go. It's about to appear, Captain Buggy's devil fruit ability. Seeing this, the other pirates backed away in horror. But at this moment, a figure crashed down from the sky and hit the Buggy clown directly. 21. Something's wrong, Buggy. Luffy met late. Where is this? Luffy looked around with a cute face. Master Buggy, it's an intruder. The pirates immediately became agitated. This guy fell from the sky, and the ground was smashed to pieces, but he himself seemed to be fine. This is not something that common people can do. I'm hungry. Luffy looked around, feeling no danger, and immediately relaxed. Now he is so hungry that his chest is pressed against his belly, and his limbs are limp and weak. Smelly brat, you dare to trespass on my uncle's territory. Buggy's face was gloomy, showing the majesty of a superior. With a bounty of 15 million Baileys, he is one of the well-deserved overlords in East Blue. Wherever they went, it was like the plague was rampant, and the whole town faced them, and without a decent resistance, they abandoned their homes, left, or hid. Luffy looked at the pirate captain who was wearing a red pirate hat and had a very conspicuous red nose. I came here, that nasty big bird, I will eat it sooner or later, and I don't know if Reika and the others can find me, so I finally went to sea to find my partner. Speaking of the bird, Luffy still looked aggrieved. Such a poor excuse, do you think we will believe it? Kabaji sat on the wheel, drew his knife and pointed at Luffy, and scolded in a cold voice. Captain, please feed him to Lakey, he hasn't had breakfast yet. Animal trainer Mochi said while sitting on the head of a tall and ferocious lion. Hey, he's a pirate in distress. Do you have any conscience, little ones? Prepare food and entertain our guests well. Just when everyone thought that Captain Buggy would make a move. But Buggy gave the order to entertain, and Luffy's words reminded Buggy of Roger's pirate group disbanded and what happened to him after he parted ways with Red Hair. The same experience of being carried away by a big bird. At that time everyone wanted to bully and beat themselves to death. What a sad past, woo. The Buggy clown thought about it, then suddenly turned around, covering his face and weeping in a very artificial way. Advertisement. Luffy tilted his head, and suddenly felt that the person in front of him was very strange. He looks funny and has a strange temper, but he can't control that much. If he wants to invite himself to dinner, he should be a good person. Boy, I have specially allowed you to join our Buggy Pirates, little ones, let's hold a banquet. Buggy was only sad for a second, then raised his arms and shouted. Oh, Luffy responded, and the two of them seemed like old friends. Luffy was shaking with hunger now and heard nothing but the banquet. And in his opinion, a banquet is equivalent to having something to eat, which is great, good man. The other pirates also cheered. The banquet cannot be held at any time. Usually only when new partners join, or when there is a major receipt, it will be held. At the banquet, you can drink and eat mead to your heart's content, who would not like it? So, the wine sang and sang. Buggy, I'm really sorry. When we were at sea before, it seemed that you were the one who beat you. Luffy ate a lot of food, but he was honest. Such a temperament made Buggy very happy, and even had the feeling of dreaming back to yesterday, being with Captain Roger and the others. The two hooked shoulders and backs, and it was too late to meet each other. If Reika was present at this moment, he would definitely be surprised. Hearing that Luffy admitted that he had attacked their people, Buggy was only stunned for a moment, and then said disapprovingly. Don't worry about them, they are all guys who have done less than failed. Come on, drink. You are such a nice person. Luffy was also touched. But your straw hat looks familiar, as if you have seen it somewhere. Buggy was not sure at first. After all, there are many people wearing hats in the sea. Advertisement, but after getting closer, he saw the hat carefully. Oh, you said this is, Luffy said truthfully. Where is this place? Hey, Luffy. Zoro lost his way as expected, looking at the empty street, calling Luffy's name. Are they lost? Zoro still felt that it wasn't his problem that he couldn't find Luffy. It's that they may have lost their way and failed to catch up just now. This street seems familiar, huh? There's the aroma of wine. Zoro looked up to the high place, where the aroma of wine came from. Go and have a look. Since there is no one to be found for the time being, it is better to have a drink first. Come here. It turns out that a proud person like you doesn't know how to walk on small roads. This is the main street that runs through the entire town. Now devil fruit is mine. Don't blame me. Nami hid in the building here, through the window. I saw Reika walking step by step from the end of the street. A confident smile was drawn on the corner of her mouth. She was a professional in stealing. Wait, is that a dog? Nobody has a dog? Nami's eyes suddenly fell on the door of a pet food store not far away. Are you a pirate too? But on Reika's way forward, before arriving at the location set by Nami, an old man with a farming fork in his hand rushed out from the alley and blocked Reika. Yes. Reika recognized the old man, who was Butuolu, the village chief of Orangetown, and most of the people ran to seek refuge. But he didn't go, because Shusho didn't want to leave the door of the house, and kept guarding it, even though the master was gone and didn't come back. But the dog Shisho still insisted. In addition to accompanying the dog, he is also reluctant to give up the village he built with the villagers. Get out! Butuolu yelled angrily. 22. I will give you a chance to sleep together tonight. Reika took a look at the angry Butoru and could understand his anger. After all, who wants their homeland to be taken by pirates? After everyone fled and hid, in the whole town, there is only one of them and one dog. Looking at this quiet street, I feel a bit desolate. There will always be such people in this world who run counter to the general trend and show a proud character. Reika didn't move, just walked past him in silence. Although the village chief is irritable and angry, and his body is not strong, even weak, it cannot be denied that he does have courage that ordinary people do not possess. Stop! Butoolu looked at Reika's back and shouted angrily, wanting to stop him. But under the excitement, he stepped on a stone and fell to the ground with a plop. Nami looked a little anxious. She was a thief, but she only steals pirates and people who are rich and unkind. She never bullied the common people. She is a common person, and knows how helpless and sad the common people are in this era of great pirates. Being kind, she subconsciously wanted to help the old village chief, but she held back in the end. He doesn't look like a big deal, and what can she do? Actually can't do much. Reika is about to step into her trap. Just wait. What she was most worried about just now was that if a commoner stopped an arrogant pirate like Reika, he might easily be eliminated by him with an axe. After all, he is a pirate, and he has a bad personality. If that is the case, she might not be able to help but stop him. Fortunately, such a thing did not happen, so she was able to wait and breathe a sigh of relief. Aren't these pirates as vicious as I thought? Nami couldn't help thinking. Thinking about getting along the way, that stupid captain is probably harmless to humans and animals. But the two pirate hunters, Zoro and Reika, are very dangerous no matter how you look at them. Advertisement if anything, they didn't seem to have harmed any civilians. It won't be long before this town will be yours. Reika left the village chief with a back view and a prophecy that was about to be fulfilled. What do you mean by that? The village chief Butuolu didn't quite understand, and the puppy not far away barked a few words at Reika's leaving back. Then it was also very arrogant, lying at the door by itself, staring at the people who might come and go. Here we come. Nami couldn't think so much anymore. The prey took the bait and began to draw the net. Whether they are good or bad, as long as you get that devil fruit and run away. In any case, she had to make up 100 million Baileys. It's not that she didn't think about using them to find trouble with the evil dragon. In the past, she also fooled a few pirate groups like this, first pretending to join them, luring wolves into the house, and driving them away. But it's useless. The dragon pirates are too powerful, not humans, but murlocs, who are born 10 times stronger than humans. A little exercise is simply not something that ordinary strong people can compete with. After the pirates failed, the evil dragon also arrested and killed 1 or 2 villagers to vent their anger, intending to warn themselves. Now that he is about to collect 100 million Baileys, Nami doesn't want to take any more risks. I just hope that the evil dragon will abide by the agreement and return her village to her. Reika stepped up, over the ground, a certain stone that Nami used as a marker. It's here. Nami decisively pulled down the rope in his hand, and with a swipe, the windows on both sides of Reika were suddenly pulled open. The 2 fishing nets ejected and enveloped Reika, spreading out a large area. Enough to cover Reika's location and within 10 meters of Fang Yuan. The speed is also very good. Nami did not intend to kill anyone. As long as the strong fishing net can't touch him, he can't resist, and then he takes the devil fruit from his waist. Before leaving, taunt him again, let him know how powerful the little thief cat who specializes in stealing pirates is. Advertisement thinking of this, Nami couldn't help but smile. Ambush. Reika's face was calm, although he felt that there were eyes watching him in the dark. But he didn't expect that the fishing nets would be ejected from both sides, but he was powerful, even if it was just an afterthought. It was completely enough. With a wave of the axe, there was a snort, and the 2 fishing nets approached, and they were torn to pieces by the force of the axe. But at the same moment, at the corner of the building, suddenly something fluffy exploded. It was something like lime. In an instant, white smoke filled the air, and the field of vision was limited. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, and nothing could be seen. Nami seized the opportunity of this second trap eruption, and like a nimble kitten, sprang out of the window, controlled the sound of her footsteps, and approached Reika like a ghost in the white smoke. I'll get it soon. Nami approached Reika, and found that he didn't seem to have found himself, so he was overjoyed, and reached out to touch Reika's waist from behind. I touched it. There was a tactile sensation, Although Nami couldn't see clearly, she remembered Reika's position and the position of the bag before the white smoke rose. Nami pulled hard. As long as she tore off the bag, she could walk away. It's just this pull, but it doesn't move. A bad feeling came to my heart instantly. You grabbed the wrong position again, Reika said calmly, and the white smoke gradually dissipated and became thinner. Opportunities are always fleeting. Nami froze his figure, looked up slowly, and immediately smiled awkwardly but politely. Reika, who originally had his back turned to him, turned to face him at some point. And what she was holding on to at the moment was Reika's waistband. I said that I admire you so much, and now I'm protecting you from being attacked by other people. Do you believe me? Nami let go of his hand embarrassingly. Damn it, why is it so difficult to steal from this guy? I believe, since you adore me, I'll give you a chance, woman, to sleep together tonight, Reika said haughtily, like a kind of charity. Go to hell. B********. Nami's face darkened when he heard this, and he jumped into a rage, and punched Reika in the chest. After this punch, Nami regained his sanity, and then his face suddenly became extremely pale. Crap. I actually beat him. 23. Brothers turned against each other because of red-haired Shanks. I'm sorry. Nami quickly apologized. The panic was not fake. But it is real. He looks fierce and oppressive when he is carrying an axe. When he killed people, he also used his hands to kill, and he was never soft. Once such a man offended him. It is not surprising that it caused a catastrophe. Reika looked at Nami, and Nami immediately backed away in fright. But Reika just patted the chest that Nami had hammered, dusting it off. By force is also a way, but your fist is too weak, you have to work hard. Reika turned and left without punishing Nami. It's really embarrassing for her. Regardless of strength or courage, she is not much better than the common people. In the end, he got into a fight with a group of monsters. If his heart wasn't strong, he might be easily scared to death. I'm fine? Nami groped his body up and down. It was intact. He didn't hit himself? Why? It shouldn't be. What he did just now must have offended him. With his pride, how could he not be punished at all? Is it to stay at night? No, don't get too close to him for a short time, since there are pirates here, then go and steal the pirate's treasure first. Nami had just made up his mind. Just about to leave in the other direction, then suddenly heard a deafening sound, like a rolling thunder, and a loud noise like a landslide. A strong flame flew past in the distance and landed on the side of the town. Boom. A terrifying explosion swept across the entire building in an instant. It was a powerful shell falling to the ground. The power is amazing. Accompanied by the deafening explosion sound, a gust of hot wind swept in, billowing gunpowder smoke rose into the sky, and the eye-catching flames shot into the sky. What happened? What kind of shell is this? Nami looked at the town not far away that had turned into a sea of flames and said in horror. A minute ago. Advertisement, what's going on? Boom, an iron cage made of concrete on both sides fell heavily to the ground. Luffy was locked in the iron cage with a dazed face, and looked at the buggy clown outside the iron cage in puzzlement. Aren't we friends? He was eating, drinking, and singing just now. Why did he suddenly attack him and put him in a cage? Buggy was trembling with rage, and when he heard this, his face was gloomy, and he immediately cursed. I don't have a friend like you, damn Shanks. Since you know that B******** D Shanks, you'll die obediently. Do you know Shanks too? Luffy leaned on the iron railing excitedly. If you say you know it, and if you say you don't know it, you don't know it. Buggy doesn't want to mention the past. Are you an idiot? Luffy said with a look of disdain. Shut up, I don't want you to say that. As long as you say Shanks is an A** hole, I can consider letting you go. Buggy threatened Luffy. Just now, Luffy admitted that his hat was given to him by the red-haired Shanks. Buggy is furious at the man who shattered his dream of a pirate treasure. I was the most water-like man on the boat back then, so I wanted to get a devil fruit. As a result, that guy Red Taro was surreptitious and surprised himself, causing him to accidentally swallow the devil fruit, and he became a landlubber ever since. Hearing this, Luffy's face sank slightly, and he took off his hat. Many memories flooded his mind. This is the hat that Shanks gave him. No, it is the hat entrusted here. One day, I will become an excellent pirate to meet him. Shanks isn't an A** hole, he's a very good pirate. Luffy retorted immediately, and Luffy wouldn't allow Buggy to insult someone he respected. You'd better think carefully before speaking. Buggy said fiercely, then waved his hand, and the subordinate next to him grinned and fired a special Buggy bullet. The Buggy popped out, and there was the scene that Nami had just seen. Looking at the burning town, Luffy immediately glared at Buggy, and the friendship just disappeared. What have you done? Although no one was seen in the town, what if there were still people hiding? This shelling of civilian-populated areas is contrary to what Luffy insists on morally. This is just a warning. Now you only have two choices, either scold Shanks and submit to me, or let him bombard you to pieces. Ha 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 ha. Buggy threw his head up and laughed wildly. Advertisement, it's despicable, Luffy yelled innocently and helplessly. Hurry up and make a choice, Straw Hat Boy. Shanks is a great pirate, so I don't know people like you, you red nose. Although Luffy is strong, his current strength is not enough to force open the cage. It would be fine if it was outside the cage, but inside the cage, he had nowhere to exert his strength, it was too narrow. Hey. Hearing Luffy call Captain Buggy a red nose, Kabaji and other pirate cadres were frightened into cardiac arrest. This is the reverse scale that Captain Buggy cares most about. B********* D Straw Hat, if that's the case, go to hell. Buggy was furious, and raised his hand to let his subordinates adjust the muzzle. Ah! But at this moment, a figure flashed past, the gunner screamed, and Zoro's figure suddenly appeared behind him. It's the pirate hunter, Noah Zoro. The pirates around immediately recognized this figure that made countless pirates fearful. Kabaji and Mochi shine, Zoro, the famous bounty hunter in East Blue. Although I don't know why he is here, but if they can kill him, they can make the East Blue famous. Luffy, what's going on with you? Zoro said with a little dissatisfaction. As his own captain, he was caught so easily? This left Zoro a little embarrassed. Now they have not reached the level of unconditional trust. I got caught by accident, hee, save me out, Luffy said with a smile. There's really nothing I can do about you. Zoro drew his knife out of its sheath. It was impossible to really refuse to save him. It's just that at this time, I'm afraid I won't be able to drink the fine wine. Are you guys together? Buggy said, looking at them. Although I don't want to admit it, this guy is our captain. Zoro smiled lightly. It seems that you were really depraved too. Noah Zoro, the pirate hunter, chose such an unknown person as the captain. Let me cut off your head. Kabaji sat on the wheel and drew his knife. At the same time, in the alley not far away, Nami quietly touched her, but she hid it well and did not show up. Reika is standing high in the distance, smiling, and currently just watching quietly. 24. The choice of Nami, the first step to become a partner. Pirate hunter? Want to take my head? Buggy looked at Zoro coldly. Now I'm a pirate, but it's not impossible for you to think so. Zoro glanced around. Although there are many pirates around, he is fearless, and he will kill anyone who stands in his way. As soon as these words came out, the pirates around all showed strange expressions, and looked at Zoro with mocking eyes. Not to mention that they have hundreds of pirates here. Captain Buggy is demon fruit power. I'm afraid it's not that simple. There's a price to pay for being arrogant, and no swordsman in this world can kill me, Buggy said, with a cold gleam in his eyes. Zoro sensed something was wrong, subconsciously wanted to move his body. Pooh! A separated palm, holding a sharp dagger, has lurked behind Zoro at some point, and a sneak attack comes. Although Zoro has noticed it, his defense against Devil Fruit's ability is still very low at the moment. He hid, but didn't dodge completely. Blood flew up from the left abdomen immediately, and the dagger was inserted into his waist. Hand? Zoro looked down, very surprised, even if he had seen a rubber man like Luffy. But this kind of strange person whose body can be separated and can only attack with the palm is the first time he has encountered it. He reacted quickly, swiping the knife was about to cut off the arm. But Buggy's reaction was not slow, and he immediately controlled his palm to go back. The knife was not shallow, and a look of pain flashed across Zoro's face, but he was quickly suppressed by his strong willpower. Zoro, Luffy said worriedly, they won't lose, right? Leave them alone. Anyway, it doesn't matter to me. It's better to find out where the pirate's treasure is first. Nami said, not intending to make troubles. Even if these pirates are dead, what does it have to do with me? She herself was a navigator who was forced to stay, and she did not join voluntarily. And they seem to be quite strong. But Captain Buggy the Clown, with a bounty of 15 million Baileys, must be very strong. Neither party can be provoked by themselves. Ha, let's be careless. Buggy laughed loudly, not thinking there was anything wrong with his sneak attack. Advertisement now he is still a real pirate who is quite threatening, relatively pure, ferocious, and loves treasures. It seems that there is no time to waste. Zoro's eyes were fixed, and he noticed that the wound was bleeding. When I was attacked, I couldn't blame others, but I could only blame myself for not being mature enough. It's time to make a quick decision and not waste time. I've offered a bounty of 15 million Bailey's head, and I'll take it. Zoro bit the word head out in his mouth, and pulled out another handful with his left and right hands. 3 knives. Not 3 knives, but 3 knives. Whoosh! Zoro jumped suddenly, like a tiger pouncing at Buggy. Get rid of him. The pirate also rioted, brandishing his sword and killing him. Zoro swung the 3 knives. The knives were shadowy and danced air tightly. Many pirates just rushed forward and approached. He was slashed by Zoro and flew out. The 3 knives are impossible for ordinary people to guard against. There are many attack routes and tricky angles. With the cooperation, they can also carry out an airtight defense. The first batch of pirates who rushed forward suddenly screamed again and again. Buggy looked heavy. It's all trash. Come on, Zoro. Luffy was in the cage. What about you? Are you trash? Zoro broke through a corner of the encirclement after killing more than 20 people. He still knew the principle of capturing the thief first. Whoosh whoosh. Zoro rushed towards Buggy at a very fast speed. 3 sounds of piercing through the air sounded, and 3 blade lights swept through the air, cutting towards Buggy. Buggy was also taken aback. He didn't expect this guy to break through the encirclement so quickly and kill him. Torn apart. Emergency escape. Buggy's heart tightened, and then his body split into 7 or 8 pieces and scattered around, making Zoro cut an empty space. Cut empty. Zoro was startled. Could this ability user not only be able to split the palm? Even the body and the head are all right. After separating, Buggy quickly joined together again, and then popped out a palm holding 3 throwing knives. Clown throwing knives. Whoosh. The flying knife is extremely fast, Zoro has quick eyes and hands, and quickly dodges. But at this time, Kabaji came galloping on a unicycle, staring at Zoro's wound, and smiled evilly. A knife slashed at Zoro, and Zoro could barely dodge again, but Kabaji took the opportunity to kick him out. Advertisement sweeping heavily at Zoro's wound, knocking him out, Zoro screamed, the wound was torn open, and the amount of bleeding increased. At the same time, behind Zoro's landing, there's a ferocious lion with Mochi sitting on it. This is my prey. Mochi grinned, and drove the lion Lakey to bite towards Zoro. Zoro dodged several times, and was kicked on the wound by a good player like Kabaji. I couldn't breathe for a while. Be careful, in the nick of time, Nami didn't think much at all. The 3-section short stick was connected to the long stick, and swept towards the lion's lower body. Although the strength is not enough to sweep it away, the sudden attack from the alley is unpredictable. This stick tripped the fierce beast and lion Lee K. Who? Mochi almost fell off the big lion, and someone dared to sneak attack him. Are you courting death? Oops. Nami was stunned, looking around at so many vicious pirates, subconsciously took a few steps back. Just now her mind was blank for a while, she couldn't hold back and shot. You did something stupid, and those people have nothing to do with you, so why should you save them? But if he didn't save him just now, that pirate hunter might have died. Sneak first. Never do stupid things again. They're all pirates, so they should still kill each other. That pirate hunter is really stupid, the captain has been caught, and if he doesn't run away, what will he save when he comes back? The world of pirates is not like this. Woman, where do you want to go? Just when Nami took a few steps back, he found that the way back was blocked by several pirates. What should I do now? Nami looked around and found himself surrounded. Luffy was still in the cage. Zoro wanted to come to rescue him, but Kabaji was following him. And it's been staring at Zoro's wound attack. Let Zoro parry and gradually become irritable. But it is difficult to help Nami in a short time. Reika. Help. Nami had no choice but to take a gamble. 25. Zoro who recites poetry, the 36 vexed phoenix that came out in advance. Help. Ha ha ha. Where can someone save you at a time like this? Buggy froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. Now I know I'm afraid. If you dare to provoke me, you should regret it and be afraid. How dare you Triple G? You be *****D woman, become Liji's food. Come on, bite her to death, Mochi said angrily. Lakey was all he had in life. Anyone who dares to offend will never be forgiven lightly. Roar. I heard the words of the animal trainer Moki. Li Chi opened his lion's mouth wide and roared violently, his eyes were reddish, and his huge body gave Nami a strong sense of oppression. She couldn't help trembling her thighs. Ruined. It's possible that Reika wasn't even close by yet. Or arrived, but had no intention of saving them at all. That's right, after all, this is the base camp of the enemy, and there are many pirates, so if he makes a rash move, he may be in danger himself. Whoosh. But at this moment, a gold streamer whirled and flew from afar, passing the cage where Luffy was held. With a snort, the solid cage was shredded like tofu. Then the gold streamer continued to fly towards Nami's position. Pung's loud noise, like a divine punishment from the sky, hit Lee K and Nami hard. The ground collapsed in an instant, and the Lee G fierce lion was so frightened that it backed up again, and rushed forward to the brakes, causing Moki to lose control of his balance. It fell off the lion with a plop. This is an axe, but it is surrounded by sun-like flames, and it is extremely gorgeous and exquisite. The beast's instinct told it that if it got any closer, there might be a catastrophe. Seeing this, Nami was overjoyed. He is... axe. Mochi was taken aback for a moment, and then, like the pirates around him, he immediately looked around vigilantly. They have other accomplices. Advertisement. Where is it? I didn't see it. On the roof. A figure jumped from a distance, and after jumping over a few buildings, it appeared on the roof of a nearby building. Woman, don't call me by my name without any trivial matters, Reika said proudly, looking at the other pirates with contempt. There are people out there. This guy seems a little different from them. Buggy's face darkened. He couldn't do anything else, but after all, he had stayed on Roger's ship and he still had good eyesight. This man's attitude and the speed at which the axe flew just now, I'm afraid it's not good. When did East Blue show such a good player? Kill them, Mochi said angrily. Watching the flame of the axe gradually disappear, he stepped forward, held the axe, and wanted to attack Nami with this weapon. Then, the axe didn't budge. What the hell? I still don't believe it. Mochi couldn't accept the fact that he held the axe with both hands, stepped on the ground, and pulled it out suddenly, but it still didn't move. It turns out that not only I can't lift it, but others can't lift it either. Is this axe really that heavy? Nami understood immediately. Ahem. I felt the smiles of many pirates around me. Mochi resolutely gave up the third attempt, smiled awkwardly, jumped on the lion's back again, circled the axe and pounced on Nami. Captain, can you handle these hot chickens? Reika asked, looking at Luffy who was no longer comfortable in the cage. B******D, whose red nose are you calling a hot chicken? Buggy roared angrily when he heard this. No problem, leave it to me, Luffy said seriously, and pressed his straw hat as he spoke. Then I won't dirty my hands. As soon as Reika said this, Buggy's subordinates also roared angrily. B******D kid, who do you think this uncle is? After this uncle solves these people, it will be your turn next. Shoot, shoot him. Kabaji commanded his subordinates to shoot Reika and others. But Luffy and Zoro are not fuel-efficient lamps. Advertisement. They have to get back the losses they suffered earlier. Since the opponent also uses a sword, then leave this to me. Zoro stared at Kabaji with a pair of monster-like eyes. This man has been attacking his wounds, which has gradually made him impatient. He took off the black turban and wrapped it around. His breath became more and more terrifying. Mental power is also more concentrated. He rushed away, and along the way, many pirates who had just raised their guns faced this swift and fierce figure like a swimming dragon and slashed at him. Some couldn't even catch their shadows, so they were cut down and knocked to the ground. Zoro continued to kill indiscriminately among the crowd. Afterwards, I began to recite poems. Eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind are the 6 sense organs of a human being, and they are divided into good, evil, and neutral. 6 Worrying Phoenix. Zoro slashed out with a burst of saber, and the sky changed, and a sword chi hovered like a phoenix flying wings and sweeping out. The stern wind howled non-stop like a storm sweeping through. All the pirates along the way were swept away or strangled by the sword energy. Nothing could stop them. What? Kabaji was terrified when he saw this. How did this guy become so terrifying in an instant, even flying out with a slash? What the hell is this? Never seen such a slash. Sober up. Sing and draw the sword. Zoro's figure galloped, following behind the sword energy that opened the way. Kabaji could barely see Zoro's figure, and heard the scoffing sound of his own body being cut. Zoro passed over his body, blood splattered, his eyes rolled white, mouth vomited blood, and he fell to the ground. Before he passed out, he still couldn't believe that he would be defeated so simply. What kind of slash is this? Flying slash, Zoro said lightly, saying that he fell to the ground. The wound was bleeding continuously, and the super powerful slash eliminated almost all the pirate's subordinates, which cost him a lot. I'll leave it to you, Luffy. Yeah, Luffy nodded heavily. It's too wasteful to use this trick to deal with them. It seems that my practice is not enough, but I will not be defeated by anyone who claims to be a swordsman. Zoro murmured. Nami was so shocked, she didn't understand why she did this. Just now Luffy unblocked, they can escape and leave. 26. The role-playing speed is improved, and the merciless sun is rewarded. Is that Reika guy really not good at swordsmanship? Zoro looked at the sky, doubting it. Just waking up, let him master the flying slash. If you don't know anything about swordsmanship, how can you do it? Or, does he feel that he is not yet an excellent swordsman in his eyes, that he is not good enough to be compared with him? Is that why you denied it? Thinking of Reika's arrogance, Zoro thinks it's not impossible. No matter what, you have to become stronger. The talent is really powerful. Although the flying slash is just sword energy, it may not have the sharpness of direct contact with the sword, but it can be considered as an excellent swordsman. Reika commented in his heart. Mastering the flying slash is considered a formal entry into the ranks of swordsmen in terms of swordsmanship. But there is still a long way to go to become a great swordsman, the world's great swordsman. But the stronger the front, the easier it is for Reika. However, using this blow to deal with these miscellaneous fish really feels like killing a chicken with a sledgehammer. It seems that Zoro has just been made very irritated. And after being attacked, the wound bled profusely, so there was no time left. So this blow is also wise. Such an attack, did that man teach him overnight? Nami stared blankly, ever since he met them. Things beyond comprehension happened one after another, and such an attack was made with a knife. It seems to be more powerful than a cannon. Although Reika didn't do anything, but at the right time, he despised all the villains and participated in important plots, which made his performance progress increase to 9%. Your guidance has improved Noah Zoro's strength, and his respect for you has increased, and his role-playing degree has reached 9%. He has initially mastered the magic of arrogance, and the reward skill, Sun Without Mercy. Is this all right? Reika was taken aback for a moment. No wonder the progress of the performance has increased so fast. Advertisement: the degree of respect others have for oneself can actually increase the acting value of arrogance. Reika was just an unintentional move at first, but he didn't expect to have extra gains. This is another path that can speed up progress. Just a preliminary grasp. Merciless Sun. Reika felt knowledge and experience flooding into his mind. That is a further manipulation of magic power. As Reika said, he held up his palm, and the free sun magic power quickly gathered in his palm, condensing into an extremely hot fireball. With the input of magic power, this fireball gradually became larger, and the destructive power contained in it became stronger and stronger. Before much control, Reika could clearly feel that the surrounding air was gradually distorted due to the high temperature. Even the temperature of the entire town has gradually increased. What a terrifying destructive force. Reika could feel how terrifying this fireball was after just feeling it. Its temperature is much higher than that of ordinary flames, and with the infusion of magic power, it can go further. It seems that we need to strengthen their training in the future, Reika murmured to himself. Then what's that? Buggy seemed to notice something, suddenly looked up, his heart was beating violently. This is a sense of fatal crisis that has not appeared for many years. But Reika didn't intervene, and didn't attack. He just grasped the fireball feeling like a little sun for a while, and then dispersed. At this point, Lakey is attacking Nami. But Luffy's legs jumped, and the amazing elasticity of the rubber made him speed up suddenly. This is our navigator. Rubber, pistols. Luffy said seriously, Zoro had already cleared away other unnecessary obstacles for him. The next ones should be handed over to him. Nani, Mochi didn't expect Luffy to attack him first. And so fast, before he could react, Luffy had already punched him in the stomach. Advertisement: the strength was so strong that he felt as if he had been hit by a flying mountain peak. Immediately, the abdomen was sunken, and blood spurted from the mouth and nose and flew out. The fierce lion Lee K turned his head and swiped his claws towards Luffy. After several sweeps, Luffy avoided it all. In the end, the huge forelimb was blocked by Luffy with one hand. Another rubber pistol shot that will send the huge lion flying. Kill the ones that can't move first, go to hell. Clown throwing knives. Buggy attacked Zoro, who was lying on the ground and couldn't fight back. The man's slash just now gave him a sense of crisis. Although he is not afraid of slashing, if he does not have time to disperse, he will still be injured. With 4 throwing knives in the palm of his right hand, he left the body and flew very fast against the ground, trying to kill Zoro. But a big foot wearing slippers stepped on his arm suddenly, and Buggy screamed in pain. Your opponent is me, Luffy said, stepping on Buggy's palm. Damn Straw Hat boy. Rip it apart, Buggy said angrily, throwing a thrown knife with his other hand. Luffy had to dodge. He is rubber, not afraid of bullets, but knives are still a threat to him. Several throwing knives came out together, as fast as bullets, with powerful kinetic energy, like a cannon fired. Luffy jumped away, but one still brushed past his ear, bringing up a smear of blood, but more importantly, the hat was cut through with a knife. UB********. D. Luffy picked up the notched straw hat and glared at Buggy. Buggy, on the other hand, was elated, remembering that because of Shanks, he no longer had many treasures. His heart ached slightly. What? Are you unhappy that I hurt your face? How dare you injure this hat? This is my treasure. I will never get around the person who injures this hat. Luffy growled furiously. This is his reverse scale and also his dream. Is he angry? I thought he was some stupid captain who didn't care about anything. Nami was surprised. Since it's an important thing, it should be well protected. Buggy laughed mockingly, and then fired a few more knives, aiming not at Luffy but at the straw hat. The thrown knife pierced through the straw hat and directly nailed it to on the ground. A hole. Buggy clown, you're deadly. Reika watched quietly, no surprises, he shouldn't have to do it himself. 27. Scored twice, the persistent combat power of money fans. Even Buggy, who claims to have Conqueror's luck, is restrained in front of Luffy. Both of them are ability users, and a battle between ability users broke out. Rubber pistol. The elasticity of the rubber increases the inertia and the force of the swing. With one punch, even boulders will be crushed. When he was young, Garp didn't tell Luffy what Haki was. But it has tempered the most important foundation, the terrifying vitality. With such vitality, no matter where you go or what you do in the future, you will have a great survival rate. On the contrary, when I was young, I had never experienced battles in tempering. Even if someone taught Haki, it was almost impossible to master it. It is also difficult to awaken your own unique Haki. Luffy blasted out with punches, but Buggy split his body and avoided them. It's so naive, what the rubber man can do, it's too bulky. The flywheel is torn apart. Buggy bounced, as if taking off, with the thrown knife in both hands, the whole figure cut towards Luffy like a flywheel. Luffy grabbed the building next to him with one hand, and used the rubber elastic to pull back, increasing the dodge speed. Let Buggy come to nothing. Rubber sickle. Luffy held the hand of the building without letting go. He adjusted his reverse, stretched out his other arm, and swept towards Buggy like a sickle. Torn apart, emergency escape. Buggy repeated his tricks and avoided Luffy's sweep. With a loud boom, Luffy's attack flew through Buggy's neck, only to miss, rush over your head and blow up a building. It's just a broken hat, what's there to cherish, that's soulless. Buggy still mocked, looking at the straw hat that happened to be under his feet, and stomped hard. Stop. Shanks is a great pirate. You are absolutely not allowed to insult him. Don't compare you to him either. Luffy's anger rose to ultimate. The whole person is ejected, like a cannon ejected from the chamber, and the potential explodes. The speed increased sharply. This time, Buggy only had time to escape one head, and before the body had time to disintegrate, he was slammed into it fiercely by Luffy. Wow! Buggy screamed, and opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of bitterness and blood. When the two collided, even Luffy felt very uncomfortable, with blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. But Luffy's attack did not stop, but became more fierce. Rubber machine gun. Boom boom boom. Every punch squeezed the air, and shadows of fists fell all over the sky. Advertisement: even if the Buggy is torn apart, it can be hit within a range. The scattered bodies were also all hit, and the hit bodies were all scattered and reflected. Like a burst of intensive shelling, it smashed through one building after another. This made some half-dead pirates lying on the ground more terrified. They're just East Blue pirates, within the commons range. Where have you seen the battle between demon fruit power? The destructive power of each punch is probably enough to smash their bodies to pieces. Damn it. There's no way I can defeat a nameless brat like you. Buggy's body quickly assembled, but he was in a panic. I'm not a nameless brat, I'm the man who wants to become One Piece, rubber, bazooka. Haha, as long as you still want to be the One Piece, the Grand Line is not a place for a brat like you to go. If you can become the One Piece, then I can become a god, idiot, fall apart, carnival. Buggy mocked, but in terms of strength, Luffy is no longer underestimated. Buggy God tier. Reika held his chin, and had to say, it feels good to be able to increase his performance value without participating in battles. Hearing this, Reika seemed to think of a nickname after Buggy God tier. Fragmentation Carnival, which allows his upper body to split faster and separate more body parts. As long as the feet are on the ground and within a certain range, they can fly. Just when Buggy was flying in midair, circling the flesh of his body to kill Luffy. Suddenly, he saw a figure coming out of the place where he put his treasure. And carrying a big bag full of it, it was Nami. At some point, she had sneaked into Buggy's treasure house, and she was coming out with a big bag of treasure at the moment. As expected of the despicable Captain Buggy, there are so many treasures, as long as you have this money. Nami struggled to carry the treasure on his back, but he was in a happy mood. If it was an ordinary captain, he would not care about a pirate stealing treasure at all at this moment, but would first think about how to win the opponent. But Buggy regards money as his life, how could he let Nami go? Smelly woman, you dare to steal my treasure, go to hell. Buggy suddenly changed the direction of attack. What are you talking about? This is my treasure now. I'm a thief who steals pirates. If I steal it, it's mine. I don't intend to reason with pirates. Nami was startled immediately. How was it discovered? Isn't that guy fighting? But he still couldn't make sense, and said angrily. Advertisement, I see. Luffy felt very reasonable. Then he looked at Buggy, whose lower body was not completely split, thoughtfully. And Buggy laughed wildly, and in the next second, he would regret this little thief who stole the treasure. Then, the expressions and movements on his face froze instantly, and an unprecedented look of pain surged up. Straw Hat. Kid. Buggy looked back, and saw Luffy using his lower body to cut off his legs. He kicked him firmly in the crotch, and a faint sadness rushed into his heart instantly. It made him paralyzed on the ground in pain for a short time. After all, this kind of pain is not so strong. Too bad. Reika shook her head. I want you to look good, but Buggy's vitality was extremely strong, and he recovered within 2 seconds. The first thing is to split his lower body, and then continue to attack the nearest Nami. But he forgot that in order to fly, his feet must touch the ground, although Luffy is not smart. But with such a pair of feet walking on the ground, he is not blind. Luffy grabbed Buggy's foot, took off his shoe, and started tickling and tearing his foot. It looks like a joke, but it is very effective. Buggy couldn't help laughing because of the itchiness. A-hole, Straw Hat Kid, don't be too. Ha ha ha, you're making progress. I've said it before, your opponent is me. Luffy took this opportunity, stepped forward a few steps, and punched Buggy directly on the head. Buggy's upper body was plowed on the ground, leaving a deep mark, and his head was smashed. Just when he was about to fight back again, Nami had quick eyes and quick hands, and he took out a rope from nowhere, and tied Buggy up quickly and skillfully. Those who want to take back their treasure must not let it go. By the way, he hit Buggy's light, sad foot like Luffy did to Buggy's newly assembled lower body. A-hole. Woman. Is this guy a devil? Although Zoro was lying down, he was not completely unconscious. Seeing this scene, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he couldn't help doubting. He even felt that Nami's kick was much more skilled than Luffy's. Watch me blow you away. Then Luffy fired a rubber rocket, sending Buggy bound and unbound into the distance. Damn it, I won't let you go, Straw Hat. Buggy's voice disappeared into the sky. 28. Come on together, Luffy Zoro's Reika. You have too many deficiencies in this battle. Your strengths have not been fully utilized, except for you. Your timing is very good, one hit is effective, not bad. When all the dust settles, Reika just appeared on the battlefield. When Nami heard this, she stared at the man's eyes and froze for a moment. Among the three, the one he praised was not the captain of Demon Fruit Power. Nor is the Swordplay Penultimate's pirate hunter, but himself. This made Nami astonished. Of the four, he must be the weakest. Although Reika only had one blow, without his one blow, she would have died. Somehow, hearing Reika's praise, Nami didn't say anything, but felt sweet in his heart. It's really difficult for this man to praise others. Reika, I was the one who shot Buggy. Luffy clenched his fist and said confidently. You have the nerve to say, as the captain, tell me, how did you get caught? And Zoro, you were negligent from the very beginning, even before your full strength was exerted, your body became weak due to the sneak attack it's time. Reika reprimanded. Zoro was silent. What Reika said was the hard truth. Well, I don't know either. I was just eating meat and drinking with them, and he locked me in all of a sudden. Damn, it's really despicable. Thinking of this, Luffy was still a little bit aggrieved. Okay, I will spar with me for 2 hours every day. Reika didn't want to hear Luffy's explanation. If you explain it, with Luffy's character, if you can't listen to it, what should you do, or what you will do? For a character like Luffy, just tell him the result. This way he can understand. Is that so? Good. Luffy hesitated, but agreed because Reika was strong in his eyes. Being able to practice against the strong, the strength will definitely go further. Advertisement just like sparring with Ace Sabo before. After all, he was just a pirate with a bounty of 15 million Baileys, and he couldn't solve it easily. You have to fight for a while before you can win, which means that you still need to become stronger. In fact, in Reika's view, as long as Luffy doesn't waver, he will go all out from the beginning. One punch is enough to solve Buggy, but it is not easy for Luffy, who is naturally playful, to get serious. Didn't you say that fighting was bad last night? Zoro froze for a moment. After emergency treatment of his wound, he ate some food and drank some wine, and gradually recovered. Their constitutions are extremely powerful, it's just that Reika's words are not quite the same as what he said before. That's what I said at night. What's the difference? The three asked in unison. You will know in the future. After getting a long day and night, this secret cannot be kept. If you want to become the One Piece King and become the world's #1 swordsman, your current strength alone is not enough. Reika watched the two calmly. How strong is the world's #1 swordsman? Zoro guessed from Reika's tone that Reika probably knew about such a strong man. Could he be from the Grand Line? So far, Zoro still doesn't know how strong Reika is. You'll know soon, Reika said affirmatively, not saying how strong Hawkeye is now, for fear of breaking Zoro's confidence. I also don't want him to have the mentality to prepare in advance. Only by letting Zoro face and fight with himself can he complete the complete transformation of his heart and body. You mean, Hawkeye is in East Blue? Zoro's eyes became extremely bright in an instant. His eyes are full of longing and rising fighting spirit. Soon. Advertisement. #1 in the world. Zoro couldn't help but clench the handle of Hidao's words, his heart was surging. He didn't know how Reika knew, but he knew that Reika had no reason to lie to him. I know that it will be difficult for you to accept it for a while. After all, you all have enough self-confidence and don't think that you will be weaker than anyone else. In order to better understand your combat power and to convince you, now, the two of you let's go together, let's fight. Zoro, I know you have wounds on your body, but I have controlled the magic just now. Although it cannot be cured, the impact of the wounds on you will be minimized in a short period of time, but if you want to go to another day, you can fight again at your peak state. Reika looked at the two of them like a god on high. As the words fell, he slammed the axe sharply, and the arrogant aura on his body became arrogant and fierce at this moment. It feels like a dormant tiger, the oppression brought by the moment of culling. Domineering fighting spirit permeates from Reika. The turbulent magic power gushed out, shaking the gravel on the ground to keep beating, terrifying aura. In just an instant, Zoro and Luffy felt the pressure of the strong. Slow down, slow down, slow down, aren't you one of us? Why are you fighting? Nami was confused. It wasn't good last moment, why did it develop to the point of fighting all of a sudden? Woman, you don't have a place to talk here, just stay and go. You take a different battle route from them. I'll teach you when you have time. What do you say? Reika put the axe on his shoulder and glanced at Luffy and Luffy arrogantly. Zoro two people. When Nami heard this, she felt a little aggrieved immediately. But he didn't dare to say anything more, he just scolded Reika in his heart as an asterisk hole. Teach you a ghost. I am from common, how can I be compared with you monsters? It's just what I want, Zoro grinned, full of fighting spirit. It's too bullying to bully the few with the more. Luffy resisted a little. It's just a competition, not a real fight. Moreover, the strength of a team is always stronger than that of an individual. Of course, the most important thing is, if you are alone, I'm afraid it won't be enough for me to warm up, Reika said frantically. As soon as these words came out, Zoro's face darkened, while Luffy's face was filled with indignation, unwilling to believe or convinced. 29. The concept of second gear was proposed for the first time. Reika's words were too arrogant and contemptuous. They admit that Reika is very strong, but they also have sufficient confidence in their own strength. Nami heard the words, but for some reason, the tension in her heart rose little by little. You're welcome. Show your true skills. Reika smiled slightly. Then I won't talk to you when you get beaten until you cry. Under Reika's repeated provocation, Luffy gradually accepted the discussion. After all, it's not about fighting the enemy, Luffy just thinks of exercising like the previous brothers. Rubbing his fists, he assumed a fighting stance. Zoro didn't say much, he just wanted to know how strong Reika was yesterday. But at night, Reika's temperament changed drastically, and he failed to fight him, but his guidance opened a door to the new world. With this insight into swordplay, Zoro knows he's great. But Zoro doesn't know how strong it is, and it's his wish to be able to fight now. Hidao Yuen bit his mouth, and the three-sword style reappeared. You. Nami took a few steps back in confusion, do you really want to fight? Be careful. Zoro took a step forward and launched the attack first, drawing his sword and slashing swiftly. The explosion of the body and the skill of swordsmanship blossomed in an instant. The whole person is carrying 3 knives, which are like a black streamer, shooting out. You should be careful, but you guys, Reika's body was boiling with the magic power of the sun like a flame. The moment Zoro launched an attack, his magic power was poured into the axe, and his magic power continued to increase. All senses become extremely sensitive in an instant, and the speed is as fast as electricity in the eyes of ordinary people. Everything is clearly visible in Reika's eyes. Reika slashed out with the axe, and with a loud clang, the lightning like Zoro was easily blocked immediately. The axe is well cut at the point where the 3 knives are crossed and is about to cut out, stuck Zoro's about to bloom swordsmanship. Advertisement, caught. Zoro was startled, but reacted very quickly, taking this opportunity, he jumped high. With 2 knives on their backs, they put on a posture like a beast hunting. 3 sword style, tiger hunting. As the speed increases, the attack angle becomes more dangerous. After confirming that Reika's reaction ability is so strong, he also gradually strengthens his attack. Magic power released, however, Reika was still calm. Facing this tricky blow, he pointed his axe in the direction of the attack, and then the air shells blasted by the whole magic power condensed like a wall and pushed towards Zoro horizontally. His 3 knives were half a meter away from Reika, and he was blocked by an invisible air wall. Li Luo. Zoro's figure froze in midair. He didn't know why the air condensed into a solid state in an instant. But he knew that everything in front of his attack would be cut to pieces. So the muscles of both arms swelled up slightly, and using a method that could improve the strength of his arms to a certain extent, he held the sword and pressed forward frantically. Reika watched the air barrier gradually cracking, keeping his expression on. Faced with this situation, Reika just raised his magical palm. With one click in the air, the entire wall of air rushes towards Zoro in an instant, and directly bounces Zoro out. Rubber pistol. Seeing this, Luffy also shot immediately. The elongated rubber arm rebounded and exploded with powerful momentum. A punch pierced the air and struck swiftly. The route is too simple. If you can't stop it, you can dodge it. If you can stop it, you will suffer. The flames on Reika's body danced like a holy sun god. With endless magic power in the sun near noon at this moment, come on, be excited. Clap. Reika grabbed Luffy's fist with one hand, and Luffy was taken aback. His fist stretched first, and then rebounded. During this period, with the help of the elasticity of the rubber, the speed was extremely fast. He was caught so easily. Oops, Luffy immediately realized the danger. Soon the realization came true. Reika pulled Luffy suddenly and pulled Luffy straight down. Then the axe slapped it hard, like a fly swatter swatting a fly. Luffy's face and body were deformed the moment they touched the axe. Advertisement. The whole person reflected back like a stream of light, and plowed through 3 or 4 buildings one after another before stopping. Rubber bazooka. Although this blow seems ferocious, there is no real danger to Luffy, who has the characteristics of rubber. With a bang, Luffy jumped out of the ruins like a sky monkey, his hands elongated, palms coming out, accompanied by howling wind. No matter how fast your speed is, you with rubber properties should not have such low plasticity. Try to compress the flesh and blood in your body to stimulate more potential. Although this will increase the burden on your body, as long as your physical fitness is strong enough, you can withstand this burden. Reika clapped his palms together, and there was a bang, and the place where he was standing exploded instantly due to the force of the 2 fists colliding with each other. The sky was full of dust, and in the dust, Zoro appeared like a ghost. 3 sword flow. Bull needle. Whoosh. In an instant, Zoro ordered continuous stabbing, and the 3 sword attack was like a burst of overwhelming sword shadows. Every knife is extremely sharp, and ordinary people can only avoid this blow. But Reika just raised the divine axe high, and with a bang, the entire axe and body erupted with terrifying magic power at the same time. Like one body, one axe strikes out, like opening up the world, sweeping away everything. Hearing only 2 crisp sounds, Zoro felt a terrifying force bursting out from the axe. Except for the word he Dao in his mouth, the other 2 knives shattered the tiger's mouth, flew out of his hand, and broke in midair. What? Zoro's face was full of shock, and he couldn't accept it for a while. The speed of the sword is not fast enough, and the strength is not concentrated enough. Reika then clapped his palm on his chest, sending him flying. It also quickly smashed into ruins the house. Rubber machine gun. Luffy burst out with strength. Every fist is like a shell impact. Reika raises the axe. Stay on guard. But his arms were a little numb from the shock. The power of Luffy's fist is not to be underestimated. There is enough power, plus rubber elastic inertia, can be stronger. Little holy gun. Ace Kano. Reika swelled in size, no longer suppressing magic power, and the 2 attacked uninterruptedly. Not entirely useless for Reika. Reika entwined the magical power of the sun, and pointed at Luffy with one finger, pointed like a gun, passed through the shadows of fists, and with a bang, one finger landed heavily on Luffy's body, poking him flying. It hurts. Luffy screamed immediately. 30. You are so strong, why not be the captain? Pain, aren't you not afraid of blows? Zoro froze for a moment. I don't know, Reka-san is really strong, I have to show my true skills, Luffy said in a deep voice. Although it was a duel, he didn't want to lose. Zoro also became more serious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 2 had a coordinated attack for the first time. They fired left and right at the same time, and rushed towards Reika. There was constant blasting sound all around, dust was flying, and cracks appeared on the ground and buildings. 3 people, like 3 destructive beasts, everything they pass will be ruined. Is this still a human? Nami was dumbfounded and dumbfounded. He even secretly compared them with the evil dragon in his heart. But in the end she felt that the dragon was more ferocious, and that's a whole group of Murloc pirates. Fool! What are you thinking about? No one else can die because of himself. As time went by, the expressions on Luffy and Zoro's faces became more and more serious and dignified. Because after they broke out countless attacks, finally realized a fact that made them a little hard to accept. From the start of the sparring, Reika has never moved a single step. This means that he has not initiated an attack yet. They are just passively defending against their attacks and using this to counterattack. You are too persistent, the sword is not sharp enough, even if you are really cut, what can you do to me? Go and listen to the breath of the sword. The sharp wool of the sword. Only in this way, can you cut off real steel, not common steel. Reika has the combat experience and technology of Sins of Pride. Even if it's only 9% performance speed, but this 9% is for the current Zoro and Luffy. Already very strong, although the two of them combined can bring a little pressure on Reika. But that's a little bit weaker. Advertisement Reika could tell that because it was a duel, they didn't use some very dangerous beheading skills. It didn't even reach the real limit, but the same is true for Reika. But Reika was able to overwhelm both of them without moving an inch. Although Zoro has initially mastered the flying slash. But what really allowed him to complete an advanced transformation was to feel the breathing will of all things and condense this power on the blade. Reach the realm of the real, iron slashing, swordsman, although the flying slash was mastered later. But at that time, it was born to deal with air combat power, only, cutting iron, is a big step forward. Luffy, you have to learn to enter the stage of the strongest power explosion in the shortest time after the battle begins. For Luffy, the second gear is such a state. These are all things that they have just begun to comprehend after encountering a strong enemy. And for them, Reika is such a formidable enemy at the moment. Zoro was thoughtful, but the attack in his hand remained unchanged. Reika was quite regretful, both of them still didn't seem to have made any progress. But Reika also understands that even if these are the things they must master, it will not be achieved overnight. It still needs continuous training, but let people know the general direction in advance, so that many detours can be avoided during the period. This kind of knowledge can accurately know their future growth path like a prophecy. It is more useful than any famous teacher, because they cannot know that these are the most suitable routes for their growth in the future like Reika. After all, even Rayleigh can only teach Luffy what a Haki is and how to fight. As for what moves and skills Luffy will evolve based on his own abilities, he doesn't know either. But Reika knows. Pung, a bang, Zoro himself was startled first, because he hit Reika. Even if there is only one knife left, maybe it is because there is only one knife left that he can gradually fight. Advertisement give all your attention to one knife. Of course, this does not mean that he is stronger with a knife. But each has its own advantages and disadvantages, and one knife cannot fully utilize what he has learned, and it is different from usual habits. But it can make him more focused on splitting solid enemies and objects, be more focused. You see, with your slash, you can't cut my body open. Reika's whole body was filled with magic power. Under the surge of magic power, his strong and ferocious figure made his skin as hard as fine steel. Zoro slashed down with a knife, and the ground he was stepping on was collapsed by about 10 centimeters. But Reika's arm, there is no blood flying, how could it be possible to cut continuously? Zoro was extremely shocked. After he went out to sea, he cut through boulders and iron chains, but now he couldn't even cut through a single person. Your sword isn't sharp enough. Reika waved his arm and sent Zoro flying. Then kicked the incoming Luffy away, but Luffy's reflexes are way better than Zoro's. The moment he was kicked out, his hands suddenly stretched out and grabbed Reika's shoulders. After the high eruption, Zoro, who was out of breath, took the opportunity to slash Reika with a knife, unable to split the flesh and blood, but knocked him back a step or two. This made the two happy. This is a rare progress. Very good. Reika was not angry but happy. The stronger they were, the more terrifying their talents, the happier Reika was. Only 15 minutes later, both Luffy and Zoro were sweating profusely, out of breath, unable to launch any more attacks. Helpless and unwilling, but looking at Reika with admiration. After that blow, they never got the slightest benefit. Even more exhausted now. We lost. Luffy slumped on the ground, sticking out his tongue, panting heavily. You're so strong. Why didn't you become the captain? Zoro took off the black hood and sat down neatly on the ground, but asked the doubts in his heart at the moment. A person who is stronger than the captain is not the captain. 31. The role-playing value is increased again, and the mall is open. Not only Zoro is curious, Luffy Nami is just as curious. Before this battle, Nami was pretty much what Zoro thought. I feel that since Luffy is the captain, then Luffy should be the strongest, but no, Reika is actually the strongest. And it's not a little bit stronger, the two teamed up, they can't beat Reika. Even Nami suddenly realized that it is no wonder that Reika dared to command Luffy, the titular captain casually, but he was really capable. Luffy looked at Reika with admiration. There is no grievance in his heart, the stronger the people on his ship, the happier Luffy will be. After all, Reka-san didn't come to compete with himself for the throne of One Piece. Not interested. However, in the face of everyone's doubtful eyes looking forward to the answer, Reika replied casually and arrogantly. All three were speechless. This was the most straightforward pirate they had ever seen, and the most disrespectful of the captain. In this sea, anyone who goes out to sea to be a pirate, who doesn't want to be the captain, who is high in power, famous all over the world, and obtaining treasures, etc., is the captain's priority. Reka-san is really interesting, ha ha ha. But I will definitely win in the future. Luffy laughed naively, but then he clenched his fist, showing off his non-existent muscles, and said confidently. But the eyes are very firm. Not long after setting out to sea, he was defeated, which greatly stimulated Luffy. Only this kind of strength is not enough, it must become stronger. It's funny, these three guys are all monsters. No matter how many lives they have, they are not enough to play with them. Now that the treasure is in hand, they will slip away when they find a chance, Nami thought to himself. Although it's a pity not to get that expensive devil fruit. But with the treasures of the Buggy Pirates and what she had saved before, it was enough for 100 million Baileys. The most important thing is to redeem your own village first. Advertisement. People are ahead. We will fight with them. But at this moment, Buduolu led a group of young men with all kinds of farm tools and killed them. They heard the constant explosions here, plus the previous Buggy rounds that destroyed a lot of buildings. If things go on like this, even if Captain Buggy leaves in the end, nothing will remain. Buduolu originally planned to come alone, but some young and old people also saw the increasingly serious town being gradually destroyed. Filled with righteous indignation, he came out of his hiding place and prepared to settle accounts with the Buggy Pirates. The Buggy Pirates are all wiped out. Just him here, but saw the members of the Buggy Pirates lying here and there. Benefactor. Buduolu immediately knelt down to Reika and others excitedly. After a while, the boat boarded. Nami glared at the three guys angrily. Luffy tilted his head guiltily and whistled anxiously, pretending not to see Nami's gloomy face. Zoro stared at Nami's death for a long time and couldn't bear it anymore, so he could only look at the sea. And Reika turned his back to Nami expressionlessly, looking at the group of people on Budo Road who were seeing off at the port of Orangetown. Why do you have to use my money to pay for the towns you destroyed? I don't care, you owe me all these. Nami looked at the treasure that had shrunk by almost half, and his heart was pierced. When Luffy honestly admitted that they were responsible for destroying the house, the villagers such as Buduolu fell silent. But they are still happy. The Buggy Clown was blown away, although there are some difficulties, but there is still hope for reconstruction. It's just that Luffy used Nami's treasure and lost part of it to them. At that time, Nami did not object. Seeing those homeless people, she was moved with compassion. Even if they didn't mention it, she planned to keep part of the treasure secretly. But they take it for granted that they used the treasure they risked and stole. The more Nami thinks about it, the more annoyed she becomes. Why? Advertisement originally, the damage to Orangetown wasn't that great. It was the three of you who insisted on having another fight and competed to destroy more buildings. Don't be so stingy, Luffy said softly. He felt that Nami's eyes were looking at someone with a knife. Sure enough, after Luffy's words fell, Nami broke out on the spot and scolded Luffy unceremoniously. After Reika and Zoro looked at each other, they pretended not to see anything. Only Luffy was being scolded stupidly. Noah Zoro, Monkey D. Luffy was defeated by you for the first time. I felt the power of the Sin of Arrogance. I respect you from the bottom of my heart. The performance value reaches 10%. The mall system is open. All the required commodities need Arrogance value. Arrogance value source channel 1. All valuable things in this world, gold, gems, famous knives, devil fruit and so on. Source channel 2. Every time the host plays the value increase, you can get the corresponding Arrogance value. Current total Arrogance. 500. Product 1. Conqueror's Haki, primary 1000 Arrogance, intermediate 3000 Arrogance, advanced 9000 Arrogance, perfect 20,000 Arrogance. Commodity 2. Armament Haki, primary 500 Arrogance, intermediate 1500 Arrogance, advanced 5000 Arrogance, perfect 10,000 Arrogance. Commodity 3. Observation Haki, primary 500 Arrogance, intermediate 1500 Arrogance, advanced 5000 Arrogance, perfect 10,000 Arrogance. When the knowledge color reaches intermediate and above, there is a certain probability of awakening the unique talents of the knowledge color, such as listening to the heart, predicting the future, etc. Commodity 4. Marine 6 Styles, primary 300 Arrogance, intermediate 900 Arrogance, advanced 3000 Arrogance, perfect 7000 Arrogance. Commodity 5. The proficiency of the world's #1 swordsman. Commodity 6. Nika Fruit Proficiency. Commodity 7. Proficiency in Wuji Kendo. Commodity 8. Encyclopedia of Magic Manuals. Reika took a glance. Most of the items still belonged to this world, but there were also a few items from other worlds. An assortment of goods with varying values. Reika's heart fluttered. There are so many good things. He would want anything if he could, but the reality is cruel. He currently only has 500 Arrogance, and there are not many things he can buy. And although many things are good, but there are not many that can work for him. After all, he himself possesses the power of the Sin of Arrogance, which is his most important power. Others, even if needed, are just tools to help his arrogance become stronger. 32. Shocked. The Arrogance value can also be repaid. Now the Arrogance value will rise a little every once in a while. But it didn't show arrogance in front of many people and many original characters. There is no sudden surge. Unless it was like the Buggy Clown just now, even if it was only a trick, it well reflected the original Sin of Arrogance. Reika estimated the time. If he didn't do anything, he would just play the Sin of Arrogance normally. About 50 Arrogance can be automatically increased every day. Even if it is automatic, it is very expensive. After all, if you take Armament Haki, it is even a perfect Armament Haki. It also only needs 10,000 Arrogance points, so in just 200 days, he will be able to raise the perfect level Armament Haki back home. Even without the Armament Haki, it only takes 400 days to replace it with the perfect Conqueror's Haki. 400 days may seem like a lot, but it is just over a year. In this world, there is probably no monster that can master the perfect Conqueror's Haki in such a short period of time. Not even a wall mount like Luffy. And that's only what Reika could have achieved without taking the initiative to display the crime of arrogance. This process can be shortened many times if you are involved in some big events and show Sin of Arrogance well. The emergence of the mall system made Reika very satisfied. With this system, he is not the only one who is powerful. And what Reika wants most right now is Conqueror's Haki. It's not that the other items aren't powerful enough, but Conqueror's Haki has a truly godlike presence to match his Sins of Pride. Reika has figured out how to become stronger as she progresses. Whenever someone worships him and yearns for arrogance, his acting progress will gradually increase. And the more the performance progress increases, the arrogance value will also increase accordingly. The strength can become stronger, and you can also buy more valuable commodities, the best of both worlds. Reika looked at the merchandise in front of him that no one else could see. Soon there is a plan, if arrogance is worth it now. Even if it is only 1,000, Reika will kill Conqueror's Haki without hesitation. But now Reika, who only has 500 arrogance, can only afford the most primary knowledge color and armament Haki. In addition, there are skills such as 6 styles, or the cheapest primary Wuji sword intent. Zoro's tribute increased his performance value, defeated Luffy Zoro, and greatly increased his performance value again, that is to say, he could get the wool from both of them. Reika planned to use the 500 arrogance value. Try to see if you can get the wool from these two people, and see if you make a profit or a loss. Make further decisions. The system will give me a copy of the primary's Marine 6 styles, and a copy of the primary's Infinity Sword intent. Advertisement, receive. Control the sails, Zoro, turn to the southeast with the oars, Luffy, don't keep eating the fruit. After the hunger incident not long ago, Nami is now very concerned about the few food. But the most we have now is fruit, I want to eat meat. That's not what I meant, Nami said helplessly, the idiot captain. Preferably with good wine. Zoro added. You two guys, you can learn from Reika. Do you have a little common sense of life at sea? After eating the fruit now, do you think you will get scurvy later? Better have them all, Reika added. Go to hell with you all, Nami growled with a devil's face, and she felt very tired after being with this group of heartless guys. And musicians, Luffy continued. By the way, Nami, do you have paper and pen with you? Reika asked. After buying the goods, all these are turned into knowledge and flow into the mind, completely mastered by Reika. And after asking the system, he can pass this on to other people, but how much he can comprehend depends on their own. Bring it, what do you want? Nami looked at Reika with a little wariness. Give them some advice on their practice. Turn your head away. Nami understood and didn't ask any more questions. Are you so courageous that you dare to turn my head around? No one in this world has the qualifications? Reika smiled coldly. No turn no, woman, say it again. Well, I was joking. Nami didn't dare to really make Reika angry. Turn your heads away, both of you. Seeing that Reika refused, Nami could only say to Luffy and Zoro. Why? Luffy Zoro didn't understand either. Turn around, Nami looked at the two seriously. Think about spending Nami's money not too long ago. And Nami's appearance was a bit scary, but Luffy and Zoro followed suit. Reika still looked at Nami quietly, and was also a little puzzled in his heart. He just wanted paper and pen, why did he turn his head? But the next moment Reika understood. Nami looked at Reika with a sad face, and then pulled out a long strip of white paper from the gap in the clothes on his chest. Then, she took out a small pocket pen from a close pocket on the back of the short skirt. Give. You keep it quite secretive, Reika said truthfully. She kept these things on her body, but she couldn't see them. After all, the short skirt and clothes she was wearing didn't have any pockets from the outside. Advertisement, tolerance is. Shut up, give it back if you don't want to use it, Nami said rather angrily. It's a woman who can't stand being teased, snort. Reika didn't get too entangled in this matter, but wrote down the 2 items he had just redeemed on paper. And combined with Reika's understanding of the two during the battle, a more detailed plan was made. 10 minutes later. This is a practice method that can enhance physical skills. Reika handed Luffy a copy of the primary 6 style practice manual. Luffy fights with physical skills, and has taught himself 6 style shaving and developed the 2nd gear. This complements 2nd gear, which is what Luffy needs most right now. This primary 6 style is worth 300 arrogance. This is an insight about sword intent. Take it and have a look. It should be helpful to you. What Reika gave to Zoro was a certain master's primary Wuju sword intent, worth 200 arrogance points. It can be understood simply that the concentrated will can make the sword sharper and even affect the natural force. In Reika's understanding, it is the mutual echo between man, sword and sky. It is also what Zoro needs the most to enter the sword. It's just that in this world, except for the 6 styles, no one has ever been able to describe these insights in words. Luffy and Zoro accepted what Reika wrote seriously, looking forward to it. When fighting, Reika can easily talk about their strengths and weaknesses, and see future directions that they can't see. Convince them very much, they feel that this thing must be useful. It was only after the two of them watched it that they realized that it was not only useful, but also incredibly useful. The more they watched, the more frightened they became, and in the end their faces were filled with horror. And Reika smiled in his heart. His guess was indeed right, as an extremely important person in this world. It is correct to pluck their wool. Zoro's respect for you has been increased by 1 point, and another point has been enhanced. He admires your profound sword skills, and his performance value has increased, and his arrogance value has increased by +100, +100, +100. Luffy's respect for you has increased by 1 point, and another point has been enhanced. I admire your physical training method, and the performance value has increased, and the arrogance value has increased by +100, +100, +100. In less than a day, Reika's arrogance value rose to 1500 points. The acting value rose to more than 11%. Although it rose less and less later, but Reika successfully tripled it with 500 arrogance. Conqueror's Haki. He, affordable now, 33. Conqueror's Haki is in hand, Usopp God tier. Exchange for primary Conqueror's Haki, and a primary observation Haki, Reika has no shortage of positive combat power. Instead, it's these multifunctional Haki that Reika needs. Conqueror's Haki, needless to say, Conqueror's is entangled in the later stage, with penetrating damage and deterrent mental oppression. More embodies original Sin of Arrogance. An observation Haki can make Reika's magical exploration more clear and detailed, and can play an early warning role in critical moments. After all, it's easy to hide from open arrows, but hard to defend against hidden arrows, otherwise Reika wouldn't have thought about leaving with Luffy's boat. After all the exchanges, the 1500 points of arrogance were squandered, even though they were all just primary. But from Zoro and Luffy's point of view, Reika's mental outlook has changed at this moment, and his eyes have become deeper. Zoro looked at Reika, hesitated, trying to ask something. But it's a feeling that's hard to describe. You are not the only ones who have improved, Reika said indifferently. Although in Reika's heart, he still wants to continue to squeeze their wool, but he also knows it. Now they haven't even fully digested what they have now, and continue to cram the words taught to them. On the contrary, they can't make progress, and even make them feel confused, so it will be difficult to harvest the arrogance value. Only after they have digested all the existing knowledge and insights, I will teach them the right things at the right time according to their progress. Let them have the feeling of rapid improvement in strength, and their admiration will be strong and continuous. Only in this way can the arrogance value roll over. As soon as this remark came out, the three of Luffy, Zoro, Nami looked at Reika in disbelief. A monster like you, do you want to become stronger? Also give others a way out. Advertisement, if you want to get to the Grand Line with such a small boat, you don't have to think about it, it's too dangerous, Nami said, holding the navigation chart to the Grand Line. Although she intends to find a chance to leave, but it doesn't prevent them from reminding these unreliable guys before leaving. Even though they are powerful, the trio's nautical attainment is terribly low. Even Nami doesn't know why he should worry about them. Looks like we need to get a really long-distance ship as soon as possible, Zoro suggested. Let's go a little south. There's a small inhabited island there. It would be great if we could get a boat there. When they didn't part ways, Nami naturally kept playing the role of their navigator. If you let them know that you are going to leave, maybe it will cause extra problems. After all, I can't beat any of them. There's more meat. There's still wine. Superficial. Of course you need a beautiful lady, Reika said disdainfully. You three. Nami clenched his fist and almost knocked it down. Fortunately, she comforted herself in her heart, and when she arrived on the island, she would look for opportunities to escape. West Rob Village. Here is sunny, peaceful and quiet, picturesque scenery, fresh air, and pairs of birds perched on the branches. It's like a paradise that has nothing to do with the world. But suddenly an exclamation sounded. Everyone, something is wrong. The pirates are attacking, the pirates are attacking, everyone run. A boy wrapped in a light coffee-colored turban, carrying a satchel, dark skin, and a long nose was running and shouting in the quiet village streets. He ran until he couldn't run anymore. The pirates want to come, of course they're all lying to you, ha ha ha. Pung. But the laughter didn't stop. A small cauldron flew directly and hit the back of his head, and Usopp screamed in pain. You liar, I must teach you a lesson today. Advertisement. Teach him a lesson. Don't even think about running away today. The doors of every house opened, and someone was holding a broom, someone was holding a pot lid, and rushed towards Usopp angrily. Seeing this, Usopp was not only not afraid, but was full of anticipation and excitement. Come here, come here. Stop, you stinky brat, come and catch me, come and catch me. Usopp turned his head and ran away. Damn it, did you let him run away again? If you catch him, you will never let him go lightly. The villagers searched, but found nothing. Usopp, who was hiding in the tree, couldn't stop laughing. Today is also a good day. I brought a blast of excitement to this boring village. The villagers left cursing, just leaving. The villagers had smiles on their faces, not really annoyed. They can understand the child. At a very young age, Usopp's father went to sea and never returned until his mother died. When his mother was dying of illness, in order to keep her going, she lied that the pirates were coming. However, my mother went to another world in the end, and since then, this peaceful village has had such a boy who called the pirate come every day. Usopp has always believed that his father was a good man at sea, as did his mother. So he has always been eager to go to sea, dreaming that he can also become a pirate, a brave warrior at sea. Found it. At this moment, a slightly immature voice sounded. At first, Usopp was startled. What, it's you, Green Pepperhead, Carrot Head. Good morning, Captain Upso, join the Usopp Pirates, the kid named Carrot Head shouted, holding a wooden dagger. Seeing that it was his capable subordinate, Usopp breathed a sigh of relief. Where's the onion? It's just that the breath was just relieved, and Onion ran from not far away in panic. No, the pirates are coming. The ship with the skull on it is approaching from the North Blue Shore. It's a lie. Usopp, who had just lied to someone, certainly wouldn't easily believe it was true. 34. Your father's name is Usopp, right? It is true. Really? Usopp panicked inwardly. It's true, Onion became more and more excited. Usopp didn't look fake. Immediately ran away. No, it's time for snacks. Usopp was as fast as a gust of wind, but Sanshao suddenly stopped him. Don't run. Actually, I have a disease that will kill me if I don't go home immediately and eat some snacks. You're lying. Captain Usopp, haven't you always wanted to be a real pirate? How can pirates be afraid of pirates? Carrothead said excitedly. At this time, Onion, who had witnessed it with his own eyes, added, that should be Buggy's boat. Usopp shuddered when he heard the words, is that despicable and famous Buggy clown pirates? The figure of Usopp, who was stopped, made a gesture of running away again. It's just a small boat, I saw 3 or 4 figures. Hearing this, Usopp turned around immediately, 3 or 4. Then with my own lying skills, I can scare them all away in minutes. In this way, the image of the stalwart captain in Onion's heart is still there. Ha ha ha, it's just the Buggy clown pirates, let's see how I deal with him, little ones, come with me. Yes. The 3 little ones said excitedly, in their dictionary, there is no word of fear. Didn't dare to come and sleep together last night. The sea in the morning, with a gentle breeze, made people feel extra comfortable, and Reika looked at Nami proudly. I don't know who said last night that you should keep a distance between men and women and gentlemen, and ask me to stay away from you. Speaking of this, Nami became angry because she didn't mean that last night. Just trying to get devil fruit again. But before he got close, Reika said solemnly, don't get close to him. Men and women should be polite, honest and shameful, and they should not be too close before they're in a relationship. Nami is so big and beautiful, and she has never been asked to keep a distance of more than 1 meter. The point is that he still speaks so sincerely, and even politely. Advertisement this guy, what do you mean? Every night, my temperament changes drastically. Don't say anything about her disdain for herself, but in the daytime, she frantically mocked and provoked her, looking for him to beat. Their ship still has the skull of the Buggy clown hanging on it, and it was their ship that they robbed before. In addition to the flag, the skull is also printed on the entire sail. They didn't like the pattern at all, so they all wanted to find a ship of their own. The boat docked, facing an upward slope, tied the boat, and the 4 got off the boat. The nostalgic land. Zoro stretched and said, this should be a small village. Nami took the nautical chart for the Grand Line that he got from Buggy the clown. This is an extremely precious thing, with a good nautical chart, island supplies along the way will be clearly marked. Those are the bright lights of ships sailing on the sea. Then eat meat, there should be food on this island. Luffy immediately said with a face full of hunger. Nami looked at Luffy with a look of disgust. Can you stop thinking about meat? Be careful, there are people. Zoro looked around and suddenly noticed something. As soon as the voice fell, many pirate flags suddenly appeared from the high places on both sides of the slope. Where is it? Luffy asked hastily, and then many stones were ejected towards Luffy, and he dodged them all in a hurry. Usopp jumped out immediately, folded his hands on his chest, pretending to be Haki and said, I am the great pirate of the village of King's Landing, Usopp. People respectfully call me Captain Usopp, great captain. If you have any thoughts about this village, I advise you to give up, because my 80 million subordinates will not let you go. Usopp raised his head proudly. Nami, Zoro, and Reika were speechless. 80 million subordinates. Fortunately, you can tell. Are you really bragging about not drafting? There are not so many Marines all over the world. But Luffy didn't think so. When he heard 80 million, he was immediately dumbfounded, and his admiration surged like a raging sea, and he continued. Hiss to ye. Luffy was shocked. 80 million. How many people must that be? Is this a super big pirate? It's a lie, I guess. Besides you, there are only 3. Nami couldn't stand Luffy's stupidity. Advertisement by scanning the pattern of the waving flags around, you can tell how many people are hiding in the dark. Oops. We've been spotted. Is 80 million really too exaggerated? Usopp said in a panic, covering both sides of his head with his hands. Seeing that things were not going well, the 3 of Onion started to run away. I haven't seen a pirate with a slingshot yet. Nami picked up the pebble-like thing on the ground and wiped the sand off the surface, revealing the pitch-black projectile. I'm a person with a lot of self-esteem, so I'm also called the proud Usopp. My slingshot is stronger than ordinary pistols. Usopp said tremblingly, but also pointed the slingshot at Luffy. Oh, since this is the case, it also means that you drew your gun, right? Pirates draw their guns, but they have to gamble their life awareness. Luffy's smile faded, and his face gradually became serious. Seeing this, Usopp's heart immediately sank. Looking at this serious man, his heart was solemn, and his hands trembled even more. Hearing this, Zoro gently pushed the knife guard with his thumb, and the knife popped out a little, ready to strike at any time. Usopp's heart was even heavier, and his face was dripping with cold sweat. He couldn't bear this oppressive feeling. I'm not joking with you. Usopp still planned to struggle and intimidate again. In this case, you should also have the consciousness to bet your life. Usopp looked at Luffy. The more he looked, the more his legs trembled, that kind of eyes, the eyes that really want to bet his life. He didn't have that kind of courage yet. As soon as his hand became weak, the bullet in his hand fell, and his whole body collapsed from exhaustion. The captain who is not stupid and a little handsome, Reika said lightly. Sure enough, the real pirates have completely different speech and manner, so amazing, Usopp said with a wry smile, completely unable to frighten them. Seeing this, Luffy and Zoro also agreed that Usopp gave up the battle and burst out laughing. This guy is really an interesting guy. Actually, I'm learning and selling now, learning from my respected Shanks. Luffy said honestly, but no one would doubt Luffy's determination just now. Otherwise Reika would not have made such an assessment. Hey, you know that big pirate with red hair, Shanks? Usopp was shocked. This is a name that can stop a child from crying? Your father is Usopp. Luffy asked directly. How do you know? Usopp lost his mind when he heard this name, and rolled down from the high slope all of a sudden, but he ignored it completely and looked at Luffy with piercing eyes. This was the first time he heard his father's name from someone else. Does he know something? 35. Reika. I can't wait to be a bad guy. In villages and towns, in restaurants, Usopp feasted and said proudly, it tastes good. Luffy held a piece of bone in meat with both hands, and ate it happily, which made people feel appetizing. The only thing to be careful about is that Luffy's hands may take other food for himself. I saw him when I was a kid. Luffy answered Usopp's question as he chewed the meat. It turns out my dad is on board the great pirate Shanks. Usopp said proudly, even though his father was out at sea, and he didn't even get to see his mother for the last time. But he and his mother have always believed that he is a qualified father. There is no news at sea, and he does not know the situation at home. You look exactly like him, so I guessed you when I saw you, Luffy explained. Really? Usopp was delighted. Hearing this, Reika had doubts in her heart. Stupid captain, what on earth do you use to recognize someone? These words are not quick to say, although Usopp and his father have the same explosive curly hair, but in other respects, there are quite a lot of differences. Luffy, who can often confuse real people with fakes, can even recognize them as father and son. When you know Sabaody Archipelago, he can even admit to being a fake Nami and Frankie. This made Reika very curious about how he recognized people. How do you recognize them? They look exactly the same. Okay, Luffy said as a matter of course. Just pretend I didn't mention it. Sure enough, to get along with Luffy, you have to abandon common sense. Didn't expect my dad to be on such a powerful boat, although neither of them knew what red-haired Shanks meant in this world. But his reputation can be heard even in a remote place like East Blue, which is enough to show that he is a very famous pirate. Speaking of which, your father's marksmanship is really accurate, Luffy said with great emotion. In Windmill Village, Usopp showed off his marksmanship in front of him, claiming that he could hit an ant between the eyebrows. He was shocked at first, and he also mentioned that he had a child about his age. It's just that he had to stay away from home because of the cry of freedom and the pirate flag. Advertisement of course, the name Usopp has also been heard. About you, my ears are almost numb. Usopp is an excellent pirate. Let me just say, I'm really proud of a dad who risked his life trying to stay alive at sea. Usopp was in a good mood. Hearing this, Nami immediately stepped forward. Since I'm considered a half acquaintance, it's easy to talk about. I wonder if you can find someone who can drive a boat and get a big boat in your village. Are you going to run away? Reika heard this, and immediately looked at Nami, who was an excellent navigator herself. If she was here, there would be no need for other people who can sail. Now, she is undoubtedly considering the 3 sailing rookies. No. Think about it, the big ship must be operated by multiple people, right? Nami explained quickly, but felt uneasy. This guy is too smart, so be careful what you say next time. Having said that, whether they will sail or not is none of their business. It's just that they don't have themselves, they sail by themselves, and they will die in the sea in a few days. I do not believe. Nami was speechless. This guy is so annoying during the day. You're looking for the wrong person. As you can see, we're just a small village here. Usopp spread his hands, expressing that he couldn't help. I saw that there seems to be a very luxurious villa on the hill. Do you know the owner? Is it your friend? Can you ask him to help with some money? Nami is very sensitive to rich places. On the way here, I have already seen through the entire village. If there is a place where it is possible to get a boat, it must be there. When Nami mentioned this, Usopp was a little flustered immediately. Well, I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do. You can eat as much as you want. I know the owner very well. As he spoke, he ran away without giving Luffy and the others a chance to stay. Although Luffy and others were surprised, they were not surprised. There is no one like Nami who needs money, boats and people as soon as he comes up. I'm afraid it didn't scare people away. It seems that there is no game. Nami looked at Usopp's figure, feeling a little disappointed. Advertisement. Our boat can be obtained here. Reika picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and said very confidently. It's useless, he's scared away. Nami shook his head and said, wondering if he could take the opportunity to make another fortune, but it seemed that there was no chance. We don't know people well, so there is really no reason to help us. Zoro was not surprised. This place is not good, so we will find other places. This is enough, Reika said, taking out a Jong Tong warrant from his arms. Now that there are more and more people, it is indeed not enough without a big boat, and the small boat can't sail far. Supplies and accommodation are all problems. Now they haven't showered for a few days, and there is no such condition. So Reika also considered how to solve this problem. Nami waited for the 3 heads to come over, with a puzzled look on his face. This seems to be the pirate named Beiji in East Blue, Crow, but I remember that he is dead. Zoro glanced at it, feeling a little puzzled. In the past, in order to make a living, he had his eye on this guy, but after some understanding, he found out that he was dead, and then gave up. He's still alive, and he's on this island. I hate people who play with other people's feelings. especially these so-called schemes. I suddenly want to be a bad guy. Reika's eyes turned cold. In this world, there are always things that he hates. He can accept life and death head-on fights, no matter whether he wins or loses. Only the guy who plays with other people's good intentions and feelings is very disgusted. Out of good intentions, Kaya's parents took in Crow, who was disguised as a young crew member who was kicked off the ship, and treated him very well. Keikaluo's purpose from the beginning was to seize the family's property legally and reasonably, and goodwill became his tool to use others. If even kindness is a sin, how sad it is in the world that proud Reika intends to meddle in. Sin of Arrogance, let him disdain these messy plots, and not intend to sit back and wait for things to happen like the Buggy thing. Instead, he intends to take the initiative. The crime of arrogance, Ace Kano, although he is arrogant, he is a good person. Even though he was persecuted by others when he was a child, his mentality has never been distorted. Bad guy. Sounds good. Zoro grinned. Don't you think you're not bad enough? Nami was speechless. What's going on? Luffy asked curiously. 36. Acting alone, Crow's contempt. Did you really see the captain captured by the pirates into this restaurant? 3 small figures approached the restaurant. That's right, but they are real pirates. Maybe the captain has already been eaten by them. Don't say that. The cannibal is a hag. No matter what, we must rescue the captain. Just as Reika was about to explain, the 3 men with onions, radishes, and green peppers rushed in with wooden swords. Join the Usopp pirates. Where did you catch our captain? They pointed at Reika and the others with short wooden swords. It has to be said that although they were small, they had run fast before, but when they learned that Captain Usopp had not escaped and was caught in an accident, they dared to go. It's so full. Luffy happened to be full with wine and food, and his belly was round. What? The 3 little ones immediately looked at Luffy with horror on their faces. At that moment, Luffy had already turned into a devil in their hearts. Seeing this, Zoro immediately showed a smirk. Your captain, of course he has been eaten by us. The 3 little terrified shoulders kept shaking, and then looked at Nami. You hag. It's none of my business what they said. Nami turned into a devil face. What do these stinky brats mean? It's not that they are intimidated by themselves, and it is impossible to bully honest people. Ha ha ha. Zoro and Luffy laughed heartlessly. It's all your nonsense. Nami glared at Zoro Luffy, and when he moved to Reika, his eyes flicked quickly. After a while, after Luffy and others explained, they realized that they were joking just now. The captain won't be scared away by you. He's not here at this time. He must be telling a story to Miss Kaya. Soon Reika, Luffy and others understood the story of Usopp and the eldest lady Kaya who lived in the villa. The eldest lady Kaya, who lives in the villa, has been weak and sick since she was a child, and needs to take medicine for a long time. After her parents passed away a year ago, her condition became more serious. Usopp heard about her, felt sorry for her, and decided to chat with her through stories to make her happy. Kaya's condition gradually improved during the happy conversation. Usopp has gradually maintained this habit. This matter has nothing to do with love, but 2 people who also lost their parents found a comfort for each other, which is an extremely pure friendship. Such pure feelings are comparable to those of relatives. But every time they can only chat secretly, because the housekeeper, Clabattle, does not allow a country boy to talk to their eldest lady. Of course, what's more important is that Crow, who has turned into Crabatail, does not allow anyone to disrupt his plan. You are going to the villa on the mountain to find the eldest lady? Even if Carrot says she has a good relationship with Usopp, she may not necessarily give us a ship. Nami has no hope for this. What's the point? Try it, in case she is a good person and succeeds. Luffy insisted. He thought this Usopp was a very interesting person. Obviously very common, but kind, nosy, and loves to lie. Advertisement at first they thought lying was a bad thing, but Onion told them that these lies were all for the joy of a frail and sickly person, and they became great invisibly. Some people are common, but they live real. Some people are common, but they can create miracles again and again. The point is whether they can stimulate their due potential. Reika knows that not all of the Straw Hats are monster-level companions. But they are all reliable, miracle-making partners, and Usopp is such a type of person at the moment. He doesn't have monster-level constitution and talent, and only has the talent of sniping. Others, such as physical fitness, ideological awareness, etc., are not much better than common people. But such a person, for the sake of his partner, can think about how to become stronger step by step, and can withstand the harsh training of the Boeing Islands. With a mortal body, he gradually created his own myth, and gradually turned many lies he told into reality. Because he also tried his best to turn the tide many times, he may not look handsome enough in life. But it is absolutely true, and it is absolutely full of thorns and difficulties. In the near future, with the nickname of God, he will become a pirate with a reward of 200 million Baileys, and that is not the end. Think tank player, Reika said that their Straw Hat Pirates are also in great need. Being creative is very rare in itself. You guys go first, I'll do something. Reika offered to act alone. Hey, what's the matter? Zoro Nami was puzzled. After getting along these days, Reika was basically in their sight. But now he proposes to go to work alone, and he is not familiar with the place, so what can he do? When I get this done, our ship will be in order. Really? Luffy was overjoyed. Even though it sounded unfounded and convincing, Luffy was still very happy. You're not coming up with any bad ideas, are you? Nami always felt that Reika had no good intentions, and always felt that his eyes were murderous. Fighting? Zoro was eager to try. You guys will find out later. Reika didn't say much, because it was hard to explain that he could predict the arrival of the Black Cat Pirates. Things. Second, whether an arrogant person wants to explain depends entirely on his mood. If he doesn't want to say it, even if he is a companion, Reika won't say anything in detail. Okay, then let's go there first. I really hope we can get a boat. Luffy nodded with a smile, and he trusted Reika unconditionally. No matter what he does, he must have his own reasons. It's just that Luffy didn't expect that not only did he not find the ship, but his mood became extremely bad. Because when they arrived at the villa where Kaya was located, they saw Usopp had a quarrel and conflict with the housekeeper, Krabatel. The rationale for the outbreak is simple: Usopp has been sneaking in all along. Advertisement, and if Kaya's illness gradually improves, even if the assassination plan succeeds, it will be a little abrupt. I can only try my best to create a feeling that Miss Kaya is seriously ill and he is loyal to the people of the whole island. Then her death would not appear so abrupt, and with his good image, he would be able to accept her inheritance more naturally. The existence of Usopp is a small obstacle, and it can be suppressed whenever it can be suppressed. When Luffy used rubber fruit to break into the villa to meet Usopp, it happened to cause a commotion. You are that young lady, can you do us a favor? Luffy looked at the young lady by the window and asked straightforwardly. What's the matter? Kaya's gentle voice sounded, and she had a weak and thick book breath. We want a big boat, Luffy gestured with open hands. But before Kaya could answer, Krabatel came from not far away and asked in a cold voice, who are you? Well, Krabatel, these are mine. Luffy greeted Usopp just now, and naturally knew that they were in the same group. Kaya was about to explain, but was directly interrupted by Krabatel. There is no need to say more now, and I will listen to you slowly about the reason later, okay? Then he pushed his glasses with his palm and looked at Luffy Usopp calmly and said, please go back, or do you have something else to say? I want a boat. Luffy said bluntly. No, Krabatel refused decisively without even thinking about it. Usopp, I often hear rumors about you in the village. You are a big topic in the village. I heard that you have gone on adventures everywhere. For your age, it is really remarkable, Krabatel said with a sneer. It's just that the tone is calm, and the general naive can't hear the yin and yang in it, such as Luffy Usopp and so on. Zoro and Nami frowned slightly upon hearing this. You can also call me Captain Usopp, Usopp said triumphantly without knowing it. Captain? I've also heard about your father. Krabatel pushed his glasses again with his palm. What? Usopp's face changed. He knew that his father didn't have a good reputation in the village. Abandoning his wife and son just for his own dream of being a pirate is really hard for ordinary people to understand. Many people don't know that sometimes staying away is a kind of protection. And don't even think about what red hair pirates mean in this world. Once some people get caught, the consequences will be disastrous. Massacres of villages and countries are not uncommon in this world. Krabatel, stop talking. Kaya's expression also changed. She still cherishes Usopp as a family friend, and she doesn't want Krabatel to speak ill of his father. It's a pity that Krabatel didn't listen to her words. You are just the son of a dirty pirate. No matter what you do, I won't be surprised, but please don't approach our eldest lady. What do you want? Money? How much do you want? Krabatel, what you said is too much. Apologize to Usopp immediately. Kaya's expression changed. Why should I apologize to this man who is full of lies? 37. Captain, run, you can't beat him. A descendant of such a dirty blood like him, approaching the eldest lady, just wants to get some money from us. Speaking of which, I also sympathize with you. After all, your father probably never thought about you when he abandoned his wife and children. Crow's words made Luffy and others frown. It's just that this matter has little to do with them, so it's not good to intervene rashly. What did you say? Usopp was so angry that he jumped from the tree with the help of the hook rope and glared at Crow. Why? Very angry. I'm just stating the facts, and shouldn't you play your best at this time? For example, your father is actually a traveling merchant, and everything is for you to fight for a better life, or, in fact, you have no blood relationship with him. Crow's two words directly broke Usopp's defense. This is where Usopp excels in the field of lying, making him behave. Hong Guoguo's ultimate taunt. The second sentence is particularly excessive. It's so noisy. Usopp, who has always been timid, also has back scales that others cannot touch, such as his mother and his father. The defense-breaking punch directly hit Crow's face, and knocked him to the ground with one punch. Crow was not surprised or angry. He just stood up and still displayed his yin and yang skills. Miss Kaya, you see, as long as something goes wrong, she will immediately use violence. She is indeed a descendant of the barbaric blood. From this point of view, it is impossible to contact the eldest lady for the sake of inheritance. You are not allowed to get close to the eldest lady again in the future, or don't blame me for being rude. You, in front of Beiji Kella, Usopp was naturally speechless and repeatedly broke the defense. Having said so much, the last sentence is Crow's real purpose. He has been lurking for 3 years and will never allow failure, especially at this critical moment. Even the influence of an ant is not allowed. He was going to pretend to be a pirate attack, causing her to die accidentally, the kind that should be taken for granted. Before Kaya died, Zhang Gao used the hypnosis technique to hypnosis her, and asked her to write a will to bestow the inheritance on herself. Now is the time to close the network. Tomorrow morning, the plan will be launched, and all external factors must be eliminated. Especially the man who has been secretly in contact with Kaya is the easiest to spot the clues. Usopp was furious in his heart, and Luffy, the naive Luffy, also looked at Crow angrily, empathizing with Usopp. Zoro held Luffy helplessly. Why are you angry? Advertisement. Interesting. It's the first time I've seen someone go out of their way to blackmail me. Isn't that right, the pirate Crow? But at this moment, the door of the villa exploded, and the bodyguards just wanted to rush up. Reika's eyes narrowed slightly, and the primary's conqueror's Haki passed by invisible. A mental storm impacted their consciousness, making them instantly turn their eyes white and faint. Others who had never been unconscious felt that a demon king of hell was waking up, bathed in the sun, and walking towards them step by step. Every step is like an earth dragon turning over, turning their minds upside down. Kaya will never forget this scene in his life. An unusually handsome man, like a man descended from the gods, walks in. He is carrying a beautiful and gorgeous axe in his left hand. The right hand was tied with a rough hemp rope. About 20 vicious pirates, all of them had their arms and legs broken, and he dragged them to the ground with his own strength. The ground they passed was stained red by the blood shed by the pirates, and the pirates tried to howl to vent their pain. But looking at that unbelievably strong man who looked like a devil, no matter how painful they were, they could only keep their mouths tightly shut and groan. This scene is like Yan Mo walking in hell, dragging evil spirits to parade. Even Luffy, Nami, Zoro, who thought they knew Reika already, were dumbfounded. What's happening here? It wasn't long before we separated. Where did you catch this group of pirates? And it was pulled directly to the villa. What is this going to do? This is too cruel. Who are you? Crow didn't care about Usopp and the others in front of him, including Luffy. Because none of them seemed powerful. But the man in front of him gave off an air of flamboyance, arrogance, and ferociousness rushing towards him. Make him feel suffocated. He is high profile, extremely oppressive, and he doesn't hide it at all. Moreover, the first person to be tied to the hemp rope was Hypnosis Shi Zangao. Run. This guy. It's a monster, Zangao said to Luffy and the others with bloodline all over his face. It seemed to be talking to Luffy and others, but Crow knew that this was waking him up. His eyes are slightly fixed. But still calm. Advertisement. Even if he didn't need to be reminded by Zangao, he could tell at a glance that this extremely high-profile, dangerous man was powerful. Might scare Zango into such a person. It's the first time I've seen Crow. And more importantly, this guy just said the pirate Crow. Crow's face gradually darkened. Did Zangao say it? A guy who has more than enough success to fail. I have planned for several years. Is it going to fall short? No, never allowed. Even if the Comer may be very strong. Can you say that you will lose? Crow didn't think so. Reika, what are you doing? Nami couldn't help asking. So you know each other. Sure enough, friends of barbarians are only barbarians. Miss Kaya, you believe what I said now? It is correct to tell you not to associate with them. Come on, Crow said directly shouted. Immediately, many bodyguards in suits and leather shoes sprang out of the villa. The servant, teacher, and assistant housekeeper, Mei Li, also appeared beside Kaya and protected her. After all, no matter how you look at this man walking from outside, he is very dangerous. It sounds like you are the owner of this house, captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Hundreds of Chloe. Next, you will not say that all of this is slander, and we are all trying to seize your house. It is a plan that you came up with to get rid of the suspicion of your identity. If this is the case, I will be disappointed. It is none of my business what your young lady thinks because of killing you. Reika grinned like a total villain and smug villain scum. This guy, is he so bad? Nami's beautiful eyes widened, but her heart beat faster than expected. You? Crow's pupils shrank suddenly. Hurry up. Run. Zangao thought of what happened just now. His soul and body were still trembling with fear. This guy is abnormal. Don't have anything to do with him. 38. The Sun Without Mercy. One touch. Zangao received the news from Crow, although he has not yet met to finalize the specific plan. But there is also a general idea in the phone bug. If they seize all the property of the rich lady, they will also have a generous return at that time. As soon as the ship landed, he walked backwards in this quiet village with a smart spacewalk, and the ordinary people regarded him as a weirdo. I didn't know that I had quietly figured out the terrain of the entire village. At this point, everything was ready, and it was only up to Captain Crow to finalize the details and set the time for the attack. Unexpectedly, just when he was about to return, this guy appeared with a grinning grin. His smile was so evil. Apart from anything else, it was a smashing fist. His hypnosis technique was completely seen through, and the opponent closed his eyes, ignoring his own hypnosis technique. I've praised East Blue for many years, and I have never seen a pirate who can easily subdue himself with his eyes closed. Then he broke his limbs, just when Zango wondered if he had a personal grudge against him. He gave himself two choices. One was to die immediately, and the other was to lead him to where they docked the ship. Zango didn't understand, but he had no choice. He really didn't want to die yet. When the ship docked, his crew found something unusual and rushed over one after another. I thought that these people who shot were the most unlucky, but they never thought they would become survivors. The man looked at their big boat, and conjured up a small sun-like fireball between his hands, a sun without mercy. He said, if the old ones don't go, the new ones won't come. The fireball was thrown towards the big ship by him, and then there was a bang, and a terrifying explosion blew up the entire ship into fly ash. Even the companions who were still on board turned to dust in an instant. Only the man was left bathed in the sun, looking at the burning wreck of the ship with disdain. Madman. Zangao was scared out of his wits right then. Not only frightened by the terrifying power, but also frightened by this guy's bad personality. Advertisement Zangao didn't think it was too much to call him a lunatic, because he wanted new ones and didn't want the old ones. He didn't even want the captives and treasures. This is certainly not the way normal people think. That was a lot of human lives, but he turned a blind eye. Afterwards, all the pirates who rushed towards him broke their hands and feet, tied them to ropes, and pulled them over as easily as prey. There are more than 20 of them, based on their height and weight. Each of them averages at least 150 caddies, which is more than 3,000 caddies. In addition to the friction between them and the ground, this weight has to be lifted. But this guy easily dragged them away with one hand. The pirates' skins and bones were smashed along the way, and he never looked back. This is a proper monster. They have no idea how they got into such a monster. It wasn't until he said that he needed a witness that Zangao suddenly realized. Zangao let Crow escape, not for Crow's sake. If he hadn't let himself go through this muddy water, why would he be like this? Only if Crow escaped, would the monster chase after them, and they would have a chance to regain their freedom. Are you kidding? We just drank a little wine, and the Beiji Braku was blown up. Master Zangao and the other companions were all caught by one person, swaggered across the street, and went to the villa on the mountain? A fat pirate dressed like a lynx stretched out his long cat claws, grabbed a little pirate's neck, and roared in disbelief. Buggy. Man, it's true, I saw it on the street with my own eyes. That guy is so handsome. B*********D. Is this the time to say this? The skinny cat-like brother. Sam's paw slashed across the pirate's neck, punishing him. Their cat brothers are the top fighters of the Black Cat Pirates except for Captain Crow. Everyone has a bounty of 7 million Baileys. Although Zango has a bounty of 9 million, he is mainly good at hypnosis, and his frontal combat power is not even comparable to one of them. What should we do now? The chubby butch asked Sam, who looked at the sinister and cunning but knew how to use his brain flexibly. The ship is gone. We can't leave even if we want to leave, and if we leave, Captain Crow will not let us go. First kill the guy who attacked our ship, and then plead guilty to Captain Crow. Their fear of Crow and great awe. That guy doesn't sound easy to deal with. Don't worry, we cat brothers join forces. There is no enemy we can deal with. What's more, we still have so many companions. Sam said coldly. Beside them were dozens of pirates who went out with them. After landing, they went to the island in disguise to purchase items. After all, they would most likely be putting on a show, and Captain Crow would not let them completely destroy the place where he lived. Therefore, the procurement of basic materials cannot be left behind. Advertisement. If you dare to attack our Black Cat Pirates, you must make them pay in blood. Rescue Mr. Zangao. Take revenge for your brothers. The other pirates heard the words. Their eyes were scarlet. Kaya's villa estate. Crow looked at the man in front of him with an extremely ugly expression. This guy could even predict what he was going to say next. And without leaving any room to refute it. Who is this guy? Could it be the former enemy? But even as an enemy, isn't this guy a little too arrogant? How dare you look at yourself with such contemptuous eyes? Protect Miss Mei Li said to the bodyguards who rushed over. No matter how you look at it, this handsome and flamboyant man doesn't look like a good person. Crow took a step back silently. Who are you? Kaya also looked at Reika with some fear. The current Reika is only short of writing the word, bad guy, on his face. Dragging a bunch of bloody prisoners, but still smiling, it's unavoidable that it's a bit creepy. It seems that you are all pirates, take them down, Crow ordered to the bodyguard beside him. Yes. The bodyguards didn't think much of it, they were already used to Crow's orders. Aren't you going to do it yourself? It seems that you were abandoned. It's a pity. Then I can only kill you one by one. After all, if he doesn't save you, you are worthless. Reika sneered and raised his hand inside the axe. No, don't kill me. Captain, save us, we came here following your order, you can't just ignore death. Seeing this, a pirate P******D in fright. He looked expectantly at Captain Crow, the only one who had the hope of saving them. Captain Crow's strength is the strongest. Idiot. Seeing this, Zangao said something in his heart. In this case, if the identity of Captain Crow was exposed, they might not be able to survive afterwards. But what can be done now? Captain, Kaya, Mei Li, Usopp, Luffy and others all looked at Crow. He is dressed in a suit and leather shoes, and his body is not strong, and he looks a little gentle and thin with glasses. Still, no one can associate him with the vicious pirate captain. 39. Nami Kaya. This man is too bad. Everyone was in disbelief. The last moment had been mocking the pirate as the steward of the dirty blood. It is even possible that he is a pirate. This reversal arc is too big. If it is an ordinary person, under the testimony of acquaintances, I am afraid that he has already lost his position, or become angry from embarrassment. But Beiji Kella, with extremely high psychological quality, was quickly suppressed the moment the killing intent surfaced. You want to drive us apart? That's naive. Although I don't know where you caught these pirates, how many people will believe the pirate's testimony? These people are slandering me because you threatened me. Crow pushed his glasses, weighing inwardly. How confident are you to keep all these people? If the situation gets out of control, everyone will have to die in order to receive the property smoothly. Although there will be some loopholes, there is room for manipulation. Anyway, praise them. In the initial plan, they also planned to kill them after they were used. After all, if you want to live a stable life, how can you leave so many people who know your details? Just now he himself denied that he wanted to force this man to kill all the pirates. Afterwards, he would deal with him by himself, which was also in line with the plan, but it was not so perfect. This makes Crow, who is keen and good at planning, feel somewhat pimples, feeling that it is not perfect and will leave clues. But the matter has come to this point, and this relatively rough method can only be used. Why are you still standing there? How credible is the thief's words? Crow ordered the bodyguards to attack. It's good to win, but if you lose, you can test the depth of this man for him. Crow, who thinks that a strategy can solve the problem, will not easily risk himself. Very well, I just like that you don't look so unruly and unruly. Only in this way is it worth playing and defeating. I hope you can keep it up later. Reika was extremely proud. This guy, can you not talk? I feel like we've become bad people. Nami watched the guards around him come over. Does that guy have a grudge against Reika? Or, I'll kill him. Zoro wanted to try, but he might not feel it at first. But Crow's attitude changed several times, and Zoro's intuition caught Crow's hidden killing intent. And extraordinary strength, this is a formidable enemy, not as simple as it seems on the surface. Hit him. He's so bad. Luffy fanned the flames. He didn't know anything else, but a guy who insulted other people's parents, in his opinion, was pretty nasty. Don't add fuel to the flames anymore. Now that the matter is not clear, do you really want to go to war with them? Nami stopped them. Advertisement: there are not many guards here. After all, in this world, if you have money but no strength, what can you guard? Captain, you can't treat us like this. Have you forgotten that we used to drink and eat meat together, murder and set fire to our pirate life? He's a cunning Chloe. What's he afraid of a brat? He's not strong at all. You can kill him with your fingers. In order to get Clue to take action, the pirates would not hesitate to open their eyes and tell lies. Not to mention being weak, what if the captain feels troublesome and is not an opponent? However, at this time the guards had already rushed forward. For those who didn't know, Reika just looked contemptuously, and with a bang, the air shook, and Conqueror's Haki swept out. Lie down. Although Primary's Conqueror's Haki can't be solidified yet. But the invisible deterrent is also terrible. Plop plop plop. The guard rushed forward and was knocked down by Conqueror's Haki from Reika. What happened? Zoro's jaw almost dropped to the ground in shock. They knew that Reika was very powerful, but they all lay down without even making a move. This is too exaggerated. Usopp is also sluggish. How did this work? Without even raising their hands, these powerful guards all lay down. It's even better than what he's bragging about. Hissy. Luffy's eyes lit up, amazed. This guy is out of the range of normal people. The calmness on Crow's face also turned into astonishment. Are you demon fruit power? Things like Haki don't spread widely, and even if they do, ordinary people don't know what it is. Instead, there are rumors of devil fruit, which are everywhere. Now you're gone. Don't you intend to resist? Or do you want to use this identity to stay out of action until you die? It's better not to do this. Then I will admire your acting skills, Reika said. From the arms he took out a warrant and threw it directly at Crow's face. Everyone clearly saw that the wanted person above was none other than Crow, with a bounty of 16 million Baileys. Although there are differences, but careful identification, it can still be seen that the two belong to the same person. The news in this small village is not well informed. Some people only listen to their names but never see them, let alone find Crow's wanted list among tens of thousands of wanted lists. Advertisement: that's not much different than finding a needle in a haystack. How could it be? Kaya naturally saw it, and there was even an arrest warrant. The pirates may not believe what they say, but the arrest warrant issued by Marine is extremely difficult to disguise, and not many people dare to pretend. It is still convincing, and the photo of Crow is a little immature. It may be a few years ago. If it is possible to be true, is it true that Krabatel is really the captain of the pirate? It seems that you have come prepared. Are you so eager to get the inheritance of the eldest lady? Pirates? For the safety of the eldest lady, it seems necessary to kill all of you. Crow's face became more and more unhappy. Nice. One or two pieces of evidence. It is not difficult for him to prevaricate, but if there are more evidences. Even if the silly Bashan Miss Kaya can be persuaded afterwards, the experienced Mei Li will definitely check it out. Even if they die at that time, they want to take over all the inheritance of their family in a legitimate way. I'm afraid it will be difficult. In this case, even if it is to expose their strength, they must be resolved. Kaya will slowly find a way to explain. You want to kill me? Tisk tisk tisk. Just now you said that the person who used violence at every turn is a pirate. Now you say, are you a pirate? Or are you a pirate and you are a hero? Ha ha ha. Reika sarcastically. When Usopp heard this, his face was full of excitement. Reika-san said it so well. Is this what pirates should be like? It's so handsome. If you want to kill me, you can go get the weapon now. Do you know why I didn't just kill you? Because I like to see you frantic when you are powerless, furious, and powerless to quibble. This feeling is really great. Come on, go get the weapon. I'll give you a chance to kill me. Reika is arrogant, full of contempt and arrogance. It feels so comfortable to play the value of crazy rise. This guy's personality is really bad, too bad. Seeing Reika in such a state, Nami and others even had the urge to beat Reika fat. Let's talk about Crow. How can this person be so arrogant? It's like the big villain in the storybook, who keeps torturing the protagonist. Hey. Too much deceit. If you are in a hurry to seek death, I will help you. Kailuo felt that this matter could not be resolved, and he might be investigated further in the future. Then just kill everyone, and then try to hide it afterwards. If you can't hide it, run away with money. It doesn't matter, you will taste the taste of defeat. A lunatic who knows no life or death. 40. The truth is exposed, and the hunt begins. Captain Crow, here we come. Let go of Zangosing. You are the enemy? Just as Crow turned around and was about to enter the room, Buggy Sam of Catman Brothers came with the rest of the pirates. Seeing K-Luo and the others, who hadn't been reminded, subconsciously called out K-Luo's name. And Reika is also easy to recognize, the most handsome person in the audience, and holding the Zanhai pirate prisoner by the hand. This group of idiots. Crow was in a bad situation. Suddenly, a group of free men came and called out his name, which was no less than piercing the last layer of identity tool covering him. It seems that we can only kill them all, what a pity. Crow stepped back into the villa vigilantly and went to get the weapon. He also thought about running away, but 3 years of painstaking effort turned into nothing, and he was so proud that he couldn't accept it. And if handled properly, it can be regarded as a pirate attack. Captain. Mei Li and Kaya looked at Crow, who entered the villa. Mei Li was vigilantly guarding Kaya's room door, obviously suspicious of Crow, and would not let him get close to Miss Kaya rashly. Kaya finds it difficult to accept that the person who has been taking care of her may be the captain of the pirate. So what is he planning to hide here? What do you have worth plotting by pirates? Family property? Kaya's heart suddenly became colder, and she couldn't accept this reality. If the captured pirate said this, as Crow said, the credibility is not high. But a group of free people, even those who seem to have enemies with Reika, all regard Krabatel as Crow, so the credibility is high. Boy, let go of Mr. Zangao, our cat brothers can still give you a good time. Otherwise, none of the people present will be left behind. Sam and the others dashed forward, brandishing their weapons, showing their ferocity. It was Sam who spoke. They leave it to you to practice. Reika didn't even have any interest in bullying them, he had better pray. I believe in you. Zoro stepped forward and stopped the Catman brothers and other pirates. Although Reika has a crazy personality, Zoro is willing to believe in Reika and thinks he is doing the right thing. I can't back down, Usopp said in a trembling voice. In any case, the group of people in front of them had conflicts with Clabatel and the others, and had something to do with him. But now that a whole group of pirates are attacking, he can't just sit idly by, let alone let them break into the villa. He pulled up the slingshot and aimed at the pirates who were flying towards him. In Usopp's eyes, every pirate was extremely vicious. Those are villains who have killed people, and Usopp has no experience in this kind of combat. Advertisement, however, now he can't back down. He can lie, run away, and brag normally, but now he has to fight. Definitely kill, Chili Star. Usopp pulled up the slingshot, fired the Chili Star, and shot it into the mouths of the leading pirates. Ah, hot, hot. The super strong pepper intensity made the pirates who were shot so hot that they rolled on the ground in pain. Since you're a pirate, you're welcome. Luffy clenched his fists. Although I don't know exactly what happened, but Reka-san is a good person. Since the opponent is a pirate who wants their lives, let's fight first. If you have any questions, ask after typing. It's none of my business. Nami quickly hid behind a big tree. Fighting head-on with so many pirates, a few lives may not be enough. Those two are pirate villains with bounties exceeding 7 million Baileys. There is also Captain Crow with a bounty of 16 million, so many people with a bounty of more than 5 million. Moreover, the reputation of the Black Cat Pirates is not small in East Blue, and Nami does not intend to have anything to do with them. The three little ones were holding wooden swords. Although they were so frightened that their legs trembled, they didn't flinch. They were so brave that they had nothing to say. Tiger hunting. Zoro has his eye on one of the Cat brothers, and Luffy has his eye on one too. Rubber pistol. Puffy. The common pirates along the way were blown away by Zoro Luffy. But the Cat brothers blocked the attack of the two. The pirate with 7 million Baileys still has some strength. With the common attack, it is not so easy to knock him down with one move. Did you block it? Zoro confronted Buggy the Fat Cat, and the Fat Cat was so powerful that he escaped Zoro's blow. Jump high and perform cat stomp. After falling to the ground completely cracked and shattered with great power. Even Zoro has to be taken seriously. There are many strong opponents in this sea, and to underestimate any opponent is to be irresponsible for one's own life. But Sam turned his back on his tricks, and when he rushed to Luffy, he suddenly pretended to be sick and fell down. My old injury has recurred, this is the end. Hey, are you okay? Luffy was fooled innocently, and foolishly stepped forward, and Sam, who was suddenly violent, left a sharp wound on his arm. Their hands are like cat's claws, extremely sharp, and can leave deep marks on stones. In this world of Superman flying everywhere, it is not so easy to become a bounty criminal without any real skills. Advertisement, it's so despicable that you lied to me, Luffy said angrily. This is a tactic. How dare you destroy our ships and sabotage our plans, and pay with your lives? Sam grinned sinisterly, and licked the cat's claw weapon in his hand. From them, I can see the shadow of Crow. And their combat power, if they pass through Zango's hypnosis, can be violent and their strength doubled. It's just that Zangao has already been reduced to a prisoner. Damn it, I will definitely knock you down. Luffy clenched his fists and rushed forward again. Buggy also confronted Zoro, and after a few moves in a row, he felt the pressure. You are a pirate hunter, Noah Zoro. What? Ask for forgiveness? How is it possible? Kill you, and I will be famous in East Blue. Go to hell. He frantically waved his cat's claw, hitting the Zoro knife, making a clanging sound. Hey, the arm is extended. It turned out to be another demon fruit power. This kind of thing in Legendary actually exists. Seeing Luffy's arm extended many times, these country pirates were amazed. Even Zangao thought it was amazing. Let me listen carefully to your plans, Reika said, looking at the horrified Zangao. Have you said that you will keep your promise and spare my life? Lord of Arrogance, you must do what you say. Hey, that woman, you should listen carefully. It is not too much to exchange this truth for you. Just now, let Zangao tell the so-called truth, and he will hit the right spot. The slander that Crow said. But now, no matter how stupid and sweet Miss Kaya is, she should be suspicious. When Kaya heard Reika's words, she looked over with a complicated expression. He looked like a bad guy, but if what he said was true, what he did was actually a good thing. What do you want to say? Reika kicked Zango, and Zango quickly revealed Chloe's plan. I don't know the details, but clue ship. He said that as long as we attack this village and fake your death, he will get property after that, we will share part of it with us. How come? Kaya thought about Crow's purpose, but after being confirmed by others, a feeling of betrayal emerged spontaneously. All along, he was kind to himself, cared about himself, and took care of family affairs, all in order to win his trust, and then completely betrayed himself? This feeling of being betrayed made her extremely uncomfortable, and she almost fainted. It's a pity. Even if we know the truth, what can we do? Everyone will die. Crow walked out of the room, wearing his Espada cat claws with both hands. Since it can no longer be covered up, there is no need to pretend, just kill them all. Karabatel, why? Kaya tearfully asked Crow angrily and sadly. Miss Kaya, there's no need to ask a question that you know the answer to. It would have saved so many people from dying. Is this your last words? Reika raised his jaw, his face full of mockery and provocation. 41. Dilemma, incomprehensible problems. Luffy Zoro Usopp is having a hard time with the pirates. After making a full confession, Zangao looked at Reika with a begging face, hoping that Reika would abide by the agreement. Go away. Naturally, Reika would not break his promise, but Reika was willing to let him go, but not necessarily the betrayed Crow. Especially Reika, who is familiar with Crow's original plan, can be sure that Crow will not let anyone present. Thank you, my lord. The rope was split by the axe, and Zangao was very excited to be free again. The other pirates also expressed their willingness to confess. I know there is a mole on the back of Captain Crow, 3 inches above the ribs. He is the captain of our former Black Cat Pirates. Please, let us go. It's really disappointing. Crow's calm words made Zango and the other pirates stiffen. Even Zangao didn't dare to turn his back on Crow and run away, only dared to face him and step back step by step. But Crow didn't make a move yet, but looked at the culprit Reika. He still doesn't know why this guy did it to him. Judging from the expressions of the fellows, they also seemed to feel awkward, but in the end they chose to believe it. Arrogant people tend to die very quickly. Crow's expression became cold, and Kaya was filled with killing intent that was so strange to him. He stared at Reika, an uninvited guest. A lot of people have thought that, but they're all dead, and I'm alive. I enjoy it. Take the shot, and taste the despair. Reika grinned nonchalantly. 12% of the acting progress. The eyes that looked like ants made Crow feel very uncomfortable. He is one of the overlord pirates of the East Blue, although he has tried to restrain himself as much as possible. Advertisement in the past, everyone who saw him was terrified, and there was no fanatic who utterly despised him. If he didn't have doubts in his heart, and hoped that Brother Catman could kill as many enemies as possible for him, he would have done it immediately. Zango, Brother Catman, leave this to me. You have one last chance to deal with those miscellaneous fish. The things agreed afterwards remain the same. If you want to escape, then I will be the first to deal with you. Crow held up his glasses with the palm of his hand. This habitual and repeated action made Zango feel cold, which shows that although Captain Crow has been lurking for 3 years, he has not lost any training. He didn't doubt Crow's determination, and the killing intent in his eyes was already obvious. The coercion accumulated by Crow for a long time made Zango suddenly in a dilemma. Both are not easy to provoke, but if you don't do it, they will definitely die, but if you do it, they are also very dangerous. Although Crow said that the monster was handed over to him, can it really be done? Silent step. Seeing their hesitation, Crow stepped on his footsteps and activated a high-speed movement skill that was almost comparable to Lucisha. Ah! The tied-up pirate hardly saw anything. I only felt a gust of wind blowing by, and the long sharp cat claws on Crow's hands flashed coldly, and then blood splattered one after another. The pirates screamed unceasingly, 6 or 7 of them were beheaded in an instant, and the rest had their ropes cut off and regained their freedom. Reika didn't try to stop it, just watched quietly. When he landed, his ghostly figure appeared behind Zango, and the Espada cat's paw was on Zango's neck. You still have a choice to fight against me or against him. They all have to die, but you still have a chance to survive, so cherish it. Feeling the icy metal texture from his neck, Zangao felt a chill from the soles of his feet to Tinling Gai. He recalled the fear of being dominated by Captain Crow's strength and wisdom. I understand. He made a new choice, but Reika was not surprised. Do things better. Whoosh, as the words fell, Crow's figure flashed, invisible to ordinary people, as if he had disappeared. Advertisement the next second appeared in front of Reika. Zango also began to attack Luffy, Zoro and others. Hypnosis was carried out on the Catman brothers, so that the strength of the two who were about to be defeated increased steadily. Now the two Cat brothers, with their own strength, Even the pirate with a bounty of tens of millions is not necessarily an opponent. Teaming up is stronger. For Zoro and others, it is enough to be called a small rival. Usopp was out of reach and kicked out by Sam, nearly killing him. But already seriously injured, Zoro became more and more excited. The stronger the enemy, the more valuable it is to kill. Just kidding, hypnosis is all fake. Why, their strength has improved as a whole. What should I do? Should I escape now? Nami hesitated, leaving Reika and the others at this time and returning to the village is the best opportunity. But she couldn't help but want to see the final result. Afraid that something will happen to them. The three little ones were very brave. As soon as they saw a pirate who had been knocked down, the three of them rushed up and served a set meal with sticks to the pirate who was about to get up. Is the funeral finished? Reika said disdainfully. What an annoying guy. Before you die, I have a question that needs to be clarified, Crow said unhurriedly. I've always been tolerant of the dead, just ask. Are we enemies? Why are you targeting me? It's not a coincidence. Coincidentally, how could it be possible to carry your wanted warrant with you? Crow is still not reconciled. He swears that he has never seen this guy before, but after 3 years of hard work, the plan for the rest of his life is likely to go to waste. All because of this stranger who appeared out of nowhere. How could he be content with this? When this question was asked, everyone pricked up their ears, and they were also curious. 42. You are playing with me, feeling the desperate pirate captain. As a pirate, you wear down your will, like a lost dog, hoping to find a place to hide and find a peaceful life. I can understand, but using people's kindness to deceive other people's feelings, my generation of arrogant gentlemen must not sit idly by. If you ignore it, your thoughts will not be clear. Simply put, that is, Lousy is upset. Just because of this, Crow's mentality almost exploded. Damn it, hearing what he said, they really didn't know each other before. It's just that because he was recognized or saw through his plan through Zhang, he listed a bunch of plans against himself. Be sick, who likes to meddle in their own business these days? Let's get on the road. Crow launched a swift attack angrily, and Silent Step appeared again. Is it just because of this? People disappeared again. Nami's heart tightened. Such a reason is not a reason at all. It can only be considered willful. But this waywardness, to many people, is kindness. If I told him about the dragon, would he help me? No, can't think about it anymore. I have collected 100 million Baileys, so I can't let them take risks. You can't even let the evil dragon know your relationship with them, otherwise the evil dragon may not let them go. For a long time, anyone who has anything to do with him will end badly. I should have left. She had left before, but she didn't miss it. But this time is different. In pirates, they're different. What a man with personality. Kaya couldn't help feeling overwhelmed when she heard the man's reason. It was too domineering. Especially that sentence, Lousy is upset, although rough, but it shows that he is an upright person. Whoosh! Crow's ghostly figure flickered, his cold light flashed in the air, and he rushed towards Reika. Don't you hide, or if you can't dodge just such an attack, that would be too disappointing, Crow sneered. Can't react? That's really weak. Clang. But when Reika casually raised a finger and easily blocked his slash, Crow's face changed drastically. With this level of strength, you want to show off in front of me. What are you pretending to do? Reika raised his right leg with more contempt, and swept it directly at Crow's abdomen, sending it flying away like a cannonball. With a loud bang from Pung, Crow's body plowed through the multiple walls of the villa. Ahem. From the raised dust came the sound of Crow coughing up blood. This guy. Crow felt the kick in his abdomen, almost bursting, and the pain was like tearing flesh and blood. The pain made him almost faint. Advertisement at this moment, he finally understood why Zhang was so frightened. This guy is simply a top-notch marine with unparalleled impact. It's just a brat, what arrogance, but Kailuo still refused to admit defeat, with a slightly ferocious face. With a flick of the body, he culled towards Reika again. The speed was so fast that countless phantoms emerged. Of course, in the eyes of ordinary people, the figure of him, Crow, has disappeared. Die. Crow no longer retained his strength, and went all out. His speed was comparable to that of Lucia, and even when he was furious, he was a little faster. This kind of technology was figured out by himself, and he has been trained to this level in East Blue, so he has to say that he is very smart. But without orthodox training and strong guidance. This trick has a fatal weakness, that is, the speed is so fast that even Crow himself doesn't know what he is chopping. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Crow's figure shrugged, swaying back and forth from side to side, his seemingly weak body, but his footsteps cast countless shadows. It was a high-speed movement method achieved by constantly bouncing the ground with the toes in an instant. Kyla. The surrounding walls, along with Crow's ultra-high-speed movement, were swept out with sharp-cut marks by the cat's claws waving with both hands. Many pirates, even the unconscious bodyguards, were slashed by Crow, bleeding and screaming. What? Even in the battle with the Cat brothers, Zoro suddenly received an inexplicable blow. The same is true for Luffy. Nami managed to hide well, but the big tree hiding was also cut off, just above her head. If it was 10 centimeters lower, she might be in trouble, and she was so scared that she quickly changed to another place to hide. It's over. The captain is going crazy. In this state, even Zhang was extremely afraid of his own people. Pirate after pirate fell. In all directions, there was a mess immediately, and there were cut marks from Crow's ultra-high-speed movement everywhere. Even Crow himself didn't know where he was going to cut. Although Zoro, Luffy and others saw it, they couldn't predict his attack route and couldn't intercept him at all. Slap. The upstairs windows suddenly shattered. Miss, be careful. Although Meili, the loyal servant, could not see her, she stepped forward subconsciously and stood in front of Kaya. With a puff, in Kaya's clear eyes, the blood splashed on Meili's body and his slipping figure were reflected. Advertisement in the sharp wind generated by the high-speed movement filled her ears, and she knew that the next one might be herself. It's just incompetent and furious. But at this moment, an arrogant voice sounded. Reika raised the axe and swept it out, with a loud clang. Espada's cat's claw was swept in half from the middle, and Crow's forward figure stopped abruptly. I can't even find the target, so what's the use of being fast? It's really disappointing. Reika suddenly shocked Rita. Release. Boom. The surging magic power burst out a fan-shaped energy shockwave, just like the energy bombardment of the sun shining on Madara. Destroyed and blasted Crow into midair. Crow in midair was in tatters and dripping with blood. Espada's cat's claws melted directly, and his hands were twisted and deformed. He looked very miserable, and slowly fell from the air like a rag bag. How can there be such a ridiculously strong human being? Crow roared in his heart, unable to accept such a reality at all. Thank you. Kaya was about to thank, but found that Reika had disappeared. In the next second, it appeared above the free-falling Crow. That's it. How dare you realize that you are invincible? It's a shame. Reika looked down at Crow, and stepped on it at the same time. Are you playing with me? Crow's eyes were red. With this kind of strength, he was able to take him down from the beginning, but he wanted to make himself fully prepared, and even give himself time to get the weapon. Oh, did you know? Reika raised his chin, disapprovingly. You devil. Seeing Reika's appearance, Crow almost vomited blood and died of anger. This guy definitely did it on purpose, hanging himself like a cat playing with a mouse. But it has to be said that he has indeed tasted the breath of despair. Non-breathing ghost. Crow still fought back vigorously. Without a sharp weapon, he used his injured palm and formed it into a claw shape. Grab Reika's throat. Pung. But it was useless. Before he touched Reika, he was kicked to the ground by Reika, smashing the ground into a big hole. Get up. I haven't killed the blow just now, let's struggle for a while. Reika's words made everyone around feel chills. This guy is really a devil. You can't stand it after just playing with you for a while. Then what about you playing with other people's feelings and good intentions for several years? Continue to resist and make me happy again. Don't show this expression of fear. I like your unruly expression just now. Look, you recover for me. Reika's expression was so arrogant that it almost collapsed. Too much deceit. Puff. Crow was so angry that he vomited blood and killed people, but that's all. Karaba. No, Chloe. Did the death of my parents have something to do with you? Kaya suddenly thought about the sudden illness and death of her parents a year ago. At that time, Kailua was already there. She clenched her pink fist, and her fingertips penetrated into her flesh and blood, but she wanted to know the answer to this question no matter what. 43. Promise sword intent. / Your fate is up to me. It's really rough and thick. Zoro looked at the enemy in front of him who had been stabbed by him a few times and hadn't laid down, and couldn't help but feel a little outrageous. It's just the hypnosis technique. How can a person's strength change drastically? On the sea, as expected, any bizarre things could happen. No matter how fast the knife is, no matter how sharp it is, use tiny power to the ultimate. Concentrated will can penetrate stubborn stones. Doubt is the most powerful enemy. Zoro used Wuji sword intent in battle. Wuji sword intent comes from Wuji Yi, also known as Master Yi. He is a swordsman with penultimate talent. He once defeated the great enemy invasion, but he is still far away from the way of promise, which can only be understood but cannot be expressed in words. It was his dream to step into the realm, but no matter how hard he tried, no matter how perfect his moves were, he still couldn't touch the profound meaning of swordsmanship. Later, under the leadership of Master Dolan, Master Yi was pulled into the spiritual realm before he realized the way of infinity. The so-called way of promise is a kind of sword intent control and perception that departs from basic swordsmanship skills, pays attention to the perception of heaven and man, resonates with the spiritual realm, and uses the power of the entire spiritual realm with a calm heart. The idea of Wuji is very similar to the current fusion of Haki and sword intent. It not only pays attention to the control of spiritual power, but also needs to understand the sword intent. Using one's own will is the power to temper one's swordsmanship, to achieve the effect that the world resonates with the sword. No matter how strong a person is, the power he can exert is always only himself, but if he resonates with the spiritual realm, you can mobilize the power of the entire spiritual world for your own use, and you can mobilize the power of heaven and earth to condense the swordsmanship that can kill gods. Doubting whether such energy exists is the bottleneck Zoro currently encounters. He needs to break through and comprehend in battle. With the chapter of Wuji Jiani reappearing in Zoro's mind, as well as his increasingly firm belief, he can feel that the concentrated will, such as real power, is condensed on the blade, and everything can be cut. It was as if he heard the breathing of the knife and the voice of his own spiritual realm. It's a wonderful feeling, but it seems to be a little bit. What's the difference? Zoro was not in a hurry to deal with his opponent. For him now, it is not difficult to solve Bug, but this kind of insight is not always available. He wants to master it thoroughly in battle. B********, how dare you underestimate me? Buggy saw that Zoro's attacks were no longer swift and violent, but he was constantly trying to lure him to attack fiercely. I saw through his plan immediately. This guy is using himself to practice swords. Advertisement, Sam, let's make a joint attack and deal with this pirate hunter first. Good. Sam dropped Luffy and handed it to Zango. Look at me, I said after 123 you want to sleep. Zango took out the hypnosis ring and shook it in front of Luffy. And Zhang Gao seriously pressed down his hat to block his sight. This is in actual combat, he doesn't want to hypnosis himself. Don't look, Usopp quickly reminded, his strength may not be very good, but his observation skills are top-notch. He knew how hypnosis was when Django started hypnosis. But this reminder is still too late. 1, 2, Zango, not surprisingly, Luffy looked at the hypnosis ring and immediately fell asleep. This idiot captain. Nami just started to leave, but then stopped again. Picking up the long stick composed of 3 sticks, he sneaked and knocked out the 2 pirates near Luffy. Usopp had a tacit understanding and provided cover. The gunpowder star with a small amount of gunpowder hit Zango, forcing him to dodge. Zoro confronted the Cad brothers alone. Whether I did it or not, does it matter now? Crow sneered at Kaya's heart-piercing question. It's just a winner and a loser. What's the point if he says yes or no? If he says he doesn't believe it, will anyone believe it? The death of Kaya's parents was indeed unexpected. But if they didn't die, for his own goals, he might hesitate, but in the end he would still send them on their way. Kaya looked at Kei Luobing's cold eyes, and took a few steps back chillingly. The man in front of her was strange like never before. She no longer had any illusions about the possibility, and all the friendship disappeared at this moment. It doesn't matter whether he did it or not, in this lifetime, no matter what, she will never forgive him. Okay girl, I'm not saying goodbye to you at the memorial service, what I want is his counterattack. Reika walked towards Crow step by step. If he doesn't take the initiative, he can only take the initiative himself. When Kaya was told by Reika, she immediately felt a little wrong. What this person did was not like a bad person, but why is his personality so bad? But what made her even more unbelievable was that she didn't dislike such a character. It's not decided yet. Don't get too complacent. A person like you will fall from a high place sooner or later and die miserably. Crow spat out a mouthful of blood. Advertisement. The eyes have not yielded yet. Very good, your unruly appearance is really pleasant, but I am the original Sin. Don't use the common sense of the world to judge my actions. This world is not worthy to define my will. Reika said decisively. The arrogance is boundless, and he compares himself to an existence that surpasses the entire world. It left Nami, Luffy, Zoro and others dumbfounded. Usopp's mind suffered an unprecedented shock. I will definitely become such an outstanding sea warrior in the future. While talking, Reika brandished Rita's axe, facing Crow who was dying to fight back. Every time he rushed up, he was slapped flying by Reika, and every time his bones were broken. Time and time again, Nami felt a little sympathetic to Crow. But when he thought of this person, taking advantage of other people's good intentions, he wanted to instigate pirates to invade the village. He also wanted to kill the family that took him in, and deceive others about their feelings. As cruel and evil as a dragon, such people should not deserve sympathy for what kind of pain they suffer. Please give him a pain, don't torture him anymore. But Miss Kaya, who is kind-hearted and has never seen blood, is somewhat unbearable. Despite knowing what he did, but looking at Kaluo's helpless counterattack, and being knocked out by jokes again and again, he looked miserable and miserable. My heart relented, but she didn't think the arrogant Reika would listen to her advice. But unexpectedly, Reika stopped the pursuit. I didn't think about it carefully. Letting the lady beg is not in line with my original sin. In order to reward you for the joy you brought me, I will show you mercy and send you on your way. I don't need anyone's pity, Crow roared with disheveled hair. The mercy I want to bestow, who dares to refuse? Who can refuse? Don't forget, your life is never in your hands, but in mine, O merciless son. Send the ants before me, let's go. Reika's words drove Crow crazy, he had never seen such an arrogant guy. But when a fireball was rubbed out by Reika, he subconsciously turned his head to escape, but it was too late. A fireball the size of a basketball was pushed out by Reika, and suddenly came to Crow, and exploded. A terrifying explosion exploded into a circle of flames with a diameter of tens of meters. The whole island shook violently. I cannot be reconciled. 44. Big win, are you flirting? The ground was covered with scorched earth, and after the explosion, there were still sparks mixed with the earth and high explosive energy. The surrounding air was scorching hot, and many people were blown away by the blast. At this moment, he looked at Reika with a look of fear. He can rub out a cannon with one hand. What a terrifying power. Zoro, Luffy and others didn't know that Reika had this kind of attack method. In this ridiculous world where the physical fitness is generally high, this kind of method is absolutely extraordinary and refined. If they are hit by this fireball, they will probably lose their bones. Captain Crow is dead. The Cat brothers were horrified. In their eyes, the invincible Captain Crow died just like that. From Captain Crow's attack, everyone in the audience, no matter what they did, part of their attention was focused on Captain Crow. They saw Captain Crow, who should have been indomitable and invincible, in front of that handsome, masculine, and powerful man who descended from heaven. It's so weak, it's not an equal battle, it's more like a banter, a crushing game. They never thought that such a terrifying existence existed in this world. Especially the last fireball that sent Captain Crow to the west, which was more powerful than any artillery they had ever seen. The Cat Brothers and others were so scared that they lost all fighting spirit. Besides, Captain Crow is dead. They are no longer in a dilemma, just escape, this small village is too scary. Never again, but it's easy to come, but it's not so easy to leave. Wuji Yadao Luju. The lion sings. Zoro felt the pressure and pure murderous aura in front of the merciless sun. It's like a ghost in purgatory. Let his mental power focus on ultimate in an instant. Zoro's legs were stretched apart, like a horse stance, all the swords were withdrawn, only one word left. In an instant, he could feel his own will, the power of heaven and earth, enveloping him under his concentrated mental power. Clang. The crisp and loud sound of drawing a knife resounded all over the field. With one blow, the sword was drawn, and the cold light flashed in the void, and then, in the blink of an eye, the deadly slash, like cutting through the curtain of the atmosphere, flew past behind the Catman brothers. Advertisement can't capture the trajectory of the knife at all. It was clear that two people were killed at the same time, but there was only a puffing sound of blood soaring. The thick fat and rock-solid muscles were treated with this knife, and they couldn't bear it anymore. He rolled his eyes and died tragically on the spot. But at this moment, on the ground where the two fell, the sharp edge of the knife flashed, and unexpectedly cut a slash mark that was only 1 finger wide, but stretched hundreds of meters away. This is also a monster. Zango was terrified, although he was lucky to hypnosis Luffy, reduced a strong enemy. But the pirate hunter looks even more terrifying. He speeds up and flees. Zoro didn't care about the Cat Brothers he defeated, if only to defeat them. He was able to do it just now, just to take advantage of their joint strength to hone the Wuju sword intent that Reika taught him, and realize the power-focused slash from it. Looking at the remaining sword intent on the blade, Zoro felt that he could cut through the 100 refined steel now. He longed for a stronger person who could prove what he had learned. Looking at Zango's panicked and fleeing back, Zoro waved his knife lightly. Don't show your back to your enemies. 36 vexed phoenixes. The sword chi slashed out as soon as he raised his hands and feet, and Zangao's screams were heard not far away. There were not many other pirates left, and they scattered away. Reika didn't pursue. He was so arrogant that he couldn't look down on these scattered soldiers at all. Reika would only be happy if they had the courage to come to trouble him again. He is currently checking the acting speed and arrogance value brought by this battle. The information accumulated from the beginning of his actions. You take the hypnosis teacher Zangao, let him be afraid of arrogance, the performance value increases, the arrogance value plus 8-0. You destroyed hundreds of Bracu with one blow, and the entire Black Cat Pirates are in awe of you. Your acting value has increased, and your arrogance value is plus 9-0, plus 9-0, plus 9-0. You escorted a team of pirates to swagger through the city, and the whole village was shocked by you. Your arrogance and brutality surprised Luffy, Zoro and others. Acting value increased, arrogance value plus 100, plus 100. Reika flipped through the reminder messages, and smiled involuntarily at the corner of her mouth. Originally, it was just that Lousy was upset, so he taught Crow a lesson. This arrogance value has directly increased by so much, in total. There is a full 2100 arrogance value. The performance value has also risen to 12.5% 100. Reika can feel that his strength has been significantly improved again. Advertisement, I don't know how strong you are with this kind of strength. When you meet Hawkeye soon, how far will you be able to fight? When you meet Hawkeye, no matter what, you have to test the limit of your strength. And he has already discovered that playing the crime of arrogance in front of stronger people will bring more rewards. Even if Garp comes, Reika will not let go of the opportunity to grab the wool. With only a dozen% of acting value, maybe he will die, but the sin of arrogance is not afraid of life and death. The pirates ran away. We won the battle. Usopp looked at the messy battlefield with an unbelievable expression on his face. He himself never thought that today would be so exciting. When the pirates attacked, he was even ready to die in battle. No matter what, he can't just sit back and watch these pirates destroy their village. What a mess. Luckily we won. You're still asleep. Nami breathed a sigh of relief. She is a thief. This kind of thing of fighting against the pirates head-on will not happen if it doesn't happen in the future. Why take risks when you can solve things with your brain? Looking at Luffy, who was still soundly asleep, Nami couldn't resist stepping on Luffy's face. Since it's rubber anyway, it's fine. And with conventional methods, she found that she couldn't wake up at all. Huh? Where's the person? Luffy really woke up after being stepped on like this, but he was at a loss as to where all the pirates went. By the way, if we beat them away, then their ships, their treasures, aren't they all ours? Nami's nature of money lovers broke out, and he was about to go to the coast to look for them. It's gone, Reika said without changing his expression. At that time, in order to cash out his arrogance, he didn't even seize their treasure. Although the treasure can be exchanged for the city's arrogance value, it can increase the arrogance value, which is more valuable than the treasure. Unless they have a lot of treasure, that's a different story. What do you mean it's gone? Nami immediately had a bad feeling. The ship, all the treasures are gone. I blew it up. Oh, you prodigal son, that's the ship of the East Blue Pirate. There must be a lot of treasure, and it's a big ship. Nami kept hammering on Reika's chest in anger. Are you flirting? The fist is weak. Go to hell. Pung. Nami ran away and punched out. It's so simple to multiply your strength. 2 Saw 45. Swimsuit Nami, salvage gold meshi restaurant, back here again. Luffy and others are regarded as heroes by the boss and the people in the village. Good wine and good food are served, and everyone eats with open belly. Nami still looked at the man with a resentful look on his face, as if nothing had happened, with a face of heaven and earth, and only me. Don't worry about it, the Black Cat pirates who came from a long voyage must have a big ship and valuable treasures. They were all ruined in the end, what a prodigal man. Doesn't he know how hard it is to make money? Are you fascinated by my handsome appearance? It seems that you are also a vulgar woman. Reika looked up and met Nami, who was staring at him. You little big-headed ghost. When you're full, tell me the location of the sunken ship, and I'll go salvage it. Nami clenched her little pink fist and said angrily. Didn't I tell you that I was blown away? Reika was puzzled. There will always be some gold or something left. Nami was not reconciled, most of the jewelry and the like were worthless once damaged. However, even if the gold is melted by the high temperature, if you dive into the seabed to search, some of them may not be blown far, and there may be something left. Although the price of gold in this world is not particularly high, it is also one of the relatively valuable hard currencies. Maybe. Will you take me there? It's not interesting. I salvage it, 9 points, don't you usually spend money? You salvage, don't use me? Yes, that can be considered? Up to 20%. Nami gritted his teeth. Okay. Reika didn't refuse any more when the words were up to this point, he was just full, so it's time to take a walk. See you later. After a brief farewell to Luffy Zoro, the two headed towards the shore of North Blue. Advertisement. When he came to the slope, Reika was a little lost in thought. This was the real battlefield of this battle. It's just changed because of his existence, but who cares? The most important thing is to feel happy. What's the point of having the ability not to let yourself live a happier life? The two walked quietly along the way. Reika did not speak, Nami did not speak, Reika was slightly absent-minded. Nami was a little distracted when he was thinking about things, and he seemed to stay there again, because he had such a good opportunity before. Regret not leaving in time. How do you know? Why do you talk like that? We're partners now. Nami almost blurted out subconsciously, but in the middle of the sentence, he quickly changed his words. Could this guy be able to read minds? Does he even know what he is thinking? Aren't you a companion? Reika saw through Nami's little thoughts at a glance. Yes. All right. Nami bit the bullet and admitted. Although you have various shortcomings, since you are a partner, if you need help, just ask. Reika stopped and suddenly looked at him seriously. Nami froze for a moment, she thought Reika would continue to tease her as usual. But at this moment, she stared into his eyes, which were full of sincerity and seriousness. This made her a little caught off guard. No one had ever said that to her before. A sense of security of being protected by others emerged spontaneously. The momentary sensibility almost brought tears to her eyes. Over the years, she has lived a very hard and tiring life, from a thief to an adult, just to redeem her village from the pirates who ruled her hometown. In the beginning, when her stealing skills were immature, she was often chased and beaten. So far, all her stealing skills, drinking and negotiating methods have grown up through repeated failures. This process has never been easy. Her sister would comfort her, but everyone in the village could not do so. On the surface, you have to pretend to be cold-eyed. But apart from relatives, no one has ever offered to help. What can I do? Come on, take me to the place where the shipwreck is. Nami controlled his emotions, a little unnaturally, crossed his hands behind his back, and said awkwardly. Yeah. Reika didn't delve into it. Nami is different from others. If she doesn't say she needs help, it will be difficult for her to fully integrate into the group and dedicate herself to the group. Advertisement. Is your reason for helping her really that simple? Do you really have no enmity with that Captain Crow? Nami changed the subject. But also really curious. It's not about helping, it's just my personal preference. Besides, no hatred. Are you embarrassed to admit it? I didn't expect you to be so arrogant, Nami teased with a smile. True or not, she wanted to see Reika's embarrassed expression. But unfortunately, she failed, and Reika said without changing his face. Women, tsunere is used to describe people like you. Then have you been cheated emotionally, so you hate this kind of person who cheats people's feelings? Nami asked pretendingly. Seemingly asking about Chloe, but also testing Reika, because in a way, she's hiding some truth. Is it also equivalent to cheating their feelings? I think too much, I am purely for my own pleasure. Then you're really badass, did you know that? However, it's not annoying. What did you say? Nothing. Is the sunken ship located here? Which piece of sea is it on? The two walked across the slope and came to the beach. Over there. Reika pointed to a spot. At this moment, the sunset is infinitely beautiful, the whole sky is covered with sunset glow. The cool sea breeze blows past, the sound of waves is played gently, like a lullaby that can calm the mind. The breeze lifts Nami's short hair, under the beautiful scenery. She looks like an elf, generally beautiful, covered with a layer of hazy dreaminess. The next moment, the beauty became even more amazing. After getting the exact position, Nami began to take off her top, revealing a tight-fitting diving suit, showing off Reika's majestic and proud figure that Reika thought would take a year or two to fully develop. What are you doing? Seeing Nami carelessly changing clothes in front of her, Reika froze for a moment, unable to react for a moment. Go into the sea. Nami looked at Reika blankly. Is he stupid? Could it be that the night is approaching and he is going to fall ill? 46. Taijutsu, keep in line with Garp. It's very possible, no wonder I just said that I can help myself, I'm afraid it's just about to talk about it at night. On the second day, he didn't know if he still remembered it. Didn't you realize that I'm a man? Seeing Nami's disapproval, Reika took the initiative to expose the tool. But his eyes were unceremoniously looking at Nami's figure. The skin tone is not as rosy as after 2 years, but it is also elastic and smooth as fat. There is no trace of excess fat all over the body. At this moment, Nami was taken aback when he heard Reika's words. The hands are in an upward undressing posture, revealing a perfect S-shaped graceful arc. At this moment, the wind is strong and the sea is rough, just like Nami's proud figure, which is pleasing to the eye. Reika appreciates it generously, since Nami doesn't avoid suspicion, of course he won't avoid it either. Doesn't Nami know how much impact wearing swimsuits and other clothes will bring to ordinary men? No, maybe she knows, after just trusting someone, she just doesn't care about these trivial things. But if necessary, she sometimes uses beauty as an advantageous weapon. She has done this before, but no one has ever been able to take advantage of her, and all of them have suffered. Ah, hasn't our Reika-sama seen such a beautiful figure? Nami didn't think there was anything at all. In this world, just to live, she tried her best. She doesn't care about these details at all when she doesn't need to seek benefits. It's even better to say that she quite likes this cool suit. But Reika directly pointed it out, somewhat arousing Nami's lack of ladylike reserve. It's just that she is not a lady in the first place, even if she has said so, she will not make any gestures. Instead, he asked Reika confidently and slightly mischievously. It's really pretty good. Being arrogant, Reika would not hide what she was thinking. Whether it's a straight man or without EQ, he doesn't have to have a brain, the only thing he has to do is maintain an attitude of admiration or judgment. The smile on Nami's face was completely stiff, and he turned his head suddenly, and 2 blushers appeared. Did this B******** D speak so directly? Going straight to Nami, I feel that Reika's originally calm gaze has become hot at this moment, as if he was put in front of this man and still watched by him. Nami has enough confidence in her figure and appearance. Advertisement, but this man is extremely arrogant. There are very few things that catch his eyes. He won't wait to criticize anything, right? Nami suddenly felt tense, her legs were close together, her knees were touching, and her thoughts were rubbing uneasily. Have you seen enough? Nami asked with a straight face, but without any confidence. It was more like a coquettish. Fairy. Reika had never seen such a coy moment of Nami, and thought it was very interesting. Even if you think about this moment more, you can stay longer. Damn you big-headed ghost. Nami's rampage came as he said, and he was erratic. He raised his foot and kicked Reika's thigh hard. But it's like kicking on a steel plate. The pain was so great that she only hugged her legs and jumped into the sea like a fighting CK. Until the whole person completely entered the sea. Nami plunged into the sea below, covering his cheeks with his hands, feeling a little hot. This B******* D dared to tease me and embarrass me so much. Sooner or later, I have to get back to this place. Now, I need to find the treasure first. Nami felt his heart beating continuously, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Nice scenery. Reika looked at the setting sun on the sea, felt the breeze and the sound of the waves, and felt at peace. What should I exchange for the arrogance value now? Intermediate's Conqueror's Haki is not urgently needed, and I can't afford it for the time being. Luffy and Zoro have just understood the 6-style shaving and Wuji sword intent. The effect will be even better if you squeeze it in a few days. The crime of arrogance never lacks frontal combat power. As for swordsmanship, if you have it, it's naturally the best. If you don't, it's no problem to oppress the enemy with absolute strength. However, physical skills still need to be improved. The Marine 6 styles of the primary, also it's not as good as my common attack, but intermediate 6 forms should be able to use the magic power of the sun better. Intermediate 6 forms are only worth 900 arrogance, advanced needs 3000 arrogance value. Currently Reika has 2100 arrogance. Since you want to master it, it's better to save up and get an advanced 6 style directly. As for the external skills, there is a magic axe, and it is not in short supply. There is no mercy heavenly sun, arrogant burst, and dust slash. Instead, physical strength is a problem. 1 minute at noon, the fighting power burns and explodes. It is very taxing on the body. Therefore, the 6-style physical exercise can significantly improve the ability of physical strength, which Reika needs. It was less than 10% before, and Reika didn't feel any burden. But now it's more than 12%. Reika wants to explode the noon combat power. I'm afraid he still needs to be more cautious. If his body is damaged, the gain will outweigh the loss. It is suggested that the host should not purchase the same series of products over the next level, as this may lead to imperfections in the entire cultivation system. But when Reika decided to save his arrogance, he bought the 6 advanced forms in one go. The system came to remind. Advertisement, that is to say, if I want to buy the 6th form of advanced, it's better to buy the 6th form of intermediate as well? Yes. Reika pondered and felt that it was reasonable to directly master the advanced skills in one go, and some basic knowledge and skills may be missing. Making it less than perfect to use. Then exchange for an intermediate 6 style first, and leave the remaining 1200 points of arrogance alone. Receive. The knowledge belonging to the intermediate class, as well as the required physical strength and skills, are all provided by the purchased products. After the merchandise was exchanged, a wave of energy went deep into Reika's mind along with all the 6-style skills. It's as if these things are innate, or have existed for a long time. And the 6 forms of intermediate, the span is not small, this energy is transforming one's body strength. Let yourself be able to exert the attack strength of the intermediate 6 styles. Reika's previous physical strength was also very strong, but that was under the blessing of magic power. Under normal conditions, it is not so exaggerated. Reika can probably predict that once he gets the perfect 6 style, his physical strength will probably not be weaker than Garp. Of course, this only refers to the vitality and strength of the body, and Garp can also master various techniques such as Haki. But even so, it is enough to support his huge sun magic power. The road to the strong is close at hand. Reika reached out and held the sun. He seemed to be able to see himself standing on top of the world. Since sailing with Luffy, the performance value has improved much faster than before. The body and mind are also much more relaxed, at least you don't have to worry about being killed secretly when you sleep at night. Ah, there are sharks. Suddenly a scream broke Reika's joy at the moment. 47. A little secret between two people. Nami dives into the bottom of the sea. She has excellent water quality and the place is not deep. She wears waterproof glasses and searches in the bottom of the sea, and indeed finds scattered gold. The original wooden materials are usually not completely destroyed, but will sink after being lost to a certain extent. Except for this ship, the merciless sun, with terrifying heat and blast waves. In the instant of the explosion, everything was blown to pieces, bursting open like a goddess scattering flowers. There was even very little flesh and blood splashed and exploded, so that the shark, which is extremely sensitive to the smell of blood, only discovered and swam here at this moment. Nami found some gold coins on the bottom of the sea. Some of them were semi-melted due to the high temperature, and lost their lines and badges. I don't know which country they came from, and they turned into small lumps of gold lumps. Like a porter, she happily moved to the edge of the beach little by little. During the third dive, I saw several great white sharks swimming towards the sea from afar. Nami's face turned pale with fright. Even though she was very good at swimming, how could she swim past the shark in the water? And there is more than one head. In a panic, I can only ask Reika to see him. In this sea, you really can't relax, Reika said, kicking moonwalk, soaring into the air, and the whole person drew a beautiful arc in the air. Arrogant gun group. Reika uses the magic power of the sun as the source, and uses the strength of the body as the basis. As soon as he pointed out, the finger shadows all over the sky were like dense lightning, striking directly at the group of white sharks in the sea below. In this world, this great white shark is not one of the overlords of the ocean. It is a general fish school that is not far from the bottom but is not far from the bottom. Each finger falls and grows rapidly, like a finger of a god pressed down from the sky, but with extremely penetrating power. With a sweeping and contemptuous attitude, crush the great white shark in the sea. Advertisement puff puff. Every great white shark, which is comparable to a small boat, is pierced by Reika's finger pistol group like paper, and every penetration wound has traces of high temperature burns. In the blink of an eye, the whole group of great white sharks were all eliminated. There's another one under the water, but the tension on Nami's face didn't disappear. Reika couldn't see, but upon hearing the words, he could only drop from the sky, plunged into the sea, and picked up Nami. Just after he got out of the sea, a great white shark with its bloody mouth wide open rushed out of the sea, just in time to bite an empty hole. At that time, the gaping mouth was only a few tens of centimeters away from Nami, and Nami hugged Reika tightly in fright, sticking her whole body to it, as if wanting to fuse the two into one. It's all right. Reika stepped forward, landed on the beach, and slashed a dark red line of fire, cutting off the great white shark jumping out of the sea. Hearing this, Nami's frightened and blank mind came back to his senses, seeing himself wearing wet clothes and clinging to Reika's body, although he felt an unprecedented sense of security. But this time, his face couldn't be controlled anymore, and it became extremely red with a rub. She has never had such intimate contact with any man. Hastily pushed Reika away in a panic. Scared? Reika's voice was no longer high-pitched, but concerned. The eyes of the two met in an instant. One was handsome and masculine, and the other was a lotus flower. In an instant, something indescribable was quietly growing. Looking at those deep and charming eyes, Nami panicked first. I'm fine, thank you. It's okay. This kind of effort is not worth mentioning at all, and it's not even worth playing arrogance. Let's go back, Nami said immediately. No more fishing? It's all bloody smell. Maybe other sea creatures will come over later, and there's nothing down there. Nami replied subconsciously without even thinking about it. Now she just wants to go back as soon as possible. Stay with everyone. Don't stay alone with this guy, in case the gun goes off. Advertisement bah. What was she thinking? As long as she was alive, as long as everyone in the village was alive, she was satisfied. The rest belonged to the life of a normal girl, which she had never expected. Reika nodded. She has no problem with this. It doesn't matter whether you go back or stay. It's no different, but Nami seems to be different from usual. Did you do something wrong? Why'd I feel that you were in a hurry to escape from here? Logically speaking, a few sharks can't scare you. It's up to you. I'm not you monsters. If the shark bites me, I'll die. Nami's reasons are impeccable. As long as I'm here, no matter what happens, you'll be safe, Reika said firmly. Nami's heart trembled, and then she looked up at the sky, and the sun had completely set. Are you guilty of the disease that you become a good person at night? And you have lost a little weight, you are so strange. I'm really sorry. During the day, I was really a bit presumptuous. I'm really sorry. Next time, I must pay attention to my method. Reika stroked the back of his head honestly. You. What's the matter? Nami was a little overwhelmed by such a polite Reika, and looked at Reika in surprise. It's nothing. I'm just reflecting on my behavior during the day. It's really too high profile. I'm so arrogant, it's really my fault. Humility is king. But what I said just now came from the bottom of my heart. Looking at Reika, who was so sincere, Nami's heart was pounding. He emphasized again, is he expressing his favor to himself? No, it seems not, but to express a feeling of protection? Is it because they are companions? Damn, why does this guy become so gentle every night? There must be something tricky. It seems that you were very confused, then let me tell you something, let's keep it as a little secret between the two of us. Reika smiled, extremely warm, charming like a city, and extremely lethal. Nami blushed. Just us, a little secret between the two? Yes. When the two returned to the hotel, Miss Kaya came here accompanied by Meili, who was wrapped in bandages. 48. Changes in Kaya, going merry. The meal is almost finished, rest for one night, and it's time to leave tomorrow. Zoro drank the wine in his glass in one gulp, and said contentedly. That's true, but, Zoro, what do you think of Usopp? Luffy asked suddenly. Although he looks timid and likes to lie, he is unexpectedly a very reliable man. Hee hee. Do you think so? Then I've decided, I want that guy as my partner. Luffy grinned, revealing a neat big white fang. After waking up, Luffy regretted not being able to beat a pirate like Crow away with his own hands. There are many pirates in this sea, and Crow is the one he hates the most, taking advantage of other people's feelings casually. Count all your companions into the account, and if the situation is a little bad, just kill your companions at will. This is the most typical kind of pirate on the sea, but the pirate and partner in Luffy's imagination are not like this, and the two are contrary in concept. You are the captain, you decide. At this time, Zoro respected Luffy's captaincy very much. At this moment, Usopp is saying goodbye to his three little friends. They recalled the past with tears of pain. In fact, they knew where their father was from Usopp and what kind of person he was. After seeing Luffy and their pirate friendship, and the man showing the true warrior style of the sea, his heart was already about to move, and he could no longer calm down. An impulse arose in his heart, wanting to take a look at this bright sea. Now, his blood is hot and he wants to travel far, but he hasn't thought that he can join that monster team. I just want to pack my bags and set sail. Although there is an age gap between Usopp and the three little ones, they're true friends, and they are completely heart-to-heart friends. For Kaya, his initial purpose was only because he felt sorry for her and didn't want her to be unhappy, so he gradually built up a relationship. To put it bluntly, he is kind and nosy, and with the three little ones, it can be regarded as a life-and-death friendship, especially in this battle, each of them is not afraid of death. In the past, they always showed their special features naively. After chasing a common puppy, they lied and said that it was a three-headed hellhound. Catch a chameleon and say it's a real dragon. Now Usopp would never have dreamed that all of this would become a reality in the near future. Including the story about the giant goldfish and its rice fields that he lied to Kaya not long ago. It was a period of big talk, but a very beautiful childhood life, and now the Usopp Pirates are about to disband. Usopp was afraid that he would not have the courage to go out to sea again to realize his dream of becoming a brave sea warrior after this enthusiasm passed. Advertisement. You guys have to take good care of yourself. Woohoo! Usopp's nose was dripping with tears. This was the first real separation between them since they knew Onion and the others. Captain, you have to take care too. The three little ones also cried into tears. So you are here. Kaya and Mei Li pushed the door open. Reika and Nami just came back and met. Yo, Missy. Luffy raised his right hand and casually greeted her. Is it okay if you don't lie down and rest? Nami cared. They all knew that Miss Kaya was weak and sick. Over the past year, my illnesses have been caused by the loss of my parents, and I have also received a lot of encouragement from Usopp. I can no longer act like a spoiled child. I have really caused you a lot of trouble. Without you, I'm afraid I don't know what will happen now. Thank you very much. Miss Kaya sincerely thanked you. The words fell, and the eyes finally fell on Reika, full of enthusiasm and admiration. Reika's heroic appearance during the day is imprinted in her eyes, engraved in her heart and cannot be erased. She is a young lady who likes to read and listen to stories. In her life, she has fantasized about a man like a hero many times. Usopp was fine, but they both knew it was a kind of kinship that grew out of a feeling of fellowship. Different from the feeling that this domineering man gave her, he was like a kind of faith, helping others without any reason. Will I be able to become such a person one day? Are there people in this world who are in this situation? But those people, is there no one to help? Kaya is suddenly full of longing for the outside world. Miss Kaya, is there anything else? Nami looked at Kaya, feeling that her eyes seemed a little too hot, and he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, but he couldn't explain why. Sorry, I haven't thanked Reka-san for saving me during the day. Don't worry, I've gone too far during the day. Reika smiled kindly. This appearance made Kaya stunned for a moment. Is he so talkative? How does it feel completely different from the daytime? Don't worry about it, he's like this, night and day. He has two personalities. Isn't it interesting? This is my first partner, Luffy said proudly. As he spoke, he patted Reika on the shoulder. So that's how it is. Reika-san is really an interesting person. I came here this time to prepare a gift for you all. It's a little bit of my heart. Please accept it. Please come with me. Several people followed Kaya to the nearest coast, south of the coast. Advertisement, wow. Light sailing boat. Nami was amazed and delighted when he saw the brand new boat in front of him. The ship had a mainmast and a dhow, not huge, but many times more luxurious than the ships they had used before. Especially the overall design, let everyone's eyes shine. Amazed, every place is handled very delicately. Can we really accept it? Luffy opened his hands excitedly. He fell in love with this light sailboat at a glance, and the material seemed very unusual. And this may be the first ship that truly belongs to them. Yes, please use it by all means, Kaya said with a gentle smile. Although the style is a bit old, it is a ship I personally designed. The skeleton structure uses a triangular stern center rudder light sailing boat. It is called Going Merry. First of all, in terms of power adjustment and start. No, tell me about the ship. Nami saw that Luffy listened to Mei Li's introduction with a blank face, and at a glance, he could see that this stupid captain didn't understand at all. So she took the matter by herself. What a cool bow. Luffy is not interested in how to operate the boat, but thinks the sheep's head on the new boat is so cool. Under the sheep's head, there is a main cannon. Everything that might be needed for sailing is already installed, Kaya said. Your family is indeed not ordinary rich. Although it is a remote mountain village, there are also banks and other institutions in this world. I don't know how much assets Kaya's parents have left for her. Although this is a light sailing boat, I'm afraid it can't be bought without tens of millions of Baileys. And seeing that they can take it out now, it must have been built before. It's not much, it's all from my parents, bank deposits and other fixed assets, probably almost 1 billion Baileys. Kaya brushed her hair, and answered Reika's curiosity truthfully. Reika finally knew why that guy Crow was willing to lurk for 3 years. If he really succeeded, he might not have to worry about it for the rest of his life. The master used to do business outside. After having a young lady, he moved here to live a cleaner life. It's a pity. Mei Li recalled the past, and couldn't help feeling sad. The master and wife were gone, and now only Missy has everything ready. It's a double whammy, Luffy laughed. It's considerate, idiot, Zoro struck speechlessly. Let's hold a banquet on the boat tonight, hee, Luffy said excitedly. I agree. Then I'll order someone to prepare more wine and food, Mei Li volunteered. The boat she designed would be liked by them. For him, it is also a kind of recognition. I'm going to spend the night on the boat tonight. 49. Banquet, have you heard of magic? Going Merry, with a total length of 13 meters and a total height of 11 meters, has a 4th gate cannon on board. There is a door under the bow, 1 door on the left and right sides, and 1 door behind. There is nothing to say about the space above the deck, it is empty, and the main space is inside the hull. The position below the mast is the boys' dormitory. Because of the main mast, the space is not spacious, but that is compared with the girls' dormitory at the rear and lower part of the cabin. There is enough space for normal living. The tallest building in the cabin protruding from the tail is the conference room and pilot house, and the warehouse, artillery deck, and bathroom are located below, and the female dormitory is located at the bottom. And the female dormitory was originally designed for Kaya, so it is the best room, with all kinds of things, everything is available. It is in a straight line with the male dormitory. Under normal circumstances, the male and female dormitories are not connected, but there is an emergency escape passage between the two. After just a while, everyone became familiar with the melee, and everyone was very happy. After a while, under the night view of stars, barbecue pits were set up one by one, and Kaya's private chef team was in charge of grilling. The fragrance was overflowing, facing the cool evening breeze, and tasting fine wine, everyone laughed heartily. During the period, Usopp and San Shaoji received the news and came together, and sang some songs that were widely circulated in the sea. It's just that this song is full of emotions, without skills, except for Nami's singing. She can rarely let go of everything for a short time, and only enjoy the joy of this moment. Reika looked at Nami, and felt that this was the most sincere and the most frequent smile since she met her. Such beautiful scenery is the sea life that Reika yearns for. Whoever wants to drink with me, the loser will have to pay. Nami held the wine glass and started looking for the fat sheep. Zoro had an excellent capacity for alcohol, and he was the first to refuse to accept, but in the end he was unwilling to admit defeat, and was emptied of the few Baileys on his body. Reika-san, this kind of life is really good. Kaya came to Reika with a bottle of drink and sat down, looking at Usopp and Luffy who were clasping their shoulders together and shouting songs like good brothers. She was sick and unable to drink, even yearning for such a life. Maybe it would only be yearning forever. It's really good. Do you want to see the outside world too? Reika asked. He understood Kaya's eyes. I think about it, but not now. I still have to take care of my body first. Unexpected. Reika held the oak barrel and took a sip, and found that the wine was so-so, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. To know the sin of arrogance he played, he once opened a tavern, and the wine he brewed was full of praise even after drinking the 10 Commandments. In addition, he also likes to write poems. These are all small skills to increase the value of acting. Advertisement. So now he is working as a bartender, while mixing drinks for everyone at the banquet, while quietly tasting the differences of various fine wines. Accident? Kaya didn't quite understand. She quietly accompanied Reika. She likes this atmosphere, but her body is not fully adjusted, so she can't fully participate in it. Miss Kaya, the sea is very dangerous. I know, it's just. How can the lonely cloud live in the world with wild cranes? This may be the only remaining charm of this era. Everyone has Ling Yun's ambitions and dreams, and these dreams are as extraordinary as Yunhee, divorced from reality. With such a heart, naturally no one wants to stay on only one island for the rest of their lives. Longing for a wider sky. Is this a poem? Miss Kaya was stunned for a moment, and she vividly described the restlessness in her heart with just 2 sentences. Poems from my hometown. It's beautiful. The two talked softly. Did Kaya's gentle laughter come out? Reika, the wine you made is really delicious. Even though several common wines are mixed together, they can become so delicious. Hey, Usopp, be my partner. Luffy quickly became friends with Usopp, a silly captain, a man full of emotions and a braggart, is a match made in heaven. Halfway through the party, Luffy sent out an invitation. Okay, what did you just say? Usopp was so drunk that no matter what Luffy said, he automatically replied yes. But when he woke up belatedly, Usopp was stunned. I said, be my partner, Usopp was suddenly excited. Their pirate group was different. Whether it's their mutual feelings or their actions, of course, the most important point is that he really yearns for such a pirate. I admire a powerful and charismatic warrior like Reika, and I also like a simple pirate captain like Luffy. I want to be the captain. Usopp raised his arms inflatedly. I'm the captain, Luffy retorted immediately. This point cannot be compromised. Advertisement, ha. To celebrate our addition of new partners. Cheers, Luffy raised the cup in his hand and shouted loudly. Everyone was infected by him. Cheers. Everyone stood up and cheered, and the atmosphere became more joyful. It lasted until late at night, and Nami came to Reika's temporary bar with a wine glass. Did you give Miss Kaya something just now? Let me tell you, I know your secret. Be careful, I will steal your things at night. Not at night. It's just a little help for a person who is eager to travel. It may not work at all. If you like it, you can take it and have a look. Your perception of the climate is outstanding. In the future, I will prepare better things for you. Reika took out a practice method written primary observation Haki and handed it to Nami. This thing has already been owned, and for Reika, there is no need to buy it repeatedly, just copy a copy. You don't need to pay anything, maybe you can see a different Kaya in the future. Reika thought it was quite interesting, but whether it is useful or not, Reika doesn't know, but the 6th style swordsmanship is not suitable for the frail Kaya at all. It's not a loss if it's useless, if it's useful, just treat it as the ship's return gift. What good stuff. Don't fool me. Nami took it over and took a look, and found that many of the things on it were very mysterious, were they true or false, and could sense things without eyes. This thing was originally meant for you, and the timing is about the same now. Everyone has. Then what better thing is this? I don't have a lot of money now, I'll prepare it for you when I have more money. Although Reika is easy talking and gentle at night, his first consideration is himself. And there are not many wolves now, and Kaya only provided 120 arrogance just now. If you want to improve yourself, think about others. Preparing for what? Nami looked forward to it. Have you ever heard of magic? Magic? Isn't this a legendary? How could it really exist? Don't try to lie to me. You'll know later. Reika didn't guarantee that Nami was born very sensitive to air currents, that is, elements, and so on. The magic book in the mall might be useful to her, but it wasn't certain. Then I will remember, don't forget, I am not drunk. Nami smiled mischievously. 50. The different atmosphere on the Straw Hat ship landed on Zhenzhou Island. The Meili set sail, and Kaya and others on the shore waved goodbye. In the morning of this day, the villagers couldn't wait for the big talker who said that the pirates were coming every day, and they all felt a little lonely and bored. But this job was quickly taken over by onions, radishes and green peppers. The pirates are coming. I will cherish it and work hard, Kaya said firmly, looking at the notebook in her hand. The weather is fine, the seagulls are flying, going merry, moving forward at a constant speed, the sea is vast, they have set off for several days, but they have not encountered any ships, let alone pirates. Luffy sat obediently at the bow of the boat with a big bag on his head. With his personality, it was difficult for him to calm down. But if there is Nami's invincible iron fist, he must be quiet if he is not quiet. After the training, Zoro lay down on the deck and fell asleep, while Nami moved a small chair, sat under the mast, and studied carefully with the Grand Line's nautical chart. He sips coffee from time to time, but looks absently at Reika, who is sitting on the mast and is in charge of looking out. Of course, Reika did this because the scenery at the height is just right. Usopp stood energetically on the bow of the ship, posing as if I am an expert, I am the captain, facing the air, waving a long wooden sword, and said to himself, "Stupid pirates, you know knowing that this going merry is the armada led by Master Usopp, do you still dare to attack? Little ones, let's fight." Usopp said passionately and generously, and swung the wooden sword vigorously. Zhang was overwhelmed with emotion. When the results call out to the little ones to fight. Those who are sleeping, those who are in a daze are still in a daze, those who are looking at pictures are still looking at pictures. Even Luffy has fuel and bunting out of nowhere and is painting and painting. They all ignored this exuberant and excited young man who had just boarded the boat and had not yet passed the novelty. Usopp pretended to be very cold. I said, you guys, pay more attention to others. Usopp said with a lack of interest. Drawn. Luffy suddenly held the flag, jumped up and said loudly, startling Usopp when he couldn't catch him. Look, it's the pirate flag. After Usopp joined us, there are now 5 people, so we must have our own pirate flag. Luffy pulled open a somewhat abstract pirate flag with a skull laughed. Is that our flag? Zoro opened his eyes in a daze, and there was speechless cold sweat on his forehead, the words that the flag was hung up. Will be laughed at by fellow pirates. Advertisement. The pirate flag should be a symbol of terror and death. You are a joke, Zoro criticized truthfully. No, from a certain point of view, Luffy's talent is indeed terrifying. It's terrible. My 3-year-old's graffiti is even better than this. Nami hit mercilessly. Since it's about painting, how can I be a talented painter? I'm a genius who has been scribbling on walls for 50 years. No one can compare to me in painting. Usopp boasted that he never made drafts, don't even consider whether the logic makes sense. Hiss to ye. But there are still people who believe it, such as Luffy. In 50 years, you should be full of children and grandchildren by now, Nami said speechlessly. Ahem, don't care about these details, just leave it to me. Usopp immediately started to operate. A minute later, a lifelike pirate flag was generated. The drawing was really good, but the nose of the skull was very long. How do you draw yourself? Come again. Okay. Usopp said with a little regret, and after some more painting and drawing, the world-famous StrawHat Pirate flag was born. This is really good, Usopp, you are amazing. Luffy fell in love with this pirate flag wearing a straw hat immediately. The drawing is pretty good. Nami, who is good at drawing nautical charts, also thinks that Usopp's drawing skills are really good. Not bad, Zoro agreed, and Reika just nodded slightly. Since Usopp boarded the ship, the atmosphere on the ship seems to be much happier and lively than before. Reika judged in his heart, Usopp likes to brag, playing with a simple captain who believes in everything. It's quite a feeling of chicken and dog jumping, can it not be lively? But now this happy and childish trio is short of a chopper. Grand line. Here we come. Draw this pattern on the sail as well, Luffy said with satisfaction. It's a small matter, leave it to my uncle. Usopp said confidently. If nothing else, he is almost omnipotent when it comes to trivial matters. After a while, the flag was hoisted, and there was a skull logo wearing a straw hat on the sailboat. Now this is the representative of their StrawHat Pirates. After painting the sailboat, Usopp collapsed on the ground. Going this way? It doesn't look too good, Luffy standing at the bow said suddenly, but his face was full of expectation. What's that? Zoro looked up when he heard that, his face was shocked immediately. Advertisement in the area ahead, the sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder and lightning, and the storm lingered, like a ghost island of purgatory. On their side, the sky is still clear, but they are approaching, and it is difficult to get around. Seeing this, Nami held the nautical chart in one hand, observed it carefully with the telescope in the other, and quickly came to a conclusion. There is nothing wrong, it is that small island. Did you see anything interesting? Luffy asked quickly. That's Treasure Island in Legendary. Legendary Treasure Island. I seem to have heard of this. Usopp immediately thought of some legendary that he usually heard. Treasure Island? Luffy tilted his head, confused. Knowing that Luffy didn't understand, Nami explained. Yes, this island is very famous in the pirate circle, accompanied by a strange legendary. Weird legendary? Luffy hadn't heard of it at all. Legendary, whoever approaches that island will offend the gods. Could this be the wrath of the gods? Usopp watched the ship gradually enter the storm circle. The raging waves and lightning reflected each other, as if the people in the ship would be smashed to pieces if they were not careful. He couldn't help but said in fear. Sailing is terrible. He was so scared that he hugged the mast directly. It seems very interesting, Luffy said enthusiastically. Luffy, are you going to land on that small island? Usopp turned pale. Didn't he hear what Nami said just now? It would offend the gods. But Nami, who has always been afraid of danger, also has bright eyes. You were right, it will be interesting, Kai. Go aboard, Luffy yelled, oblivious to Usopp's trembling legs. I have a disease that will kill me as soon as I go to the island. Go up and have a look. The false captain, Luffy, has no objection, and the real captain, Nami, has no objection. Reika, who surpassed the true and false captains, did not refute, and landing is imperative. Everyone listen to my command, this storm is not ordinary. Yes. Zoro, furl the jib, Usopp strengthens the cables, Reika controls the rudder, 3 o'clock. Under the command of Nami, a top navigator, they rushed through the storm circle and approached the island without any danger. Survived. Usopp was terrified. 51. What does it feel like to be called an idiot by an idiot captain? After the boat berthed, a few people went to the island, but they were surprised that there was no rain at all on this treasure island. Such a climate may be common on the Grand Line, but in East Blue, the climate alone, combined with legendary, is enough to bring a strong sense of uneasiness. Usopp, who didn't dare to stay on the boat alone, could only follow Zoro cautiously. Like a frightened bird, every little movement can frighten him again and again. Seeing a piranha with its mouth opening and closing is full of uneasiness, but people like Luffy, who have already been outside, feel that it is normal. This island is so weird, Usopp said nervously, putting his hand on Zoro's shoulder. That's right. Zoro didn't take it seriously, there was something really wrong, and he cut it off with a sword. It is said that there is an amazing treasure sleeping somewhere on this island. So far, many pirates have landed on this island, but all of them escaped before finding the treasure because of fear. Fear? Luffy walked carelessly in the forest, looking around curiously. For example, when someone is sleeping, he suddenly finds that his companion has turned into a wild boar face, and there are also people whose beards grow longer and longer, and finally become like snakes and strangle themselves to death. Nami knows the legendary about the treasure by heart. But Nami alone rarely chooses such a risky way. If she can't go back, it's not just her fault. But now I have so many powerful people around me, so I dare to take a look at this legendary island. Liar. Usopp looked around uneasily when he heard someone being strangled by his beard. Maybe it's a bit exaggerated. Nami spread her hands and smiled. Isn't this kind of deep and quiet environment suitable for such a story? Don't scare me, but many people say that, and it's certainly not groundless. I just walked for a while and didn't find it. I'm hungry, I'm going to sleep, it's rare to come across land in a few days. Zoro lacked interest, yawned, then lay down on an open space, and fell asleep in a second. How big his heart is to be able to fall asleep in such a weird place, Usopp said very speechlessly. Exactly, how his nerves grow. Nami agreed, it's a good camping environment and I brought a simple tent, Reika said caringly in the dark. With that said, construction has already begun, Nami Usopp. This is even more exaggerated, we are not here for camping but for treasure hunting. Advertisement, huh? Luffy suddenly squatted down beside the grass, looking at a long snake with rabbit ears, and the two stared at each other with big eyes. When most people see this unconventional animal, they might start screaming in fright, but Luffy didn't and poked it with his finger. The rabbit snake opened its mouth and yawned cutely. Suddenly, some liquid dripped from the forest above and fell on Usopp's neck, which made him scream out of fear. What, don't be scary. Nami's complexion suddenly changed. Despite her arrogance just now, she is actually not very courageous. No, I'm just doing a dance to strengthen my nerves. Don't mess with Luffy. Usopp got into a dancing position, trying to relieve the tense atmosphere. After all, he is the great Captain Usopp, how could he admit that he was startled by the water droplets just now? But halfway through the conversation, he felt someone touching his palm. He thought it was Luffy teasing him, but when he turned his head, he saw a fox with a comb and tail licking his hand. At the same time, a bat in the shape of a panda suddenly fell from the branch above in front of the two of them. Ah! The two yelled in fright, what kind of monsters are these? Nami even hugged Reika's arm directly beside her, her heart beating violently. Food and love money. Reika smiled slightly, feeling amused and interesting. Obviously timid and afraid to die, but for the treasure, but more active than anyone else, this has been engraved in Nami's bones. At this time, the dark forest around them lit up with eyes of beasts, they were surrounded, and a majestic voice sounded. Get out. Who is it? Luffy looked around and asked. Where did the sound come from? Several people quickly formed a circle. Zoro was still soundly asleep. Get out, this old man is the patron saint of this island, if you want to survive, get out of this island immediately. Patronus? Luffy dismissed it, you're pirates? That's right, Luffy answered truthfully, it really is a pirate. Why did the gods ask this? Nami felt something was wrong even though he was still scared. Listen, if you dare to take another step into the forest, you can try to see if you will suffer the divine punishment that will smash your bones to pieces. The other party was still threatening. How'd I know? Why are you asking me? Luffy didn't understand what the other person meant at all, thinking he was asking if he would be punished. This almost didn't make the person in the dark vomit blood and die. Stop playing tricks, Luffy, there's a person in a treasure chest, you go and get rid of it, don't interfere with my tenting, get it done soon, and get some bonfires for barbecue. Reika pointed in a direction. Advertisement, Reka-san, you are an idiot, how could someone put it in a treasure chest, and it's not the treasure chest boy in the storybook manga? Luffy sneered. What does it feel like to be insulted by a captain with a touching IQ? Reika thought it was probably a feeling of exhaustion. Fortunately, at this point in time, Reika is not angry. How did you find me? Carmen was taken aback. You must know that he has been hiding in the forest with Green's fluffy hair, which is difficult to be found. At the same time, the surrounding animals appear, all of which are exotic animals, rabbit snakes, rooster foxes, panda bats, lion piglets, short-necked deer and so on. All of different species from the regular East Blue creatures. Luffy hugged a lion pig curiously. Is this a lion? It's a pig. Nami looked at this chic little thing that looked more like a pig. Luffy looked at the lion pig and lion, but was bitten by the lion pig, which stretched his face. Carmen, who was so scared in the dark, suddenly panicked. Who are you? I'm a rubber man who ate devil fruit. The honest and straightforward boy Luffy answered the other party's question, and even opened his mouth wide, proving that what he said was true. How is it possible? The old man heard this rumor when he was still a pirate. Pirates? The IQs of both sides are very touching. Reika had already set up half of the tent, and didn't pay much attention to this little farce. No matter who you are, since you don't want to leave, then accept God's punishment. Kamen consciously exposed, and then launched an attack. The crude arrow mechanism was activated, and nothing was hit, but the stone hit Luffy, and the result was unscathed. Did Reika say it was there? Luffy looked at the place Reika had said before. You, don't come here, I told you not to come here. A gun protruded from the bushes, and under tension, it was pulled with a bang. It hit Luffy, but the bullet flew out. What kind of monster are you? Carmen was startled. What the hell is a rubber man? It's useless to use a gun on this guy, Nami said, pointing at Luffy. But I don't like it very much, because it will scare people, Luffy replied. Is this a scary question? Carmen felt that the situation was not good, so he ran away. As a result, Luffy was already close, and saw that there was really a little man with green hair and a black face in the treasure chest. When he was about to escape, he was caught. 52. The real treasure hunting experience of pirates. In an open space, Luffy and others surrounded Carmen, and they were a little stunned when they saw his true face. Is this a god? It's the first time I've seen the person stuffed in the treasure chest, Nami said in surprise. Me too. But you were really popular as a god. You used to use them to help you drive away the pirates. Usopp agreed, watching the exotic beasts surround Kamen, sticking out their tongues and licking. He felt that his relationship with the animals was very good. Are you the sun in a box? Luffy asked innocently. He had really read such a story. Yeah, I have been carefully cared for since I was a child. How is it possible? I can't get out of this box. I have lived like this for 20 years. Carmen was caught and found that these guys did not because of punish yourself for your previous misbehavior. He immediately judged that they were not bad people, so he didn't plan to lie. 20 years. Nami was surprised. 20 years was longer than her entire life. It is unimaginable that someone can live like this for 20 years. Hearing this, Usopp immediately understood that this would be a long story. He took out the thermos from his small satchel, poured himself a glass of warm water, and prepared to listen carefully. It has to be said that Usopp lived a very delicate life. Sure enough, Carmen told everyone his story the next moment. 20 years ago, he was a pirate and came here with a fleet to hunt for treasure. As a result, when the fleet was leaving, he found a lone peak that hadn't been searched yet, so he planned to search again. When he climbed the mountain, he did see several treasure chests. Just as he was about to call out to his companions, his foot slipped and he fell off the isolated peak and fell into the treasure box below. While struggling, the fleet left, and he wanted to take the treasure box on the isolated peak as his own, but because of the body is trapped in the box and cannot be pulled out at all. For 20 years, he could only look up at the peak and sigh. For the past 20 years, he has been living with the rare beasts on the island, and his body has gradually merged with the treasure box, and he can no longer take it off. While listening to his stories, while grilling around the campfire. This story was told for a long time, especially his life experience with some rare beasts, which made Luffy and others listen with gusto. After a while, the sky dawned. When Zoro woke up and saw Uncle Treasure Chest, he was startled belatedly. What is this guy? Let me find out sooner, Nami said with a look of disgust. Advertisement. Oh, Zoro, you're awake. Well, the weather is really good. There is still a storm outside, but the sky over the island is already sunny. This weather is really good, everything is sunny, I am a god. The arrogant Reika appeared. After learning about what happened, Luffy and Zoro decided to help Kamen get his treasure. Even Nami didn't intend to rob his treasure. He guarded the treasure for 20 years, which was too long for people to have the heart to steal his treasure. This treasure should belong to him, and she is also a beautiful girl with principles. Are you really willing to help me? Of course. These things belong to the uncle, of course. Luffy grinned, even if it wasn't in the first place. But he has guarded it for 20 years, it is not his, and it should belong to him at this moment. Soon everyone came to the bottom of the isolated peak that Carmen said. The mountain was indeed steep, but it was not particularly high. Straw Hat Boy, please. Leave it to me, Rubber Rocket. Luffy stretched out his hands to grab a raised rock, and he bounced up. The people below were looking forward to it, and Reika looked calm. He already knew the result, and there was no wavering in his heart. How, have you found it? Carmen asked impatiently as soon as Luffy went up. Found it. There are 5 treasure chests. Luffy appeared on the edge of the top of the mountain with the boxes in his arms. Great, great, my treasure, quickly throw down my treasure, Carmen said excitedly. 20 years of waiting is finally about to see the result. No, but hearing this, Luffy really refused. Huh? Luffy, what are you doing? Nami Usopp asked immediately after hearing this. In their opinion, their captain is not someone who would covet other people's treasures. Reika and Zoro were silent, and Kamen was stunned for a moment. Instead of getting angry, he was thoughtful. So that's the case, I understand. Thank you, Straw Hat Boy, you are really a good person. Eh? Usopp and Nami hadn't reacted yet. Advertisement? I also vaguely feel that maybe that's the case, although I tried my best not to think about it. It's empty inside. Yes, it's all empty. Luffy readily admitted. On the contrary, Usopp and Nami couldn't accept it, and felt more sympathetic to Kamen. The treasure that has been guarded for 20 years is actually empty. Ordinary people simply cannot accept such a blow. Luffy didn't want to give it to him just now because he was afraid that Carmen would not be able to accept the reality. In some ways, Luffy's emotional intelligence is always on the line, especially when it comes to things that hurt other people's confidence or self-esteem. The treasures on the treasure map are usually like this. Only after arriving do I find out that the treasures are usually found by others, or they are not fake at all. Adventure hunting for treasures is a kind of test for pirates. Sometimes I gave my time and my life, but all I got was nothing. Carmen covered his face with his hands and sighed in pain. This sentence makes everyone silent. Maybe this is the real treasure hunting life of pirates. Ha ha ha. But it's great. Fortunately, we've been here for 20 years. If it's another 30 years, the uncle may be dead. Now your goal is only the big secret treasure, and then go to sea with us, be a pirate. Luffy doesn't know how to comfort people, but he knows how to rekindle hope in a person. Are you inviting me, Straw Hat Boy? You obviously don't want to talk to me so far. There are many people who regard me as a monster, and I forget how many years I haven't trusted anyone, but now my treasure is and I'm on the island. Thank you for your invitation. If it's you, I'm sure I'll be able to find the great secret treasure. The disappointment in Kamen's heart was swept away, replaced by yearning for future life. And cherish the precious beasts around you. It was he who reminded himself that there was never more than one treasure. Of course, I'm the man who is going to be the One Piece, he, Luffy said to himself. It didn't take long for the two parties to say goodbye. Aren't you really going to sea with us? Although I have no treasure, I still have things I want to protect. I have shared joys and sorrows with them for 20 years, and now I cannot live without them. Uncle, take care. Goodbye. Take care, Straw Hat Boy, you must find the big secret treasure and then buy the whole world. For the whole journey, this is just a small episode and what I saw when I was in Shouchi. Treasures in this world are never limited to gold and silver treasures. This encounter was not a small spiritual baptism for Nami Usopp. Going merry set sail once again. 53. It's time for a chef. It's just a little knowledge, and the arrogance value is quite high. As expected, things related to the original plot have a lot of arrogance value. These days, the arrogance value has increased by about 50 every day. Kaya provides more than 100 arrogance. The remaining arrogance value has reached 1500 from the previous 1200, although Reika did nothing after the Rare Beast Island incident. I just participated in it, but I also got 150 arrogance points, and the current arrogance value is 1650. There are only 1350 arrogance left in the advanced 6 forms. Ah! Luffy's horrible scream came from the deck of the melee. Usopp hid in the stern of the cabin, watching in horror. Nami is used to it. Do they usually train like this? This is too life-threatening, and the conditions are so harsh that the hull cannot be damaged, Usopp said in horror. On the deck, Zoro collapsed on the ground exhausted, panting. Luffy was hit by Reika's rising dragon fist and flew into the sky, then fell down, and before he touched the floor, he was punched into the sky by Reika again. As I said, if you can unleash your potential, use the moves that are useful and suitable for you among the 6 moves, and burst out with stronger speed and strength, you will naturally be out of my control. Reika's magic axe was placed on his feet beside. Just with bare hands, the captain and the pirate hunter, who is known as a monster, were tortured to pieces. Damn it, why can't you get out of that range? Luffy's eyes were burning with unwillingness to fight. In the course of the battle, using the 6th style shaved, there was a terrifying speed and Usopp couldn't see the figure. But no matter what, as long as he is knocked into the air, the position where his body falls will always be by Reika's side. Luffy is eager to win, and the potential of his whole body has been stimulated to ultimate. Reika can see that Luffy's complexion turns red for a few moments. Obviously it's a sign that the second gear is about to be turned on, but it's not close. Reika is not in a hurry, just walk normally, even if there is a hard fight, Luffy can make progress and survive. Now the strength is stronger than before, as long as it increases every day, it is a good thing. It can even be said that Luffy's potential has shocked Reika extremely. For the other 6 styles, with Luffy's ability and physical fitness, it is not difficult to learn to imitate. But he only specializes in 6th style shaving, and from it, he realized the method of speeding up the whole body's blood and bursting out the strongest strength, and knowing that this is the most useful for him, he has been practicing hard. And Zoro's strength has reached the 2nd time of severing refined steel, and the Wuji sword intent is the foundation, which he has thoroughly comprehended and merged with his own sword intent. If the next step goes well, it is not impossible for him to understand how to control his own unique aura with intention and turn it into reality. It is possible that he can comprehend Ghost Aura and 9 Swords style when he enters the Grand Line, and it is not impossible to fully understand Wuji sword intent. This is observation Haki. It is one of the things that the real strong in the advanced world need. I don't want you to learn it in a short time, but at least you must know that there is such a power. Reika handed out the small book to the two of them. The two learned what they had learned before and applied it for their own use. It is now possible to use observation Haki's keen spiritual perception to improve their training progress. Advertisement and get your first touch with Haki. Reika, do you have any good things? Hiss, you seem like a big secret treasure. Do you have everything? Even Luffy, who has a carefree personality, regards what Reika gives as treasures. Usopp, you also have a share. These can be copied repeatedly at no cost, and Usopp's perception is already keen, and he is an excellent sniper, even if he is not as fast as Luffy and the others. But if his already keen perception was a little bit stronger, that would be a huge improvement. Is it the way to the real powerhouse in the world? Zoro hurriedly flipped through it. My heart was shocked. He had experienced similar feelings many times before. Or rather, a keen intuition. It turns out that this kind of power that feels the same can be strengthened and advanced. Reka-san, really amazing. These things may not exist in the market, and should be written by him based on his own strength. Thinking of this, Zoro's inner admiration deepened. Reka-san's strength is like an abyss, difficult to measure. So everyone has it. Nami said a little sourly. On this boat, she was the first person to get this thing. She also tried to cultivate, but it didn't seem to be very useful. She was dubious about the existence of this kind of power, and her will was not firm enough. In other words, there are too many distracting thoughts in her mind, and there are too many things to worry about, it is difficult to really calm down and practice. Especially now, she should really leave. If she didn't leave again, she was afraid that she would not want to leave. Luffy's inner admiration for you has increased, and the performance value has increased, and the arrogance value plus 100. Zoro's respect for you has risen to a higher level, and the performance value has increased, and the arrogance value is plus 90. Usopp is overwhelmed by your powerful figure. The performance value increases. The arrogance value plus 80. Usopp admires what you have given, and studies hard. The performance value increases. The arrogance value plus 70. In addition to Zoro and Luffy's arrogance boost, Usopp also brings arrogance. This even made Reika almost have an urge to pull more people on board. But after thinking about it later, the only person who can provide him with arrogance in this way is probably the protagonist group. Others with strong strength may not be able to succeed, and this is a relatively perfect team. With a large number of people, various problems may arise and deteriorate. In that case, the gains outweigh the losses. Give them observation Haki at the right time. Reika doesn't cost arrogance because it was bought before. Now take the opportunity to harvest a wave. Even Nami has provided a lot of arrogance. It's just that her prompt message seems to be different from others. Nami is proud of your excellent arrogance value plus 110. Gotta give Reika an extra 1000 arrogance, though not as much as the first time. Advertisement, but it's also very good. The arrogance value has reached 2650 all of a sudden, and it's only a few hundred arrogance points that can be exchanged for advanced 6 styles. After a few hours of regular Amaterasu practice, there's free time. Zoro decided to sleep. In his sleep, he seemed to return to his childhood, recalling the past when he promised Kuina that he would become the world's #1 swordsman. Luffy is still full of energy, jumping up and down. By the way, I found these things in the warehouse curry just now. After a while, Luffy moved out a box of shells out of nowhere. Then he and Usopp excitedly pushed out the sideshow cannon. There is a hidden reef a little south ahead. You can use it to test the gun. Nami seems to be very familiar with this place, and even knows where there is a hidden reef. Okay, I'll come first. It must be me, Uncle Usopp. I'm the captain. Uncle Usopp, I'm also the captain. Not at all. The two of Luffy Usopp started arguing again, and Zoro fell asleep. Pung. Luffy fired several shots at the reef, but it was a pity that he missed. Let me do it. Usopp adjusted the muzzle, tried it, and it hit. Usopp, you are so good, you will be the sniper on our ship from now on. What, am I not the captain? Upso said proudly, but slightly regretfully. The captain is me. On this point, Luffy will not back down. What are you doing? Zoro asked after sleeping for a while, waking up to the sound of the cannon, looking at Luffy Usopp. Try the cannon. By the way, we need one more position before entering the Grand Line. That's right, we have such a well-equipped kitchen. If you pay me, I'd be willing to do it, Nami suggested. This is an indispensable occupation during the journey. Zoro nodded and said, eating and drinking is a major event in life. Right, it really is what the pirate ship needs most, musician. Huh? At this moment, Zoro and Nami knew that they and Luffy were not on the same channel at all. It's time to eat. What's for lunch? Everyone talked and walked to the kitchen. The recent lunches were just what they had. After a long time, they also want to have a good meal. Just entering the kitchen, there was a ferocious roar from outside. Pirates! Get out of here, 54. Joseph and Johnny, go to the sea restaurant Barati. Nami was startled by the sound. Good thing Luffy rushed out first. What's the matter? Who are you? This is our ship, Luffy said expectantly. Did other pirates come to the door? In that case, it would be too interesting. As soon as they entered the kitchen, they didn't pay attention to the situation on the sea for a while, when there was an intruder. How many intruders are there? Zoro asked, opening his eyes. Nami Uso Common passed the window on the door and saw only one person, and immediately told Zoro the news. If it's one person, Luffy can handle it all by himself. Who will cook today? Zoro said nonchalantly. Although there were no marine witnesses when Buggy was defeated, and when Crow was defeated, it was located in a remote place, so this matter is also unknown. As a result, Luffy and Reika have no bounty yet, but their strength is real. Just the next second, Zoro couldn't care less. He heard a very familiar voice. A mere nameless pirate wants to kill my partner. B********D pirate. As soon as Luffy went out, Johnny, wearing sunglasses, with the word C tattooed on his left cheek and holding a long knife, swiped at him. I don't know what you are talking about, but you are not allowed to destroy our ship. Luffy looked confused, and quickly dodged the blow. Then he stretched out his hand to hold Johnny's head, swung it suddenly, and smashed Johnny on the wooden board, seconds away. Damn it, how close is it? I almost knocked you down, Johnny said unwillingly. Luffy looked at him with an idiot face, and waved his hands. That's not the case. And Zoro pushed the door and came out when he heard a familiar voice. Johnny. Hey, brother Zoro. Johnny looked up at the people walking out of the cabin, his face full of surprise. They haven't seen brother Zoro since the last time they said goodbye. They are all pirate hunters who have worked with Zoro and brought down pirates. To be precise, most of them were brought down by Zoro. Brother, why are you on this pirate ship? Johnny asked incredulously. Brother Zoro, but a pirate hunter known as a monster. How do you look like you were staying with the pirates? Why isn't Joseph with you? Zoro didn't answer his question, but asked with concern. Advertisement. Did he know that Joseph and Johnny had always been inseparable? Why now he only saw Johnny but not Joseph? Johnny quickly pointed to the edge of the boat. What's the matter? Someone you know? Usopp, who was in the kitchen, could only see the figure but could not hear the voice. Let's go out and have a look. Also, be smart with your little hands, and you can pour drinks as soon as you pour them. This little trick is too obvious. Reika grabbed a small hand that was secretly stretched towards his waist. Someone's heart never gave up devil fruit. How is it possible? Weren't you looking outside just now? You don't really understand the observation Haki in the book, do you? You're too shameless. Nami looked at Reika with frustration. Unexpectedly, he was attracted attention, but he still couldn't succeed. Feeling the warmth from his big hand, he was a little reluctant to take it back. A little thief like you is not worthy of me using observation Haki, Reika said arrogantly and truthfully. It's disgusting. Night, come quickly. Nami's mouth curled slightly, and he whispered like a curse in a circle. It's been 8 seconds, why don't you pull your hand back this time? Reika looked at Nami with a little doubt. It's up to you. How can I slap you if you hold it so tightly? As she spoke, she moved her hand slightly, and her tender little hand struggled. Now it's a little embarrassing. Hey, Nami, you don't like Reka-san, do you? Hey, it's understandable. Even I like Reka-san. Reka-san is a real warrior of the sea, Usopp said with admiration. Pung. As a result, Usopp was too happy, and Nami punched down with a chestnut fist, which made Usopp dizzy immediately. Not everyone is qualified to like me, Reika said calmly. There was a second half of the sentence, if it was you, it's not impossible. But before he could finish talking, he was interrupted by Nami. B********* D Reika. Self-righteous guy. Nami gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and came outside, cursing. As soon as Reika and the others came outside, they saw Joseph with a thief tattooed on his right face being carried up to the deck. He was dying, his face was bruised and purple, his teeth were detached, and bloodline flowed out of his nose. It seemed that he had just had a flow. Are you sick? Zoro asked worriedly. Hearing this, Johnny immediately told the story in a sad and crying voice. That guy Joseph was fine a few days ago, but suddenly his face turned pale, and he fell into a coma several times, his teeth began to fall out, and the old wounds began to emerge. Blood. When I was sailing, I wanted to take a short rest next to the rocks, but suddenly a shell was fired from the ship, and the gravel smashed again, and now I am completely unconscious. Advertisement. Usopp and Luffy immediately widened their eyes and opened their mouths wide after hearing the words, and their faces were finished. Barbecue's look. I'm sorry. Then the two stood up and bowed their heads in unison to apologize. If an apology can do the job, then there is no need for Marine, right, partner? Johnny uttered the classic line in pain. Usopp and Luffy, who caused the trouble, turned pale immediately when they heard the words. They are really going to die now. Brother Zoro, Joseph, he is not going to die, woohoo. Are you idiots? After sailing at sea for so long, don't you even have this common sense? This is scurvy? Scurvy? Except for Reika, everyone else looked blank. Nami opened Joseph's eyelids again, checked with his tongue, and said to Luffy Usopp after confirming that it was correct. Curry has limes, you go and get them. Luffy, Usopp, are you listening? Yes, I'll get it. I'll go too. After hearing Nami's words, the two woke up from the mentality of causing trouble, and ran to the warehouse as if fleeing. After a while, the limes were brought, and the two of them squeezed out the lime juice and fed it to Joseph. Under the feeding of Luffy, who were rough and almost sent away at one point, Joseph's complexion gradually improved, and he suddenly became sober. Physical fitness is simply a medical miracle. Oh, Joseph, you're awake. Great. Johnny immediately danced with his arms around Joseph. It doesn't get better so quickly. If you take a good rest, you can recover in a few days. In the final analysis, it is just a lack of plant nutrition. Therefore, on long-term voyages, you usually bring fruits and vegetables that are easy to preserve. Nami let everyone know about it. Nami, you are amazing. Luffy praised from the bottom of his heart. That's right, like a doctor. Usopp also said convincingly. Nami heard the words, but turned black and ran away, and the group of friends almost cried to her. This is common sense, common sense. You should learn it anyway. Otherwise, you will die in the sea sooner or later. Long voyage, diet business collocation is very important. So, we still need a cook. Zoro said sharply. Indeed, a cook is essential on a voyage, agrees Nami. Necessary. Okay, I've decided. Let's find a sea chef. After learning this lesson, Luffy also realized the importance of a chef. Speaking of the cook, I know there is a good place, but it's closer to the route to the Grand Line, and there are rumors of the eagle-eyed man that Big Brother has been looking for. When Zoro heard Johnny's words, his whole body was refreshed instantly, and he subconsciously grasped the words of Yidao. 55. Nami's mind, the wanted order of the evil dragon. A marine warship was sailing, and a marine officer and a beautiful woman in a dress stood at the bow of the ship, holding goblets and tasting expensive red wine. Where are you taking me today? The woman asked with a smile. Take you to the best restaurant in the world. Iron Fist Fenbuddy said with a smile. Could it be in this vast sea? You'll know it when you arrive. Cheers to your beauty. Anyway, just look forward to it. Fenbuddy let it go. Although he is a lieutenant, captain, of the Marine headquarters and has not yet reached the school level, he is also well known around here. This time, it was not easy to invite the eldest lady of a wealthy family out. If things go well and develop well, they have the support of their family. His official career can go more calmly. As soon as the words fell, a ship with a pirate flag flew past their eyes at an extremely fast speed. Even for a light sailing ship, the speed was so fast that they were surprised. The splashing waves not far away made Fenbuddy feel like the other party was laughing at him. I am a lieutenant of the Marine headquarters, and seeing that first I'm a Marine, I still don't make a detour, I am so arrogant. He could even see the rowdy young men and women on the opposing ship. That's a Marine. Stay away from me, Nami, Usopp said fearfully, looking at Reika pitifully. On the same route, no one is qualified to let me avoid it. Even Garp's ship has to go alongside me. Reika straightened her waist and said disdainfully. Hiss to ye. Luffy's admiration immediately burst forth. Reka-san is not afraid of his grandfather, which is amazing. Don't worry, as long as our speed is fast enough, the other party will not be able to catch up with us. Nami, you have to have confidence in your sailing skills. Zoro is fighting now, and he doesn't care whether to give way to the Marine warship, let's overtake it. Besides, giving way means changing the course. If the opportunity to find Hawkeye is missed because of this, who will be responsible? So he backed Reika. This is too risky. Johnny Joseph looked at the most handsome man. Unexpectedly, such a handsome and unrestrained person has such courage and such an arrogant attitude. Even though he is a pirate, he doesn't intend to avoid Marine. He also threatened that even if the Marine hero Garp came, he would not be afraid. Advertisement, report. Finbuddy Lieutenant, a pirate ship is found ahead. A Marine immediately saluted. Whose ship? Finbuddy asked with a dark face. A pirate ship I've never seen before. That is to say, the miscellaneous fish pirates? Yes. Catch up and sink it, Finbuddy said mercilessly. Since it is a pirate ship that can beat it, he must perform well in front of the beauties. Report, sir, we can't catch up, but 2 minutes later, the Marine soldier reported helplessly. Finbuddy wanted to be angry, but when he saw the beauty next to him, he suppressed his dissatisfaction, and said with a very gentlemanly smile. This time they're lucky, don't ruin our morale for such a trivial matter. The woman also responded with a faint smile. Near the waters of the route to the Grand Line, a huge ship sits here, with a very delicate fish-like prow. There are not many ships moored aside. As East Blue's most famous sea restaurant, Barati, there is never a shortage of guests. Especially after the recent news that chefs often fight with unruly guests, some people flock here just to catch a glimpse. Sanji had just finished working, and came to the balcony on the 3rd floor of the restaurant, lit a cigarette, looked at the sea, swallowed the clouds, and felt very comfortable. Recently, because the waiters are afraid of the fights between the chefs and the uninvited guests, they have all resigned. As a result, he, the sous chef, still has to work part-time as a waiter. Now is a rare time to breathe. There's a new guest here, a pirate flag that I've never seen before. Sanji looked at the sea, and a ship with a straw hat pirate flag approaching, didn't pay much attention. But then a Marine warship was seen approaching behind it. It seems that there is a good show to watch. Finbuddy Lieutenant, we saw the previous pirate ship. The Marine soldiers did not expect that their destination and the pirate ship would be the same. Oh, bring the boat closer, Finbuddy smiled coldly. Immediately he walked to the edge of the boat. Sure enough, it's a pirate I've never seen before. I'm Lieutenant from Marine Headquarters, Tekken Finbuddy, who is your captain, tell us your name. I and we are not pirates, Johnny and Joseph quickly explained. If this is misunderstood, I don't know how troublesome it will be in the future. I'm Luffy. I'm Usopp. The two fools stood up and said immediately. Have you cut it? It's okay, it's just ants. Reika glanced at it, completely uninterested, and sat on the mast and took a nap. Advertisement. Not even a school-level officer, if a conflict really broke out, it would not be enough to warm up. The pirate flag was only released in the past few days, Luffy said confidently. I drew the pirate flag. Huh? What are you doing? Finbuddy has rarely seen such an upright pirate, but unfortunately, he really doesn't know him, which means he won't be some powerful pirate. In this world, there are as many pirates as there are stars, and if you provoke a powerful one, even if he is a Marine, he will be in danger, but if he is just an unknown person, then it doesn't matter. I've seen the two next to them. I remember that they seem to be a pair of bounty hunters who are targeting small people. Have you finally been caught by pirates? It's so ridiculous. Finbuddy sneered mercilessly. Nani. Johnny and Joseph turned dark when they heard the words. Neither of them wanted to be looked down upon. Although for safety reasons, they never choose two strong pirates to attack. But after all, it is also for the sea to eliminate evil. Let's go. The beauty didn't want to get too entangled, she just wanted to experience the food of this sea restaurant. Do you dare to say that this is the work of bounty hunters who target small people? Johnny pulled out the bounty warrant in his arms and threw it in the air, roaring angrily. They are also risking their lives to kill every evil pirate. They are proud of this, but they are despised by Marine. Crash. Wanted warrants with huge bounties fell from the sky to the ground. Nami looked down subconsciously, but his pupils shrank suddenly. The top one was a wanted list for a dragon with a bounty of 2,000 Bailey. At this moment, the wanted warrant pierced her soft heart like a knife and twisted it hard. Pull her from the original illusory beautiful life into the cruel reality. Everyone is still waiting for me. Getting along with them these days is the happiest thing in her life, and her happiness is like a fantasy. But this familiar face cast an unprecedented shadow on her entire life. From heaven to hell, often just an instant. Nami, are you alright? Zoro asked, looking at Nami whose body stiffened suddenly. It's all right, I just feel a little uncomfortable. Nami shook his head with a forced smile. Reika subconsciously tightened the axe in his hand. He knew some things, but why he still seemed a little impetuous when things happened. An eyesore, sink them. Finbuddy gave a thumbs up to the marine next to him when he got off the boat and landed in Barati. Then they entered Barati leisurely. In his opinion, this kind of nameless pirate can be easily dealt with by his subordinates. 56. Kiss goodbye. Sanji knelt down in admiration. Fire. On the warship, the shells were fired, causing many people on the Going Merry to change their expressions slightly. Marine really fired at such a short distance. Don't pay attention to them at all. Aren't you afraid of waiting for someone to retaliate? Leave it to me. Luffy volunteered. Rubber rubber. Luffy spread out his hands, grasping the lower part of the sheep's head with one hand, and the upper part of the cabin with the other, pulling his body away, and caught the flying shells all at once. Slingshot. Luffy was about to bounce the shell that hit him in the abdomen back to the marine warship, but when he held the raised part of the ship, which was too small and too fragile, it snapped and his hand slipped. The shell bounced in the wrong direction. What the hell? Sanji saw the cannonball flying straight towards Barati, but on the other side, he froze for a moment, and it was too late to stop it. Boom. The shell landed precisely in Zafu's room, and the strong explosion made many people look surprised. Finbuddy also looked up. Is it wrong? Which B******* D bombed Barati. Get out, lousy. A irascible chef with a frying pan rushed out aggressively. If I'm not wrong, the shell just now should not hit the ship, but pass by. Reika held his chin and thought about why Luffy wanted to stop a cannonball. No shells from their ships. Probably is a bit silly. Oops, Luffy knew immediately that he was in trouble. The Marines were silent and looked at Luffy and the others. Nami, Usopp, Zoro and others pretended not to see it. But straightforward Luffy raised his head and said, I did it. This idiot captain. So Luffy was taken away by the chef, wondering if an apology would solve the problem. Everyone, wait for me to come back. Luffy waved to Reika and the others. Is Luffy okay? Usopp said with a worried look on his face. Don't worry, he has no money, and he will make trouble. No matter what the other party asks him to do, I'm afraid there will be no results in the end, and he will just send it back obediently. Nami waved his hand, already seeing everything through. Speaking of which, why did you admit it just now? Wouldn't it be better to put the blame on Marine? They were the ones who fired first. Usopp looked puzzled. Hearing this, even Reika looked a little unnatural. Nami Zoro looked embarrassed, and Johnny Joseph looked curious. That's actually our captain, he won't lie, Nami said with some embarrassment. These days, people who can't tell lies are rarer than rare beasts. You're a liar. How can there be such a person in this world? Johnny and Joseph were shocked. Can the pirate captain even know how to lie? This is too weird. Now you will see it. Advertisement, it's all here. Let's have a good meal too, Zoro said with a smile. Agreed. Usopp, Johnny and others had no objection. Naturally, Reika also had no objection, and he was also wanting to taste what the food that countless people praised was like. The common food in this world is already extremely delicious to Reika, although there is no vast and boundless land. Most of them are islands, but the resources are extremely rich, and even the vegetables grow plump and vigorous. I won't go, I'm not feeling well. Nami hesitated, but refused. After seeing the arrest warrant of the evil dragon, she decided to leave. She couldn't wait any longer, she was already reluctant to leave. If she waited any longer, she was afraid that her own willfulness would bring disasters to them, as well as disasters in her hometown. Anyway, now that there are 100 million Baileys, let's use this method without anyone's bloodshed to solve this problem. Then I will stay and take care of Joseph. Joseph's health is not yet fully recovered, and Johnny is not very relieved. He just lacks nutrition. This is the restaurant, the best medicine, Nami said with a smile. The big sister's head makes sense. Johnny hit his left palm with his right fist, suddenly realizing. Then let's go in first and come back to pack for you. Usopp, Zoro and others swaggered into the restaurant. Nami looked at the back of them leaving, his eyes were full of reluctance, especially the stalwart figure, he felt uncomfortable, and there were tears in his eyes. She sent everyone away, and if she left, maybe she would never have the chance to meet again in this lifetime, and even if she did, she might be an enemy. After all, she betrayed them. Reika turned around. Nami quickly lowered his head, turned around and pretended to walk towards the cabin. Could it be that this scumbag broke the heart of that cute and beautiful girl? Sanji couldn't help being suspicious when he saw this. If it wasn't for the distance, he would have just gone to strike up a conversation. What a beautiful lady. But the next moment, Sanji didn't think so. After he saw the group of people entered Barati, the lady came out of the cabin again. Put down the boat that Johnny and Joseph brought earlier on the Merry. She jumped into the boat, put down the small canvas, adjusted the direction, carried her own treasure, and looked at the sea restaurant Barati. The melee is left to you, goodbye. As she said that, Nami flicked her hair a bit, flicking the messy ends behind her ears, just like her messy life track at the moment. It's time to return to the original state. That was real life to her, they should be fine. Before leaving, Nami murmured to himself, there wasn't even a single person with basic navigation knowledge on board. But I can only choose to believe, with him, even if there is a problem, he will solve it. After all, he is so excellent and powerful. Aren't you going to say goodbye? But just as the boat sailed a little distance away, a familiar and calm voice suddenly sounded. Nami was startled and looked up. Reika didn't know when she left and came back. She sat quietly on the edge of the melee ship, her face was so calm that she felt guilty, but her eyes were as gentle as the night. Advertisement. You know I'm leaving? Nami lowered his head and asked weakly, fists clenched in both hands. his body trembling slightly. If you have any difficulties, you can speak up. Reika didn't look directly at Nami, and appeared behind Nami in a flash. Nami also carried Reika on his back. At this moment, he didn't have the courage to look him in the eye. What's the problem? I was a thief in the first place. Now that I have what I want, of course I have to leave, Nami said nonchalantly. I thought we were friends already. Reika's voice was still calm. Stop being so sentimental. I was tricked by you, and I have my own work to do. How can I keep playing house games with you all the time? I hate pirates the most. Nami gritted her teeth, said viciously. Maybe. Are you here to stop me? I am not sure as well. Then let me go. I don't want to see them again. Please. Nami knew that if this man didn't agree, she couldn't leave. Her behavior is like a betrayal, and she has no face to see Luffy, Zoro and the others again. She was full of prayers and longing, and she was even more afraid of involving them. The dragon pirates were the most vicious pirates in East Blue. Even the leader of Krieg, who claims to have 50 pirate ships and 5,000 subordinates, cannot compare with him. The evil dragon has dominated more than 20 villages and towns, and he has a great reputation, and he has fulfilled the conditions he set out at the beginning, so he can solve this problem peacefully. I know those are not your sincerity. Reika hadn't finished speaking. I was interrupted by Nami growling. I'm not with you guys, don't you understand? I have my own business to attend to. If you don't want to let me go, kill me. Reika was silent for a long time, looking at the splashing waves of the sea. His heart couldn't be calm, at least not as calm as he expected, and finally said, good, slowly. Perhaps, the time has not come, or need to wait. But why? There is a voice in my heart, so that I don't need to wait. Watching her forced a smile, hysterical appearance, my heart, it seems, a little pain. Thank you. Nami was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Reika to agree smoothly with his character during the day. Logically speaking, it's not surprising that he tied himself up. Does he care about himself? It turns out that there are other people in this world who care about themselves. His eyes were warm, and tears could not stop falling silently. With some courage, she turned around, grabbed Reika's shoulders, and turned him around, and then the red lips were printed heavily on that handsome face. There is infinite tenderness in the eyes, but it's a pity that Reika can't see it. At this moment, he was dumbfounded. FK. A role model for my generation. Sanji was dumbfounded when he saw this, and he didn't know that the cigarette fell from his mouth. Reika couldn't see it, but he saw the affection in the girl's eyes that was enough to shock him for the rest of his life, so that he could never forget it. How did this man do it? His legs softened, and he slumped on the ground in admiration, as if kneeling down, staring at the pair of handsome men and beautiful women, envious and admiring could not stop overflowing. 57. I treat you as a partner, but you actually kiss me? Begging for the first order? It was a pair of eyes containing many complex emotions. Affectionate, moved and guilty, with a heartfelt attachment and final satisfaction that is enough to shake people's hearts. For Sanji, who swore to protect any lady, absolutely the pinnacle of man he has ever seen. He once aspired to become such a man who can make every lady feel safe. He also saw that the two were on the point of separation, but the emotion that exists is existence. This man is simply his idol. He is so envious that he doesn't even have a trace of jealousy. A man who can make a woman let go of her reserve and take the initiative to kiss must be the pinnacle of a gentleman. He wants to learn this. It's just that Sanji also sees that now is not the time. In the next second, he saw Nami embracing Reika's waist, and then gave a slight push, pushing Reika, who was in a dazed state, into the sea. Sanji was stunned. What's going on? That tender look in his eyes can't be fake. How dare you push him into the sea? With a plop, the cool seawater flooded Reika's face in an instant. Reika woke up like a dream, but he didn't take any next action. Instead, he let himself be immersed in the sea, looking at the clear sky. The sunlight was slightly dazzling. The heart is also confused. What's going on? I treat you as a partner, yet you actually kiss me? Hee. I won this time, but this is my plan. Don't overthink it. Goodbye. Nami blushed, but she was also generous. Taking this opportunity, she pulled the canvas violently. The canvas is aligned with the direction of the wind and airflow. With a whoosh, she drove the boat and rushed out like a flying arrow. She quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Nami's happiness is not false. From the day before she met Reika, whenever she had any plans for Reika, she never took advantage of it during the day. This time was the only time I got an advantage in the confrontation, although the price was my first kiss, which was a bit big. But I'm not sorry. On the contrary, I'm still happy, especially seeing Reika's dazed look just now. There was a great sense of satisfaction in her heart, and she couldn't help but joked about the heavy pressure when she left. She is cheerful and hopeful. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, life will always go on. We'll see each other soon, and I'll pay for this loss myself. Reika waited until Nami's boat left, and stood up straight from the sea, as if walking on the ground. The Marines on the nearby warship were stunned. He is standing on the sea. You're lying. It was also the first time Sanji saw a person standing on the sea like walking on the ground. That is to say, if he wanted to chase just now, he should be able to catch up to that beautiful girl. But he didn't. Did he respect her choice? What a gentleman and elegant man to the ultimate. My role model. The word came to Sanji's mind again. Stupid woman, if you open your mouth and are willing to rely on us, what is a mere dragon? I respect your choice. Although it is useless, what I can't force you to do is to make everyone who hurt you regret it. Reika knew to catch up with Nami, who still had hope for the dragon. I'm afraid she will still drive herself back. She doesn't want them to get involved in her affairs. I don't want anyone to take risks, but she forgot that not everyone will keep their promises. Even if the evil dragon has always pretended to keep its promise, but facing a person with such excellent sailing ability and penultimate talent for the currents of the sea, which pirate group is willing to let go easily? Although Reika decided to wait a little longer, she was still worried and a little impetuous. Sao Zhang, what should we do? The Marines gathered around the ship's strings on this side, although Finbuddy Lieutenant gave the order to sink the pirate ship before. Advertisement, but now entering the Barati ship berth, the chef has also seriously warned anyone just now that if there are any more shells fired, all participants' orders will be cancelled, and they will be expelled to leave. That's why I calmed down just now, but this sea owl seems to be very unusual. If it is not resolved, will it cause trouble for them in the future? But they didn't carry out the order of Finbuddy Lieutenant, and they were very difficult to explain afterwards. While he is in a daze, kill him. After thinking about it for a while, Cao Chong gritted his teeth and said, the movement and steering of the cannon were too obvious. Not suitable for reuse, he secretly called the musketeers, ready to fire a volley. Ants. I'm in a complicated mood right now, don't disturb my thoughts. Sensing malice, Reika raised his eyelids contemptuously, and then pointed at the medium-sized warship with a sharp axe, and pinched it vertically. A hot dark red line of fire burst out, almost invisible to the naked eye. With a snort, the entire marine warship was vertically divided into two from the bow position. Boom. The entire warship was separated, and all the marines were stunned for an instant. They had no idea what happened. The ship was divided into two, countless goods and marines were shaking on the ship, and fell into the sea like dumplings. Fa. What happened? The ship was cracked. How is this possible? You clearly did a good job of inspection before sailing. Cao Chong looked at what happened in front of him in disbelief. The musketeers around hadn't fired yet, the sudden change made their bodies shake, and many of them were thrown into the sea. Cao Zhang, the ship has neat cuts and traces of high-temperature burns. It seems that we have been attacked by unknown weapons. A marine standing at the bow and hugging the side of the ship said in horror. Don't talk nonsense. How can there be such a weapon in this world? Cao Chong couldn't believe it, but in a short time, they were all fighting in the sea. He did it. What kind of monster is this? Others may not have seen anything because of their strength. But Sanji is different. His strength is much stronger than many marine officers. As far as Lieutenant Fenbuddy of the marine headquarters is concerned, he can't stand his second kick. He clearly saw Reika drawing his axe and attacking. Is there such a human in this world? Or, is it really human? Sanji saw such a person for the first time in East Blue. Not only can it conquer women's hearts, but it also has such an outstanding and handsome appearance, as well as powerful and unparalleled strength. What an excellent and perfect man. If I were a woman, such a man would be the most ideal dream lover. Reika ignored him, with a blank expression on his face, stepped on the sea, and walked towards the restaurant step by step. The magic power of the sun is transpiring, and the drenched clothes are dried instantly. To him, it was just a trivial thing to do. Like seeing crawling ants on the side of the road, whether to step on them to death or not depends only on his thoughts. Sanji, you really are lazy here again. How busy the store is. Hurry up and help, the grumpy chef said at this time coming out of the room. Sanji heard the words, looked at the back of the eyes and woke up like a dream. Here we come. Reika walked into the store. The originally clean store was bustling and bustling, obviously aware of the commotion outside. At this time, Reika suddenly found that there was a new message reminding him of his arrogance. I don't know if I don't see it. I was shocked when I saw it. Nami falls in love with you. I present my first kiss. The acting value is increased to 13%, and the arrogance value is plus 500. This. Reika was a little uneasy immediately, and this breath directly earned 500 arrogance points. But what made Reika even more uneasy? She really likes me. Reika thought that Nami might be doing it emotionally, and at the same time, he was trying to get rid of his own pursuit, so he just followed the trend. Advertisement unexpectedly, Nami really has a deeper meaning for himself. And although this is a shortcut to gain arrogance, Reika will not take this as the main way to get arrogance. Because what he himself hates is taking advantage of other people's feelings, this can only be regarded as a surprise. Now that Reika's arrogance value has reached 3,150, he can afford advanced 6 forms. But Reika is not in a hurry to buy it right away. Wait until Hawkeye arrives and see if the situation changes. If it doesn't change as expected, there is no need to reserve arrogance for emergencies. What happened outside? Zoro and the others turned their heads just now and found that Reika was gone, and now there is commotion outside. If it is said that what happened outside has nothing to do with Reika, Zoro himself would not believe it. It's nothing, just a ship sank. Reika sat down and said calmly. Where's Nami? Zoro has more or less noticed Nami's abnormality. After all, they have been together for some time. But some things can't be forced. Gone, is it? The big sister had left. Johnny Joseph was startled, and Usopp also looked puzzled. It's okay, we'll find her, I know where she is. That's good, that's good. Upon receiving this news, Usopp breathed a sigh of relief. On this ship, Nami's abilities are omnipotent and perfect. Without her, they would have encountered more hardships along the way, such as the scurvy not long ago, and they would have no idea what happened. Then let's eat first, we're done. Zoro is calm. Lobster, seafood fried rice, Fine wine, bone-in meat, you name it. Where's Luffy? Haven't you finished yet? Reika just finished speaking when he heard the sounds of fighting from above. It is estimated that Luffy and Zephyr have a very happy conversation, so it is not possible to decide, well, for the time being. At this time, Sanji came to Reika with a bottle of expensive red wine on a plate, bowed to Reika sincerely, and said to Reika, "Dear sir, I am Sanji, the sous chef of our restaurant. This is a personal gift from me. Here's your drink. I wonder if I'll be honored to know your name." Seeing the fiery look in Sanji's eyes, Zoro frowned slightly. What's the matter with this guy? Did you know Reika before? Usopp, Johnny and the others also looked puzzled. The service of this store is so good? They didn't seem to be very good looking at the attitude of the chefs just now. Reika froze for a moment, his haughty eyes flashed a hint of puzzlement. Sanji, is there something wrong with the way you open it? With your character, shouldn't the beauty next to Fen Booty be the one you strike up a conversation with? Lousy as a man, or do you want something else? But no matter what, without hitting the smiling person, Reika announced his own in a slightly cold and arrogant tone. Reika. So it's Reika God tier. No, Reka-san, I'm sorry, I've lost my temper. This is a good wine from my collection. I'm glad to meet you. I'll open it for you. Sanji looked excited at first. But after realizing that Zoro and the others looked strange, he quickly changed his words. Waiter, don't let anyone in. Our food should be served. Not far away. Fenbuddy looked at the enthusiastic Sanji and said coldly. 58. Luffy, the king of part-time workers, is a taboo that cannot be touched, begging for the first order. At this time, the other side. Chef Shefu, are you okay? Your injury. Several chefs looked at their respected chef with worried faces. Cannonballs fell from the sky, caught off guard, and Shefu was blown to pieces. Didn't I tell you that I'm fine? The job of a chef is to feed people. You are all gathered around here. If you don't cook, are you trying to smash my signboard? Wearing a tall hat. Shefu, who braided gold nose hair in 2 braids and wore a wooden prosthetic leg on his right foot, said angrily. While talking, he was wearing a tall hat, and there was blood oozing from his forehead, but he didn't take it seriously. After Shefu lost his temper, the chefs had to leave no matter how worried they were. They all knew Chef Zefu's temper and respected him very much. Some of these irascible chefs were originally pirates, and some were starved to death and were taken in here. There is only one place in the entire East Blue that can accommodate them. Most of the chefs dispersed, and 2 chefs dragged Luffy to Zeph, head chef, the prisoner as him. Luffy was a little hopeless, and when he came in and saw Shefu with a broken leg, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground with guilt. I'm sorry, your feet, me. Luffy, who was almost brainless, thought at first glance that the legs were blown off by the shells he fired just now. Idiot, it wasn't caused just now. Seeing Luffy's stupidity, Zeph kicked it up. What, I didn't cause it. Luffy immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But my whole body was injured, and the medical bills and ship repair costs are very expensive. Zeph saw Luffy like this, and immediately judged that this guy probably didn't mean it. Otherwise it would be impossible to be so honest. I won't let you be cheap, I will compensate for all losses, but I have no money. Luffy stood up and turned his head and said confidently. Shefu was stunned for a moment, and then he grinned. Stinky brat dares to speak so directly. Since you have no money, then stay and work hard. Okay. Luffy 173 thought it was fair. Do odd jobs for free for 1 year, then I'll let you go. Zefu's price is already very fair. Okay, free handyman for 1 year. Wait, 1 year? Luffy agreed quickly, and realized the length of time in the next moment. What? Is there a problem? Hearing this, Luffy silently raised a finger. Please reduce it to 1 week. How dare you say that? You must know that you have destroyed my shop, Shefu said with a smile. 2 weeks. Luffy took another step back. He felt that 1 week was not enough compensation. 1 or 2 weeks for nothing is not enough to accompany me with the medical bills covered with injuries. You idiot. Zeph nodded and kept hitting Luffy on the head with his tall hat. I've decided. A week at most. That was as much time as Luffy thought he could delay. Don't take it for granted. Hearing this, Shefu was going to be defeated by Luffy's innocence and went mad. Even if he only had 1 leg, he still had to teach Luffy to recognize the reality. Zeph kicked Luffy with 1 foot on the ground. Although it was useless, it did damage to the room twice. I don't want to do odd jobs for so long. Luffy jumped out from the broken plank, seriously rejecting Zeph's request of doing odd jobs for 1 year. Huh? Zeph looked at Luffy in surprise. Is he an idiot? Doesn't he know that the 1 year odd job time he proposed is already very tolerant, and he is still so stubborn? And the feeling of kicking just now is also very strange. It doesn't seem to be common advertisement whether it is this physical ability or his thoughts. It took me 10 years to become a pirate. I must not waste a year here. I have decided to let you go for a week. Luffy dusted off his straw hat and said sincerely. Since you cherish time so much, I have a better way here. Any solution. Leave 1 of your legs. Zeph picked up the saw and walked towards Luffy. Don't want. Stop being self-willed, but Zeph only started beating. Don't. Luffy didn't fight back after every beating, but just rejected Zeph's proposal. Don't think that I will agree to you if you keep saying no, you stubborn brat. Shefu kept beating him. That's why you can hear the B*****G from above. Hearing Fenbuti's words, Sanji was slightly dissatisfied, but he didn't care about anything. Anyone can come to the store to eat, as long as they don't go too far. These are trivial matters. Is there something going on outside? It seems a bit noisy. The beauty accompanied by Fen Booty noticed the commotion outside and asked subconsciously. The warship is parked outside. Little thieves don't dare to know the law and break the law. What big things can happen? They are all trivial things. Don't let these affect our interest in dining. Fenbuddy smiled slightly. That's really Lieutenant Finbuddy from Marine Headquarters, really young and promising. Indeed, so handsome, so elegant. The guests at the tables next to Fenbuddy looked at him one after another. You are amazing. Everyone is looking at you. The beauty smiled. Where? Everyone is attracted by your beauty, Fenbuddy said gracefully. Sanji was wearing a small suit and tie, smoking a cigarette, and quietly standing aside with a glass of red wine. Like a waiter, there is a serious lack of waiters in the store. Even he, the sous chef, has to serve. The red wine in his hand was wrapped in cloth, which was arranged by Fenbuddy in advance. Fen Booty pretended to take a sip, and then began to comment confidently. Good wine, this taste, this aroma, is the fragrance of the land of Mikkel from the land of the Northland. It is slightly sour with a mellow spicy taste. This red wine it's Etris Brugostein. That's right, waiter, Finbuddy looked at Sanji proudly. Sanji heard the words, put the red wine in his hand on the table with a light snap, removed the towel, and said flatly. That's not right. Eh? This unscripted answer stunned Fenbuddy for a moment. Dazed, Sanji stuffed the spoon into his hand with his usual expression. The soup is getting cold, drink it while it's hot. With that said, he turned his head and left, leaving Fen Booty with a dull face. By the way, I'm not a waiter, I'm a sous chef, and the waiters ran away yesterday. Halfway through, Sanji turned around and said calmly. Peeved. The unkind, CBDI. Zoro laughed out loud first. This pretense is too funny. Is this Marine Lieutenant an idiot? The chef is also very interesting, and has no intention of following the wishes of the guests. Compared with this kind of fool, the value of arrogance will drop. Reika drank a glass of wine that Sanji had poured for him earlier, and was amazed at the entrance. This is indeed a first-class good wine. It seems that what Sanji said just now is a treasured wine, not just for the occasion. But why? Are you familiar with him? What do you want from yourself? Advertisement. Thinking about it, Nami's figure inexplicably appeared in Reika's mind. This time, she will fully recognize the reality, but please don't be sad, we are coming soon. Don't laugh, him. Pukai, who made him look so confident just now? Sent from the earth? Gastine? Listening to the whispers around him, Fenbooty's face was so gloomy that he was embarrassed and extremely embarrassed. Do you know red wine very well? The beauty couldn't help but tease, because her family background is not afraid of Fenbooty's lieutenant status. I caught a cold today, and there may be some problems with my sense of taste. Fenbooty smiled awkwardly, but shouted hysterically in his heart. What's the matter with this damn stinky chef? When I made an appointment before, I clearly said that I would serve the wine he said, but it turned out not to be. Damn it. Make a fool of yourself on the spot, this store must not survive. As soon as this idea came to him, he saw a little cockroach crawling across the ground. Thinking about it, he stomped the cockroach to death, showing an evil expression. When he saw Sanji passing by him again, he immediately stopped him. Hey, waiter, come here. Didn't I say that I'm not a waiter? Sanji put his hands in his pockets and kept his cigarette in his mouth, walking towards Fenbuddy gracefully. Ma'am, you are so beautiful. Would you like to have a drink with me later? Sanji walked to Fenbuddy, but ignored him, and praised his female companion directly. Fen Booty slapped the table angrily, pointed at the soup in front of him and asked, do you just serve this kind of soup with bugs in it to the guests? That bug was just released, it's too much. Usopp was going to stand up, he was timid, but when it was time, he was unequivocal. He can solve it, just take a good look at it, maybe this is our future chef. Reika cut the lobster, the taste was sweet and delicious, and his appetite was greatly satisfied. Our future chef? Reka-san. Have you taken a fancy to him? Zoro looked at Reika in surprise. There are not many people who can see Reika in the daytime. Hearing this, they all raised their spirits and planned to see what was so special about this cook. Bug? Sanji froze for a moment, looked down, and could tell at a glance that the bug had just been trampled to death and put in. Didn't you see such a big bug? Your store should give me an explanation. Fen Booty sneered. In this way, the store's reputation should be discredited. Insects? I don't know. I don't know much about insects, Sanji replied calmly. Such a humorous and ingenious answer made many people around cover their mouths and chuckle. Fen Booty felt that these laughter were mocking him. He was not an idiot, so he could guess that Fen Booty must be taking revenge on the chef for the humiliation just now. Are you kidding? Pung. Fenbuddy was so angry that he couldn't bear it anymore, let alone maintain his demeanor. He punched the table hard and broke the table in half. The food and drink were spilled all over the floor. Sanji's face darkened immediately. Squatting down and touching the soup that has been carefully cooked for 3 days and 3 nights. Can't you eat it after removing the bugs? Even if you have never been hungry, wasting food and spoiling food is intolerable. Pung. Fen Booty didn't care about this. He stepped on Sanji's hand, crushed it hard, and said with a grim face. I said that your attitude as a waiter is a bit too arrogant, paying customer. Mr. Fenbuddy, stop arguing. The beauty saw that the matter was getting serious, and wanted to stop Fenbuddy, but Fenbuddy threw him away with one hand. It happened that the back of his hand hit the woman's face, and she turned red immediately. Money. Can you fill your stomach? Sanji's face was terribly dark. He got up slowly and asked Fenbuddy. Fenbuddy violated 2 of his taboos. There was an invisible murderous look pervading the cold and gloomy face, and cold sweat broke out involuntarily on Fenbuddy's forehead. Point 59. The boat, I split it. Man, I sent it away, begging for the first order. What did you say? I'm asking you, can money fill your stomach? Sanji, like a black phantom, swung his long legs and kicked out like lightning. Looking for death. Fenbuddy roared angrily, daring to touch himself. Looking for death. I am a lieutenant of the Marine headquarters. A mere waiter dares to do something. Even if he kills him, it will be fine, and he can be charged with assault, Marine. He is known as the Iron Fist Fenbuddy, and he has practiced his fists. So he punched confidently, and then with a click, Sanji kicked his arm to pieces, blood flowing. Fenbuddy was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't accept this reality for a while, and then he screamed loudly. As a result, as soon as he called, Sanji's big hand covered Fenbuddy's face and lifted him up easily. Let me teach you a truth, don't waste food, fight against the chef at sea, but you are looking for your own death, Sanji said indifferently. Fenbuddy wants to struggle, but there is nowhere to struggle. Sanji, what are you doing to our honored guest? This is Marine Lieutenant. At this moment, Patty, who was as tall as Popeye, came out of the bathroom. When he saw this situation, he was shocked immediately. In his life creed, rich customers are gods and parents. How can Sanji treat the customers in the store like this? Why are you a stinky cook? Don't call me by my name casually, Sanji said arrogantly. Oh, this character is a bit like Reka-san, Zoro said meaningfully. That's right, but what I really want to say is that Reka-san is stronger, ahem. That Reka-san, I'm not saying you're bad, I'm saying you're very excellent, Usopp agreed very much nod. But looking at Reika with a calm face, he quickly explained. On this boat, he was most afraid of Reka-san, and he never forgot what happened to Crow. The outburst of that bad character is not something ordinary people can stop. Aren't you a stinky cook too? Don't call me a stinky cook if you're a stinky cook. Do you know that there are customers, there are restaurants, what's the matter with you? Patty said angrily. What about the guests? A guy who wastes food casually is not worthy of being my guest. Although Sanji was talking, he still gave Patty a face. Loosen the mesh hanging around Fenbuddy's neck. B********D. A store like yours is absolutely not allowed to exist. I must notify the Marine Army to wipe out all of your places. You wait for me, as soon as Fenbuddy got free. Immediately spoke harsh words in anger. If that's the case, then we can only get rid of you here, Sanji said, walking towards Fenbuddy step by step. Huh? Fenbuddy thought that a little chef would be terrified, and knelt down to beg for his forgiveness. I didn't expect to kill myself. What's going on with this store? It's as brutal and unreasonable as a pirate ship. And from the looks of it, he wasn't bluffing. Fenbuddy got through right away. Sanji, what do you want to do? And you want to make a big mess? Stop him. Patty hugged Sanji, and other chefs rushed forward to stop Sanji. Let go of me. Who do you think you are? It's infuriating to see such a self-righteous guy like you, Sanji struggled. Sanji, stop it, you're going too far. At this moment, there was a bang from the ceiling. 2 people fall from above. What's the matter this time? Huh? Luffy? Usopp ate melons with great interest, only to find that among the 2 who fell from the ceiling was an acquaintance like Luffy. Boss, what are you doing? A chef asked as Zeph fell from the ceiling with Luffy. Advertisement, damn it, the ceiling in my dining room is all your fault, brat. Zeph snarled at Luffy. You kicked it through yourself, Luffy retorted. He didn't resist at all just now, he just dodged as much as possible to avoid Zeph's serial kicks. Boss, hurry up and stop Sanji. Patty felt that he couldn't stop Sanji at this moment, and asked the boss for help. Sanji, you stinky brat beat people in my store again? Zephu was furious. He was also a violent boss. He raised his prosthetic leg and kicked Sanji flying. When Fenbuddy saw this, his face became happy, thinking that the restaurant owner was going to make decisions for himself. As a result, his face just turned happy. Before he could say anything, he also got kicked by Zephu. And you too, get out of here. Zephu understands Sanji. If Sanji hits someone, most likely the other party is not a good guy. You. Fenbuddy got up and looked at the unreasonable boss. He is going crazy. What is going on in this store? Even the boss is so rude, he just kicked himself without asking. Damn. This kind of shop will never come again. Just as he was about to leave, a drenched Marine suddenly ran in with a frightened face and said, Fenbuddy Lieutenant, something is wrong. Something is wrong. The ship sank inexplicably, and the pirates from the Krieg pirates who were caught before also took the opportunity to escape. What? My ship sank? How is this possible? It is a new ship that has only been in service for half a year. How could it have sunk? What are you talking about? Are you drunk? And the Krieg pirates, the prisoner we caught, he hadn't eaten for several days, and we didn't feed him anything after that. How did he escape? Fenbuddy was going crazy. What are these things? What's the matter with this store? It looks so lively. Hey, Reika, Zoro, what are you eating? So cunning. Don't call me. Luffy said with great emotion after looking around for a week. When I saw Reika's table, I ran over quickly, picked up the bone and meat on the table, and ate it with big mouthfuls, ready to watch the excitement. As for the first question, maybe I can answer it. Seeing that there were a lot of people, Reika thought that no matter how small the mosquito was, it would be meat. At this moment, he clapped his palms, stood up slowly and said. At this moment, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. My god! That man is so handsome, why didn't I notice it just now? Their table is in the corner, and only I can see it from this perspective, a beautiful young woman said triumphantly. She looked so happy just now, Reika big. No, Reka-san. Sanji clamored to kill Fen Booty, but at this moment he stopped struggling and calmed down. Look with respect. Patty and other chefs were stunned by this scene, and even Zeph was stunned for a moment. Does Sanji know this man? Why is his expression so respectful? You know, even to him Sanji has always been called Old Man Kong. What the hell is this? Patty scratched his head and looked at Sanji suspiciously. His axe is so beautiful, like a work of art, it must be very valuable. Is this a nobleman? He is as handsome as a god descending from the earth. I want to give birth to him, a girl White-chun said. Could it be the prince of a certain kingdom? Many people speculated on Reika's identity. Asking for flowers. You mean you broke the ship? Fenbuddy remembered that he was the only one on the unknown pirate ship that he met earlier. If this kind of ship breaks down, he has to bear a lot of responsibility. Advertisement. When a creature without personality speaks to me, you must know how to be humble, Reika said with a touch of arrogance. Humble you. Fenbuddy just wanted to scold this ignorant pirate boy. Do you really think that this marine lieutenant can be needed by anyone at will? It's nothing more than a group of chefs who are like pirates. Still can't kill you, a little-known little pirate? But before he finished speaking, Reika looked over with a look, with an invisible sense of oppression, countless times more terrifying than that of the chef. A demon-like aura instantly enveloped him, just like the essence. In an instant, he felt that his soul was going to be frozen, or maybe thousands of purgatory ghosts were tearing his soul apart. He was so frightened that he peed, weak and prostrate on the ground, his eyes filled with unprecedented fear, more humble than a dog. Marine Lieutenant was scared to pee by his eyes. Everyone present was dumbfounded for an instant, and their hearts were hit like never before. This is too exaggerated. 0. When did East Blue produce such a strong man? Jefu, who was always irritable, became completely calm at this moment. The imposing manner alone is so oppressive that he, who has experienced many battles, feels extremely strong pressure. The boat was split by me, and you were also sent away by me. No, man, you are not qualified to be one. I didn't care about you before. You are too small, but unfortunately, I am not in a good mood now. Circle your body and treat yourself like a ball. Maybe you still have a chance to survive. Reika walked towards Fen Booty step by step. Fen Booty was trembling with fright. No, you can't treat me like this. First I'm the Marine headquarters. Wrap up or die, choose by yourself. There are still 5 steps away, Reika said lightly. Every step, it was like thunder exploding in everyone's heart. This man is too arrogant, crazy. He didn't even treat Marine Lieutenant as a human being, and let him circle him like a ball, because he was overbearing. Me. There are 3 more steps. I circle. Fenbuddy hugged his legs aggrievely, buried his head in, he felt a fatal crisis. Those lofty eyes stared at him, and he knew that if he didn't do it, he would definitely die. Very good, Reika said, kicking his whole body or the whole ball flying out. With a whoosh, it shot out from the gate with precision and then disappeared into the sky. It's really crazy to be kicked as a ball. It will bring revenge from Marine, a businessman said with some horror. So handsome. The beauty brought by Fen Booty looked at this young and powerful man, and was stunned. Just now he said that he split the ship. Did he use the axe in his hand? That's impossible. That's a warship. As expected of Reika-san, the past is simply neat, Sanji said with great admiration. Boy, you took the wrong medicine today, Patty asked Sanji again. Roll. Bang. But at this moment, a sudden gunshot came from the door. Marine, who came to report just now, suddenly turned pale, and fell into a pool of blood. The bullet passed through his back and shot out from his chest. The entire noisy restaurant fell into deathly silence for a long time because of this gunshot. 60. I will bring back our navigator, so that she will cry less, begging for the first order. A distressed pirate with a blue scarf on his head and a snake-pattern gown appeared at the place where Marine fell, holding a pistol. A customer entered the store. Patty immediately put on a smile on his face, as if he didn't see Marine who just fell into a pool of blood. Could it be another guy who wants to make trouble in my shop? Zeph said coldly. While speaking, under the gaze of everyone, Ah Jin sat weakly in a position and arrogantly put his legs on the table. Anything is fine, serve it quickly, it's okay to serve food, but guest, you don't look like you have money. Do you have any money? Patty leaned over and asked with a smile. Do you want to eat bullets? Agent pointed the gun at Patty directly. He is a pirate and he is almost starving to death. Where can I find money? Usually there is such a thing as a gun, and in a restaurant, are you afraid that you will not be able to get food? I'll say it again, serve food, you can do anything, this is a restaurant, right? Agent said indifferently. But our restaurant doesn't welcome poor people, that would be unfair to other guests who come to eat. Patty touched the back of his head honestly. Hiss. The chef will be killed. The hearts of the people next to him were all agitated. This pirate is not a good person, and the rich man recognized it. This is the captain of the Krieg pirates, Ah Jin, known as the 673 Ghost Man, with a bounty of 12 million Baileys. It seems you didn't understand. No, the guest didn't understand. Since there is no money, then he is not a guest, Patty said, slamming the table with both hands at an extremely fast speed, and slammed the weak agent and the pistol in his hand. Gotta shake it off. Ah-Jin slumped on the ground all of a sudden. He hadn't eaten for several days, he was shaken away, and it was difficult for him to even stand up. That cook has so much strength, Luffy said with a little emotion when he saw this. This guy Patty broke another table, put it in the account, Zeph said helplessly. Seeing this, the expressions of the other guests changed from the horror before to excitement. Get rid of that pirate. You must know that many guests who come to this restaurant to eat come because of the battle between the chef and the pirates. In this era of sea navigation, everyone advocates force. It is no exaggeration to say that in this world, only you have a certain amount of wisdom, if you are not human, if you are a bear, if you have enough strength. It is also respected by many strong human beings, and it is an extremely diverse world. Gulululu. Ah-Jin wanted to stand up and resist. If it was normal, even if the chef had some strength, how could he be his opponent? But he hadn't eaten for several days, so weak to ultimate. He just walked in and fired a shot. It was already the limit of his physical strength. Your stomach is growling, pirate, Patty grinned. That's farting, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and get some food, Ah-Jin said forcefully, clutching his stomach. If you're not a guest, get out, Patty shot again. When Sanji heard Ah-Jin's stomach growling, he kept silent, turned around and walked to the kitchen. Zeph just glanced at it and didn't say much. Patty punched and kicked Ah-Jin, picked him up, and threw him outside the restaurant. Don't let me see you again, cut, poor. Okay, please continue to eat. Patty returned to the restaurant, full of enthusiasm and smile. Damn it, that be ******D chef, if it were normal, he wouldn't be looked down upon. Agent said humiliatingly to himself, lying on the ground, even struggling to think of it with little strength. I said, are you hungry? Luffy Chanka appeared on the balcony on the second floor, looking at Agent on the ground. Advertisement Luffy showed no EQ at this moment, and directly poked Ah-Jin's sore spot. I'm not hungry. Ah-Jin is also a person with strong self-esteem, and he won't let others laugh at him easily. Just now he was insulted in front of the public, and he has lost everything inside. But at this moment, a plate of hot and fragrant seafood fried rice was placed in front of him. Eat. Sanji put down the fried rice and lit a cigarette for himself. No matter how poor I am, I won't eat the food that comes from me. This kind of food given by others, even Ah-Jin, who is already too hungry, is still unwilling to accept it. He is a pirate, he would rather take a gun to rob and threaten, and he doesn't need such pity from others. Stop talking nonsense and eat. For me, anyone who is hungry is considered a guest. I'm not a guest. Sanji looked at the sky and said with emotion. It is such a horrible and painful thing to have no food in this vast and cruel sea. I understand better than anyone the feeling of being hungry, whether it is dignity or backbone. Human beings after all, only by surviving with enough food can we have a future and see the rising sun tomorrow. Thinking of the days of starving with the smelly old man, Sanji's heart is always full of bitterness, pain and gratitude for the life he is living now. The feeling of starvation is that life is worse than death. At that time, I naively thought that the stinky old man's bag was full of food, but in fact, it was the most useless treasure at that time. He had already given himself all the food, but under the extreme hunger, because of this pain and thirst, he became like a wild beast and wanted to kill the smelly old man. When people are extremely hungry, their human nature will disappear, and they will become ignorant of themselves. It wasn't until I opened the bag that I realized that there was no food. Yes, he had already given it to himself. It was at that moment that he reawakened his reason and nature as a human being, so that he would not be completely reduced to a beast. The smelly old man usually has a dark face, but he knows his gentleness and kindness. At that time, what is the use of more treasures? The sincerity of one person's feelings can be exaggerated to others. Hearing Sanji's calm words, Ah-Jin froze for a moment. It is difficult for people who have never been hungry to know the pain caused by hunger. This kind of pain can even affect the whole life. As long as some people are hungry, they may eat and drink more for the rest of their lives. They subconsciously guard against the recurrence of this situation, and even protect food will become an instinct. This chef, maybe knows it, coupled with that plate of delicious seafood fried rice, every second was challenging his psychological limit, and finally he put down his defensive line, holding the fried rice and eating it with big mouthfuls. He just ate and cried bitterly. It's too embarrassing. I thought I was going to die. It's delicious. It's so delicious. I've never eaten something so delicious. It's super delicious. Hearing such a compliment, Sanji showed a satisfied smile. Reka-san, I found a good cook, hee, Luffy grinned. Well, good cook. Reika nodded approvingly. Hey, cook. Luffy immediately waved to Sanji. Sanji looked up subconsciously to where Reika and Luffy were. Reika-san. Sanji quickly got up and said respectfully. This made Reika even more puzzled. What's going on? Hey, cook, join us and become a member of my pirate ship. Without thinking, Luffy invited Sanji to board the ship. Huh? Sanji froze for a moment. Advertisement, then he stared blankly at Reika again. Isn't Reika-san the captain? After seeing Reika's character and strength, and the attitude of his colleagues towards him, Sanji thought Reika was the captain for granted. Unexpectedly, this skinny monkey-like boy was the captain, which really surprised him. Don't look at this guy's sloppy look, he is indeed our captain. Reika said and pulled Luffy's face. It became longer and wider. It feels really good. Hey, it's getting longer. Both Sanji and Ajin were surprised. You are the one who bombed Zeph's smelly old man with shells before. Ah, that's a stray bullet, I didn't mean it, Luffy said hastily. I see. Be the cook on my boat. Luffy jumped over and sat next to Sanji, dangling her restless little feet, and said expectantly. I refuse, I have a reason to stay here, but if Reka-san doesn't mind, can you teach me how to capture the hearts of girls? Don't worry, in return, I will pay for all your consumption in Baratie. In addition, I can help you pay your compensation. Now it was Sanji's turn to look forward to Reika. Hey, really, you are such a good person, that old man still wants me to work as a handyman for a year. If you were willing to help me, that would be great, Luffy said happily. The old man was too stubborn, and he didn't listen to his own advice at all. A certain person doesn't know that he is also so stubborn in the eyes of old Jefu. Cook, are you okay? Reika looked at Sanji like an idiot. Cheats on picking up girls? If I had this kind of thing, how could I be so single? Isn't Sanji an old pervert? You are the king when it comes to pleasing women. You ask me for advice. What has blinded your heart, so that there is an illusion that I will capture the girl's heart? Reika-san, I understand, this must be the first lesson you want to teach me, humility, right? I have seen it before, the beautiful lady kissed you, the tenderness in her eyes is so sincere, such an obsession. Reika-san, no, Reika God tier, I want to learn this. Sanji mentioned the woman, and within a few seconds of being serious, he immediately showed his true nature at 5.9, 10 faces. By yearning looking card. Hey, Reika-san, have you been kissed? By whom? Luffy immediately became a curious baby. Could it be Nami? Reika didn't answer, but Luffy asked himself. Is it that obvious? Of course, Nami likes you very much, Luffy said carelessly. Reika doesn't know if Luffy understands or doesn't like it, maybe what Sanji said is different. But at that time, I didn't see Nami's eyes. Reika's expression was condensed, and he was silent for a while, which made both Luffy and Sanji feel that something was wrong. There was silence for a moment. Luffy, wait a minute, I may leave early, Reika said looking up at the sea in the distance. Why? Go and bring our navigator back, so she won't cry less. Nani? Nami ran away? Luffy realized it later. Then there was silence for a while. If she doesn't want to. No, she is willing, but there is a demon around, I will get rid of a demon. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, and I'll get it done as soon as possible, Luffy said seriously. When it comes to his partner, he never takes it as a joke. 61. Wait for Reika at noon, begging for the first order. Let's not talk about that, your name is Sanji, you can be our ship's chef, Luffy once again brought up the matter sincerely. He thinks Sanji is a very good cook, not only in terms of cooking skills, but also impeccable morally as a chef. Didn't I say rejection just now? Are you listening to people? I refuse to. Huh, what are you refusing? Sanji couldn't keep up with Luffy's brain circuits. I reject your rejection, Luffy said confidently. Reika heard that, expressionless, already used to Luffy's brain circuit. You really listen to what people say, what's the reason? There's no need to tell you, eh? Didn't you ask me to listen to you just now? I'm telling you to take my opinion seriously. Be careful, I'll kill you, Straw Hat Kid. Sanji's blood pressure soared in a flash. Is this guy an idiot? You are not allowed to speak ill of this Straw Hat. Be careful, I will beat you up. The more they talked, the more angry they became. Well, excuse me, I'm a kin from the Krieg Pirates. You are also pirates. What's your purpose? Agent looked at Luffy Reika curiously after eating and drinking. I'm looking for the big secret treasure. I want to enter the Grand Line, Luffy said truthfully. Hearing this, Ajin's face instantly became extremely frightened and unnatural. I see that you are still looking for a chef, and there are not enough people. You don't look like a bad person, so I give you a piece of advice. It's best not to go to the Grand Line. You are still young, so don't rush everything. The Grand Line is just the sea, it's just a part of it. If you really want to be a pirate, you should go to some sea or not. Do you know anything about the Great Airline? No, I don't know, and I don't understand anything, so it's scary. Agent covered his head, refusing to answer this question, but the look of fear on his face was still visible to everyone. With 50 ships and 5,000 people, they dominated East Blue, and within a few days of entering the Grand Line, they were killed by a monster and were chased out of the Grand Line. That place is simply purgatory, a tomb. It is not a place for normal human beings to stay. As a member of the Krieg Pirates, you are really cowardly, Sanji told the truth lightly. Sanji, so you're lazy here, and that handyman is too. Jefu appeared on the balcony on the 3rd floor and cursed. I'm sorry, this will cause you to be scolded, because you let people like me eat. Agent got on the boat and was about to leave. After seeing this, he said very guilty. No such thing. Sanji picked up the empty plates and glasses and threw them into the sea in one go. Because there is no evidence to be scolded, Sanji-san, Ajin was very moved. Even pirates are loyal, benevolent and moral. I'll still go to the Grand Line. Luffy didn't change his mind because of Ajin's fear. Whatever you want, that's your freedom. As an outsider, I have no reason to interfere with your will. Just a piece of advice. And Sanji-san, thank you very much, you are my savior. That plate of fried rice is really good after eating. Can I still eat in the future? Certainly. Thank you very much, Agent said, knelt down and kowtowed, thanking him for saving his life. Wait a minute, change him to a faster boat, I'll pay for it, Reika said suddenly. He didn't want to wait a few days. Some things, he wants to change to see if Hawkeye is still hunting them down, if Krieg they came to this restaurant earlier. Advertisement, does that mean Hawkeye is coming too? As soon as Krieg leaves his hideout, Hawkeye should come out to warm up. Reika doesn't want Nami to suffer for a few more days, and doesn't want to miss such a rare opportunity to play against Hawkeye. Not only is it a test of the limit of your own strength, but also your arrogance value will definitely be greatly improved by the presence of Krieg and Hawkeye. If success is the best, if it fails, then maybe the meeting with Hawkeye may not be this time. After all, he didn't want that poor girl to fall into the abyss of despair again. Every extra day brings more suffering. Why? Both Luffy and Sanji were taken aback, looking at Reika. Don't quite understand why. Don't ask, I have my own reasons, Reika said indifferently. Now that Reika has proposed and will pay, Sanji will not refuse. Did it? Thank you. Ah-Jin nodded in thanks. As a pirate, it is like a dream to get help from others many times at sea. After a while, Ah-Jin left, and at the speed of the boat, it took only half a day to find the hiding place of the leader of Krieg. Their huge pirate ship, which was comparable to a top warship, encountered a shipwreck when avoiding that terrible guy. There were less than 100 people left in the sea. There was a shortage of food in the sea. They had been hungry for a long time, and many people had starved to death. They have money, but in their current state, as long as they dare to appear in any town, there are only two possibilities. Either he was beaten to death on the spot, or he was directly arrested and sent to Marine. Even the leader of Krieg, who can easily wield a 2000 Jin battle gun, is now so weak that he even needs help when he walks. Captain, I know there is a place where I can eat, Ah-Jin said when he came back. On Barati's side, in the kitchen, there are chefs who are blaming Patty for what he did, thinking that they shouldn't have offended the Krieg pirates just now. If they come to retaliate, they will be in big trouble. After all, that is the man who is known as the Overlord of East Blue. Has the most subordinates and the most powerful pirate ship. But Patty didn't take it seriously. How could such a big pirate group come here to trouble them just because a subordinate was bullied? Fight, fight. Seeing Patty and another chef scolding each other, they were in a stalemate. Other chefs who were overly passionate also booed. Silly boys, what are you doing? Hurry up and cook, there are still guests. Yes, Jefu said, all honest. After Zeph left, Luffy obediently washed the dishes in the kitchen, while listening to the chefs continue the topic just now. Say how cruel and despicable the leader of Krieg is, how many ships, how many people. Crack, said Patty, and 10 plates were heard smashed. I didn't care much at first, but in the second sentence, I heard the plate was broken again. In the third sentence and the fourth sentence, the sound of smashing plates never stopped. In the end, all the chefs looked at Luffy viciously. Hey, handyman, you just washed the dishes. How many dishes have been broken since just now? Huh? I forgot to count. That's not the problem. Okay, forget it, don't wash the dishes, just serve the dishes. No problem. Oh, this looks delicious, Luffy said very relaxed. After all, he said that he would pay for repairs and medical expenses, and of course he would fulfill it to the end. Advertisement, but only for a week at most. Luffy said that he was going to serve the dishes, but he looked at the delicacies on the plate, picked up a piece of steak and stuffed it into his mouth. Then I wanted to take the second piece, but I touched the hot iron pan, and I rushed forward in pain, smashing more dishes and chopsticks. UB******D. That's the main course. Get out of here. Get out and place orders for customers. Get out of the kitchen. The chefs were furious. Stealing food is not a big problem, but such an obvious main course, if there is a hole missing, a fool will not be able to see it. Okay, Luffy said still positively, and strode downstairs, ready to take orders for customers. Where did the boss recruit such a prodigal thing? This is to smash it. If this continues, let alone paying off the debt, it will be good if you don't owe any more debts. As soon as Luffy came up, he saw that Zoro and the others were enjoying their afternoon tea. It's so cunning. You eat so many delicious things while I'm not here. Luffy felt the injustice of the world, walked to Zoro, took the moment Zoro turned his head, dug a piece of booger and threw it into the boiled water in front of him. Johnny, Joseph and Usopp all turned their heads to hold back their laughter. I'm a little sorry for you, but I heard that you will be doing odd jobs for a year. Why don't we redraw the pirate flag? Zoro said, holding up the water glass. Just when Luffy thought he was going to succeed, Zoro stuffed the water glass into Luffy's mouth and poured it in. You should drink this by yourself. No, do not want. Ha ha ha. Seeing Luffy struggling and embarrassing, Usopp and others endured the sound. Attracted the attention of many people. 273, Reka-san, what are you doing? Luffy saw Reika looking at the nautical chart. Kokoyashi village is here. There is still some distance from us. I don't know how to sail. I risk getting lost. Reika is holding East Blue's nautical chart. So Reika-san is a road idiot. Ha ha ha. Zoro, do you have the capital to laugh at me? It's mid-afternoon, and even with the clippers provided by Reika, Krieg doesn't seem to be able to come so fast. After all, according to the original time trajectory, it takes 4 days. Reika is just trying, but it really doesn't work. We can only give up Hawkeye's side first. Originally planned to set off in the afternoon, but Reika got the chart and calculated the distance and time, as well as his own professional knowledge. If sailing by boat, there is a certain probability of getting lost, and the speed is not fast. If you go forward with all your strength, you can use moonwalk to walk in the air at a very high speed. The speed will be very fast and the field of vision will be wider. If you are really lost, you can also ask nearby islands. This is the best way, but this method has a fatal flaw, that is, the magic power will gradually become weaker and weaker as the time approaches from afternoon to night. By that time, people have not arrived at Kokoyashi village, and their own safety may be a problem. Even if you have the sun in your heart, you can't use it casually. The load is huge, the performance value is not high enough now. Don't rush over when the time comes, it will become a fresh food waiting to be slaughtered. So Reika can only wait now. When the sun rises tomorrow, set off before noon, fully activate the magic power, and enter the mode of only me in the sky and the world, and it is possible to rush to Kokoyashi village from the sky in a very short time. Only at that point in time does the magic power flow continuously, almost never exhausting. Tomorrow I will go first, you stay here with Luffy, I will definitely bring her back. Reika has made a plan. Luffy will really have to do odd jobs for a year. Usopp was really worried. No, but to this point, Reika replied with certainty. That's good. Time passed quickly, and the next day came in a blink of an eye. Before Reika left, the Krieg pirates arrived. 62. The Krieg pirates attack. The farmer and the snake, begging for the first order. The fog in the morning was very thick, which is always the case at sea, nothing special. It is also possible to stay overnight in Balati. At 9 in the morning, guests start to get up and enjoy breakfast. Looking at the hazy mist outside, they are sitting on the sea, they are in a happy mood, and the scenery in front of them has a special flavor. It's just that in the morning, Tetsuo and Sanji had a quarrel. Hey, old man, why do you say you don't need me? I'm the sous chef here. Sanji was serving dishes to Reika and the others. Hearing Zafu's first sentence was to drive him away, he immediately frowned. You have a bad attitude towards customers, and flatter you whenever you see a woman. Staying here will only slow us down. Why don't you go out and be pirates with others? The food you cook is not delicious. You are a burden. Zafu raised his hands surrounded, said nonchalantly. What did you say? Sanji frowned, forgetting about the first two. The stinky old man actually said that the food he cooked was not good. The other chefs who were hiding on the second floor and going down the stairs showed gloating expressions. It's just that they all know why Zef said that. Also that Sanji can continue to pursue the dream he said as a child. But that being said, it's still a bit of a stretch. I said it's useless for you to stay here, it's better to be a pirate or something, so as not to waste food here. Smelly old man, I didn't refute, but it doesn't mean that you can push yourself. No matter what, I will stay in this restaurant as a chef, and you can't drive me away. You are not allowed to insult my cuisine. Sanji directly grabbed picking up Zef's collar. How dare you pull your boss's collar, what a shame, you silly brat. Zefu didn't have a good temper, he directly grabbed Sanji's collar and threw it at where Luffy and the others were. The table was smashed. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Usopp Zoro had quick eyes and quick hands, and picked up the food to avoid waste. Great, so you don't have to worry about it, can you go to sea with me to be a pirate? Luffy said happily. What nonsense, no matter what, I won't leave this store. Sanji stood up and calmly dusted himself off. He owed the stinky old man even one life, and only by staying here could he repay a little bit. At the bottom of the sea, in order to save him, the smelly old man broke his own leg. On the desert island, he gave himself all the food, so he survived by luck. But during that time on a deserted island, he didn't eat anything himself. If it weren't for this, he, who was just a child, would have starved to death already. This grace is as heavy as a mountain. Bear in mind that you will never be able to pay back for a few lifetimes. As for the unreliable dream, he had already buried it deeply in his heart. As long as he can repay the stinky old man's kindness in this life, he would be fine, so how dare he have other extravagant demands. HMPH, stubborn brat. Hearing this, Zefu turned his head and went to the kitchen on the second floor. I will work here until you die, and I will never leave, Sanji said, looking at Zef's back. I will not die, I will live another 100 years. They don't want you anymore, you just come and join us, hee. Luffy twitched Sanji's shoulder and said. Why do you talk so much, you handyman, follow me to the kitchen. Sanji was speechless, and dragged Luffy away. It's just that it didn't go far, and there was a clack, suddenly a cup fell to the ground, and the sound of breaking sounded. It was very abrupt, and then the whole restaurant fell into a silent atmosphere. Everyone who looked outside gradually became terrified. Advertisements even opened their mouths wide and tried to speak, but they were too frightened to speak a word. Through the outside window, one can see in the mist, a gigantic pirate ship that is at least dozens of times the size of Going Merry is slowly approaching. Flying a pirate flag that terrifies the people of East Blue, with 2 hourglasses painted on either side of the skull. This pirate symbol means the death deadline of the captured prey, expressing, you will surrender to me sooner or later, it is only a matter of time. It's the Krieg pirates. A piercing scream sounded, completely breaking the calm. All guests are terrified. You must know that in East Blue, the bounty may be the highest for the evil dragon, but the evil dragon acted in a low-key manner and even bought Marine. Except for the pirate hunters who make a living out of it, the dragon's reputation in East Blue is indeed not as big as that of the leader of Krieg. That's why Krieg's pirate group is considered by the public to be the overlord of East Blue. They are known throughout the East Blue for being cruel, despicable, and powerful, and Krieg is indeed extremely powerful. The methods are insidious and vicious, including explosives, poisons, and everything you need. The original Luffy almost died many times in the battle with him, so he is a strong man that should not be underestimated. Nani? How is this possible? Patty, look at what you've done. Is the Krieg Pirates here for revenge? The Krieg Pirates have 5,000 subordinates, how could they come to us just for one? Patty's expression changed drastically. Even if he dared to attack Agent easily, he never thought that the Krieg Pirates would come to him. Customers were shaking with fear, they want to watch the pirate fight with the chef. But not big pirates of this level, even they will be involved. A heavy and somewhat suffocating atmosphere instantly filled the entire sea restaurant Barati. This is terrible, Patty's face was full of horror. Sanji also froze for a moment, seeing the big ship approaching, he was also very surprised. Could it be to repay a favor? But this boat is too big, Luffy was very optimistic. No, it's not right, the situation seems to be a little bit wrong, this ship seems very broken, just wait for the ship to get closer. Only then did the crowd discover that the ship was big, but it seemed to have been damaged by a storm. The hull was broken, and the canvas on the mast was also torn. As if it might sink into the sea at any time, it doesn't look like it has been battled, and there is no trace of shelling. Could it be that it was caught in a storm? This guess is correct. At the Grand Line back then, if there hadn't been a storm, everyone in the Krieg Pirates would have confessed to the Grand Line. How can there be a life to escape from that man? Here we come, two figures came down from the huge ship. Everyone's hearts were raised. The situation doesn't look good, let's run, Usopp said in fear. Gulu. Someone saw the big ship approaching and couldn't help swallowing secretly if they hadn't come in through the gate. That is the way out to the outside, I am afraid that some people have already fled at this moment. This is the leader of Krieg, and when Jin helped the weak leader of Krieg into the restaurant. Everyone's jaw dropped. There is no majesty, nor does it look scary, but it looks like 10 bereaved dogs. Advertisement, sorry, can I have food and water, please? As soon as he spoke, the Krieg leader completely lowered his qualifications and begged everyone. As for the money, I have it, as much as I want, I don't know how long I haven't eaten, please, give me something to eat, the leader of Krieg said pitifully. As he spoke, he even knelt down in front of everyone with a plop. If he hadn't met Hawkeye, this guy would be considered a despicable hero, Reika watched quietly. His goal is not someone like Krieg. Although he is quite capable, he expects Hawkeye to be looking for them in this sea area. In this case, he will come early. Captain Krieg. Agent hurriedly helped the captain up. The captain had rescued him before, and his loyalty belonged to him. But Krieg was too hungry to stand up. He's hungry, Luffy said, looking at Krieg. Sanji silently turned around and went to the kitchen again. I beg you, save our captain, he really hasn't eaten for a long time, this time we have brought money. Agent begged, but looking around, most of the guests and chefs were indifferent. No one dares to gamble on what will happen to save a pirate villain. What's the matter? It seems that there is no coercion or courage. Is this really the famous East Blue Overlord, the leader of Krieg? Patty was stunned for a moment. Who told him to do a lot of evil in normal times, and he deserves it right if he starves to death? That's right. In the case of knowing that the other party is a pirate, this approach is not a problem. So what if you bring money? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Call Marine, and arrest him, Patty even suggested directly. Don't give him a glass of water, who knows what he will do to this ship after he recovers. What? Jin was a little hard to accept. He thought that if he brought money this time, there might be a glimmer of life. Didn't expect it to be any different. I beg you, just give me anything to eat. I don't know how to do anything. I'll leave after eating. Krieg kowtowed and begged. Want to win sympathy? Huh? Patty looked disdainful. After a while, no one took any action, and some were even ready to contact Marine or something. Jin couldn't help feeling a little desperate, but Krieg still lowered his head. Get out of the way, Patty. After a while, Sanji came down from the second floor with fried rice, and kicked Patty, who was blocking the stairs, Jiao to Hao, to the wall. Then, under the completely incomprehensible eyes of everyone, he put the fried rice in front of Krieg. Eat it. Sanji-san. Jin looked at Sanji very moved. Agent is not incomprehensible to the behavior of other people. Because they are pirates, it is only natural that they are treated like this. But in this situation where public outrage might be provoked, Sanji still stepped forward. It is very simple to go with the current, but it takes a lot of courage to stick to the heart and go against the current. Seeing this, Luffy became more and more satisfied with the cook. Krieg didn't care about anything, just grabbed the rice with his hands and stuffed it into his mouthful. Sanji, are you crazy? Take the rice away, you must not be fooled by him, the tyrant of East Blue, the cunning and cunning Krieg is talking about this guy. At this time a chef jumped out and said. He seemed to recall some bad memories, with a gloomy expression on his face. This guy pretended to be Marine, killed his boss on Marine's ship, and after snatching that ship, he called himself a pirate, and sometimes hung under the port with the Marine flag, attack towns and passenger ships, or pretend to surrender with a white flag, and attack again. He is the kind of despicable villain who uses unscrupulous means to achieve his goals. This guy leaves after eating whatever he says. He has no credibility at all. Pung. But before the words were finished, a sudden change occurred. The leader of Krieg ate a lot of food and regained his strength. Suddenly, he threw an elbow violently and swept Sanji away. 63. The world's #1 swordsman strikes. 7th update on the first day, begging for the first order. Sanji. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden attack. Sanji flew out heavily, with his physical fitness, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. I can feel the strength coming back. Krieg clenched his fists and shook his cloak, revealing the golden armor inside. The groveling appearance disappeared, and what was left was a pair of aggressive and murderous eyes. Even Ajin was stunned, and couldn't help questioning Krieg. Chief Krieg, this is different from the agreement. I'll bring you to dinner. You said you wouldn't do anything to this store, and that man is still me, savior. It's delicious. Krieg said, pinched Ajin's shoulder, lifted it up, squeezed it slightly hard, and heard the crisp sound of the bone. Ajin also let out a scream immediately. All the guests were stunned for a moment, then screamed and ran away from the window and other places. This guy is really a complete B********. If he stays here, they will probably die too. Even Sanji, who gave him food, and Ajin, the subordinate who brought him here, did not end well. Such guys are inhumane, but in a short time, where can they go? By doing this, Krieg is also warning Ajin to know how to be respectful. He is the captain, no matter what he does. It's not his turn to blame. Krieg looked around the entire restaurant. Then he made a satisfied voice. This restaurant is really good, this boat belongs to me. Sure enough. Sanji struggled to stand up, but was not surprised. Our ship is too dilapidated, and we just need a new ship. There are still about 100 men alive on my ship, but some people have died one after another. Now we need food for 100 people. After your work is done, just get off the boat. Krieg stretched out his finger and pointed to the large pirate ship outside. What a joke. Knowing that you will attack, you want us to prepare food for you. It's a good idea. I refuse. A grumpy chef refused on the spot. Refused to 417? Don't get me wrong, I'm not ordering food, but ordering you. No one is allowed to resist my uncle's order, or they will all die. Krieg showed his fierce look, murderous. Under the evil spirit of the murderous leader Krieg, the chefs showed fear on their faces. Even so, there is still no chef to do it, and now a Krieg, they might have hope. If the others recovered together, they might have no hope of winning at all. But at times like this, Sanji gets up again to cook. Scratching. But this time, as soon as he moved, all the chefs pointed at it with various large kitchens and surrounded it. Sanji, look what irreparable things you have done. Sanji-san, I'm sorry, I don't want to do this. Ajin apologized, holding his shoulder. There is still food for 100 people to prepare, Sanji just said lightly. What, are you crazy? Are you Krieg's mole? We can't bear it with you. The chefs were furious. I think Sanji is out of his head. If you want to stop me, do it. Sanji spread his hands and gave up resistance without any regret. Advertisement, I also know that the other party is a hopeless scum, but these are none of my business. I am a cook, and I am nothing else. When someone is hungry, I will feed him. It's that simple, isn't that what a so-called chef is? Sanji said calmly. All the chefs were stunned. They had never experienced Sanji's childhood, and they didn't know what a luxury it was for him, who was Prince Vince Moke at the time, just to be a chef. I can't forget the gentleness of my mother. I only have this pure, CBDC, chef concept after I have been hungry and officially become a chef. Great and selfless, however, it cannot be recognized by most people. It just still shocked all the chefs present. Perhaps this is indeed the essence of a chef, and it is also noble. But the current situation, is it time to stick to this philosophy? They don't know, and they don't have the courage. Pung. Patty elbowed Sanji down from behind to prevent him from doing stupid things. This time you are wrong, Sanji. Usually you give things from the kitchen to people who can't afford to eat. I can bear it, but this time it is related to Barati's life and death. You can't do anything wrong. Fortunately, there is only one person now, weak and not easy to bully. Don't forget, this is Barati, a sea restaurant that often fights with pirates. No matter what kind of pirate it is, we are all ready to receive it. Just obediently die for me, Krieg. Patty came to the side of the house, opened some hidden compartments, and took out a special rocket launcher wrapped in cloth. Such weapons are very powerful and advanced firearms in East Blue. He jerked up and aimed at Krieg, who was also startled immediately. I didn't expect such a small restaurant to have such a big killer. In this era when solid shells are common, this weapon is still extremely rare. Boom. Patty pulled the trigger. A terrifying flame spurted out, and the recoil caused a gust of wind. A powerful rocket shot out and hit the leader of Krieg accurately. The explosion submerged him, and the entire gate was blown through. Flames and billowing smoke rose into the sky. Hit. Even the Krieg chief is doomed. But if you break the gate, you may be scolded again, Patty said triumphantly while carrying the bazooka. It's nothing, it's all to protect the store. Someone immediately comforted me. What are you going to do with the rest of them? Even Sanji thought Krieg was going to die after being shot so horribly at close range. Who knows, just spread some butter on the boat and fry it, Patty said humorously. That must be delicious, rotten cook. But when the smoke dissipated, Krieg was revealed unscathed. He has a physical quality far beyond ordinary people. His whole body is covered with heavy gold armor, and he even wears a diamond fist on his right hand. Shells. Failed to penetrate enemy armor. This store is really terrible. Go to hell? Krieg's body was covered with gold armor, and many large caliber muzzles were exposed all over his body. Touching the mechanism, all the muzzles of the guns sprayed with flames at the same time, but one person poured out bullets all over the sky. Even if the chefs are all good at it, many of them will be hit by bullets and injured if they can't catch them. Everyone was beaten to pieces after only one round. Advertisement. No one is allowed to resist me. I am the strongest, with a golden arm stronger than anyone, a super alloy body stronger than anyone, and a diamond fist that can destroy everything. Weapons. 50 pirate ships, a large fleet of 5,000 people. I have never lost a battle so far. I am the most suitable man to be called the leader. Krieg began to be smug. Since I told you to prepare the food, then obediently go and prepare it. No one can resist lousy. Got it? Krieg's murderous eyes scanned the surroundings, making the chefs even more afraid. Straw Hat Boy, get out of the way. From the second floor, Zeph, who was carrying a large bag of food, slowly walked down and put the food in front of the Krieg leader. There should be food for 100 people here. Boss. What are you doing? The chefs were startled immediately. It's too dangerous. Both Usopp and Luffy couldn't react. It's terrible. The overlord of East Blue, the two bounty hunters, Johnny and Joseph, didn't dare to push forward at this time, and could only hide behind big brother Zoro. Smelly old man. Sanji looked complicated. It's so hard to deal with one person now. If they all recover, this store will definitely be occupied by them. Patty couldn't understand either. That depends on whether they still have the will to fight, right? The losers of the Grand Line. Zeph stared at the leader of Krieg. What? Loser? Could it be that even the overlord of East Blue, which has 50 pirate ships, has also failed? Everyone couldn't believe it when they heard Zephu's words. Zephu, you are the red-footed Zephu. Krieg's pupils shrank suddenly, and his arrogant expression froze. There was even a flash of fear. It was only when his eyes passed over his broken foot that he felt a little relieved. I didn't expect you to be alive, a powerful pirate who used to be a chef as the captain. He is a master of kicking without hands at all. His feet are called red feet because of the blood of the enemy in battle. I heard that your feet even can leave marks on steel. When Krieg first recognized Zeph, he was a little scared. But after seeing the broken foot, he didn't have much fear. So what if I'm still alive? It has nothing to do with you. Now I'm just a cook who makes a living by cooking. Ha ha ha. Do you make a living by cooking? You can only be a cook now. Without the most proud feat, it means that you have no combat power. I have heard the rumors about you. I heard that you were shipwrecked. Really sorry. Krieg laughed wantonly. Hearing this, Sanji's expression darkened. What exactly do you want to say? Zephu frowned. Would such a guy just argue with himself? It's unrealistic. You have entered the Grand Line and returned safely. You should have a voyage diary for the whole year. Give me that voyage diary, and I will consider letting you go. Krieg grinned. Now he has the advantage. Ghosts will believe your words. A irascible chef immediately retorted. Uncle, so you have entered the Grand Line? Luffy looked at Zeph in surprise. Yes, sailing diary, that thing is indeed in my hands, but it is the memory and pride of me and my former partners. You can't bear this weight, and I can't give it to you. Zeph refused decisively. Then I can only grab it. Although I did fail from the Grand Line, I am still the strongest man. On that dark line, I have no shortage of weapons, people, and ambitions. All that is missing is information. If I have some information, I will definitely be able to stand at the top of the pirates. Become the king of the pirates. Krieg clenched his diamond fist, full of confidence. Wait. In other words, Luffy can be eaten as a melon and watched as a show, but this sentence is not acceptable. He stepped out of the crowd. Handyman, what do you want to do? Wait for me. I am the one who will become the One Piece. Luffy stretched out his index finger, pointing directly at the leader of Krieg. Reika Zoro Usopp smiled, but Reika's expression quickly became fixed. Zoro, the guy you're looking for is here. The real strong is coming. 64. A man comparable to a god, defeated the large fleet alone. Please subscribe. Really? Zoro's expression froze for a moment. Even though he can't see anything, he believes what Reika says. What's wrong? Usopp's legs were trembling just looking at Krieg, and he couldn't hear what Reika was saying clearly. It's getting closer. It's an amazing and terrifying aura. Reika smiled slightly. The fighting spirit was high, but he was the only one in the audience who felt it. Everyone in the arena was attracted by the sudden appearance of Luffy. Businessman, step back quickly, you are no match for him, Patty said worriedly. The other chefs also showed signs of worry. At such a time, a handyman in the restaurant was so brave and fearless. Courage is commendable, but it is not necessary. You should be in a hurry to find death. Sanji also showed surprise. Isn't this Straw Hat Kid afraid of death? During the period of acquaintance, apart from his honesty, he really didn't show any abilities. He is as thin as a monkey, so he probably has no combat power. Only this point can't back down, Luffy said with a confident smile. Facing Krieg, no one could see any fear on his face. Did you say something, brat? If I apologize now, I can pretend I didn't hear it. Krieg's face was gloomy, as he looked forward to the future with great plans and great wishes. A kid who came out of nowhere dared to interrupt his words casually and said that he wanted to become the One Piece King. Who does he think he is and wants to be compared with himself? Don't pretend you didn't hear me, I'm just telling the truth. Luffy looked directly at Krieg, and at this point, no matter who the enemy in front of him was, Luffy would not back down. Only this kind of him is worthy to be the captain of Zoro and the others. If you don't even have this bit of courage, you don't need to go to Grand Line. This is not a place for you to play house. The Krieg leader's expression darkened immediately. I know, the Grand Line will be conquered by me, Luffy said firmly. Stop looking down on people. Even if it's because of lack of information, it's a magical sea where even a fleet of 5,000 people will be destroyed in just 7 days. Who do you think you are? Krieg said angrily. This kind of brat who is not high and low, gets angry when he looks at it, as if he is mocking how incompetent he is as a loser. He has no idea of the horrors of the Grand Line. 7 days. It's a lie. Hearing the confession from the Krieg leader himself, everyone present was stunned by the number of days. The overlord of East Blue, with strong soldiers and strong horses, was defeated and returned to East Blue after only staying in that magical sea for 7 days. I hate it when people make such silly jokes. If you insist on saying that, I will have to kill you. Krieg burst into murderous intent. Turn on the weapons of the whole body again, and the large caliber hand cannons in the shoulders, abdomen and other places are all aimed at Luffy. Luffy didn't hesitate at all, clenched his fists and prepared to fight. If you can do it. Luffy, do you want to fight? Before actually seeing Hawkeye, Zoro didn't mind having a warm-up battle. I will protect you at the critical moment, Usopp said with trembling legs. No, I'll do it myself. Okay. Zoro took back the part of head out that he had pulled out. Is that your partner? It looks really thin. Krieg saw Zoro, Usopp and the others, and immediately looked down upon them. Advertisement, but then I saw a handsome man carrying an axe with eyes full of arrogance and contempt. Even if he looked over by himself, the other party still looked at him with an attitude of arrogance and contempt. This made Krieg feel unhappy immediately, but he vaguely felt some danger. He wanted to laugh out loud, but he controlled it. I still have 2 companions. Hey, you count me in too. Sanji immediately realized, apart from Nami, how could there be another one? It can only be me. Luffy is already a bit eager to try. Anyone who competes with him for the throne of One Piece is an opponent. But when the battle was about to start, the leader of Krieg frowned slightly and gave Zeph a look. Although the old man lost one leg, his combat power has definitely declined, but it's not that he has no combat power at all. It's hard to say now. Even now, his face is still calm, which makes Krieg somewhat uneasy. It is safest to feed the subordinates first and let the subordinates and cadres go up together. Thinking of this, Krieg closed the weapon on his body again, and found himself a step down. I will fight you later, I will feed my subordinates first, and I will give you one last chance. If you don't want to die, get out of here now. Go. My purpose is only the logbook in this ship. With that said, Krieg picked up the packed food and turned to go outside. I'm sorry Sanji-san. Let's go. Agent looked at Krieg's bag and said with satisfaction. You don't need to apologize, the chefs in our shop are just doing things according to their own will, Zefu said calmly. Boss, why even you were partial to Sanji? Patty expressed his incomprehension. That's right, he almost ruined your shop now, many chefs expressed their incomprehension. Shut up, idiots. Have any of you ever felt like you're going to starve to death? It's a horrible thing to have no food in this sea, do you know? Zeph angrily yelled at the chefs. Boss, what do you mean? Patty and others were taken aback. I'm asking what's the difference between you and Sanji? He knows what he's doing, forget it, if you have time to complain, you might as well hurry up and leave through the back door. Zefu waved his hand and said. I want to stay and fight. Patty tightened the weapon in his hand. Although he still had doubts about Sanji's actions, he was the first to say that he would stay and fight side by side with the boss. Me too, I want to stay too, there's no other place to go anyway. Fight with them, let them know that sea chefs are not easy to mess with. Not a single cook left. Are you crazy? You saw how powerful the leader is just now. Seeing this, Ah-Jin couldn't understand at all, which is more important, abandoning a ship or staying alive, can't they see it? Ah-Jin, let me make it clear to you first, it is my justice as a chef to feed the hungry, but then our opponent is the predator who is full, even you, as long as you dare to plunder this restaurant, I will kill you without mercy. Do you understand? Sanji said with a look of evil spirit. The strong killing intent made Ah-Jin, who always thought that Sanji was a good man, couldn't help but feel terrified, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. This guy. Absolutely serious. The people I rescued, but in the end I have to kill them. I really admire you, Patty said speechlessly, he still couldn't understand Sanji. Look, I told you this cook is good, Luffy said proudly to Zoro and Usopp. I don't care if it's good or not, let's get out of here Luffy. Usopp worried. That guy was hit by a rocket and was unscathed, which is too scary. Akin, you said before that you don't know anything about the Grand Line, haven't you been there before? Luffy asked puzzled. I have been there, but I say I don't know, it is also a fact. What happened after entering the Grand Line on the 7th day, whether it is a dream or reality, is still unclear, or no one dares to admit it. Ah-Jin his face was full of fear, and he kept swallowing. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Thinking of what happened on the 7th day made him wonder if their entire fleet was cursed. What the hell happened? What happened on the 7th day is too unbelievable. Just one man defeated our fleet of 50 pirate ships. Nani. As soon as these words came out, even Luffy, Zoro and the others were dumbfounded in shock. One person, defeating a fleet of 50 pirate ships. A total of 5,000 people. What kind of monster can do this? Even Reka-san probably can't do it. Chefs feel that this is a myth like the Arabian Nights. At that time, following the appearance of that man, our ships were sunk one after another. If we hadn't been lucky enough to encounter a storm, our main ship would not have escaped at all, and we didn't dare to look back to see how many companion ships were there. It still exists, and I dare not admit that it is the reality we encountered, and I really don't want to think about that time again. A Jin covered his face in fear. Zero, his strength is not weak, but he is still made like this. Everyone present was even more afraid of Grand Line. It was a monster who felt that it could kill people just by looking at it. Its eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Just seeing those eyes made many of us lose our will to fight, Ajin continued. The more you talk, the more horrified the chef is, as if you were listening to a horror story. Does such a powerful monster exist in this world? A man as sharp as an eagle, could it be him? Did you disturb his sleep? Zeph asked. Are you kidding? How could our pirate group be wiped out for such an outrageous reason? Luffy, let's not go to the Grand Line. The timid Usopp was terrified. It's really exciting. Luffy rubbed his fists excitedly. It's over, this guy is hopeless. Usopp felt that the road ahead was gloomy. This is the goal I've been pursuing all my life. Zoro was also excited. I think you must be the first to die, it's too stupid to seek your own death. Sanji couldn't help saying when he saw Zoro and Luffy like this. This is the path we have decided for ourselves. From the moment we decide, we have already risked our lives, but Zoro said disapprovingly. That man has come. Reika stood up and said at this moment. In one sentence, everyone present was shocked. What did you say? Ah Jin almost went into cardiac arrest, is it coming? Reika didn't answer other people's questions, but looked at Zoro and Luffy. I don't have much time. Luffy, after all, you don't like that guy named Krieg. They are not opponents, in the end, you still have to fight. I believe you can win, however, since you have accepted some of my teachings, it is not too much for me to ask you let's go. Reika's calm words surprised Sanji, Zeph, Ah Jin, Patty and others. They all looked at this handsome man in disbelief. What is this guy talking about? What is it that they can't beat Krieg, but a handyman wants to fight instead? He also swears that he will definitely win. This man is so handsome, he must be insane. Not too much, what request? Win in 5 minutes. Nani, Ah Jin, Sanji, Jefu and others exclaimed subconsciously. 65. Let it boil. A duel of swordsmanship, the extraordinary Zoro. Okay. When I heard Reika say that, I thought it was outrageous enough. But Luffy's casual answer made them think it was collective madness. If he dares to say it, you really dare to respond. Everyone opened their mouths and didn't know what to say for a while. Some chefs even cast sympathetic eyes. It's really pitiful. I think I was frightened by the leader of Krieg just now. You should leave through the back door quickly, and outsiders should not meddle in our affairs. Indeed, immediately, some chefs felt that it should be so, and even adults like them felt that the leader of Krieg was very powerful and terrifying. It is also possible for young boys like the busboys who have just grown up to be frightened when they encounter this kind of thing suddenly. Originally, some people thought that what Reika said about the eagle-eyed man coming was true. But now I don't really believe it, I just feel that they are frightened. After all, up to now, the sun, which is gradually rising in the sea fog outside, has completely dissipated and they looked around. But he didn't see anything. How did he find out? It's unreasonable. It's just that Reika ignored them, but stared at the sea outside. The voice continued. As for Zoro, adjust your spirits, and in the name of a swordsman, go and see the power of the apex of this world. No need for any scruples. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. My life exists to defeat the eagle-eyed. 307. Man. All vows and promises will be answered. His eyes made everyone stunned and silent. An aura that made them feel a little scared permeated from Zoro. From yesterday to now, because there is such a harmless captain as Luffy. Nobody recognized Zoro as the famous bounty hunter. But now the breath gradually changed, and after they watched it carefully, they felt that this image seemed to have been heard of somewhere. You guys leave now. This is not your war. 10. But Reika walked outside step by step. As soon as the first step was taken, the counting began, and everyone looked at each other, completely ignoring it. What is this doing? Hatred. 8. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and leave, Patty couldn't help urging. Now Chief Krieg has given food to his ghoul-like minions. After a while, they will be scrambling to kill them. Great, we are finally saved. At this moment they could even hear the huge and broken pirate ship. Cheers from the pirates. That's right, we're saved, we can challenge the Grand Line again. The leader of Krieg said calmly, looking at the only remaining subordinates in front of him. As long as the basic team and cadres are there, it won't take long for him to regroup, recruit people, and challenge the Grand Line again. This time, as long as I can get the voyage diary of red-footed Tetsuo. If you fill in the information, there will be no problem. It's just that as soon as these words came out, the pirates who had just eaten and were rescued were stunned, fear welled up in their hearts, and joy disappeared instantly. What's your expression? The leader of Krieg asked with a sullen and dissatisfied face upon seeing this. Chief Krieg, are we going to that place again? Bang. Just as the pirate finished his question, Krieg raised his hand and shot him dead. Anyone else have any objections? Advertisement? All the pirates froze for a moment, then shouted in unison, no. At this time, a small raft lit with white candles is gradually approaching without anyone knowing. An elegant man, sitting with his feet crossed, wearing a black top hat with white fluff, a wine-red patterned shirt, a black windbreaker, white trousers, and black boots. What is more conspicuous is the black knife taller than his whole body on the back, and a pair of calm but sharp eagle-like eyes. He's approaching the big ship. First of all, we must abandon this ship that will sink at some point, and grab the restaurant. The opponents are just a few B********* D chefs. They seem to be powerful, but they are useless. Give them all to me. The leader of Krieg encouraged let's attack Barati. Oh, the subordinates didn't think much, they succumbed to the coercion of the leader of Krieg, shouted one after another, waved their weapons, and rushed off the boat. Get ready to take over the sea restaurant in front of you. 3. What the hell are you counting? A chef looked at Reika puzzled. They are really crazy. Fortunately, that man didn't really show up. Jin was taken aback just now. If that kind of monster is still chasing them, it would be too terrifying. 2. Looking at Reika who was still counting down, Sanji somehow felt a strong uneasiness permeating the air. Here we come. I heard their roar. The chefs had already heard the screams of the pirates outside. Everyone tightened their weapons. I don't even care what Reika is counting down. It's just that when the 1 fell, everyone showed expressions of hell, horrified, and even extremely horrified. I only heard the sharp sound of chirping in the air. Then there was a loud bang. Everyone's eyes widened rapidly. In their eyes, the pirate ship of the Krieg pirates, which is bigger than Barati, it was cut into 3 pieces by some sharp weapon. Oz. Everyone in the restaurant was stunned. Even Zoro and Luffy who were prepared in their hearts. I never thought that such a huge pirate ship would be cut into 3 pieces by such a terrifying sharp weapon. The sea water was poured into the split cabin, and the entire sea area was hit hard, and the sea current became extremely turbulent. After the huge pirate ship exploded into 3 pieces, each blow seemed to suffer a terrible shockwave, and many places exploded. The pirates who hadn't disembarked suddenly fell into the turbulent and swirling current. The quick-reacting pirates were already holding on to the hull, but after the hull was cut off, they were also sinking rapidly. What happened? The Krieg leader widened his eyes and exclaimed, looking in disbelief at the rapidly sinking dreadnought saber in front of him. I don't know why such a huge ship exploded like this. The main ship has been cut off. The pirate who saw the situation replied frightenedly at the moment. It was cut off. You said it was cut off. Will you take this huge sailing ship? How could such a ridiculous thing happen? This ship can carry more than 7,000 people and fly into the sky like a sun. Can it be cut with a knife? Before at the Grand Line, they had no idea how the other ships sank. Can't see anything. After the unknown thing happened at that time, everyone just ran for their lives. The ship sank, and the huge waves caused the entire sea restaurant Barati to shake violently. When most of the people were still immersed in the shock, Jefu reacted in time. Put up the anchor quickly, or this ship will also be affected. Under the waves caused by the sinking and the sudden surge of the sea current, if you don't let go of Barati and let him float with the waves, this tearing force will drag him into it. Yes. A chef staggered and ran, taking action. In the next second, everyone looked at Reika with horror on their faces. After the man's countdown ended. Advertisement: the huge pirate ship was cut off, as this predicted. Who the hell is he? Could it be that what he said just now is true? Isn't he talking nonsense? Not crazy. That man is. Looking at the big ship sinking in front of him, the raft that looked like a coffin came into everyone's eyes. Zoro's eyes shrank suddenly. His fighting spirit was sharp. He was as proud as he was soaring into the sky. Even Hawkeye looked over as if aware of it. At this moment, Zoro's strength has reached the flying slash, can cut hundreds of refined steel, and holds the infinite sword in his hand. Much stronger than him on the original trajectory. Then that B*******D is chasing after him. The leader of Krieg saw who was coming, and was immediately frightened into a cold sweat. That is, the eagle-eyed man. There was cold sweat on Zoro's face. He could feel that it was like a raptor, amazingly powerful. It was also the man he wanted to surpass and was always looking for. That devil has come after us and is here to kill us. The pirates looked at this figure with fear on their faces. Their 50 ships were destroyed by this man. Now he still refuses to let them go. This is the end. Zoro, who is that? Luffy could feel Zoro's body trembling with excitement. Hawkeye, the strongest man in the world. The man I've been looking for, Zoro replied. Brother Zoro. Johnny and Joseph looked at Zoro worriedly. Such a monster. Can the big brother win? Is that guy the man who sank 50 warships of the Krieg pirates by himself? Paddy clutched the weapon in his hand tightly. Only in this way can it bring him a sense of security. It seems to be the same as the common people, and they don't have any special weapons. A chef was puzzled. How did he sink this giant pirate ship? The weapon is on him, Zeph said lightly. Is that the sword with which he chopped off the galleon? He is the great swordsman, known as Hawkeye, the man who stands at the top of all swordsmen in the world. Jefu said 5.3 to explain his status in the world. I didn't expect to see him so soon. The agreed time has finally arrived. Zoro could feel the incomparable pressure on Hawkeye. It was suffocating, but he decided to draw the knife anyway. B*******D, what enmity do we have with you? You want to attack us like this? A pirate asked with red eyes. Just to pass the time. Hawkeye said lightly. Stop joking. The pirate's mentality exploded, and he immediately took out his 2 guns to aim at Hawkeye, and decisively pulled the trigger. He is the Shinso on the ship. At this distance, he will definitely not miss it. But Hawkeye just pulled out the black sword. The shadow of the sword was heavy, and with a slight shock, The bullet was shaken from the blade's original trajectory. How is it possible? I clearly aimed. The pirate looked unbelievable. He changed the trajectory of the bullet with the blade. By this time, Zoro had come to the driftwood ruins. Who are you? A pirate was full of doubts. Where did this come from? It seemed that he was not one of his own. 3 knives. Are you a pirate hunter? No, Zoro. A pirate recognized Zoro. But Zoro only has this man in his eyes at the moment. Reika and Luffy are watching from a distance. They all know that there are some things that they cannot interfere with. At least not in their confrontation. 66. Explosive swordsmanship. Don't forget, you still have an identity. Please subscribe. I've never seen such a soft sword, Zoro said with a smile. A sword with only strength has no strength. Eagle eyes looked at Zoro. Is this ship also cut with this knife? Exactly. So that's it, it really is the strongest. I could feel the sharp sword intent emanating from Zoro, and Hawkeye asked one more question. Are you Jianshin too? That's right, I went to sea to meet you. What is the goal? Hawkeye said lightly. There is never a shortage of swordsmen who challenge themselves in this world. It's just that it rarely gets him interested. The strongest, Zoro said, and he tied the black turban that had been wrapped around his left arm, and his aura changed dramatically. Hawkeye smiled slightly. It's really stupid. You are free. Let's compete. Zoro drew his sword and confronted. Competition? The pathetic weakling, Hawkeye said, jumping lightly, like a black streamer jumping from the raft to the ruins of the ship where Zoro was at the moment. The distance between the two was only a few meters. If you are really a first-class swordsman, even if there is no confrontation, you must be aware of the gap in strength between us. If you dare to face me with swords, you should be said to have courage, and you will be ignorant. It's because of my ambition and the agreement with my best friend. Regardless of whether Hawkeye is willing or not, Zoro has already bidden the words of peace, and the other 2 hands have drawn their weapons. Seeing this, the other onlookers also concentrated their spirits. The world's strongest swordsman and the pirate hunter Zoro, what will happen in this battle? Patty feels that such a duel is rare. Hawkeye is world-renowned 21, and fame spreads to East Blue, more like rumored legendary. And Zoro has been in East Blue these years. In their opinion, it is closer to reality. There are quite a few bounty criminals who fell under his sword, and they are called monsters. Big Brother is the strongest. Johnny and Joseph firmly believe this. Luffy, something is wrong, Usopp said worriedly. This is Zoro's duel. No one is allowed to interfere, Luffy said seriously. Test your own growth. Reika was very calm, jumped on a high place, and watched quietly. At this moment, Hawkeye took off the cross hanging around his neck, and after taking off the shell, everything was revealed. Zoro's face sank. What do you mean? I'm different from those stupid beasts who are trying their best to hunt rabbits. Although you are a famous swordsman, this is the weakest ocean among the 4 oceans, East Blue. It's enough to deal with you. Hawkeye looked slightly contemptuous. However, no one thought it was wrong. He has stood at the pinnacle of the world's swordsmanship for many years, and he has the capital to be arrogant. There must be a limit to contemptuous people. Don't regret it until you die. Zoro broke out on the spot, and all his dignity was played out. Da. He suddenly broke out with gust-like speed, and the sharp blade swept towards Hawkeye. Frog in the well, come and see how big the world is. 3-sword style hyphenation point ghost slash. Zoro is one of the moves that must be killed in the usual routine. This move is swift and fierce, like a ton, with tricky angles and multiple directions in 3 directions, making it impossible for people to defend against all of them. As long as it is cut out, no matter what kind of enemy it is, it will eat his sharp blade. Han Shuo's sword flashed across the country, and Kong was killed in an instant. The 3 swords that ordinary people can't see are slashed at Hawkeye. But there was only a sound of clang, and Zoro's swift and violent forward posture came to an abrupt end. Hawkeye didn't know when to attack. A small knife arrived at the moment when the 3 knives were about to slash. Advertisement: the intersection point immediately before the 3 swords cut out, that is, the weak point, was pierced by him with a single glance, and blocked by a small knife. An irresistible terrifying force directly suppressed Zoro's upcoming swordsmanship. What? Zoro was terrified. He thought he might be blocked. But I never thought that it would be so easy to be blocked, and I still use this toy-like knife. And the opponent sent a huge force, making it difficult for him to move for a while. How is it possible? Big Brother Zoro's ghost slash was blocked, but that was Big Brother Zoro's esoteric move. It has never been blocked before. Johnny and Joseph looked in disbelief. Is there such a disparity in strength? How could it be so far away? Zoro couldn't accept it. The world can't be that far away. He stomped the ground fiercely, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. Then the 3 swords danced, and launched a fierce, fast and deadly slash towards Hawkeye. Knife after knife and knife. The sky is full of sword shadows blooming. The pirates and chefs were terrified. Such a fast knife, such a fierce attack. If it was them instead, are you sure that one of them will be cut next? More than 99% of them are not sure about this, but even with such an attack, Hawkeye was still calm, waving the knife in his hand, and easily blocked every blow. It's not like an equal battle at all, but a kind of play. The seemingly swift attack was so powerless when faced with Hawkeye. Even Hawkeye just counterattacked a little. A knife hit Zoro's knife, and the whole person was sent flying. Zoro stood up and launched a series of fierce attacks again, with fierce moves. It's really violent swordsmanship, Hawkeye said indifferently. Zoro's swordsmanship has always been violent, just like when he was a child, sweeping everything with strength and speed. Before comprehending the sword intent, Zoro's swordsmanship has always been like this. But as Hawkeye said, a sword with only strength has no strength. Using such a small thing to block all his attacks, this is a monster that surpasses the monster Zoro. The pirate hunter, known as East Blue, is known as a monster of Warcraft. But in front of the world's great swordsman, he is too powerless. Seeing this, Reika frowned slightly. Zoro is too impatient to see the goal he has been waiting for many years. Although this kind of mood is understandable, but when facing the real great swordsman, the impatience in the state of mind will also become the most obvious flaw. I didn't swing my sword so far just to be teased by this kind of toy. Zoro swung his 3 knives wildly, but what came into view was the dense shadow of the knives of Hawkeye. His attack and defense were impenetrable. Zoro. In a daze, Zoro seemed to hear Kuina's cry, and the will to become the world's strongest swordsman was still entrusted to himself. They had made a promise that one day, either she or she would become the strongest in the world. But she's gone. An accident took her life. Now only I am left, her regrets, her dreams, and the pinnacle she wanted to reach, must be realized by myself. How can I lose? How can I lose? If you fail, then what is your hard work all these years? Is it just for failure? No, to win, to become the strongest in the world. Ah! Zoro roared in his heart, like a monster coming out of the cage. His strength and speed increased again, and the faint sword intent was subconsciously wrapped in every sword. Oh! Hawkeye was a little surprised. This strength is a bit stronger. But he still found his chance and knocked Zoro to the ground with a hand knife. Advertisement. Zoro groaned in pain and got up again, but he was a little exhausted. Every slash he made just now was a slash with all his strength. But it was still useless. He staggered, and even though he didn't have much strength, he still swung his knife and slashed at Hawkeye. Do you still want to swing your sword? The gap is already obvious. What are you carrying? What do you desire at the end of the strong? The weak? Hawkeye can feel Zoro's will. For Hawkeye, the sword is also the best skill to know people. This B********D. Dare to say that the eldest brother is a weak person. Damn it. Let's go and kill him. Johnny and Joseph drew their knives angrily and rushed over. But Luffy firmly pressed. This is Zoro's battle. It's a decision between men. Be patient. I absolutely can't lose. Tiger. Zoro thought of Luffy for a moment, and thought of what he said. To become the partner of One Piece, he must also be the strongest swordsman in the world. This amount is enough. Although he is a silly captain, he is also his own captain. He placed his 2 knives behind his back, and together with the horizontal he formed a horizontal and 2 vertical, hunting form like fangs. Hunting. Zoro rushed forward. This blow was indomitable, life and death, never dodge. Whoosh. The figure rushes over, peeved. But facing the absolute disparity in strength, Hawkeye made an assault, and a knife directly plunged into Zoro's heart. Just 1 more inch and Zoro will be killed instantly. But even if the knife pierced in, Zoro didn't retreat or take emergency shelter, but stood still. Do you want to be directly pierced through the heart? Why don't you retreat? Hawkeye's eyes narrowed slightly. 880. Zoro takes a step back to avoid danger. If he does not retreat, his heart will be pierced at any time. Does he still want to fight? I don't know. I just feel that if I take a step back here, all the important vows and agreements so far will disappear. I can't come back here again, Zoro said while biting the words. Yes, this is called defeat. Then I can't go back. Will you not retreat even if you die? Better dead? Zoro grinned, fearless. Hawkeye also smiled slightly. What a strong heart. He would rather die than lose. He is a qualified swordsman. Any qualified swordsman should be respected. With a puff, Hawkeye withdrew his knife. Boy, report your name. Noah Zoro. I will remember it. The long-lost strong man. Hawkeye drew Hey Dahlia with his backhand. Then in order to show the etiquette of swordsmen, I will use this world's strongest black knife to bury you in the bottom of the sea. I really can't thank you enough. Zoro was about to make one last effort. It's been pulled out, the knife that cut off the sailing ship. The surrounding observers swallowed subconsciously. Zoro, what are you doing? This is not your real strength. Your strength is more than that. Reika couldn't stand it any longer. He didn't intervene, just sat on a high place and said calmly. Hawkeye looked over, his eyes narrowed slightly. Zoro looked up. Reika-san. A heart that advances swiftly and aggressively can bring strength, but that is the only strength brought by physical violence. You have learned more than this recently. If you want to see the gap, only these things are not enough right now. Think about it carefully. When you swing your sword, do you only swing strength? Abandon winning or losing. Abandon all distracting thoughts. Besides carrying ideals, don't forget, you also have an identity. Another identity. You are a swordsman. For this identity, dance the purest sword. No self, no other, only the sword. Boom. Zoro's mind was struck by a bolt from the blue. Even the eagle eyes are surprised at the moment. Who is this guy? 67. Stormy Storm promised Zoro. The wound on the back is the shame of a swordsman. No self, no other, only the sword, thousands of cuts with one blow. Form, come first with brute force. A concentrated will can penetrate stubborn stones. The way of promise lives on in my heart. What I wield shouldn't be just physical strength. There should be something stronger. the Wuji sword intent in Zoro's mind breathes with the iron-slashing square object he has comprehended. In such a state of meditation and pure swordsman's heart, it becomes clearer. Just now he also used this kind of sword intent to fight, but it was very rough. The reason is that he has not reached the state where he can follow his heart and move with his blade. He did go all out, but he was too eager for success, and under impetuousness, he didn't understand the essence. At this moment, when Reika reminded him, Zoro suddenly realized. Practicing swords by himself is not only because of his oath, not only because of his own ambition and love for swords. The tenets of Wuji sword intent are flowing in Zoro's heart at this moment, running in his thoughts. What a pure sword intent, the aura has changed. Hawkeye showed a hint of surprise. At the same time, he took a meaningful look at Reika at the top. Could this guy be a first-class powerful swordsman? If not, how could he comprehend such an unprecedented sword intent? Is it the time to wield it as a swordsman? He is thoughtful. Will, my strength, all things in the world, my strength, 36 troubled phoenixes in one life. Zoro regained his posture and closed his eyes. Feel the perception of all the swords that have been mastered so far. The surrounding waves seem to be breathing, the wind blows, and the wind seems to come alive. Everything has become silent, but full of vitality. Zoro slowly opened his eyes again, and once again raised the knife in his hand. Wisps of invisible energy were absorbed from the heaven and earth, and gathered into the weapon. Diffused from the body, strengthened to the body, and spread to the 3 swords along the body. Even people who don't understand sword intent can see that Zoro is completely different from the fierceness just now. Become more mysterious, and more dangerous, more oppressive. The Way of Promise is an extremely high-level swordsmanship that can be outstanding even in the Roland continent where there are many gods and demons, and can use the entire spiritual power of the world. Even if the primary is only the foundation, it should not be underestimated. After Zoro's fusion, he derived the most suitable kendo for himself. Amazing. Hawkeye praised, this kind of sword intent is so unique, although it is not strong enough, but through this kind of sword intent that resonates with the heaven and earth, and the spiritual will. It can even give him some inspiration. From his perspective, he can predict that once this kind of sword intent really grows, maybe there is a real possibility of surpassing himself. His heart is so hot. What's the matter? Why do I feel like the pirate hunter has changed? Paddy whispered, his eyes full of horror and confusion. Even though he hasn't launched any attack yet, he feels extremely oppressive. Hawkeye-eyed man, he seems to be serious. Zephu narrowed his eyes slightly. You can't beat it. It's okay to give up at this time. There's no need to die for nothing. Sanji said, extremely incomprehensible. Sanji, there are some things, no matter how deeply they're hidden, when they appear, they cannot be given up. You should understand, Zephu said meaningfully. Sanji was stunned for a moment. Dream, come on, Hawkeye said lightly. Second King, 72 vexed phoenixes. Zoro slashed everything with one blow. He slashed out with one blow, endless energy poured away with it. Advertisement. The turbulence was extremely turbulent, and the colors of the sky and the earth seemed to be dimmed, and then a mournful whistling sounded. Hovering like a phoenix, the sword chi burst out, rushing towards Hawkeye like a dragon. As the sword chi ran, the wreckage and ruins it passed were smashed to pieces. Even if some places were still welded with steel, it was still the same. What is this? Chief Krieg, Paddy and the others had never seen flying sword chi before, and were stunned by this supernatural phenomenon at the moment. Flying slash. It's really powerful. Zephu was well informed, but he was also full of surprise. I didn't expect the swordsman of East Blue to have such strength at such a young age. What a formidable young man. Not bad. Hawkeye held up the black sword Yi, held a beautiful saber flower, and slashed vertically with an unpretentious knife. With a scoff, the running sword energy was easily cut off by the eagle's eyes like a tide. The sputtered sword energy fragments, like bursting artillery, poured out in all directions, and the pirates standing on other wrecked driftwood were immediately penetrated by the scattered sword energy. Became a fish that got hurt. Wuji Yidao Luju. The lion sings. Zoro seemed to have expected this kind of result, and after one blow, he retracted the other 2 swords for a short time. Assume the posture of drawing the sword and cutting together. The sword comes out, and the whole person is like a swift and fierce laser light, lacing past. There was a scoff. The sparks exploded in an instant, accompanied by the lightning generated by the strong impact and friction. Wherever he passed, the seawater was cut open by the sharp and concentrated sword intent, and the ruins and wreckage under his feet were all shattered. In the blink of an eye, Zoro has already flashed past Hawkeye and came behind him. It's still blocked. Zoro's handholding Hidao Yuan was bleeding and shaking, not because of fear. It was a powerful blow, slashed on the black knife, and the shock force from it prevented him from completely removing it. Whoosh! Zoro missed the blow, turned around and bounced high without any hesitation. 3 sword style. Gorgeous demon. Sleepless night. Ghost slash. Zoro is like a flying demon, his sword intent condensed into an illusion? The phantom of a beautiful demon, slashing with one blow. What is that? Is it a hallucination? It's so scary, someone said in horror. At this moment, Zoro's sword intent climbed to the peak, and he made a blow that even surpassed his current limit. What a surprise! Eagle Eye smiled heartily, stabbing upwards with a knife, and blocked Zoro's attack from the sky with a clang. Bleed him out. Zoro was so powerfully slashed that his blood spattered. The whole person flew upside down, touched the driftwood with his toes, and bounced up again. Wuji 3 Swords Style. 1,000 cuts with one blow. Whoosh, in the sky. The sword shadows in the sky are surrounded by the sword energy like a wave, covering the eagle's eyes, shooting down continuously. Puff 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 puff, like a series of dense streamers lacing down. The whole sea seemed to be bombarded by a dense artillery group, and the waves were blown up, and Hawkeye was completely covered in it. The two bombarded each other back and forth, and penultimate slashed at each other, leaving the chefs and the survivors of the Krieg pirate ship stunned. Is this still human power? Patty said incredulously. They stayed in Barati for 2 days, and he thought they were just a bunch of little kids. I didn't expect it to be Zoro, the pirate hunter, and he has such terrifying strength. And if I remember correctly, he is not the captain yet, the one who does odd jobs in their family is the captain. And the one named Reika seems to be the most respected one, shouldn't he be stronger? Thinking of this, Patty didn't dare to continue thinking about it, which is really outrageous. Who the hell are they? The smoke in Sanji's mouth burned out, but he didn't know it, he just stared blankly. The strength of the pirate hunter is so terrifying, Hawkeye won't lose, after all, he was covered by such intensive attacks. Advertisement, but a cyan sword light flashed, and Zoro's continuously pouring sword energy was torn to pieces. One of the sword lights swept Zoro away, and a bloodstain appeared on his chest immediately. The whole person was knocked out again. Brother Zoro, Johnny Joseph yelled worriedly. Clang clang clang. Hawkeye took the initiative to attack for the first time, approaching Zoro and wielding a black knife. Zoro continued to block with a knife, but he was forced to the point where he could no longer fight back. The sound of swords and swords is like a gust of wind and rain, continuous and continuous. The duel is also like a storm. These attacks are all produced in an instant. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Take a good look at the gap with the world, Hawkeye said indifferently, constantly squeezing Zoro's counterattack space. I saw it, and this is my last blow. Is it the strongest in the world, or death? Just pay this blow. Zoro suddenly pulled away. Two-handed hilt to hilt, shaped like a windmill, covered with a similar effect to Haki, but different spiritual willpower, and the blessing of the earth opening element. If not, apart from Hidao Yuan, the other two knives would be shattered when they hit the black knife with the first strike. But Zoro's strength is running out, and his physical strength is still immature. He can't hold on to such a high-intensity battle, and the gap still exists. There is only a desperate fight. Seek a chance to strike. Hawkeye heard the words, his eyes became sharper, he held the black knife in both hands and did not attack again. He gave Zoro the chance to fully unleash the blow. 3-knife technique. The double knife in Zoro's hand twirled at a high speed. 3,000 whirled. Fall. The two released attacks at the same time. At the same time, they passed by each other at extreme speed, lightning speed. Except for Reika and Zeph, almost no one can see clearly. The two are back to back, time seems to stand still. Gulu. Who wins? Clang clang. Zoro's knives, except for the one in his mouth, the other two were broken in an instant, and his body was also bleeding. Wong hao hao. I lost. I never thought I would lose. Zoro tried his best, but still lost. He took the word hedao out of his mouth and put it back into the scabbard. Hawkeye hasn't turned around yet, but turned his head, looking at the East Blue Sword King named Zoro. He surprised himself. Is this the strongest power in the world? Zoro stood up, turned around, looked at Hawkeye, closed his eyes, spread his hands, and revealed his defenseless body. What are you doing? Hawkeye froze for a moment. The scars on the back are the shame of a swordsman. Amazing. Hawkeye grinned, and the black knife in his hand cut down without any hesitation. Rejection at this time is a humiliation to the loser. Peefed. A stream of blood that was more turbulent and splashed higher than before shot out. The knife in Zoro's hand fell down, and his body began to slowly twist down. Zoro. Luffy Usopp immediately roared in hysterical anger. Don't be in a hurry to die, young man, Hawkeye whispered to himself. Brother Zoro. The hearts of Sanji, Tetsuo and others have also been hit like never before. What a proud swordsman this is. How proud. For the dream, he would rather die. Is this the power of the Grand Line? Such a powerful pirate hunter has lost so easily. The pirates also expressed disbelief, and their fear deepened. 68. Conqueror's Haki broke out. The sun is with me. Damn. 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 How dare you take Zoro? I can't get around you. Luffy pulled his arm suddenly, exploded with all his strength, swung it, and stretched straight to grab the wreckage where the two were. Superior. What is this? Arms stretched. The chefs and pirates were stunned. Big brother. Johnny Usopp and the others also jumped into the sea and quickly swam towards the wreckage. So that guy is demon fruit power. Pung. Luffy grabbed the wreckage and flew over with his whole body. With too much force, he stuck his head in the ruins and couldn't struggle out for a while. Are you the young swordsman's partner? Thank you for watching the end. Don't worry, that man is still alive. Hawkeye's words made Luffy, who was bursting with anger, quiet down. At this time, Johnny and Usopp had already come to Zoro, fearing that he would be hurt again, so they hurriedly transported them to the boat. Most of the standing places were blown away by them. Brother. Zoro. Upso took out the emergency supplies from his satchel, checked his breath, and then heaved a sigh of relief. And tell Luffy the situation. Zoro is alive, just passed out. As soon as he said this, Zoro coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and slowly regained a little consciousness. Hawkeye looked at Zoro and said loudly, I am Dracul, Mahawk. See yourself clearly. Know the world, become stronger, no matter how many years pass, I will wait for you in this strongest position. Go beyond this sword. Go beyond me. Noah Zoro. Hawkeye's calm expression turned into intense anticipation in an instant. Whether it's will, talent, or sword skills, this East Blue swordsman is enough for him to remember. You can make Mahawk say these words. Jefu was shocked. Others may have a little understanding of Hawkeye's influence in the world and in the world of swordsmen. But Jefu knew more, and because he knew more, he realized how important these words were. Only then did he realize that the man named Zoro in front of him actually made him so optimistic. 427. If he did not fall, I am afraid that in the future, the whole world of swordsmanship will produce a great swordsman. Boy, what is your goal? After Hawkeye finished speaking, he looked at Luffy calmly, at that familiar hat. One Piece. Luffy said without thinking. That's a more difficult and dangerous road than surpassing me. Hawkeye smiled faintly. I don't care, I just want to be it anyway, Luffy said willfully, and made a face while talking. At this time, Zoro suddenly held up the word he Dao, gasped and swore. Lulu. Faye, can you hear me? Yeah, Luffy responded. Let you worry, if I don't become the strongest swordsman in the world, you will be very troubled. Cough. The words have not yet finished, another few mouthfuls of blood spit out. Brother, don't talk anymore, your injury. I won't lose again. Before defeating him and becoming a great swordsman, I will never lose again. Do you have any objections, One Piece? Zoro cried bitterly. The feeling of defeat is very uncomfortable, but sometimes, failure is also a kind of growth. Hawkeye heard the words, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became even thicker. No, Luffy smiled with a big white fang on his face. Good team, I hope to have the opportunity to see you again, Hawkeye said, and was about to leave. Are you finally leaving? Both the pirates and the chefs breathed a sigh of relief. With this kind of monster, they all have a feeling that they are ants. Advertisement. No one likes the feeling of being crushed to death at any time. Even if Hawkeye is not malicious to some people, but in the next second, they relaxed their hearts. Mentioning Ultimate again at this moment. After warming up with young people, don't you want to have a more exciting game? Hawkeye. Reika walked in the air with an axe on his shoulders, grinning. No, I've had my best time today, Hawkeye responded flatly. Fake. But Reika directly shook his head in denial. You're only getting excited because you think we still have troubles to deal with, and you want to leave us enough combat power to deal with them. But, there's no need. The so-called enemies present are just ants and can be crushed at any time. Die. Hearing this, the first person with an extremely gloomy face was the leader of Krieg. These guys, one by one, underestimated themselves. Be sure to make them look good later. Besides, I'm not asking for your opinion, I'm telling you, Reika said, throwing the axe in his hand straight away. There was a loud bang. The terrifying weight fell on the wreckage where Hawkeye was standing. There was a huge wave spreading outwards all around. This made Hawkeye's eyes suddenly focus. How heavy is this axe? The fact is exactly what Reika said. In fact, from the very beginning, he has noticed that Reika is such a guy with an extremely powerful aura. After he taught Zoro, he even suspected that this person's sword skills might be higher than Zoro's. It's just that right now he's not interested in Krieg's little time killers. But they still have to deal with it, and Zoro has been dethroned by him at this time. Lest they capsize because of their own gutter, Krieg's strength is not worth mentioning to him. But for them, it should still be a little troublesome. What are you doing? Are all the pirates crazy? Hawkeye is going to leave. Why are you stopping him? Patty said with a look of surprise. Could it be that you think you can win a wheel battle? You're so stupid, Zoro's strength has already shocked them. They don't believe that just another crew member has the same strength as the pirate hunter. After all, Zoro has already made a name for himself in East Blue. But this young man who resisted the axe, except for being handsome, they had never heard of the deeds and achievements related to him. Be careful, the waves are coming. This guy is so strong. They all thought it was Reika's strength, but they didn't realize how heavy the axe was. But light strength is useless against this kind of great swordsman in the world, right? Just now Zoro's sword skills are still very strong. Are you a swordsman? Hawkeye didn't refute Reika's words, but stopped and asked. No, what's the purpose? I want to know how strong I am. In the future, we will all be strong people of your level, CBCH, and not just one or two, maybe the world is enemy. And you are worthy to be the standard unit to measure this combat power, Reika said without humility at all. He could already feel the arrogance value that had risen a wave before, and now it is skyrocketing again. Hawkeye was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, and then he laughed out loud. Standard unit of combat power. Ha. In the whole world, you are the first man who dares to compare me like this. You are really arrogant and arrogant. You know the challenge of challenging me, consequences? Advertisement. The others also stared blankly at Reika. This guy is crazy, absolutely crazy. Could it be that this handsome man didn't see the strength of Hawkeye just now? Is he blind? This is Hong Guoguo's provocation. It can even be said to be contempt. How dare he? This is too courageous. Borrowed from the sky. I'm not going to die, Reika said confidently. This is based on strength, but you are right about one thing. If your goal is to challenge to become the One Piece, then what you have to face is indeed people of my level, and there are more than one or two, Hawkeye Shensheng said. Hiss. Hearing what Hawkeye said, the onlookers realized for the first time how difficult the road to becoming the One Piece is. What a hefty portion. Isn't he the strongest man in the world? He means that there are monsters like him? How is this possible? Patty was surprised. In terms of swordsmanship, he is the strongest, but looking at the whole world, there are not many people who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. For example, our marine hero Garp of East Blue, Zeph explained. In fact, besides this, there are Marine Admiral, 4 emperors, and some old monsters from the old days. It's just that they don't quite understand what they said, but when it comes to the marine hero Garp from East Blue, they can understand it. I'm curious, people like you won't be unknown even in the Grand Line. One of them wants to become the world's strongest swordsman, and the other wants to become the Pirate King. What about you? What do you want to be? Hawkeye stared at Reika asked. Even if there was no confrontation, he could feel the strength of Reika's breath. Reika's fighting spirit is already boiling, it is extremely obvious, a real strongman. Even if they haven't confronted each other yet, they can know from the arrogance released by Reika that this is not an ordinary strong man. As soon as the words came out, even Luffy Zoro was curious. They have never heard of any strong pursuits from Reika. Most of the time, it seems that there is no desire, and the arrogance of doing whatever you want. Sometimes it even feels like he is a bit out of place with the whole world. Of course, they are also, since they set these goals that ordinary people can't even imagine. And after doing it desperately, they are destined to be different. As Reka-san's goal, Sanji was also a little curious. He wants to become the world's #1 swordsman, so I will help him become the world's #1 swordsman. He wants to become the One Piece, so I will help him become the One Piece. This is my goal, Reika said. Everyone fell into silence. He looks extremely arrogant, but the target surprised everyone, including Hawkeye. Because this goal sounds surprisingly gentle, Zoro Luffy was stunned for a moment, and then Luffy was moved and burst into tears. Reika-san, you are my partner, it is really great, woo. Reika-san. Zoro Usopp also had tears in his eyes. Is this a companion? Sanji was also shocked. It seems that you like them very much, since you want to fight. Then I will fight with you. Hawkeye doesn't hate people with strong feelings. Come on, Reika yelled violently, and there was a bang. The whole body rubbed up and down, and the surging sun magic fire burst out. The terrifying breath, accompanied by the high temperature, formed a heatwave storm, washing the whole world. What's wrong with him? He's on fire. Could it be that he's demon fruit power too? What kind of monsters is this team? The onlookers felt extremely outrageous. The sun is with me. Boom, above the sky, there seemed to be a whole piece of golden sun shining on him, and the surging sea of flames that raised his strength once again covered the entire sky. Reika is like a god at this moment. The next moment, Reika took a step forward, and there was a loud bang. The sky seemed to be shaken. Conqueror's Haki swept out like a volcanic eruption, overwhelming the surrounding area. Haki of Conquerors? Hawkeye's pupils contracted suddenly? 69. Explosive Arrogance. The Rising Sun. Please subscribe. Everyone in the audience was stunned. Reika turned into a giant god, his body swelled up, and his muscles were clearly defined. The muscular body does not look exaggerated at all, but changes no matter what. The body shape and handsome face always give people a perfect sense of coordination. It's just that at this moment, when the magic power of the sun is completely surging, there is another sense of physical violence aesthetics impact. Except for Hawkeye, even Jefu rarely saw this scene of God descending with his own eyes. Reika becomes aggressive at this moment, exuding the breath of prehistoric beasts, mixed with a kind of aristocratic elegance. What the hell is this? Seeing that Reika's whole figure was not only covered with a sunsuit, but also his whole body swelled and strengthened. The pirates and the chefs were shocked, but also extremely confused. At this moment, even a person with no eyesight can feel the two words very clearly. Powerful, and dangerous. When Reika stepped forward, Conqueror's Haki exploded and swept away with an invisible storm. Many pirate chefs who were close and weak in willpower were shaken, their eyes turned white, and they fell into a coma. Hey, what's the matter with you? What happened? People who hadn't passed out saw this scene, and the fear in their hearts climbed to ultimate. This is too terrifying, and it is impossible to understand the current situation. The only thing that is certain is that there is definitely a gift for Reika, who is exuding an extremely terrifying aura in the field at the moment. It's just that he obviously hasn't made any attack moves yet. Don't worry, they just fainted from fright. Zefu's forehead was covered with cold sweat. This little guy actually has the aptitude of the king in legendary. It is impossible to imagine that this young and handsome-looking man has mastered the power of this legendary. B********D, 1 or 2 are all ignoring me. Go to hell. The Krieg leader also felt the terrible oppression brought by Reika. Under this oppressive feeling, he can no longer keep calm. But just as he pointed all the muzzles on Reika, Reika just glanced at him with contempt, and then disappeared. In an instant, he appeared beside him again. In his horrified eyes, he kicked it and flew it out. With a bang, it smashed into the sea restaurant Barati, and he didn't come out for a long time. You also have the qualifications to become a king. It's amazing, and at your age, you can already control it. I underestimated you just now. Hawkeye was under the impact of Conqueror's Haki. Not affected at all. One also, Reika was a little surprised, but not surprised. Hawkeye himself is a lone world top powerhouse and a pirate. It is the world's #1 swordsman, owning conqueror's Haki. It is completely reasonable. A strong person who is not restrained by others is easier to awaken this power. Let me see your kingship. Reika made a move, and the axe was pulled out from the wreckage with a vibration, and flew back to Reika's hand. Reika's body shape at the moment is carrying a magic axe, full of the elegance of violent aesthetics. You have good strength, but you may not be qualified to see it, Hawkeye said calmly. That's up to you. Reika's focus fell on Hawkeye, and Conqueror's Haki focused on his direction and rushed out. Even if it is only primary Conqueror's Haki, it is not just possessed, but has reached the level of being able to retract freely. Arrogance. Hawkeye smiled slightly. The guy in front of him was planning to oppress and provoke himself with a conqueror's posture. You don't take yourself seriously at all, it's really arrogant. But he has never been afraid of this kind of competition of courage and will. That being the case, then follow his wish. The world is very deep, since you desire it so much, I hope you can bear this weight. You got one thing wrong, I don't want to be your enemy. Advertisement, oh. I want to be an enemy of the world. Just let the horse come here, ha ha ha. Reika's crazy posture is full, and Conqueror's Haki is a bit stronger at this moment. The strength of conquerors is uncertain, and the will is the foundation. Hawkeye's expression was shocked. This guy, it should be said that he is so ambitious, or that he is arrogant. But this strength is real at this moment. Reka-san. Luffy heard the words, and his eyes were about to burst out with scorching stars of admiration. Help me up, maybe now I have a chance to truly see the power of the world, Zoro said to Usopp and Johnny beside him. They had insisted that Zoro lie down and rest, but seeing the firm look in Zoro's eyes, they knew they couldn't persuade him. What a terrifying courage. Zephu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Enemy against the world. Sanji's heart at this moment was shocked like never before. Even if it is Kwang Yu, how many people in this world have the courage to say such words when facing the world's strongest swordsman? Interesting. I'll help you. Hawkeye stopped abruptly, holding the black sword Yaya in both hands, provoking Reika repeatedly. And when fighting Zoro, the anger and blood that was ignited in my heart never subsided, and the Conqueror's Haki rarely broke out. Hawkeye's Conqueror's Haki has become substantive, truly world-class, and the surrounding space has instantly become blue. The shockwave of Conqueror's Haki Wang Yang. With a horizontal push and a destructive attitude, collide with Reika's invisible Conqueror's Haki. Bang! It was as if the sky thunder had stirred the fire on the ground. Before the two of them could make a move, Conqueror's Haki went first. A terrifying shockwave was generated in the instant of the collision. All the objects around were smashed, and the huge waves spread and slapped around. The entire sea area was under the hedge of Conqueror's Haki. It was pushed out of the huge pit, and it was filled up again by the fearful sea water. But this scene of natural disasters caused all the people who were still awake to have a sudden cardiac arrest, and their heads went blank. What did they do? Have they started attacking? They didn't see it at all? Dust slash. Pass. Reika kicked his feet and rushed out. A sonic boom cloud appeared under his feet. The axe in his hand was extremely sharp. The moment he swung it, he released an earth-shattering magical impact. Slashing down from the sky, there is a terrifying tendency to break open Wang Yang of the earth. Seeing this, Hawkeye suddenly jumped and started, brandishing the black sword Yaya with both hands and slashing in a circle. The clear sound of the knife sounded like an elegant waltz. Unparalleled strong Yamato deadly. In the next second, the divine axe and Hideaway came into contact. Boom. The two clashed in the sky. In an instant, the sky seemed to be split. The moment they touched each other, overwhelming force emperors from both sides rushed towards each other. Terrible shockwave ripples, engulfed in the scorching sun magic power, the strongest sword energy spreads out. Fortunately, both of them know that this is at sea. Once they fight on the sea, everything on the sea surface will be turned into dust by the shockwave ripples generated by this collision. None of them want their ships damaged, but even so, the lightning is still at the point of impact, crackling and scattering outward, and there is also the sword energy bursting into pieces with magic flames. When it fell on the sea was split into several parts like jelly. All the ships moored on the sea fluctuated violently. This is a natural disaster, right? Patty collapsed on the ground. Looking at the scene in front of him, he was completely dumbfounded. Even if it is only one hit, it is enough to see the difference from the previous duel between Pirate Hunter and Hawkeye. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. If we say that the battle between Zoro and Hawkeye was a feast of sword skills just now. Now, this is a walking disaster. The merciless sun. Annihilate the enemies in front of you. Scary fireballs like small suns suddenly appeared around Reika. When he used the axe to hit the black knife that was stalemate Hawkeye, he burst out. Nice weapon and power. Hawkeye saw that under the fierce slashing of the black knife, this delicate axe that interpreted violence and aristocratic elegance did not suffer any damage. This is something that even many famous knives cannot do. Especially when he was slashing so hard. What a strange power. You don't seem to be a capable person. Hawkeye suddenly changed the direction of the blade, turning the deadlocked vertical slash into a sweeping sweep. The surging and sharp sword light flashed, and with a scoff, all the merciless suns that were rushing towards him were all smashed into the air by him. But the knife didn't end. When the merciless sun was cut, the cyan sword energy bloomed one after another. Reika's expression froze. This is the world's #1 slash. Even if it is not necessarily a full blow, it cannot be underestimated. Attitude, you can be arrogant and despise all opponents and enemies. But in terms of behavior, it can't. After the other attacks, the magic axe has formed a new one in one go. Reika subconsciously blocks. Pung made a loud noise. The sword energy swept over it, and the explosion was released, and Reika was sent flying hundreds of meters away. As expected of being the #1 swordsman in the world, it's so exhilarating. Reika was not surprised but delighted. The feeling of being able to fully release his power is great, great. Under the rising sun and playing value, Reika has a steady stream of power gushing out. In this kind of battle, adapting to one's own combat power is the most perfect. Chi-chi. Reika's magic power surged continuously, causing distance friction in the surrounding atmosphere. Lightning guarded him as he moved forward. Without any hesitation, he launched a fierce attack in an instant. Overwhelming, the stormy axe swung down unceasingly, engulfing a whole scorching sea of flames. Thousands of axes are struck in an instant, and the atmosphere is constantly smashed. With the help of driftwood on the sea, Hawkeye rushed to the sky again and again, with the help of the short-term airborne ability. The two completed terrifying slashes and blows again and again. Many people only heard the two beams of light constantly clashing in the air, and they couldn't see any figures or moves at all. They are like two rays of light of destruction. Everything is dead and silent wherever they pass. If he was on the island at this moment, Jefu would not doubt it at all. Perhaps half of the island would be razed to the ground by the two of them. It's a battle like the wrath of the gods. I can see such a battle in this life. Death is worth it. Patty almost turned into a fanatic. This is Reika-san's true strength. I'm still far behind. Zoro knew now that Reika usually trains them, and he has reserved more than one hand of strength. I'm afraid I didn't show half of my strength. Hiss. For Luffy, this kind of battle can only be looked up to now. But with the terrifying talents of the two of them, I have seen such a battle. There will be rapid progress. Just when everyone thought it was the two of them's full strength, Reika swung the axe and released a terrifying fan-shaped shockwave. He punched the sea into a huge hole, and said calmly, "It's time for the warm-up to end. Let's show the strength of the real-world powerhouse." "You're going to die." Hawkeye's eyes were full of rare enjoyment and joy. "The sun is just right at this moment. I will not die." Reika pointed at Hawkeye, and the aura on his body rose again. "Small as you wish." 70. In the sky and the world, I am the only one. Please subscribe. This young little guy's aura is still rising, which is too unreasonable. Through the confrontation, Hawkeye can be sure that it was Reika's full strength just now. That kind of unleashing and ferocious fighting state cannot be disguised. But now the strength has increased again. At the same time, Hawkeye also found that his body has become a little stronger. Could it be that the change in his strength is related to his body shape, his special bloodline? While Hawkeye was thinking, the two launched a fierce attack again. Hawkeye took the initiative and launched a fierce attack, and the strength increased a lot. But the more he hit Hawkeye, the more frightened he became. I thought this wave of strengthening was due to the outbreak of special blood. But I didn't expect that the magical power stored by Rita, the axe, would continue continuously, and the magic power stored by Reika would be completely released by Reika's combat power. Revealing the real Kamui, beams of energy are released, piercing the air and hitting Hawkeye. With a cover blow, Hawkeye chopped off the front beam. Other sun magic energy beams that blocked the direction fell continuously on the sea like raindrops. The surface of the sea in this area is whizzing and steaming, and the sea is being burned at a terrible temperature. Hawkeye's expression became serious. He asked himself, at Reika's age, he never had such strength, not even half of it. What's strange is that with such a high-intensity attack, he can use 843 continuously. Won't his physical strength be exhausted? It's amazing. There will be a place for you in this world sooner or later. The premise is that you can survive. Hawkeye no longer fought against Reika with the mentality of killing time and having fun. Sharp eyes, full of aggression, high fighting spirit, this kind of feeling. In the past, it was only common to have a duel with red hair. Unexpectedly, facing a newcomer today, he would feel this way too. He vaguely felt that in the near future, maybe this man would surpass himself. Even at this moment, it is enough to be an opponent. Black Sword Knight. Hawkeye's aura changed, becoming like a drawn sword, fierce and full of murderous aura. Wisps of black-red armament Haki spread from between his arms to the entire Black Knife Knight, and then the sky in the area he was in dimmed, and the sword intent spread out. As if ushering in the silent and murderous night, the moment he raised the black knife with both hands, a Night Demon King faintly wandered in the darkness. The darkness spread rapidly, and Reika's face sank. Unexpectedly, Hawkeye's sword intent turned out to be the night sky. Once his sword intent spreads over, it will have an impact on his combat power. Looks like it can't be delayed. Exchange for the 6 forms of advanced physical skills. Receive. At this moment, Reika's acting progress has soared to 17%, a full increase of 4 percentage points. Most of this is provided by the duel with Hawkeye, the first time Reika has played such a large amount of progress. And it's still improving. Meanwhile, the sun is almost up to noon. In this case, let's go all out. Reika didn't want to miss the time to go to Kokoyashi village. Now Hawkeye has been plucked a lot, and he has also seen the strength of the world's top powerhouses. What Reika said was true, since he would encounter such enemies in the future. Advertisement, get in touch first, and then you will probably know how strong you are, how strong your enemies are, and how strong this world is. Everyone was dumbfounded watching such a battle. There was silence. I can't say a word to describe it for a long time. If you are the night, I am the sun. Reika knew that Hawkeye would not be killed by himself. But he still wants to know the limit of the world's top combat power. At this moment, he wants to use all his firepower, and even exchange the 6 postures for supporting his body directly, so don't hesitate. Because the arrogance value has risen a lot now, the sun is 1 minute away from noon. Your strength can still be improved. Hawkeye couldn't help but say a monster in his heart when he heard the words. This is the first time he has seen such a monster that continuously breaks through the existing limits. Even in terms of strength, there is still a long way to go. But who wouldn't be surprised to encounter such a monster that can break through the limit in battle again and again? He has met many people stronger than Reika, and none of them can do this. Human limits are not so easy to break through, but in front of this man, this does not exist. But the stronger the opponent, the more satisfied Hawkeye will be. Heaven and earth. I'm the only one. Reika yelled violently and scoffed. All the clothes on his upper body were shattered, and the terrifying magic power of the sun became more and more intense. As if to melt the whole person, the body grows again. The whole person is like a glowing sun. The rich magic power forms a ball of energy light, centered on Reika. It quickly spreads out to the surroundings. Block the diffuse sword intent of the night. The dazzling sun and the night are clearly separated, forming 2 completely different realms. Change and transform. So handsome, so handsome. Ah, seeing this, Luffy screamed obsessively. This is something that fascinates men as much as robots. No, it should be even more attractive than robots. Others, completely dumbfounded. When Reika moved, accompanied by a little bit of sun and flames, it was extremely sacred. At the same time, after entering the heaven in the world, I am the only one, mode 1 minute before noon. Reika also became more and more arrogant and defiant. Be honored that you and I were born in the same era, Hawkeye. Hawkeye is silent, but he has seen so many weird guys in New World. This arrogant temperament is nothing. Is it just an honor? Not yet. If he doesn't fall in the future, he can grow up. Maybe it could be such an honor. The Holy King of the Sun, arrogant explosion. Reika launched a swift attack, and slashed out with an axe. All the magic power was concentrated in the axe, and when the axe was slashed out, the air was scorched and scorched. A dark red sun fireball with a diameter of more than 100 meters was released by the magic axe and hit Hawkeye directly. Hideaway. Shenji, Hawkeye roared excitedly, feeling excited for a long time. With a single strike from bottom to top, there are countless sword-intent Titan Demon Kings, accompanied by the extremely advanced armament Haki, soaring to the sky. The atmosphere clicked under his knife, and there were strands of cracks emerging, which were fleeting, but it could be seen how terrifying this knife was. Advertisement, but the blazing Madara fireball of the Sun King also has destructive energy. Both are rushing towards each other like a stellar meteorite strike. There was a terrifying bang. In midair, an energy tide exploded against each other. Above the sky, an energy explosion wave with a circle of more than 100 meters soared into the sky. It was extremely dazzling, and it spread to dozens of miles away in midair, and it still hasn't subsided. In the billowing energy tide, reflect the stunned faces of Zeph, Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp below. Reka-san. Seeing that the center of the energy explosion was Reika, Luffy immediately shouted worriedly. Everyone present knew that Reika didn't have the upper hand in this attack. The #1 swordsman in the world. The weight of these words is too heavy. But it doesn't mean Hawkeye is not affected by the shockwave. His jumping figure was crushed down, and the clothes on his body caught fire. For your age, losing like this is already monstrous enough. In time, the world will be shaken for you. Eagle Eye looked at the center of the energy explosion in the sky and said loudly. Then he frowned slightly, and looked down at his arm. There was a small scratch on it, with blood flowing. Injured? That axe is so sharp, it's no less than Hideaway. Black Sword Knight is the strongest black sword in the world. It can get the evaluation of Hawkeye among all the weapons in the world. I am afraid that only Rita the Axe has won such praise so far. Such an evaluation is not a compliment to Rita. I am too weak now to fully display its power. It is a divine weapon, fully recovered. Even the ancient weapon in Legendary may not be able to match it. Reika stepped out of the explosion. A little embarrassed, there is a knife wound on the chest that is exactly the same as Zoro. The blood was flowing, but the sun flame covered Reika's body, and after burning, it stopped the blood. What did you say? Hearing Reika's words, Hawkeye was startled. Although Reika is arrogant, he shouldn't lie about this kind of thing. It's just that Hawkeye can't figure it out. There is such a weapon in this world. Why have I never heard of it? It can be imagined that this divine axe just now bursts out bursts of energy beams. No matter how powerful and fast it is, even an island will be reduced to ashes in an instant. So it is not impossible that what Reika said can be compared to the ancient weapon in Legendary. Also, you don't think you've won like this? Reika held the axe and looked down at Hawkeye. You are indeed strong, enough to rival the powerful cadres on several legendary pirate ships, but no matter what means you have now, you should consider clearly whether your body can withstand serious injuries. You are for those who are fighting me to the death just want to see the world's fighting power. Hawkeye calmly withdrew his knife. If it's the former, start fighting, and I will do my best to kill you. If it's only the latter, your goal has been achieved. I will wait for you in New World. I will draw an end to this duel at that time. Hawkeye knew Reika was dangerous though. Possesses terrifying potential and is a total freak. 4.9 But he still couldn't bear to let such a young and strong man with potential fall. He longs for a stronger person to be born, so that he can sharpen his sword skills and become stronger by fighting with him. Hearing this, Reika's surging aura gradually dissipated. It seems that I'm a bit over the top. You're the target that Zoro will surpass. Not mine, as you said, my goal has been achieved. Reika still has the last move that is useless. It can make his combat power stronger than his current 1 minute before noon. As long as the sky and the world in the ultimate mode are activated, I am the only one, he can still fight Hawkeye again. The gap will be narrowed again. There may be a small chance to gain the upper hand, but it is still impossible to defeat the world's #1 swordsman at the moment. And in this mode, the price of stimulation is extremely high. It was okay at the beginning, but if you want to be stronger, you have to burn your vitality at the cost, gain power beyond the limit. This is the cost of Reika's self-protection, but Hawkeye is right, I didn't start this battle to fight him to the death. Now the goal that Reika wants to achieve has been achieved. Know how strong you are and how strong the world's strong are. That's enough. He also has to rush to Kokoyasi village, while the magic power is still strong. Looking at it now, I'm still very weak. Reika looked at his magic axe, and said something that made everyone dumbfounded. Even Hawkeye showed a very speechless expression. 71. Marine hero Garp goes home to visit relatives, head to Kokoyasi village. For the first time, everyone has a new understanding of the word weak. If word of this battle spreads, Reika will immediately become a hot figure in the world. Whether it's a marine or a pirate, they all want him. How dreadful it would be for Hawkeye to admit his talent himself. In Marine, he would be groomed as a future Marine Admiral, maybe even higher. Among the pirates, all 4 emperors who don't hate Reika's character will extend an olive branch to him. Reika is only so old, but he can already fight to this level with the world's #1 swordsman, isn't he satisfied? But Reika's weak words are not false. Even just now, the progress of the performance has reached 18%. The people who gradually got used to Reika's strength and arrogance gradually became numb and provided less and less acting value. It's only 18% of the performance value, even if it is the ultimate heaven and earth, solo mode. The distance from the world's #1 swordsman is still not close. It is still necessary to increase the performance value as soon as possible. If it reaches more than 30%, it should be enough to deal with most crises in this sea. Now, compared to ordinary strong people, he is naturally stronger. But with many strong players in New World and Marine headquarters, they are not strong enough. The eagle eye saw that the aura on Reika gradually calmed down, and finally returned to the harmless and personable nobleman posture at the beginning. He glanced at it silently, jumped on his coffin boat and left here without saying a word. This time out, I have been greatly satisfied physically and mentally. Unexpectedly, after so many years, East Blue has produced such a terrifying seedling again. 21 No, Luffy and Zoro may be called seedlings, but Reika has already grown up. Constantly approaching the top powerhouses in the world. It's really a sea full of miracles. East Blue, after Roger, the One Piece King, came out, and after Roger's death, the entire East Blue was swept away by the world government. The powerful pirate group was almost uprooted more than 20 years ago, and was later called the Weakest Sea. But history seems to be starting a new chapter again. I'm really looking forward to it. Luffy, I'll leave it to you guys here, and follow up after we're done. Although Reika's aura is no longer so violent, it has absorbed all the power into his body, especially his legs. Don't worry, just leave it to me, Luffy said with a wave of his hand. Whoosh! Reika took a moonwalk and disappeared in an instant. Wait for both Hawkeye and Reika to leave. Everyone woke up like a dream. If it wasn't for the high sea temperature, the wreckage would be more and more broken, and Liuyan in the sky would be shattered. They even wondered if what they saw just now was just a dream. People. Disappeared. Handyman, you. No, little Luffy. Brother, after Patty came back to his senses, he changed his name to Luffy. Now how dare he say that Luffy is a handyman? Even Reason told him that even if Luffy is the captain, it is 100% impossible for him to be stronger than that Reika just now. Advertisement after all, one can guess a thing or two from Luffy's expression and behavior just now. However, he is the captain after all, he must have some advantages. Who would dare to underestimate him? B********D. Where are people? If you want to kill me, I will kill you first. The leader of Krieg rushed out from the ruins of Barati. Oops, the leader of Krieg is still alive. A chef's expression changed drastically. Just now Krieg was kicked and crashed into Barati. There was no movement for a long time. They thought Krieg escaped or was instantly killed. From the strength shown by Reika from behind, he can do this completely. And under that godlike battle, Krieg, the original overlord of the East Blue, gradually became marginalized. But now both strong men have left. For them, the leader of Krieg is still an unprecedented enemy. He just passed out. The leader of Krieg, who had just woken up from a coma, was furious. He hadn't expected the guy's speed to be so fast. Moreover, even the golden armor was kicked by him, and a deep footprint was imprinted on it. But it didn't explode. As long as you pay attention and strengthen your defense, you may not be incapable of fighting. The leader of Krieg, who didn't see the confrontation between Reika and Hawkeye, is still full of confidence at this moment. However, at this time, if I woke up a second earlier, the leader of Krieg probably wouldn't be enough for others, a chef whispered. He's gone. The Krieg leader stepped out and saw that Reika and Hawkeye were gone. He frowned slightly, and then looked at Jeffu and Luffy. I don't have the patience to talk nonsense with you anymore. The opportunity has already been given to you. Little ones, grab this boat. Oh, the pirates screamed. Krieg was their leader after all. No one dares to resist easily, and those who resist will only die faster. In addition, they also need a killing to relieve their inner panic and fear. This emotion must be vented. There are no more than 40 or 50 pirates left, but facing the chefs, they still have several times the number advantage. Guard Balati, Patty and the others returned to real life. Everything that happened just now is too far away for them. What is now is real. Ah Jin, what are you still doing over there? Don't forget, who saved you back then? Do you want to betray me? Krieg leader said in a deep voice, looking at a Jin who was in pain. Don't forget, you are a pirate like me. When Ajin heard this, his face became more and more painful, but in the end he got up and walked towards the leader of Krieg. Pirates seldom have real freedom and choice. Both sides are benefactors. Ajin can only seize the ship first, and then beg the leader of Krieg to let Sanji and the others go. After all, the leader also said just now that all he wants is this ship and the logbook. As long as you win and get the log, there is no need to kill them all. Uncle, if I help you drive them away, can you stop doing chores? Luffy asked Jeffu with a smile. Advertisement, as you please. Okay, then it's a deal, Luffy giggled, looking confidently at the leader of Krieg. I wish I could. If I really want you to work here for a year, even if my boat wasn't snatched away, you would definitely mess it up. Uncle, it's too much for you to say that. Obviously I tried my best to say it, Luffy pouted and said. Straw Hat Boy, do you also want to be my enemy? This matter should have nothing to do with you. Hearing what Luffy said, Krieg's expression was not very good. Although I didn't see the battle between Reika and Hawkeye later, but the strength of Reika's kick and pirate hunter Zoro made him extremely afraid. The pirate hunter seems to be out of combat power now. But that arrogant brat ran off somewhere. Was he hiding in the dark, ready to attack him at any time? Krieg would be more satisfied if the Straw Hats didn't get involved. No, it has something to do with me if you want to become one piece. Besides, this is also the trial Reika gave me, Luffy said holding his straw hat. Trial? That's right. Reka-san wants me to beat you in 5 minutes. Luffy honestly stretched out his palm, raised 5 fingers, and said as a matter of course. Looking for death. Krieg's face completely darkened. Who is he looking down on? Little ones, take that ship. As long as you have that ship, the Grand Line is nothing to be afraid of. Compared with the ship disguised as Marine and the pirate ship pretending to surrender, this ship can get closer. The enemy launched a surprise attack. No one would have thought that there would be pirates inside such a strange ship. Krieg encouraged the pirates. But as soon as they heard the Grand Line, the pirates' blood suddenly cooled down. Captain Krieg, do we really have to enter the Grand Line again? What if we meet people like Hawkeye and the Anti-Axe again? Yeah, boss, you didn't see it just now. It's not a human battle at all. The other pirates woke up after hearing this. Bang. But with a gunshot, the pirate who spoke first was shot dead by the leader of Krieg. Luffy's face immediately became ugly. Such a pirate who ignores his companions. It's the group of people he hates the most. Are you still afraid of that kind of guy? Do you think the common people can cut down a large sailing ship? That should be the ability of Devil Fruit? In 623, the demon fruit power in this world should be plentiful in the Grand Line. Mahawk is cutting up the ship when the time comes. What strange ability should have been used? Whether it's the guy with the axe or the Straw Hat Kid in front of you, these people, once they enter the Grand Line, they're nothing more than ordinary pirates. But Jeffu has sailed in that sea area for a whole year. I think Jeffu must have a way to fight against these capable people, and this way must be recorded in the logbook. As long as he can get the logbook, these guys are absolutely impossible. He is our opponent. Chief Krieg is not a completely ignorant pirate. Everything he said was clear and established, but his vision was limited. I see, as expected of the leader of Krieg. Brothers, take down the logbook in this ship. The leader, Tybee Baloo, said admiringly. Fighting broke out again. When the flames of war are thick here. At this moment, a marine warship with a dog-head bow is sailing on East Blue, and a tall marine vice admiral with a dog-head hat, a broad chest, and a tall figure is standing on the bow blowing the sea breeze. Eating sweethearts, eating and eating, I fell asleep standing up. The adjutant came to the side and called several times without waking him up. Finally, he woke up suddenly. Ah, where is this? Are you in Windmill Village? Vice Admiral Garp, there is a message from the Marine headquarters, asking you to investigate the corruption of Colonel Menka in Shields Town when you go home, and find out the cause of death. After Menka's death, the local Marine reported to his superiors what Menka had done before his death. That old boy Sengoku likes to order people around. Obviously this can be done by other people. I'm already home on vacation, I'm not allowed to be idle. When I return to the headquarters, I must take out all the snacks in his collection. Call Xiaohei to join us. Garp picked his nostrils nonchalantly and said, the adjutant has a calm face. He has long been used to cause complaints about Marshal Sengoku. Garp's face suddenly darkened. Be careful, something powerful is approaching at a very fast speed. 72. It's just Garp's boat, lean in, please subscribe. Reika kicks moonwalk, with magical blessing, his speed is faster than any ship. At the beginning, it was like a ray of light passing by. In just a few minutes, the distance between the sea restaurant Balati and Kokoyasi village is half driven by Reika. The biggest obstacle encountered during this period was when passing over an island. Suddenly, a terrifying giant monster with a length of hundreds of meters like a small mountain sprang out, comparable to the sea kings in the size of common. It was hunting for food on a mountain, and when it saw Reika, it wanted to swallow Reika in one gulp, but it failed. At this speed, Reika will be able to reach Kokoyasi village in less than half an hour at most. If it wasn't afternoon, when the strength began to slip, Reika could even shorten the time. But Reika was very satisfied to be able to rush to Kokoyasi village in this little time. If it were him instead to go to sea by boat, it would take at least 2 or 3 days if there were no accidents. Even if Nami has knowledge of ocean currents and other knowledge, the speed of the boat is extremely fast, and it will take almost a day if he arrives by himself. It wasn't long before she arrived in Kokoyasi village, and everything was in time. System. Check the current total arrogance value. Reika counted the gains in the sea restaurant Barati while leaping in the air. You have gained Sanji's admiration, your performance value has increased, and your arrogance value has increased by +80. You kicked Marine Lieutenant Fenbuddy away, your arrogance made the onlookers yearn for it, your performance value increased. Your arrogance value +60. Your speech shocked Jefu and other chefs, and they thought you were arrogant and arrogant. The performance value increased, and the arrogance value +70. You have challenged the world's #1 swordsman, deterred all parties, won the awe of everyone. The performance value has increased. The arrogance value +100. You have been recognized by the world's #1 swordsman. The performance value has increased. The arrogance value +200. Your strength and potential have shocked the world's #1 swordsman. The performance value has increased. The arrogance value +300. Reika roughly scanned the source of the harvest of arrogance in the past 2 days, and then looked at the current total value, 6,100. Reika has just arrived at the sea restaurant, and after parting with Nami, his arrogance value is 3,150, and 3,000 of them have just been spent. That is to say, not only did I increase my performance progress by about 5% this time, but I even gained almost 6,000 points in arrogance. This is the biggest harvest in the shortest time since Reika went to sea. But this is also in exchange for his life. In front of a strong man like the world's #1 swordsman, he is crazily provocative and arrogantly contemptuous of him. It is necessary to risk your life, but it is the so-called high risk, high return. Conqueror's Haki is most suitable for arrogance, and Conqueror's Entanglement in the later stage is the top power. This is a must-buy item. Intermediate Conqueror's Haki is worth 3,000 points of arrogance. Reika did not hesitate. Just exchange for Intermediate Conqueror's Haki, after spending 3,000 pride points. Flying past an island, Reika catches eyes and tries to unleash Intermediate's Conqueror's Haki. The ferocious beasts on the entire island immediately fled around like headless chickens uneasy. Now with the improvement of Conqueror's Haki, Reika's Conqueror's Haki has basically become substantive and has partial lethality. The color appears dark gold. When released, it's so cool. Reika reckons that once Conqueror's Haki reaches advanced, it will be able to do Conqueror's Entanglement. As for the perfect Conqueror's Haki, Reika can't estimate its power for the time being. Advanced Conqueror's Haki requires 9,000 pride. Advertisement. This is not a small amount. Now that I have spent 3,000 arrogance points, there are only 3,100 points left. Advanced Conqueror's Haki, I can only watch it for now. Unless he meets 2 or 3 strong people like Hawkeye again, and he can retreat calmly. Otherwise, it will take a while to get the wool from Luffy Zoro. Now the advanced 6 styles are enough to support myself to use the sovereign mode. Not so anxious for the time being, even for a period of time, it should be enough. I don't have anything in particular I want at the moment. As for picking up the wool, I have to go back after picking up Nami. See how much Luffy and Zoro have grown through this battle. There is a marine ship in front. It looks a bit familiar, and the siren sounded. Did you spot me and warn me? Reika took a rough look, but he didn't want to waste time diverting. He has identified this straight line, and with his own sailing skills, if he changes the course rashly. In case of getting lost, more time will be wasted, and I just pass by at an extremely fast speed. It will not affect the normal navigation of Marine. Vice Admiral Garp, after the warning, the opponent has no intention of stopping at all, and the artillery has no time to aim, the adjutant reported quickly. When did East Blue come out with such a strong young man? I don't seem to have any impression, isn't he a wanted criminal? That seems to be Moonwalk from Marine 6 styles? Garp saw the black spot approaching rapidly in the distance at a glance. Could it be us or people from the world government? The adjutant asked doubtfully. No, not at all, our people. It is impossible to ignore our sirens, the people of the world government. If they perform some mission, it will be strange if they don't come down to instruct us, it's strange. I'll ask him personally. Vice Admiral Garp also looked puzzled. But soon with a grin, East Blue appeared such a completely unfamiliar strong man. It's fine if you don't encounter it, but if you encounter it, how can you turn a blind eye? The reason why East Blue is relatively stable has always been due to Garp's trip to visit relatives. If it's a pirate and not a vicious one, recruit it as a marine, and if it's a vicious one, get rid of it quickly. This Marine 6 styles practiced really well. I'm afraid many generals in Marine can't reach this level. Tell me, why is this? Is everyone lazy recently? This is not good, Garp said. Pick up the shells in the ammunition box next to it. Relying on this box of shells, East Blue has already destroyed many pirate groups along the way. Garp weighed the cannonball, and then his eyes suddenly focused on Reika's flight path. With a sudden flick of his hand, he threw the cannonball out with his bare hands in an instant, and the speed was many times faster than that of conventional cannons. It shot out like a flash of light, appeared in front of Reika, and exploded. Reika's face was startled, and the flying speed stopped suddenly. Cannonballs. Are you kidding me? Why are the cannonballs moving so fast that I didn't realize it until they were intercepted in front of my eyes? And the control is like a time bomb, and it explodes precisely in front of your eyes. He stopped himself, but when it exploded, it happened not to hurt himself. The person who fired this cannonball must be a strong man. Reika looked again at a warship far below. Reika was in a hurry just now, so I didn't have time to take a closer look at the many ships I saw along the way. He had no interest in whose ships they belonged to. I never thought that I would be intercepted by someone. Advertisement. That's it. Marine hero, Monkey D. Garp's ship. What a coincidence. But it's true, around this time, not only Garp returned to East Blue, but even the dragon returned to East Blue. Reika fixed his eyes to take a closer look. I immediately recognized the owner of this warship. What about Garp? Come on, it's a little bit to increase the performance value. Even if you don't do anything, you should get a lot of performance progress and arrogance value even if you get in touch. Reika has tasted the benefits of a powerhouse of Hawkeye's level. I didn't expect to run into such a big fish in a hurry. It seems that today is going to be a double happiness. And knowing Garp, no matter what happens, Reika can basically ensure that she is safe. Moonwalk. Whoosh, Reika left a sonic boom cloud at his feet, and his body flashed continuously, and quickly approached the ship. Which stupid idiot who doesn't have eyes, just threw cannonballs into the sky? When Reika arrived, he looked like he was asking for a crime. Vice Admiral Garp was silent for a while, and it was a great meal, which was the first time in East Blue. The other Marine soldiers and generals were stunned for a moment, and then they all burst into laughter. Vice Admiral Garp got scolded so badly, ahahaha. That's right, Garp-san, people say you're an idiot, exactly like what Marshal Sengoku used to say. Garp Sanji can't be fixed, boy, do you know whose ship this is? A Marine headquarters colonel asked with great interest. Even if you know that the young man in front of you is not weak. But no matter how weak it is, how can it be compared with the legendary Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp? And Garp is eclectic when getting along with his colleagues on the ship, and he is very similar to Luffy in character. He even eavesdropped on Kabi's communication with other Marines, which was a bit disrespectful. So on this ship, although he is the highest officer, even a handyman is free to Garp. You're not a pirate, are you? The lieutenant could tell that Reika should have experienced a big battle not long ago. Although the wounds on his body had stopped bleeding and wouldn't get worse, it could be seen that the wounds were new. Not everyone is qualified to talk to me. I'm not a bounty criminal. You guys threatened me with shells. How do you deal with it, Monkey D. Garp? Originally, the Marines thought that Reika didn't know Vice Admiral Garp. They thought they were cheating on them. They all looked curious, ready to see how this young man would end up. As a result, he recognized Vice Admiral Garp by name and surname in the next moment. This made them all startled. It seems that this is not some ignorant, reckless man. The name Garp may be uncommon, and Vice Admiral Garp is wearing a dog hood, so he can't see it. It's understandable that he didn't expect the Marine hero. But even the first and last names are mentioned, and there are few people who say that they have identified the wrong person, or that they don't know each other. But, since he knew it was Vice Admiral Garp's ship, where did he have the courage to speak such wild words? Eat. Do you not know awe and fear at all? They are well aware of the character of Vice Admiral Garp, so they don't have much awe. But why does this person dare to be so rude to Vice Admiral Garp? Regardless of whether the pirates are Marines, this is the first time they have encountered such a situation when they are not acquaintances. They subconsciously looked at Vice Admiral Garp. Could it be some kind of relative or friend of Vice Admiral Garp in private? After all, in East Blue, the attitude is still so casual, even bad. In a sense, there are still similarities between the two personalities. 73. Are you ashamed to poach your grandson's corner? Garp is confused. Hey, boy, come to be Marine. But Garp ignored Reika's processing request at this time. Instead, he sent out an invitation very abruptly. Don't, as a Marine, you won't know when you will die. Reika felt like he couldn't turn his head around. I talked to you about compensation, and you told me to be a Marine, just as if what happened just now didn't happen, right? Reika immediately and decisively refused. However, Garp's seemingly inconsistent operation has fundamentally solved the problem. If Reika is a heinous criminal or something, stay with him. Once found, Garp has the ability to eliminate such danger by himself. If not, then train to become an excellent Marine. See how immature he is. With a little training, he must be an extremely excellent Marine. Just like the future Luffy. It's just that Garp didn't expect the other party to refuse so simply. Why don't you think about it? What do you mean by that? Garp felt uncomfortable at once, as if being a Marine would surely kill him. The meaning is obvious. With my strength, it is more than enough to be a Marine Admiral in the future. Reika's words sounded so ignorant to the Marines. This guy knows what Marine Admiral means. That's the highest power in Marine HQ. He said it so lightly. Who did he think he was? And then, Garp didn't dislike people with lofty ideals, and he was so powerful at this age. Becoming a Marine Admiral in the future is not out of the question. Others can only feel that Reika should be very strong, but they can't perceive how strong it is until they have confronted each other. But Garp can perceive it more clearly. Then wait for the people above to give the order to die someday, Reika said disdainfully. Immediately close to Garp's ear, lowered his voice, continued with a slightly disturbing voice. Or, during the power struggle, they were killed by the 510 office. Garp's pupils shrank suddenly. Did this guy see it so thoroughly at such a young age? Such a thing, in the Marine headquarters, in the world government, it is not unheard of. And as Celestial Dragon's Wong Quan became more and more decadent, there have been more and more similar cases in recent years. It's just that not all of them are Marine admirals, but there are indeed many high-ranking Marines. It is impossible for Reika to join Marine, not to mention whether other Marine admirals are safe in the future. Even Garp, the legendary Marine, might be sacrificed in the future. After all, Grandpa sacrificed to heaven, and his mana is boundless. The only safe one is the protagonist group, the others, no matter how powerful they're at the moment. There is no guarantee of absolute immortality in the future. Garp froze for a moment, and the other Marines all showed horror. This guy really dares to say anything. If there are spies from the world government, just slandering the world government in this way, not to mention execution, they will definitely go to jail. So, Marine hero Garp, your request is no less than asking me to die. Why should I agree to you? Reika spread his hands and said slowly. Marine is not as miserable as you think. If you don't want to be supervised, just don't get promoted too high. Just be like me. Garp laughed confidently. Reika's words can be seen from another angle. Can it be understood that he has studied the world structure, world government and Marine headquarters? No, it should mean that the research is very thorough. Advertisement: this is a good seedling to be a Marine. Garp's eyes became hotter and hotter. You think I have nothing to do? If I don't get promoted, why join the Marine? For justice, I don't even know if I have this thing. The salary, CBCD, is not bad either. With your strength for a few years, you can afford all the castles and villas, and you will get a commission for catching pirates. Need money? I can get rich overnight. Take me. Ahem. So what do you want? Garp asked rhetorically. You invited me. Shouldn't it be something you have to consider? If you can't tell, you can just compensate me for what happened just now, and then I'll leave. Reika looked at Garp like a fool. The Marine you want me to join, and the excuses I want to convince myself? Outrageous? Sure enough, with the members of the monkey family, probably, you can't try to reason or something. When Garp heard this, he immediately scratched his head anxiously. Neither this nor that would work. Do we want to miss such a young and strong man in vain? Then let's have a fight, and if I win, you will join Marine? Garp rolled up his sleeves, showed his fists, and asked tentatively, with a discussion tone, not sure. Obviously, soft ones are not good, we can come to hard ones. In this sea, strength is the most respected, and most people who are quite confident in their own strength often love this said the most. But Garp has no idea at all. After all, no matter how you say it, it seems to be a bit of a bully. Even he, the proposer, has no confidence at all. Garp-san, it's a bit too much. How many people in the world dare to fight you? Said a subordinate and little fan who was a little speechless. Not looking down on Reika, but Garp has been famous for a long time. It's a bit of a bully, he's still young. The adjutant couldn't stand it anymore. Although I have been used to it for a long time, Vice Admiral Garp sometimes really escapes when doing things. But any normal person would not agree to such a request. This method should only work on those fighting madmen. But seeing that this kid is young and handsome, he shouldn't have anything to do with someone like a fighting madman. Yeah. Hearing the adjutant's words, the other Marines nodded in approval. Garp blushed. It's so noisy. Hurry up and clean the ones that should be cleaned. It's urgent, Garp is urgent. Ni menje chun cho xiao gui. Garp ji ji away wu ji I de tai quan chong le guo ku. Dai zu yigi ju pang zo yigi. Ha ha ha. The Marines scattered and ran away. Then let's have a fight. But Reika's answer was beyond everyone's expectations. If you want to sleep, you can come to the pillow. If you are so cooperative, if you don't feel sorry for you once, how can you be worthy of this coincidence? No, I was joking just now. Sensing the playful eyes of the crew, Garp blushed. Is this really a fight? If he really fights, won't he get the reputation of bullying the weak in front of these subordinates in the future? This kid isn't stupid, is he? The Marines stopped and looked at Reika in disbelief. How confident and arrogant does it have to be to think he can fight Vice Admiral Garp? Don't you really think you can win? Even One Piece was run away by Lieutenant General Garp in the past. Advertisement: the existence of Vice Admiral Garp is a living legendary. Garp refused, but Reika's next sentence directly surprised everyone. Now you can't help yourself. You have to fight if you fight. You have to fight if you don't fight. Boom. Reika burst out with raging sun magic flames. With a sudden stamp of his feet, the entire warship shook violently, and with a forward rush, Rita, the axe, swept the air with lightning speed. Blast Garp with overwhelming force. FK. This kid is too brave. The Marines present were stunned. This guy did what he said. He did it without hesitation. That posture was as arrogant as if he was the one who challenged him just now. This axe made the faces of the Marines change slightly. The power is really good. Not bad. Garp showed a satisfied smile, with the courage to defy powerful enemies. I will definitely become a very good Marine in the future. Pung. Garp swung his unpretentious fist and hit Reika's axe. The two collided violently, and suddenly there was momentum. The storm escaped from the place where the two met. Reika held Rita's hand, and suddenly went numb. At the same time, she groaned. A fist that looked like a simple and unpretentious punch hit the axe face, and a terrifying punch punched like a high-speed electric drill, directly piercing through the air. Let me teach you the justice of Marine. Come on, be Marine with me. As soon as Garp made a move, he gradually became a little excited, and walked over eagerly. After all, as a man, since he chose to take the initiative, he should pay back. This is the respect for a man. Garp's infatuation made Reika feel scary, in a rare way. It's not the fear of his strength, but Nima, this guy looks a little bit cold now. It's just a Marine hero. Garp, I want to see if you're qualified to be the same generation as me. Mode slashed through the air with an axe. It's not to be underestimated. Garp's face darkened, his fists clenched, and his bones and muscles burst out with great strength in an instant. Pung. Reika rushed up and was knocked back again. Immediately after that, a series of bang 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 sounds can be heard. Reika's onslaught, Garp's backhand and counterattack, hit after blow to repel Reika's onslaught. This kid is really good, but it seems that he is a bit weak. At this moment, the sun has passed the noon for a long time. Reika's strength is gradually declining, and he can't enter the mode of heaven and earth. I am the only one, like the previous battle with Hawkeye. Normally, Garp-san's fist strength is not so easy to bear, but for his age group, with this strength, it is really amazing. If you fight, other vice admirals may not be able to take him down in a short time. Unhappy. The sun without mercy. Reika was counterattacked and suppressed everywhere. He couldn't explode the strongest combat power. Naturally, it wasn't hardy enough. Reika also discovered a problem, that is, the value of acting, the value of arrogance did not increase much. The reason Reika has found out is that he cannot allow the sin of arrogance to penetrate the hearts of these people. Not enough awe, not enough admiration, after all, who would admire a man who was constantly beaten by Vice Admiral Garp? At most it is, looking good, but this is not enough for Reika. Reika slashed out with an axe, and a fan-shaped energy wave burst out, which surprised Garp. Are you capable? This burst of energy is very dangerous for this ship. Garp punched out with a faint armament Haki entanglement, and in desperation, he punched Reika's chest hard, knocking Reika flying, and a mouthful of blood spewed out. Are you okay? It's so depressing. I thought I caught a big fish, but I didn't expect it to be a shark. Let's go, old man, be a Marine. Be a Marine. Don't always think about poaching other people's corners, but poach your own grandson's corners. Reika wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With this force of knocking into the air, he quickly vacated into the distance. After being punched by me, he was still alive and kicking. No, what did he just say? Garp was quite shocked by Reika's physical fitness, but suddenly found that that was not the point. He said, you poach your grandson's corner, the adjutant said. 3 Saw 74. The second gear comes out ahead of schedule. Garp. A grandson who is my age. Wait, in East Blue, there is only Luffy alone now, and with his personality, if this person is a partner, that means, he has gone to sea to become a pirate. Luffy. At the end of the speech, it has become a roar. Even though Reika was out of this place in time, Garp's roar was still heard. I don't know if it's real anger or fake anger, after all, whether Luffy will become a pirate or not, he must have known it already. Now it's nothing more than a dream come true. Catch up with me to find out. Garp immediately ordered the marine warship to turn around and catch up to Reika. But Reika has long been lost in sight. Proceed in the direction he left. Let those with the ability to fly in the air come over, and those with strong tracking ability, the adjutant said hastily. This involves Garp's grandson and cannot be ignored. You know, Marine generals, many of them have the habit of keeping their family members secret. This habit has many influences from what happened to the chief instructor of the Marine training camp, the former Marine Admiral Zephyr. So even the adjutant doesn't know what Vice Admiral Garp's grandson looks like or how old he is this year. Except for the Fire Fist Ace who has joined the Whitebeard Pirates. Now it looks like another grandson has also gone to sea to become a pirate? That was his grandson's partner just now, as expected of Garp's grandson, to have such a powerful partner. No, now is not the time to feel powerful. It was Garp-san, whose mentality was likely to explode. Within a few years, both grandsons went to sea one after another to become pirates. This must be difficult for Garp, who is a marine hero, to accept. B******** D. Luffy. How dare you go out to sea to become a pirate without your grandfather's permission? It seems that the Iron Fist education I love these years is still too little. His partner is in East Blue, that is to say, that Brad is still in East Blue. Blue. You haven't reached the Grand Line yet, let's see if I don't drag you out. Garp said angrily. The adjutant is a little speechless. If you can agree to this, he is not a pirate when he goes to sea, but a marine. And the red-haired guy must teach him a lesson. The kid on Roger's boat. Huh? Garp clenched his fists. Thinking of the red-haired guy, he was so angry. He was such a good grandson, he was supposed to become excellent marine, but he was gone, he became a pirate. Catch up. The adjutant didn't say much, but actually acted. Marine hero, the living legendary, it's really not just bragging, don't talk about winning this time, if it's a wound, it's probably a loss. Reika looked down at his chest, a fist mark was very vivid. The knife wound that seemed to be deep enough to see the bones only looked hideous. Under the magic power of the sun, it was slowly healing, and it was a flesh wound. But Garp's new wound, after this punch, all kinds of punches in his body are rushing around, posing a great threat to all internal organs. Next time, if the performance value does not reach 25 or above, or if it is not around noon, this kind of world monster should not be easily provoked. This time, he met Garp, an unassuming, stupid top powerhouse like Garp. Kaido and the like, undead, at least 7 prisoners. Sure enough, you can't become fat with one bite. You can't underestimate those monsters just because you fought Hawkeye at noon. Reika calmed down. But his complexion is not very good looking, he has not completely dispelled the energy. Advertisement, especially now that the strength is getting weaker and weaker, it is estimated that it will not be completely dispelled until noon tomorrow. Let's go on our way first. Reika checked the established direction and flew towards Kokoyashi village. Little did he know that Garp was already looking for him everywhere. As for Reika, jumping and jumping, once or twice his head shot so hard that he lost consciousness, and once he bumped into the island's jutting peak. Once plunged into the sea, his speed was also greatly reduced, because the sun slowly turned to the west. It's a lie. He broke the alloy armor of the leader of Krieg? Sanji looked at the leader of Krieg, who was still invincible just now, with a look of horror. The alloy armor on his body that could not be exploded by rockets was stained with blood by Luffy. Crazy fist. After punching punch after punch, the appearance of bursting apart, I couldn't help but exclaim. When he said this, Sanji himself was dripping with blood. After Reika left, their battle with the Krieg pirates began. He successively made friends with Taibabalu, the cadre of the Krieg pirates, and Ajin, the captain of the pirates. As a result, he failed to win the battle with Ajin, but was seriously injured. Ajin's strength should not be underestimated. It's just that Ajin can't do anything, in the situation where the leader of Krieg fired the gas bomb just now. Ajin gave the gas mask to Sanji, who is now dying. After defeating Sanji, Ajin begged the leader of Krieg to save the man and the ship. But it's useless. Ajin, the captain of the Krieg pirates, was ruthlessly abandoned. Other chefs also fought with the pirates, and the pirates had an advantage in numbers, but not that large. The chefs are not vegetarians either, they fight back and forth, and even gain the upper hand. In order to protect Zoro, who was seriously injured and passed out, Usopp had to be forced to fight against the enemy. The things he shot from the slingshot are not surprisingly lethal. But the ability to block and humiliate the enemy is particularly strong. What kind of oil, chili oil, etc. made the few pirates who charged over suffer loss. However, he himself is not feeling well. He, who is not strong in battle, is kicked by a stronger pirate, and he will have to suffer for a while before he can recover. Fortunately, with the help of Johnny and Joseph, it was only a near miss. And everyone present knows that the battle between Luffy and the leader of Krieg will really decide the outcome of this battle. Luffy once boasted that it would take 5 minutes to solve the East Blue Overlord. Chief Krieg is furious. Immediately launch a fierce attack on Luffy. What high explosive bullets, spiked bullets, open up, and hit Luffy overwhelmingly. Luffy is rubber, and generally bullets can rebound, but weapons fired with spikes cannot be hardened. In addition, the smaller the wreckage at sea, the smaller the space for movement, although Barati raised the fin as a place where people can fight. But there is not much room for maneuvering, and under the onslaught of Krieg leader, Luffy suffers frequently. Luffy's physical fitness is very strong, and he has a lot of experience in fighting wild animals. But only the experience of fighting people is very little, in front of veteran pirates like Krieg who have experienced many battles. As soon as Luffy started fighting, the attack rhythm was completely controlled by Krieg. Constantly passively beaten in the last minute, skinny monkey, let me tell you, what will happen to those who meddle in this sea? Krieg combined the shield on his shoulders with other metal parts to form his strongest weapon. Advertisement: a super big gun that weighs 2,000 catties. Besides the gunhead, there is a big round shield on the top. Every time you swing the gun and hit the target, there will be a big explosion. Ask for flowers. In addition, he has various sharp organs on his body, which restrains Luffy very much. In the second minute, Luffy got multiple injuries, and Krieg kept provoking and taunting, attacking fiercely. And constantly forcing Jin to make the choice to kill Sanji and Zeph, making Luffy more and more angry. Damn it. It's obvious that Reka-san dealt with him so easily. Luffy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said unwillingly. As soon as Reka-san shot, the speed was so fast that all the methods of the leader of Krieg were too late to use. But he couldn't do the instant kill, and he couldn't do the instant kill. His means came out in full force, which was a huge trouble. Lie down for me. Why don't you lie down? Boom boom. The leader of Krieg saw that Luffy had endured several blows from the big guns, but he still didn't lie down, and gradually lost his patience. Even the metal thorn almost pierced him, but he still relentlessly rushed forward, again and again. The look that he must firmly believe that he can win against himself made him extremely angry. Stop looking down on people. Your soft fist hitting my alloy armor is like scratching an itch. My defense is invincible. Krieg is too despicable, with so many guns and equipment all over his body, and a handyman with bare hands. If this continues, he will be killed. Patty worried as he watched the fierce battle in front of him. Point 0. No matter how many weapons he has, it's useless. The Straw Hat Boy has a gun in his heart that cannot be broken and measured. This kind of thing is more useful than any weapon. Luffy sighed. Sanji and the others who were seriously injured looked over at these words, not quite understanding. Does the Straw Hat Boy also have a weapon on him? I didn't see it. By the third minute, Krieg gradually felt something was wrong, the attack speed and power of the Straw Hat Boy. After being injured, he didn't weaken, but became stronger and stronger. What kind of monster is this guy? His body was pierced with many wounds, and the explosion of the big gun was hit many times. And he was also an idiot, attacking his war gun and opening the box again and again. It's obviously a futile act, but he didn't hesitate to pick it up even if he was injured. He is even more idiotic than an idiot. Do you think you can break through your invincible defense like this, naive? Crack. But the next moment, there was a slight click sound from the big gun, which made the face of Krieg leader change. No way. How is it possible? With his fist alone, how could he really be able to fight against the alloy gun? What a joke. Rubber jet, pistol. Luffy's whole body gradually became red, through the 6-style high-speed shaving principle. His body also moves at a high speed, using his feet as his own pump, which accelerates the blood flow throughout his body. 5 minutes to 4 minutes soon, I must win, I must win. Boom. This round of rubber pistol blasted out, as fast as lightning, without seeing the trajectory, as if it just sprayed a stream of air and rushed over. But in fact, Luffy has already completed the attack. There was a bang. The big gun that Krieg was proud of was shattered. Impossible. The leader of Krieg was so frightened that he stepped back several steps. At the 4th minute, Luffy's skin all over his body became red and steamy, and he looked completely different from before. It's just that Luffy hasn't fully grasped the current state. It's just the changes brought about by subconsciously accelerating the stimulation of various parts of the body under extreme circumstances. What's wrong with him? Why is there heat coming out of his body? Point 75. Life without heroes is called reality. Please subscribe. Something had happened to Luffy they hadn't expected. Even if he knew that Luffy ate devil fruit and was a rubber man, what he just showed was rubber properties. But this whole body is red and steaming, completely different from before. The leader of Krieg was covered with cold sweat, his eyes were flickering with intense fear, and he even took a few steps back subconsciously. In addition to his own great strength, as well as a burly, strong body. What he relies on most is this valuable and indestructible equipment. But now the most proud big gun is smashed with bare hands. This is simply a nightmare. At this moment, Krieg suddenly understood the truth that dripping water wears away rocks. The Straw Hat Boy's seemingly useless attacks just now hit the same point. So much so that no matter how strong the defense is, under the accumulated damage, it has finally reached its limit at this moment. This guy is a lunatic, and he is risking his life to compare who is more resistant and stronger with the alloy. If his body straddles first, it will be his victory, but he didn't expect the battle to break out first. How dare he bet? Where did he have the confidence to bet that he would be better than alloy? That is the way only a lunatic would choose to fight. If it's not a lunatic and a body of flesh and blood, why do you think you can stand in the end? Looking at Luffy's thin figure of 950, at the moment, Krieg has a sense of stalwart, which seems to be an existence that he can't shake. Damn. But his strong pride didn't allow Krieg to back down. Covered in metal armor, dense metal spikes suddenly appeared, and the whole person was like a hedgehog. He rushed towards Luffy, extremely fast and fierce, like a knight in heavy armor, galloping his horse with all his strength, leaving deep footprints on every inch the big feet stepped on. Luffy, Usopp and others were a little worried. Get out of the way, you will be trapped in a hornet's nest, Sanji shouted. Unknowingly, he has fallen in love with these lawless people who are pure in his dreams. In the battle with Iron Baru just now, Sanji showed that he couldn't leave and that he would pay his whole life for Baratie. It was Luffy who woke him up by scolding him. What is important is never something external to him, even if the symbolic meaning is extraordinary, but if he binds his whole life here. The most unhappy one is Zeph, because he never thought of asking Sanji to repay him with his life. He hoped that Sanji could go after his dream, instead of wasting your life to repay your kindness. So in the morning, he wanted to drive Sanji away, whether it was to be a pirate or cook for others. Only by leaving himself, he will not be bound by the kindness of the past, and he will be able to find the sea of miracles that he has longed for since he was a child. Maybe Zoro and Luffy are stupid, but they have the most ideal side, let people envy and heartbeat. 5th minute. Luffy looked at the rushing Krieg leader, without any dodge, but said the time Reika gave him. Rubber, jet. Bazooka. Luffy pulled his hands to the limit behind him, his whole body was red, emitting amazing steam. Then he went forward without hesitation, and shot directly at the dense spikes. Advertisement: the flesh and blood bombarded the alloy hedgehog. Stupid. Krieg sneered, and killed him head on. When he touched his body, he would be stabbed to death by the spikes. Just now he was worried that with the latest speed that Luffy just broke out, he might have a chance to dodge his attack. Never thought about it, he never thought about avoiding it at all, instead, he was tough. Peeved. When the two touched, the palms of Luffy's hands were pierced by the alloy spikes, and blood spattered, but Luffy's face remained unchanged, and he still pushed forward violently. Faced with penetrating wounds in both hands, if ordinary people were pierced with both hands, they would have fainted from the pain. Without strong willpower, it would be difficult to overcome the pain caused by the body. Ah! Luffy clenched his teeth, the blood spattered and the wound was still expanding, and he wanted to hit the leader of Krieg with this blow. Chi. He He didn't pull out his hands, but pushed along the sharp weapon instead. The wound kept expanding, but he was carrying a terrifying jet rocket launcher. There was a loud bang, like a super powerful shell falling heavily on Krieg. The spikes and alloy armor on his body were blasted to pieces by the terrifying force in an instant. But the remaining power of the two palms continued, and they hit Krieg's body firmly. Peefed. Krieg's body and face were distorted and deformed by the terrible force, and his bones and flesh seemed to be crushed in an instant. Blood spattered all over his body. The whole person was directly beaten and flew at least 1,000 meters away, and fell into the seawater with a plop, unable to move anymore. It's done. Hee. Luffy also exhausted all his strength and fell straight into the sea. With Luffy's current strength, it would not be difficult to deal with the leader of Krieg if it continued. It's rare to do it in just 5 minutes. This is the real test. Under this time limit, Luffy has awakened to the second gear, but he has not fully mastered it yet. After this brief outbreak, the whole person entered a period of weakness. Idiot. He can't swim. Seeing this, Sanji jumped into the sea to catch Luffy. Krieg leader lost. Seeing this, the remaining scattered pirates lost their will to fight. We lost this battle. Let's go. The leader of Krieg fell, even if Agent was considered a traitor by the leader of Krieg. But in the eyes of this group of people, they still have a very high right to speak, and they themselves don't want to fight anymore. The first battle of the sea restaurant Barati officially ended. Kokoyasi village used to be a peaceful and beautiful village. Nami grew up here. As a child, Nami was adopted by her daughter, Marine Belle, and she was in the same family as her sister, Nu Okagao. Desperate and poor, related by blood, but very good and spiritually very rich. Until the dragon pirates came here 10 years ago, 8-year-old Nami ushered in a nightmare. After the dragon ruled the town, everyone was required to pay a certain amount of Bailey every month to buy their own lives, 100,000 Baileys for adults and 50,000 Baileys for children. Because of poverty, Belle Mel didn't have enough money to keep his family alive, and finally gave up the chance of survival to Nami and Nu Okagao. At the same time, because of Nami's excellent sailing skills, the dragon pirates took a fancy to them, and they were forced to draw charts every day and night, and told Nami a false promise. As long as she collects enough 100 million Baileys, the evil dragon will let her redeem Kokoyasi village, in order to protect her sister and everyone in the village. Nami, who was only 8 years old, tattooed a member of the dragon pirates on his left shoulder and became one of them. And started a life of stealing, in order to collect 100 million Baileys and redeem his own village. Advertisement. It's not that she didn't think that this might be a lie to him, but the evil dragon has always kept its promise. And the strength of the dragon pirates is not something she can compete with at all, she can only work towards this goal. On a small boat, a beautiful girl lost her former irritability and joy, looking at the island in front, her face was sad and peaceful. The breeze blew the ends of her hair, but she couldn't feel the warmth, only the coldness that penetrated into the bone marrow. On the sea, you can see a tall and magnificent building standing on the coast, Dragon Park. On the top of this building, a pirate flag with a sharp shark's jagged nose is flying. At this moment, a transaction is going on in the Dragon Park. A sawtooth sharkman sits on the main seat, with a long, sharp, jagged nose, pale blue skin color, and a sun symbol tattooed on his left chest. The one on the left forearm has the flag of the Dragon Pirates tattooed on it. He's the captain of the Murloc Pirates, the Dragon. Across from him sat a silly marine officer. The Dragon pushed a stack of Baileys in front of Colonel Mouse. This is this month's share, take it. Brother Dragon, your mind is completely different from that of ordinary pirates, and you really understand the world. Colonel Mouse put the money into his arms with a smile, and praised him generously. Scary hahaha, as long as you are willing to be my friend, you can enjoy endless sweetness here in East Blue. Knowing this also proves that you are also a smart Colonel Marine. The evil dragon raised his head and laughed wantonly. I've been really embarrassed all this time, Colonel Mouse said rather embarrassedly. They had had skirmishes before. Those are all in the past, now only harmony can make money. Money is a good thing, more trustworthy than anything else. I'm right. Evil Dragon said generously. It's just that Colonel Mouse still felt somewhat apprehensive when he saw the evil dragon in front of him. Although I hate human beings very much, but a reasonable guy like you is an exception, the evil dragon grinned, showing his sharp teeth that shone coldly. I'm sorry, I still have some business to deal with. After getting the money, Colonel Mouse didn't want to stay here any longer. Have a couple of cups once in a while before leaving. Relax, the evil dragon politely invited. 4.5 can't be done. The patrolling pirate ship is parked on the pirates' territory. It's not good anyway. Colonel Mouse refused. Who dares to file a complaint with the headquarters? I will help you. I'll take my leave first. Colonel Mouse turned his head and left. Hey, the colonel is going back to the ship. Take him back. The evil dragon shouted to the people around him. The honest octopus Zalba jumped out from the swimming pool directly in front. Sit in the octopus tank, and I'll see you off. Sorry, I'll trouble you then, it's okay, but every time I see you, I feel like a good friend. You look exactly like a mouse, Little Boss said straight. He is a rare murloc who is harmless to humans and animals. Hey, Zalba, be careful what you say, this is our honored guest. No, it's nothing. Colonel Mouse didn't care on the surface, but he had already scolded in his heart. If these guys weren't cash cows, he wouldn't associate with such disgusting murlocs. And at this time, the Nami ship docked and came towards the Dragon Park. Her eyes gradually became indifferent. This is her truest life. There is no one like Miss Kaya who stands up for her like a hero. Everything can only rely on herself. If you make a slight mistake, you will be lost forever. ADVERTISEMENT 76. A meteor in the sky. Reika arrives. Please subscribe. As soon as Nami fought in front of the evil dragon park, a teenager about 10 years old ran up behind him, holding a sharp knife and full of grief and anger. Get out of the way. I'm here to kill the dragon. My father was killed by the dragon. If you don't get out of the way, I'll kill you too. The child held the knife, his hands trembling, and he was also terrified. But even more angry and sad, Nami saw this, with a calm face, during the time she was away. Has someone been killed because he couldn't pay the high cost of buying his life? In the next second, Nami decisively took out 3 short sticks from his arms, and quickly formed a long stick with one hand. Sweeping the little boy to the ground. The evil dragon is not free enough to play around with a brat like you. Go back when you understand. As he said that, he took out a stack of Baileys from his backpack and threw it to the kid. Take this and go back and protect yourself. In more than 20 towns ruled by the evil dragon, the only thing that can protect itself is money. The others, under the rule of the dragon pirates, are pale and powerless. Damn it. The child screamed helplessly and desperately. He couldn't do anything. He couldn't even defeat a woman. How could he seek revenge from the evil dragon? After Nami finished speaking, he ignored him and stepped into this magic cave. Just entering the dragon park, the dragon and others who were surrounding the swimming pool also saw Nami. The evil dragon greeted with a smile. Oh, Nami, you're back. This trip has been a long time. How is the harvest this time? It's pretty good, and I made a lot of money. There are too many idiots who are easily hooked. Look, 21, Nami said with a smile, patting his small backpack, which was filled with Baileys. On the way back, the treasure was found in a small town, and all of them were exchanged. After all, paper money is easier to carry when conditions permit. Scary hahaha, after all, betrayal is your specialty. The evil dragon pointed at Nami and praise. It's okay. Nami smiled back, and it seemed that the two sides were quite harmonious. It's just a pain in my heart, which I have experienced before. But it never hurt like this before, as if someone hid in her body with a knife and sliced her heart one by one. Most pirates don't deserve sympathy, but this time, it's really different. I don't know if there is still fate to meet them after redeeming Kokoyashi village. Will they ever forgive themselves, especially Reika? With his character, I'm afraid he won't. It's not bad if he didn't kill himself, the traitor, on the spot. My compatriots, my friends are back. Let's prepare for the banquet. Under the words of the evil dragon, the Murlocs yelled wildly. It's just that it's more about shouting for the banquet, and for Nami, it's just playing on the occasion. Only Zauba asked stupidly, Nami, what do you like to eat? Anything is fine. Nami smiled with sincerity. Her acting skills are superb, and she can easily handle these hypocritical scenes. Soon the banquet started, and after the feast was full, the evil dragon suddenly mentioned something that made Nami's face darken. Tomorrow I'm going to Kokoyashi village to deal with some things. I heard that there are people hiding weapons there recently. Nami, you probably don't know about it. Nami's heart skipped a beat, and he felt strong anxiety. Of course, if you let me know, it won't come to Big Brother Dragon at all. Then I don't worry. After all, you are an important surveyor of our dragon pirates. If you are involved in an incident that may breed violence, even I will be distressed. The dragon said with a smile. Nami forced a smile, trying not to let anyone see it. When it comes to Kokoyashi village, her disguise is not so good. Advertisement, but the evil dragon doesn't care. If Nami doesn't care about Kokoyashi village, she is outside, but she has countless opportunities to escape. Only by caring can he control Nami better. After the simple and hypocritical banquet, Nami, smelling of alcohol, returned to his painting studio in Dragon Park. She likes to draw all kinds of charts, and she likes it to the bone. But here is every picture she drew by herself. But they don't like them all. When they see them, they only have the urge to destroy them. These were drawn by the dragon pirates who forced her to draw them since she was a child. As soon as some sea charts appear, use the ability of the Murlocs to move the stone structures under the sea. It can change small-scale ocean currents to a certain extent, causing passing ships to run aground or be drawn into Uzumaki. Each of these pictures may herald a plunder of human ships, or even a massacre. Looking at the back of Nami's departure, the kissing Murloc leader with protruding lips said, Brother Dragon, Nami should have saved enough money. Are you really going to let her go? Chirp. What do you mean by that? Brother Evil Dragon is the most important of all promises related to money. If she has saved enough money, of course she will return the village to her. Isn't it a matter of course? Xiao Bai said confidently. Brother Evil Dragon has never broken his promise in terms of money. Ha ha ha. But as soon as these words came out, the cartilaginous Murloc Kruby, with blade-like hands, burst out laughing. Xiao Ba is still so naive. There's really no cure, a Murloc said directly. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't break my promise even if it was a promise of money made with an inferior race of humans, but a talent like Nami might not be found even in the Grand Line. In order to turn the entire East Blue to become the Dragon Empire, she is indispensable. Let's contact Colonel Mouse again. When the time comes, her money will be gone. It's none of our business. It's because she couldn't raise 100 million Baileys. It's not that we didn't abide by the agreement. As long as she can raise 100 million Baileys, and bring it before my eyes, maybe I will admit it. Just draw us a lifetime nautical chart. Scary hahaha. The evil dragon grinned. Brother Dragon is really bad, but we are pirates. That's right, and there's absolutely no need to make any promises with lower races like humans. The Murlocs chattered. Brother Dragon, this is not good, Xiao Ba, those are just human beings. That's right, Xiao Ba heard everyone say that. He was old and simple-minded, so he didn't know what to say for a while. Can only be silent. They don't know what's going on. Looking out the window at the setting sun, I missed a certain man who became especially gentle and considerate at night. Just as she was staring blankly out of the window, a ray of light streaked across the sky from afar and disappeared from sight. A shooting star? Can wishes come true? Buy back Kokoyaksi village. No one will have to bleed anymore, and go to save the existence tomorrow. If the gold there is exchanged for money, 100 million Baileys will be enough. At this time, Nami didn't know that the shooting star was someone she knew. Goza Town, the whole town is in a mess, the land is full of potholes, and all the houses are either in ruins or overturned to the ground, like the destruction caused by the rampage of a huge monster. The sunset is reflected, the sky is gloomy and a little silent. Pung! Suddenly a building was blown away by a manatee with an unusually huge physique, comparable to a small sea king's. Several civilians hiding in buildings with weapons were immediately exposed. Moo moo! Moo moo roared, asking for credit for a murloc next to him. Advertisement seems like he knows he's done something. The remnants of Gossa Town are here, all of them are going to die. Even lowly humans dare to resist the rule of our murlocs. People in all other villages and towns will know what will happen to those who resist and cannot pay the money. Kill them! Kill them! A murloc said viciously. Fight with them! Bang bang! But they are just civilians, and even if they have weapons, they are mostly agricultural tools. How could it be a pirate murloc opponent who holds a gun and is born 10 times stronger than a human? In the blink of an eye, the surviving people in this town were almost wiped out. There should be no one there, but we still need to check it out, in groups of 3, and search again. This is a town used to scare chickens and monkeys. This must be done well, and we must not disappoint Brother Dragon. Don't worry, with Momo around, even if there are still survivors, what kind of storms can be caused? Damn it, I'm going to fight you. In a certain bush, the kid who was chased away by Nami before did not give up revenge. 310. Originally, he planned to go directly to the evil dragon for revenge, but he met Nami, the famous Kadri witch in the evil dragon pirate group. She couldn't even pass that test, so she was driven back. But in the town where he lives, his parents are already dead, and he must avenge them. If you can't kill the Kadris, it's not bad to kill a common murloc. He can't forgive himself if he doesn't do anything. Just when he was about to rush out, a slender hand directly covered his mouth and pulled him back. Do you think you're dying and want to attack the murlocs? Don't you know how this town perished? A beautiful woman with short blue hair and blue tattoos on her chest and arms said. Woo, let go, me. The little boy struggled. If you rush out like this, you won't be able to defeat the murlocs at all, you'll just die in vain. Walking cloth tube. They are sharks. Let's go, the child struggled, tears streaming down his face. It is terrible to be alive, what is so terrible about death? There's movement there, go and have a look. The murlocs also heard something, and leaned over one after another. Idiot. Nuo Kagao was speechless, so he could only silently take out a small hammer and hit the child on the head with such force that he was just unconscious. Then picked him up and left here quickly, but after running for a while, suddenly a shooting star in front of him hit the ground with a bang, and it was flying up and down. Meteorite. Nuo Chigao froze for a moment, what's going on? What happened over there? It looks like something fell down. Is it enemy shelling? Go over and have a look. Many murlocs approached gradually. But Nuo Kagao was the closest, and she was also curious to rush to the place where the incident happened. Was it really shelling? Will there be a marine to rescue them? Although many years have passed, they often long for it like this. In a deep pit, Reika's figure stood up amid billowing smoke and dust. Finally here, Kokoyashi village. 77. Her destiny will be recreated by me. God blocks and kills God. Please subscribe. Monster. Nuo Kagao saw the humanoid creature standing in the smoke for the first time, and he took it for granted that it should be a human being. Just waiting for the smoke and dust to clear, she doubted whether what she saw was a human being. The child in his hand finally woke up, opened his eyes in a trance, saw Reika, rolled his eyelids in shock, and fell into a coma again. The current Reika has nothing to do with handsome words, bloody patches all over his body. Garp's vigor left in Reika's body. In the evening, Reika's strength cannot be eliminated, and it is even more difficult to suppress. He kept scurrying around in his body, but fortunately, the physical strength of the advanced 6 forms allowed him to resist. But he couldn't resist it completely, and from time to time, energy would come out through his body, tearing his flesh and blood, leaving him covered in cuts and bruises. Even the wound left by Hawkeye before was cracked open, and his face was dirty. After he was injured, he ran all the way, no matter what he bumped into. If he fails to reach Kokoyashi village before nightfall, his combat power will be countless times weaker after nightfall. At that time, you may have to spend the night on the sea, except that you can't get here in time. It is very dangerous to stay on the sea with nothing at night. Although the East Blue is the weakest sea, it has a huge area and is one of the 4 great seas. There must be powerful sea beasts. Once encountered, it is extremely dangerous, and once lost in the sea, it is not so easy to find the direction again. Even from the air, after all, the ocean is too vast. So Reika could only speed up, squeeze the strength in his body, and rush here quickly. Under the superposition of wounds, he was naturally very embarrassed and weak. He took a few steps, staggered, and looked half dead. Dragon, where is it? Reika knew that he was weak now, maybe not suitable for fighting, but, sometimes, it was not the right time. Want to seek revenge from the evil dragon. Human. Noki Gao originally saw the monster, but she was about to turn around and run away, but she stopped again. She was as kind as Nami. Here. But she didn't have time to act, and an extremely fast Murloc team rushed over and quickly surrounded Reika. Seeing this, Nuo Chigao could only temporarily hide in one of the abandoned buildings, watching the situation outside very worriedly. Monster. A Murloc who looks very abstract and looks like a monster, was shocked when he saw the blood man Reika for the first time. Reika glanced up, feeling extremely insulted. Reika is carrying Rita, the sun is going to set completely, and carrying Rita can feel heavy. Mostly with his injury now, in fact, if the sun is at noon, Reika can easily dispel the punch left by Garp. But now it is evening, if you want to do this, you can only wait for the sun tomorrow. It's just that Reika doesn't want to wait, he's already a bit late, and he needs to get rid of the dragon as soon as possible. Where is the evil dragon? Take me to him, Reika said calmly, looking at the Murlocs approaching. It can talk, it seems to be a human being, but what's the matter with this human being? After suffering such a serious injury, he is still alive? A Murloc looked at it carefully and was suddenly surprised. This injury looked shocking, otherwise they wouldn't have mistaken it for a monster. Maybe it's some bounty hunter who didn't know the heights of the sky and the earth to take the head of Brother Dragon, but was taught a lesson by him and escaped here, a round-headed Murloc guessed. Regardless of whether it is true or not, the town of Dasa is now ordered to be destroyed by the evil dragon brother. If he appears here, he can only be considered unlucky. Kill him. Advertisement. Hey hey. The Murlocs approach Reika with a murderous grin. The theory of racial superiority makes them feel no guilt when killing humans. Oops. Nuo Kagao said worriedly, but it was completely beyond her ability to deal with. Even if there is only one, she is not an opponent in a head-to-head confrontation. The Murlocs are naturally 10 times stronger than the common people, even the young and strong Murlocs of the common people, with a little exercise, their strength is terrifying. I don't care about life and death. You are worthy of coveting my head. These were the last arrogant words Reika said before the sun went down. As he spoke, Reika swung the one-handed axe, only the sound of the Murloc's weapon being cut off, blood splattered, and screams resounded nearby. Nuo Chi couldn't bear to close her eyes, and when she opened them slowly, it was the 3 Murlocs who fell on the ground. She was stunned. What happened? At this moment, she saw the bloodman suddenly fall backwards, but stopped abruptly halfway, but his body shook violently. Reika hunched over and leaned on Rita, the magic axe, so that her body would not fall down. The Murlocs who heard the screams of their compatriots speeded up and came here. There's no end to this punching power. You be ****** D Garp. One day, I'll let you know, the revenge from the Carter. Reika swung the axe. As a result, he was weak and his fist strength was affected. It felt as if someone had planted a bomb in his body and it exploded suddenly. This situation was worse than Reika thought, and even the consciousness began to be a little blurred, and the situation was very bad. Open the sun in heart, at all costs to burn life and push the entire dragon and pirate group? It's just that the current situation is not clear. Is it the most appropriate to do so? When the idea of Reika just came up and was about to be implemented, his face changed slightly. Who, get out. The Murlocs are coming right away, hurry up and follow me. Nuo Kagao was taken aback for a moment, and he just came here, why was he discovered? But she didn't have time to think about it, she walked towards Reika and reminded her. She also felt that Reika might be the bounty hunter who failed to challenge the dragon and fled here, or was beaten here. It may even have been tied to a cannon and shelled over, and should have died. But maybe the evil dragon didn't expect this person's vitality to be so tenacious. Nami's sister. When Reika said this, Nuo Kagao believed in his own judgment more and more. Could it be one of the bounty hunters working with Nami? It used to be at the beginning, but it's gone over the years. Is there anything special about him, you know me? Yes, I'm here to rescue Nami. Where is she? Reika said calmly but slightly weakly. Save Nami. You'd better save yourself first. Nuo Kagao looked at the man in front of him with a look of doubt on his face. It's all like this, and you still want to save people? Wait a little longer, I'm afraid that if the Murlocs gather around, he will be the first to die. Come with me, this is not a place to talk. Nuo Kagao helped Reika up, and quickly disappeared into the already falling night. Reika hesitated for a while, but did not refuse her help. Maybe it was just time to learn about the situation from her. B*********D. Who killed our compatriots? Search for me. After a distance, the Murloc roared angrily. Advertisement in a certain room. After cleaning up the footprints along the way, Nuo Kagao carefully returned. The child was placed on the sofa next to him to rest. Maybe it was because I experienced nightmares during the day, and I was tossing so hard that I fell asleep as soon as I lay down. Why did you get such a serious injury, caused by the dragon? Don't move around, I'll take care of it for you. Nuo Kagao looked at the shocking, bone-deep wound on Reika's body, which had burst open again, with a look of unbearable said. A normal person would have died long ago with such an injury. It's a miracle he's still alive. It's just a minor injury, and the pain sensory nerves have been suppressed by the magic power. It won't be a big problem when the sun rises tomorrow. Reika was lying on the boat, really tired. Night is the most unwelcome time for him up. Even with the advanced 6 forms, he would not be as weak as before, but now that he is seriously injured, he is worse than usual. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you out of your mind? That's right. Nuo Kagao couldn't quite understand the meaning of Reika's words. Just this injury, even if it survives the dangerous period, it will take at least a few months, half a year to recover. Not to mention, the dangerous period has not passed yet. What tomorrow? I'm hallucinating. Reika knew that she didn't understand, so it was enough to say it once, so she didn't say more, but asked about Nami's situation. How is Nami now? I still want to ask you this. She just came back today and hasn't been to the village yet. Didn't you all act together? Nuo Kagao asked worriedly. If this person is acting with Nami, does that mean things have been revealed, failed? Although it is unlikely that the dragon will kill Nami because of his talents, if he really plans this action, punishment will be inevitable. And it is likely to fall on the villagers. That would make Nami more miserable. No, she left first. Reika, calm down, and you? I came by myself. That's weird, Nami usually doesn't mention us outside. Could it be that your relationship? Hearing this, Nuo Kagao breathed a sigh of relief. While holding Li Mahao, a hot and humid towel, she helped Reika remove the dirt and wounds on her face. If it wasn't for the failure to attack the dragon with Nami, then Nami is probably safe. Nami is a witch. She is the cadre of the dragon pirates. The child who had an overreaction to the name woke up and harassed. Don't forget, you saved your life twice because of that witch and me. Nuo Chigao's face changed slightly. Although the other party was a child, Nami shouldn't bear the infamy. I don't care if I die or not. The dragons destroyed the town, killed my parents, and killed a lot of people. I just want revenge from them, no matter what. The child's face has the madness that this age group shouldn't have. Reika froze for a moment. He did remember such a thing, but, in his memory, it was only a few strokes. But after seeing this child, he realized that what these few strokes depicted was the real and cruel world dominated by pirates. In just a few words, it is a family, hundreds of lives, countless resentments and sorrows piled up into mountains. It is so shocking. Under this kind of domination, the living people will also be in fear all day long, leaving behind a lifetime of shadows. Is this the fate of Nami all along? No, it's the fate of the past. Her destiny will be recreated by me. No one can stop it. Reika's desire and killing intent are unprecedented. Point 78. What if you become the demon king who destroys hope? Please subscribe. Since you don't care, then go die. But Nuo Kagao listened to the child's words. Not only was there no consolation, but he was sent to die by himself, which is conceivable. This boy, as long as he walked out of this room and went to the Murloc to fight for his life, she would no longer care about him, nor would she save him. Because all you really want to do is die, and those who don't have the courage to live can be saved once or twice, but they can't be saved forever. Anyway, you don't have the courage to live in the predicament, so it's better to die early and reincarnate early. It's easy to die, but hard to survive, Nuo Chi said coldly. The boy was dumbfounded by the scolding, but the anger in his heart could not be appeased. How could he let the dragon go, and what did she know? They also lost their family members, Reika said lightly, making the boy freeze in place immediately. Not only did she lose her relatives, even her sister became a tool of the dragon, but even so, Nami never gave up. Everyone knows that giving up is very simple. Find a high point, close your eyes, jump down, everything is over. But no, their lives were saved by Belmel. If they were ruined casually, how could they be worthy of the people who kept them alive? No matter what kind of predicament, what kind of disaster, they must live well and live for everyone to see. Live for Melbel, especially Nami, even if she is tired, even if she is doing good deeds, it is for the safety of the village. But in other villages, she was a traitor, spurned by thousands of people, and known as the witch cadre of the dragon pirates. Nami has never given up no matter how many hardships she has experienced. Life is precious. As long as they live for one day, they must fight against this fate to the end, and this kind of people who easily give up their lives are the group of people they hate the most. 780 because their mothers wanted to survive at that time, but they couldn't. The boys suddenly became quiet. Losing family members under the rule of the dragon seems to be nothing new. The current him will only die in vain, useless. Is death an escape? Then I have to grow up and become stronger, and then kill the evil dragon. When Nuo Kagao heard Reika say this, she was surprised. Nami even mentioned this to you. Tell me honestly, what is the relationship between you two? I have never seen Nami openly discuss with anyone other than Mihart. Besides, you have been injured so badly, and you still want to find the evil dragon, don't you? Like Nami? Nuo Chigao's eyes suddenly became very bright. Nuo Kagao, who was staring at Reika firmly, felt excited, but this excitement didn't last for a few seconds. Thinking of the dragon pirates, her heart immediately turned cold, under this kind of control. I'm afraid it won't end well. The deeper it gets, the more likely it will lead to tragedy. How will Nami face it when the time comes? The things she is carrying are already heavy, can she really carry them? What's the matter with you? Reika asked with concern, and 8 trigrams looked expectant for the last second. She didn't admit anything, didn't say anything. Why did her expression become so serious and cold? Can you please leave, Nami? As soon as the words came out, Reika was stunned. This was an answer he had never thought of. Why? You'll cause trouble and trouble for her. Advertisement, I'm here to save her. When the sun comes out tomorrow, the evil dragon will not become a threat. You underestimate the dragon pirates. No, I know their strength better than you. If you were strong, why are you injured so badly? If you were surrounded just now, you might have died. I don't hate resistance, and one day, we will resist again. Nuo Kagao said firmly. No Nami's contribution. It's just that they all put on a cold face towards Nami, ignored Nami, and regarded him as a traitor, except himself. This is their protection for Nami, hoping that one day Nami will give up on them, go out and never come back. Live for herself while they fight the dragon pirates for the final battle. In particular, the fire of resistance in Gosa Town also inspired them, and now Kekiasi village has secretly stockpiled a lot of weapons. I'm very strong, and the evil dragon will not abide by the 100 million Bailey agreement with Nami. Reika knows that the two parties are not on the same channel in terms of strength perception, so it may be extremely difficult to convince Nuolin. After all, he is now lying on the bed, unable to move the wounded. Whatever he said, he was quite pale and powerless. What? Nuo Kagao really didn't care about how powerful Reika said he was. Were there still few people who felt powerful before? But that was a whole group of evil dragon pirates. The devil pirates from the Grand Line, the weakest pirate, is probably thousands of times stronger than the common people. How could they know how terrifying and powerful the Murloc pirates are? They can easily lift an entire house, and ordinary bullets hit them, and some of them can't even penetrate the skin. But when Reika said that the dragon would not keep the agreement, Nuo Kagao was extremely excited. She couldn't imagine that this would become a reality, how desperate Nami would be. How did you know? Guess, do you think that with the style of the dragon pirates, they will really give up such a talent as Nami? Think about the planning maps drawn by Nami over the years, and how much profit the nautical charts have made for them. The evil dragon is about money promises. I haven't heard that he will break his promise. Nuo Kagao has already learned that the evil dragon is a human being from Nami. And under his control, as long as enough money is paid, he really will not say that he temporarily regrets killing the person who paid the money. Unless it is the exception of a rebellion event like Gosa Town. I didn't break my promise, it's just because the benefits are not big enough. With enough benefits, the promise is extremely fragile. You are still guessing now, and you can't be sure, so you can't take this risk. Do you know what Nami has paid all these years to keep this agreement? I know. No, you don't know. If you knew, CBBJ, you wouldn't make such a judgment lightly. Have you ever seen her only eat one meal a day outside in order to save money when she was young? Do you know how a 10-year-old kid would be beaten up if he was caught stealing money from pirates? Do you know that Zan Zan, who lurks among the pirates, dare not sleep every night, for fear that the words in his sleep will be leaked? Do you know that betrayal again and again made her cry countless times? Do you know how tiring it is to carry someone else's life on your back? How can you say such a thing? You will deprive her of her only hope. Nuo Kagao remembered all that Nami had encountered in these years, and tears burst out of his eyes. After so many years of suffering, I finally see hope. Advertisement, if this kind of thing really happened, she couldn't accept it just by thinking about it. The boy stared blankly, that witch has experienced so much. Reika was also silent, he didn't know about these things, he just thought about it and couldn't empathize. But now, from Nuo Kagao, who was roaring and bursting into tears, he could feel this weight. It turns out that the suffering imagined is completely different from the suffering felt by seeing and empathizing. The dragon pirates just killed them. It's too cheap for them. The culprit who caused all this cannot be easily forgiven. Whether it's going to happen or not, I don't want you to tell Nami about her speculation in advance. But what if it's meant to happen? Then it is pain when it happens, but you said in advance, before it happens, it is already pain, and when it happens, it will cause a second pain. I'm going to stop it from happening. The most terrifying thing in this world, do you know what it is? It is hope. Since you have an unusual relationship with Nami, you should know that she is a strong girl. What she has fought for many years, as long as there are hundreds of millions, 1/3 of the possibilities will never give up. If you stop her in advance with guesswork, tell her this, then. You will become the devil who destroys her hope, and when you stop her, she will know about it. You can't avoid it, it will still bring pain. Do you want to be hated by her forever? Hearing Nuo Chigao's words, Reika was stunned, and he suddenly understood a truth. Killing, destroying, these are easy, but hopefully, helping those is harder. Especially when you care about this matter, this person, you must consider whether it will hurt her even if it is a good thing. This is more difficult than defeating the enemy. If you don't handle it well, you may become the devil who destroys hope. No wonder Nami, who was hopeful at that time, flatly rejected Luffy's help at the beginning, and drove them away many times. Because she is kind and doesn't want them to get involved, and because she still has the hope that the dragon will keep the promise. When Luffy really helped her, Nami had already felt hopeless. Not yet, but revelations have the potential to do more damage. The two situations are different. Should I just watch? Reika was at a loss as to what to do. If it really happened, I hope you can help her at that time. It's best if it didn't happen. If it happened, Nami will need someone by his side, and this man, who has an unusual relationship with Nami, may be the best good medicine.
A few words of comfort may restore Nami's hope. After all, Nuo Chigao believes that Nami is not someone who is easily knocked down.
Okay, I'll wait. I'll let the dragon pirates experience for themselves what real despair is, Reika said with murderous intent. Nami suffered grievances, he will double the price to make them pay, he will not hesitate to shed blood. Stupid. I didn't ask you to seek death. Nuo Kagao felt that this man seemed to have misunderstood the meaning of helping. Needless to say, I understand. Before dawn, I will wait quietly, I have to keep my spirits up. The territory ruled by the evil dragon was in turmoil overnight, and several Murloc compatriots were killed, which made the evil dragon furious and stepped up its search. The person who killed his compatriots must be found out, it's just that there is no result overnight. When the first rays of the sun rose, Reika opened his eyes, and he felt the sound of someone running out. Marine is here. Marine is here, Nuo Kagao. Marine is here. This was the voice of a child. He took Nuo Chigao's hand and ran towards the coast. Excited, Marine noticed the small island, indicating that they are saved. 79. Sanji tears goodbye to Jefu, the tenderness once in life, please subscribe. In the early morning, at the sea restaurant Barati, Sanji suffered from Zeph, Patty and others in the morning. Sometimes they say that he only flatters women, and sometimes they say that the food he cooks is not good, and he tries everything to drive Sanji away. At first, Sanji thought that these guys were just having an itchy skin attack, and he was simply upset by looking at himself. After all, this kind of thing often happens. After Sanji scolded them a few times, he didn't take it seriously at first, but finally found out that all the chefs were targeting him. Not one or two. In the past, everyone thought that your food was good. It was because you were the cook brought up by boss Jefu. Everyone said that to save face. Look at the cooking of this soup. It's not a little bad. To ordinary people, it's not bad, but for those who pursue it, it's just rubbish. Patty took a sip of the soup made by Sanji, half and then spit it out. The words are sharp and merciless. That's right, and this time, Barati was almost snatched by pirates. If I were you, I would have no face to stay here. What? Did you have a problem with your tongue this morning? Sanji didn't believe it, he took a sip by himself, it was perfect. But why does everyone say that? It is usual for one or two people to say this, but everyone says this. Let Sanji have to doubt life. You really need to improve your cooking skills. You old man. Zefu's evaluation is the most fatal to Sanji. Even Sanji immediately slammed the door angrily, and at the same time really began to doubt life. Is it true that the dishes I cook myself are not good? Is it because of Zefu's blessing that I was allowed to stay on the boat? Is I really a burden?
After Sanji ran out, Patty waited for the chef to cry. This soup is so delicious, much better than mine. B*************** D Patty, don't drink it all up, save some for me. As chefs, we insulted such a delicious meal just now. Huh, I'm guilty. Boss, is it really okay to do this? It doesn't matter, it's fine, Sanji shouldn't stay in our small restaurant all the time, he has his own pursuit, what we have to do is let him go, but this brat is too emotional, I didn't want him to return anything, a man, you have to chase your dreams so you won't regret it. Smelly old man. Sanji went and returned, he thought for a while, and felt that everyone was very wrong today, and planned to come back and ask the bottom line. Just arrived at the door, was about to open the door, but heard their communication.
Sanji's hand stopped abruptly, tears flickered in his eyes, then he lit a cigarette, turned and left silently. Luffy, I just found the letter that Reka-san left in the kitchen on the boat. Usopp suddenly ran off the boat and said. Zoro was covered in bandages all over his body, and he was also standing beside the ship Melee. Luffy was saying goodbye to Zeph and the others. Uncle, let's go then, my debt is paid off. Certainly, what did Reka-san say in the letter? I know why Nami left us, Nami needs our help now, Usopp said very seriously. Advertisement Reika left a letter at night, explaining to Luffy and others why Nami left and why she betrayed them. Dragon, the head of 20 million Baileys sounds really good. Zoro put his hand on the handle of the knife, and the corner of his mouth drew a dangerous arc. I see, then uncle, and everyone, goodbye. Luffy waved goodbye to everyone. Even if Luffy doesn't know exactly what was written in the letter. But as long as he knows that Nami's departure was forced and not voluntary, this is enough for him to make a move. As for the details, there are plenty of opportunities to figure it out on the way. Wait a minute, but at that moment Sanji stopped Luffy. We all have stupid dreams, for my goal, for all blue. Sanji raised his head slightly, half of his hair covered his expression, and the smoke from the cigarette was lingering, spiraling towards the sky.
Sanji, Luffy turned around. I'll accompany you on your journey, the so-called One Piece dream. I'll be the oil on your ship. Luffy was stunned for a moment. He invited Sanji a lot these days, but they were rejected all of them. He thought Sanji had made up his mind not to go out to sea anymore, but he took the initiative to mention it at this time.
Is it okay? Seeing Luffy in a daze, Sanji added another sentence. Of course. Great. We have a chef. Luffy raised his arms and shouted, very happy. Great, we have a chef, and we have food to eat. Usopp pulled Luffy, and the two spun around in circles, happily dancing in circles. Zoro smiled too. After receiving Luffy's approval, Sanji looked back at Jefu and Patty who came to see off the chefs. That's what happened, everyone, I have caused you a lot of trouble. Cut, it's really annoying. I wanted to drive you out of here myself, It's so easy to make up my mind. Patty crossed his hands in front of his chest and said viciously.
I'm really sorry, let you put on a bad show. You know it all. Hearing Sanji's words, Patty and the others were shocked immediately. I heard it all, you are all too stupid. What did you say? Many chefs said with dissatisfaction.
That is to say, you want to drive me away at all costs, right, old man? Sanji looked at Jefu, the most important man in his life. That's right, little ghost, I hate children very much, and there is never a day when I don't regret how I let you survive, Jefu still said stubbornly. Very well, old man, you can enjoy the rest of your life, I'll go and pack up. Sanji turned his head and left. Luffy went to the kitchen to bring enough food. Looking at the room where he lived in since he was a child, and the whole ship, after Sanji packed his things, he felt a little lost. He was there when this store opened, and he was there when he peeled the fruit for the first time and cut it into his hands. Although it was fierce, it was warm. When he first made soup, the stinky old man was also the first to taste it. Here's everything he has struggled so far. Now, he is going away to start a new journey. Boy, do you want to take it with you? This is the record of my 1-year entry into the Grand Line. Zeph found Luffy who was packing food in the kitchen alone, and handed out his precious logbook. No, but Luffy refused with a smile. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. 0, sure enough, Zeph was not surprised. What people like Luffy want is to write their own logbook. With or without this journal, he's going to the Grand Line.
Zeph was lying in his room, looking at the ceiling that had been broken by shells and hadn't been repaired before, and he could see the blue and vast sky outside. Sanji is so slow. In front of Barati's gate, Going Merry is ready, and all the chefs are present, except Zeph.
As soon as the voice fell, Sanji came out with the bag, and Patty and another chef immediately launched an attack. Stinky boy, let's end the grievances that have been going on for many years.
Bang bang. As a result, Sanji raised his foot and knocked them down. I said you couldn't beat him. A chef next to him said speechlessly. Let's go. Sanji came to Luffy and said. Don't you need to say hello?
No, that's it. Sanji just put one foot on Going Merry. Sanji, don't catch a cold. Zeph appeared on the second floor at some point, looking at Sanji's back and exhorting gently. Sanji has never heard Jefu's stinky old man say caring words to him once in his life. This is the first time.
But only once, Sanji immediately pursed his lips, trembling, and tears flowed from his eyes. Years of accumulated feelings, in a moment he couldn't help but surge.
The smelly old man will never be only his benefactor, not only his teacher, but also his father.
He suddenly turned around, knelt down towards Zefu's position with a plop, grabbed the ground with his head, and shouted loudly with sobs, Boss Jefu, I have really been taken care of for a long time. Your great kindness, I will never forget it. Quote.
Stupid. Zefu's eyes turned red, and tears welled up in his eyes. Sanji whimpered, wept bitterly, tears streaming down his face. This farewell, I don't know when we will meet again. Smelly brat, I'm so lonely. Patty and the others couldn't help crying. After a while, after saying goodbye, Sanji officially joined the Straw Hat Pirates and set sail. Sanji, as long as you have the belief that you are not afraid of death, I believe you will be able to find the Sea of Miracles, all blues, Zefu muttered to himself as he watched Going Merry gradually disappearing from sight. Reka-san originally asked us to wait for him at the sea restaurant, but now the time is beyond what he said earlier, so it may have been an accident. Usopp made a judgment after reading the letter to Luffy. We found the chef, Reka-san will be very happy, but this evil dragon is too hateful. I must beat him away. After Luffy understood what happened, the White Lotus Pot was angry. Guys who force women are scumbags, let's go and meet this evil dragon pirate group for a while, Sanji also said with a dark face. It said that Nami is the cadre of the dragon pirates, and the purpose of joining. I'm afraid that when we arrive, Reika-san has already dealt with it, Zoro said lightly. No matter what, let's go at full speed. Oh, Johnny Joseph and Usopp both responded excitedly. Knowing Nami's past, Upso, who is so passionate at this moment, is not afraid anymore, only resentment. However, only before you have seen the enemy. 80. I never believe in reality. Save, please subscribe. Kokoyasi Village, Orange Garden, Nami's and Nuachigao's home. She prefers to stay here than in the Dragon Park, and all the money she stole has been buried in the orange orchard in front of the gate. It's just that she didn't know that the place where the money was hidden had already been discovered by the evil dragon. It's just that they haven't collected 100 million Baileys yet, and the dragon is not in a hurry at all. After all, Nami's own value is much more valuable than 100 million Baileys. Is Nuokagao at home? Nami came back from this trip, feeling more tired than ever. She had forgotten all the unpleasantness for a short time, and now she returned to the cold reality. Here, the only person she can talk to is Nuokagao, and she will never hide anything from Nuokagao. That is their agreement. The orange orchard in the early morning exudes the fragrance of grass and trees. Smelling the air here, Nami's mood improved a lot, as if she was alive again. This time the harvest is very big. If you exchange the gold here into Baileys, you will be able to collect 100 million Baileys in the afternoon, along the way. The pirate ships she encountered with Reika, Luffy and others were basically settled easily, even if it was based on the average score. She also got much more treasure than she expected, and this time she gained a lot, so she couldn't wait to rush back to Kokoyasi Village. Thinking of buying Kokoyasi Village soon, She happily made herself a hearty breakfast and picked a few fresh oranges. The life of being the master of thieves for so many years is finally coming to an end. Belmel, have you seen that this village will soon return to its original state, and by then, everyone will be able to smile from the bottom of their hearts again? Nami's eyes were filled with tears of excitement and hope. At this moment, at the former site of Gosa town, the little boy happily took Nuo Chigao's hand and ran towards the coast. What's the matter? Nuo Kagao didn't quite know what was going on, he only heard him say that Marine was here. But is this true? On this island dominated by pirates, where's the Marine? It's Marine, it's Marine. The surviving uncles in Gosa successfully contacted the government, and Marine came to pick us up. You see, we can be saved. We can finally escape from this island. By the sea, there are already many people around here. Very few are survivors, others are people from several nearby villages who heard the news. A Marine warship is approaching the island at the moment. It is a Marine ship of the Marine 77 branch. When the boy saw it, he pointed to the warship and said excitedly, "Is that the evil dragon park in Legendary? It's really the end of the world for the pirates to sail down like this. Listen, everyone. Today we have the task of saving the survivors of Gosa town, which was destroyed by the evil dragons. Rescue this island safely. However, we pretended not to see the city of these arrogant pirates. Will our justice forgive us?" A local Marine commodore stood on the deck and asked righteously all the Marines present. "I will not forgive." All the Marines saluted in unison. In this sea, the righteous Marine still exists. This unit is now going to wipe out the evil dragons. Start preparing for battle immediately. Yes. In the Dragon Park, the dragon frowned when he heard the report from Aju, the 77th branch of Marine. Yes, that's what it says on the front. He's new here. Some of you should negotiate with their leaders and tell them not to act rashly. If the 2 million Baileys can't be paid, then they will be dealt with. The evil dragon made a choice after a little thought. Pung. But at this moment, a shell shot out from the Marine warship, aiming directly at the evil dragon park. Advertisement: he was flying towards the dragon. You actually fired the cannon as soon as you came up, brother dragon. It's dangerous. Get out of the way. A Murloc shouted immediately when he saw this. The trajectory of the shell happened to hit the dragon. Huh. But the evil dragon just smiled contemptuously, opened its mouth, and directly bit the cannonball, and then closed its upper and lower jaws, and the whole cannonball was crushed and exploded. Big brother evil dragon has such terrifying teeth and jaws. Even Murlocs also submit to the power of evil dragon. Brother, do you still want to negotiate? Kruby asked sullenly. No need, you guys go and get rid of them. This is our sea area. With Nami providing blueprints, we can do it with less effort. Understood. Several officers of the Murloc pirates jumped into the swimming pool, which leads directly to the sea. A Jew and several cadres dived into the sea and quickly approached the Marine ship. Attack the Marine ship. Murloc attack. Achu jumped out of the sea and jumped directly onto the warship. Spit out saliva from his long lips, and the speed and lethality of each saliva were faster than bullets. He impaled several Marines in a row, and even the Marine Commodore, who looked like aristocrats, was pierced through the chest by a sip of water. Boom. And at this moment, the Marine warship was hit by a strong current. What's going on? Are Murlocs attacking under the sea? Don't struggle, we have already removed the rudder of your ship, and moved a huge reef to the middle of the strong current. Do you know what will happen? Ajiu smiled contemptuously. What did you say, moving the reef? How is that possible? Of course you can't do it with your weak human strength, but we are noble Murlocs. Looking at your expression, I should have guessed what the result will be. That's right, there will be deep sea Uzumaki. Farewell. After Achu finished speaking, he jumped off the ship and left, and at this moment Uzumaki had formed beside the Marine warship, and the Marines were terrified. Wanting to resist and struggle, but unable to do anything, just in an instant, the sudden appearance of the deep sea Uzumaki swallowed the entire ship and Marines, spiraling into the deep sea. What a fragile race. However, the nautical charts drawn by Nami are really accurate, and even the currents of the seabed are clearly grasped. With her, we can more easily control the entire East Blue. You're lying. The Marine is sinking. The people around the sea case fell from heaven to hell one after another as they watched this scene. This is the reality. We can't escape the rule of the dragon. Nuo Kagao seemed to be accustomed to such an ending. People who came with hope left with despair. In the end, only the unwilling boy and the indifferent Nuo Kagao remained. I never believe in reality. Now that I have seen it, please help me. At this moment, Reika, who was wrapped in bandages all over, came from behind the two of them with an axe on his shoulders. Why did you come here? You are a stranger. Don't be seen by the Murlocs, or you will cause trouble. But then again, are you a little too good looking? I didn't notice it last night. Seeing this, Nuo Kagao said quickly. I'll be right back. What do you want to do? Nuo Kagao was puzzled. Reika plunged directly into the sea. You are crazy. Your injury is still not healed. How can you swim in the sea? But Reika has disappeared, and I haven't seen it floating up for a while. Big brother, he couldn't think about committing suicide, right? The boy stared blankly at the sea, feeling more and more desperate. Advertisement, don't talk nonsense. He will come back after he said it. Which suicide person would say such a thing? Reika swam towards Uzumaki in the deep sea, and soon saw many Marines struggling helplessly in the current Uzumaki. Magic shield. Reika snapped 5 fingers, and all Marines were immediately covered with a layer of magic shields. What's going on here? Could it be that the god of the sea appeared? The Marines looked at themselves wrapped in the magic shield, and found that Uzumaki and the current had no effect on them, and they all showed disbelief.
Is this a miracle? We are still alive. We can still talk. It feels like a dream.
Someone swimming over. Soon someone saw Reika's figure. Reika manipulated them, thinking that on the way to Kokoyashi village, he found a deserted island not far away, and he could transport them all there. Now place them on the land where the dragons rule. I am afraid that it is no different from Baiju, and will be wiped out soon. It is impossible for me to stay by their side and protect them exclusively. He's got other things to do, save them, just sees it and goes with it. Not all Marines are bad after all. Just to challenge the evil dragon, it is estimated that there is a lack of information, and it came without knowing it. Although the dragon's bounty is only 20 million Baileys, it's because he bribed Marine and acted low-key in the eyes of Marine headquarters. With his bounty, even pirates worth 50 to 60 million Baileys may not necessarily be his opponents. If it is in the sea, it is stronger. About 10 minutes later, Reika raised all the Marines to the surface of the sea and threw them on this deserted island where many ships pass by. Find a way for help yourself. Wait a minute, benefactor, I haven't asked your name yet. Commodore Brin just wanted to stop this godlike man, but unexpectedly Reika flew into the air and disappeared in an instant. It really made him feel like a dream, and Kokoyashi village also ushered in an unexpected visitor. Marine is here again. That is the 17th branch of Marine, the ship of the Marine headquarters. Could it be that the ship that was sunk just now on 4.1 has finally attracted the attention of the Marine headquarters? Many people gathered on the coast again, and more than before, even in Kokoyashi village, watching Nami and Nokigao grow up. A GN wearing a windmill hat is also there. I am Colonel Mouse from the Marine headquarters. Where is the home of the woman named Nami in Kokoyashi village? Colonel Mouse asked as he landed near the shore, looking at the crowd. Marine? Why are you looking for Nami? Is it the Marine headquarters that Nami contacted? GN couldn't help thinking. Are you here to destroy the dragon? Someone couldn't help asking. This is a mission, and it's kept secret. Does anyone know where the woman named Nami lives? Colonel Mouse asked again with a smile. But he received a call from the evil dragon, saying that there was a big deal to do. And the content is very simple, just find the place where the woman hid the money. The local evil dragon also informed, just pretend to search for it. This money is not easy to earn. Let me lead the way. Ajien said, even if he didn't lead the way, other people would. If he did, he could see what was going on. In case the other party finds Nami, it is a good thing. To defeat the evil dragon, he also intends to contribute. 81. Crazy, before destruction, the world is always dark, seeking subscription. Well, let's go. Go and exchange the last treasure into Bailey, then it's all over, and we can start again. Nami walked out of the room and stretched himself. Looking forward to the orange orchard in front of him, he was ready to take out the treasure buried in the orange orchard. Just as she left the room, she heard a burst of footsteps, and she looked sideways. Seeing a GN surrounded by a group of Marines, he was walking towards here, Marine. But why is Mr. AGN here? A feeling of uneasiness welled up in my heart. Colonel Mouse gave a chuckle, then looked at Nami and said, the thief named Nami is you. Just hearing these words, Nami's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately understood that the visitor was not good. According to our investigation, the treasure you stole from the pirates is hidden here. Nami trembled all over, and Ajien also showed a look of horror. What do these Marines want to do? Especially Ajien, he looked at the Marines who symbolized justice around him with disbelief. Aren't they here to help, but to plunder the treasure that Nami has worked so hard to accumulate for many years? Looking at the Marines around, Kakuzu sneered. Ajien knew something was wrong. The other party is a pirate, so I won't blame you, but a thief is a thief, so all the property you stole should now be confiscated by us Marine. Well, hand over all the stolen goods. Mouse the Colonel said righteously, with a sneer and unconcealable pride on the corner of his mouth. Boom. Hearing this, Nami's whole mind instantly felt like a thunderbolt empowered, and a bolt from the blue. The whole person just froze. Marine, come to confiscate her treasure. Confiscate all the hearts she has accumulated over the years and 21. Confiscate these treasures to redeem Kokoyashi village and return everyone to freedom. These treasures are more important than her life. How could this happen? This would happen. Nami lost all color and vitality in an instant. It seems like a person who started from nothing, worked hard all his life, started from nothing, made a fortune, but in a short period of time, everything he did was ruthlessly taken away. All the hard work has become a wedding dress, and it has become a joke. It is enough to make any person with good psychological quality collapse, go crazy, and despair in an instant. And Nami's experience is stronger than this, because the money is not just money, it is money for life, it is free money. What's the matter? Didn't you hear? All the stolen goods from the pirates must be handed over to Marine for safekeeping. Seeing that Nami didn't reply for a while, Colonel Mouse repeated it again. Nami came back to her senses this time. Although the inner turmoil had already set off, Nami still held a glimmer of hope and calmed herself down with a strong psychological quality. Smiling slightly, he teased Colonel Mouse and said, this is really an accident. You are really keen on your work. Because you don't have the courage to fight against the pirates, you come to find a thief to give yourself extra points. It's really amazing. Let me give you a piece of advice first. I am the cadre of the evil dragon gang. If you dare to touch me, the evil dragon will not ignore you. This is the territory of evil dragons, since these marines didn't dare to fight over before, it means they are afraid. It might be useful to report this name, no matter what, she has to keep her treasure. Absolutely no one is allowed to get involved. Colonel Mouse chuckled again, and said disapprovingly, little girl, do you think you can negotiate with me like this? Find me the stolen goods? Such a threat is useless to Colonel Mouse. Poor thief, he doesn't know that the dragon told him his news. Advertisement, yes. The marines they brought crossed Nami and searched the surroundings and houses. Stop. Seeing that these marines couldn't be restrained at all, the marines started searching again. Nami couldn't bear it any longer, took out his cudgel, formed a long stick, and swept towards Marine with a frenzied stick. Knocking down the two marines on the spot, Nami looked at Colonel Marine in front of him angrily. Is this what you marines should be doing now? The evil dragon gang not only killed people, but also destroyed the entire town. You should know. They still rule this island, trampling human lives everywhere. Nami yelled angrily, and walked towards Colonel Mouse. She thought, since these marines are not afraid of the name of the evil dragon, why don't they come to help the island? And you ignore such a big problem and take the stolen goods from a thief. Is this the marine? They longed for the marine to come, and the marine didn't come. Now Marine is here, but she wants to deprive her of all her last hope. How could this world be like this? It shouldn't be like this. At this moment, Nami was so angry and wrong that she wanted to cry. It's just a thief. Let's not talk so high-soundingly. Continue to search, Colonel Mouse sneered, and continued to give orders to Marine next to him. He brought a whole squad of people, and two were knocked down, which was innocuous at all. It's just a woman who can withstand the wind and rain for many days. If it weren't for the evil dragon still wanting this woman, this rare beauty should have been brought back to his mansion to enjoy. The whole island has been waiting for the rescue of your marine for so many years, and you still ignore the pirates and come to me? Nami yelled hysterically. She alone can't beat so many marines. All the emotions accumulated over the years burst out in this instant. Report to the colonel. This orange field looks very suspicious. At this moment, a marine who was in charge of the search came forward to salute and reported.
Dig it out and have a look. Of course Colonel Mouse knew where the treasure was buried, but it was just a show.
Don't touch my orange field with your dirty hands. With a loud bang, Nami knocked down the marine from behind. My money will not be handed over to you. That money is. Nami was like a madman, rushing towards one marine after another. The kid's money is going to save this Kokoyashi village, so you still have the right to take away the money. Marine? Ajien couldn't control his roar at this moment. What did you say? Are the police officers in the village going to preach to Colonel Marine? Colonel Mouse said disdainfully with his hands behind his back. Ajien, how did you know? Nami was taken aback when he heard this. She didn't tell everyone about this when she was a child. She only told Nuo Kagao that she didn't want everyone to lose their lives because of helping her. Just like Mel Bell, never again. For a long time, she would rather suffer from the eyes of the villagers and become a traitor in their mouths. She dared not accept their help anymore. How would he know? We knew about Nami a long time ago. At that time, we couldn't believe your move to join the evil dragon gang, so we went to ask Nuo Kagao. From then on, the whole village knew about it, and knew that you died to save the village. Join the 10 gang of dragons.
But we have been pretending not to know, because we are afraid that when you want to escape from the dragon, our expectations will become your stumbling block. Ajien told all the things that have been hidden for these years.
How could this be? Nami had a look of disbelief. It turned out that they had been guarding themselves. What are you talking about? That is, the whole village is a thief. Do you want me to arrest you all? The mouse laughed. He said, each of us is fighting for survival. It's not because you marines are unreliable at all. Since you don't want to save this village, just disappear from here. Walking quickly from a distance. Advertisement. When she heard that Marine was looking for Nami, she couldn't sit still. If you continue to dawdle, your boat will be watched by the evil dragon gang. Nuo Kagao threatened. Backed by a dragon? That's hard to say. Colonel Mouse smiled meaningfully, but didn't explain much. But the smart Nami froze for a moment, and found this look. Colonel Mouse continued to urge Marine to search. Have you found it yet? You're not looking for rice grains, it's 100 million Baileys. Why do you know the amount? Ajien immediately sensed something was wrong. I just think there are about that many. Colonel Mouse didn't want to explain anymore. Nuo Kagao and Ajien's expressions changed drastically, and they suddenly thought of something. Nami lost all thoughts in an instant. Her face was pale, and even breathing became difficult at this moment. The whole world went dark. Could it be that the dragon called you here? Who knows? 397. We, as Marines, are dealing with thieves as we should. You are really a bunch of corrupt guys. Ajien angrily scolded. Marine and the pirates are working hand in hand. Nuo Kagao was extremely angry. No wonder Marine has not been able to help her all these years. The truth is here. Dragon. Nami bit her lip tightly, letting the blood flow, but she didn't feel anything. She still had the strength to contend with the Marines in front of her. But now the biggest backer has violated the agreement. Even if the treasure is saved, what promise can be fulfilled? No point. Nami is desperate. At this moment, more bad news came. Found it.
The mouse stepped forward quickly, opened the box containing the treasures buried in the ground, looked at the treasures and the blood-stained Bailey, grabbed it, and said excitedly, it's amazing, a little girl can get so many treasures. Money. All were covered in blood, and they were all in tatters. said a Marine after checking. It's okay. Money is money. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Nami didn't care about his own life, and rushed towards Colonel Marine. Whether it's useful or not, Nami can't do it while watching his money being taken away.
But Colonel Mouse took out his guns, and the common people couldn't stop the firearms at all. Nami, don't, Ajien and Nuo Kagao hurriedly stopped Nami. There are so many Marines, and they all still have guns, so Nami rushed up, not to mention taking back the treasure. You even have to risk your own life. But Colonel Mouse didn't care about this. He sneered, pulled the trigger decisively, and the gun went off with a bang. Nuo Chigao's shoulder was hit by a bullet, and blood spattered, pulling Nami back from the state of rampage, anger, and loss of reason. Nuo Kagao, Ajien and Nami supported Nuo Kagao, and had no time to pay attention to the Marines. Let's go. Colonel Mouse walked away proudly. Send it to the doctor. Jien and Nami carried Nuo Kagao to the doctor in the village. 82. Nami said, help me. Destroy the dragon pirates, please subscribe. What happened? The door of the doctor's house was surrounded by people from Kokoyasi village. Who did it? Fortunately, it was just a bruise. Someone saw the gunshot wound on Nuo Chigao's body. Marine? Marine? The villagers were taken aback for a moment. If this was a group of evil dragons, they would be used to it. Didn't expect it to be Marine. What's going on here? The dragon and Marine are colluding secretly, Ajien said in a low voice, and the doctor has already started to treat the wound. Nani? All the villagers present were shocked. The dragon planned to deceive Nami from the beginning, and never intended to keep the promise. How could this be? Wouldn't it be? That be ****** D. How dare you do this to our little Nami? Some were furious, some lost hope. But they feel sorry for Nami more. They have seen Nami's efforts and pains all these years. But what they can do is try not to hold Nami back. Evil dragon. Evil dragon. Evil dragon. Nami put down Nuo Kagao, handed her to the doctor, and ran towards the evil dragon park by himself, chanting the evil dragon's name incessantly. Pung. The gate of the evil dragon park was pushed open by Nami. What's the matter, our excellent surveyor? Why is he so furious? The evil dragon asked lightly. Nami grabbed the dragon's collar with a frantic look and roared and asked. The Marine who secretly colluded with you came to steal my money. The agreement about money. Didn't you say that you will not break the agreement even if you die? Why? Beer. When did I break the contract? The evil dragon said casually.
Don't play dumb, you're colluding with Marine.
Before Nami finished speaking, the evil dragon directly covered his mouth with a palm, and his eyes became full of madness and murderous intent. When did I break the contract? You just talk about it. Scare Hahaha. Well, it turns out that your money has been robbed. That's really bad luck. But your anger can't be directed at me for no reason. A promise is a promise. If you can't prepare 100 million Baileys in front of me, I can't return the village to you. B*********, D. Nami said viciously, pulling away the dragon's palm. But the evil dragon didn't care at all, and laughed wantonly. Scared Hahaha, isn't it just 100 million Baileys? It will be fine if you save it again, or do you want to escape from here? If you dare to escape, I will kill you? Everyone in Kokoyasi village? Hearing this, Nami became quiet all of a sudden, but the tears of sadness and helplessness could not help but fall down.
She didn't dare to escape. Even if she knew that the evil dragon had violated the agreement, she didn't dare to escape, and she couldn't escape. Nami snapped open the dragon's approaching palm, turned and fled. Scared Hahaha, are you finally going to escape? The evil dragon laughed loudly. The anger and despair of the lower races are really pleasing. Don't you need to chase her? Ajiu asked. Chasing? Why? How could that woman run away? She is a woman who can't help the villagers, just wait for her to come back. The evil dragon has already grasped Nami's weakness.
But by the way, brother dragon, you were really cruel, Kruby said with a smile.
How could I just let such an excellent surveyor escape? Even so, I am not a devil. When she finishes measuring the oceans of the world, I will set her free.
Ha ha ha. I can't finish painting in 100 years. Many Murlocs laughed loudly when they heard this. Nami, who ran out of Dragon Park, heard the laughter coming from behind, and for a moment, all thoughts were lost. Helplessness, despair, pain, remorse, madness, anger and all kinds of negative emotions come to mind. Advertisement. She ran desperately, running wildly. She suddenly thought of what impact this incident would have on the villagers. No, absolutely not. Ah Jansong, everyone, please, don't be impulsive, otherwise everything will be over. Only by living can there be hope. You can't die. Everyone, that's it for now, take up your weapons and fight. All the people in Kokoyasi village, men, women and children, were called together. Listening to the war signal launched by Ajien, everyone roared in unison. We have vowed before that we will not sacrifice our lives easily. No matter how painful and humiliating their rule is, as long as Nami can survive, we will continue to fight this battle of endurance. However, this is their answer. Ajien pointed at the bandaged Nuo Kagao and roared angrily. The anger he had endured all these years had been completely ignited. The breakthrough to liberate this village has been closed. We have no hope. What's more, they dare to play with Nami's kindness. We must not forgive those Murlocs. Do you have any objections? No, how could there be any opinions? Let's go, fight with these monsters. All villagers are ready for battle. We can no longer be ruled by them. Get rid of them. Everyone's anger was released in wild shouts, so what if it's death? Wait, everyone! Nami had already come running. All emotions were hidden on her face, only a smile on her face. Wait a little longer, I will continue to refuel, and I will save money again. This time it will definitely be much simpler, I am used to it. It doesn't matter, don't worry about this kind of thing. Compared to that time, it's nothing at all. In Nami's mind, memories of when the dragon shot and killed Melbell emerged. She was afraid that everyone would become like this too. This fear overwhelmed all the helplessness and despair in her heart at the moment. Nami, that's enough. Ajien, who was like a father to sister Nuokigao Nami, hugged Nami at this moment. You also know that it's useless, you shoulder the lives of all of us alone, thanks to you fighting so far, for you, joining them is obviously more painful than 1,000 cuts, you really worked hard, then come down and leave it to us. Just leave the village like this, you have paid enough, if you are alone, you will be able to escape. Jien said calmly. After they are all dead, Nami will not have any burden. That's it, Nami. Nuokigao also nodded. How can it be? Nami couldn't accept this reality. But everyone just smiled and looked at her, already made up their minds. It's okay Nami. Don't forget, you still have your own dreams. Nuokigao said with a smile. Nuokigao, everyone, don't do this, I won't let you pass, I don't want to see anyone hurt by them again. They will die. Nami took out a dagger and stopped in front of everyone. We know. Ajien directly held the dagger, still dripping with blood. It's useless, we've made up our minds, said an old man with a sickle on his shoulders. Nami cried in pain. Nami, get out of the way, everyone, even if you can't win, you have to make them pay the price. Ajien pointed his sword and roared loudly. Everyone roared immediately, and rushed past Nami, heading straight to the Dragon Park. Only the ashen-faced and desperate Nami was left limp on the spot. If everyone dies, then there is really nothing left. At this moment, her sky, her world, everything collapsed, and the boundless darkness struck and swallowed her. It was like a poisonous worm was drilling through her brain and gnawing at her heart, and there was nothing left. I can't see anything anymore, the world, why is it like this? Advertisement. She turned her head to look at her left shoulder, the logo representing the Dragon Pirates, so mocking and ugly. Can't stand it, dragon, peeved. Nami grabbed the dagger and stabbed it fiercely into his arm, sinking all the way through the bone. One knife and another knife. Flesh torn apart again, blood splattered and flowed. Ignoring the pain at all, I didn't feel that this was my body at all, and it looked like a dragon screaming crazily. It was as if at this moment, this arm was the incarnation of a dragon. Everyone is going to die. How can she live? Here. But at the 5th time, the dagger she stabbed was directly held by a big hand. With a slight force, there was a click, and the dagger was shattered. Nami looked up subconsciously, and a familiar figure appeared beside her. Sorry. Reika rushed back after seeing off the group of Marines. Seeing Nami who hurt himself, the anger in his heart was 10 times stronger than he thought, 100 times. The sun in his heart has already boiled, and only the last sliver of reason is controlling him. That naughty, cunning and smart girl was forced to such a degree. The Dragon Pirates must die in the most desperate way. Even if Marine returns to Marine base, he can't let it go. The world should be given a warning, Nami should be given a perfect confession. It's you? What are you doing here? By the way, are you here to deal with me, a traitor? Come on. You killed me? They're all pirates. All pirates. You killed me. Seeing this, Nami jumped at Reika in total collapse, slapping Reika's chest. Reika feared that his powerful defense would hurt the hysterical Nami, so he dissipated all the attached magic power. Her fist, which was still stained with her own blood, hit him, one punch after another. Okay, punching open the bandaged wound. It's just that Reika is still expressionless, and Nami who doesn't know is still venting. What should I do? I can't do anything. Why did this happen? Obviously, I have worked very hard. Why can't I save everyone? Why? She was afraid, crying in grief. Her heart was already torn apart.
Now Reika would appreciate it if she could end her life with an axe. She can still have hope when 100 million Baileys are taken away.
When you are deceived, you can hold your last hope. But now everyone is going to die. Her unprecedented despair and helplessness.
Why can't I save everyone, and I can't do anything? All these years, everything I have done is just a joke. Nami burst into tears, as if he wanted to vent all the bullying and grievances he had suffered in these years, and then went to die.
Cry, it's good to cry. Reika put down the magic axe Rita, and hugged her tightly with open arms. Nami trembled all over and cried louder. After a while, with the last ray of hope like a candle in the wind, she choked up and asked for help. Help me. Help me, don't let everyone die. Good. You are the navigator I recruited on board. All those who bully you, I will make them pay in blood. No one can be an exception, today, I will only fight for you. 83. Crazy Arrogance. Who allowed you to make our navigator cry? Please subscribe. Hey, don't cry. They can't reach the Dragon Park. It's still in my perception. Reika patted Nami's head. Hearing this, Nami raised her head suddenly, her eyes filled with gloominess, and suddenly there was light. She herself is just a common person, so she can't stop so many people, but if it's Reika, maybe he can stop it, and besides, he's willing to help himself. Even after he has done such an excessive thing, he is still willing to help himself. Nami does not ask Reika to kill the dragon pirates, but only hopes to prevent Aegean and Nuochi Gao from committing suicide. Help me look at these things. Today is the battlefield. I will let them come to you in person. Then, kill them all. Reika put down the bag of devil fruit in his waist, and the most proud axe. Just showing a pair of fists. The eyes contain anger, killing intent, and tenderness that Nami has never seen before. Ordinary people would freeze their souls under this kind of gaze, and couldn't help trembling, but Nami didn't. Her heart was wrapped in an unprecedented tenderness at this moment, and he would be so angry at times. The divine axe landed next to her, filled with magical power, which can play a protective role. Normal attacks have no effect on her, and she is not affected by the next Reika attack. The devil fruit, which had been stolen many times but failed to succeed, was so easily placed in her arms at this moment. Your body. But at this moment, Nami finally noticed that Reika was wrapped in bandages, and there was blood oozing from White's bandages. It was hit by her just now. You were hurt, Nami choked up, she didn't understand why she failed so much. It doesn't matter. The sun is rising. Its light will be with you. Reika grabbed the bandage with both hands and pulled it hard, tearing off all the thin straps. All the wounds burst out with the sun magic fire, healing and stabilizing their own injuries. Reika raised his head and looked towards the direction where the dragon park is, and took a step, and there was a booming sound in the void. For the entire island that is illuminated by the rising sun, 920 has changed the sky color within a certain range at this moment. A dark gold of Conqueror's Haki, coloring the sky. A powerful spiritual storm, like an energy tide, swept across Fang Yuan's range of several kilometers in an instant. At this moment, the villagers of Kekayasi village, who were rushing towards the dragon park in a state of excitement, suddenly fell down in pieces. What's going on, everyone? What's going on? Aegean and Nuo Kagao suddenly looked horrified and saw that they were not under any attack. Everyone in Kokoja village, who fell down one after another, can't understand. Only Aegean and Nuo Kagao, who have been oppressed for many years, have a strong sense of resistance.
Although there is a distance and it is not a frontal impact, they may be able to maintain consciousness under the Conqueror's Haki released by Reika.
This is really different, even if the Conqueror's Haki released by Reika is weakened in order not to damage their brains.
Get out of the way, dragon pirates, I will end it. Reika's voice resounded across most of the island. Residents in many cities and towns raised their heads and looked around, but they couldn't see anyone. It's just a look of fear. Who is this person? Is he provoking the evil dragons again? At the moment, he is feasting in the dragon park. Enjoying the delicious food, the dragon feels his heart palpitating. When he looks up, the sky over there has changed a color like a square. Is it an illusion?
It's him. Nuo Kagao recognized Reika's voice. Who? Aegean looked at everyone who had passed out, and asked anxiously. Nami's friend. Is he telling us to leave? This idiot, he disappeared after jumping into the sea, and he still has such serious injuries, Nuo Kagao replied. Advertisement. Then the words that stunned the Murloc pirates and all the dominated villages rang out. Flying dirty Murlocs, come to me along this burning mark, I will crush your heads with my own hands. CBBE, Reika condensed a merciless sun in his hand, aiming at the dragon on the top of the Dragon Park pirate flag. He wants to make them feel powerful, powerless and hopeless before playing a vicious game. Killing. If you don't kill your heart, how can you get rid of your hatred? Whoosh. The merciless sun flew out, and wherever it passed, a line of scorch marks was burned by the high temperature below. When approaching the Dragon Park, the fireball suddenly rose, and with a thunderous speed, it hit the flag on the top with a bang. Even the upper half of the Dragon Park was blown to pieces. Enemy attack. Bombardment? So fast, didn't see clearly at all? Stupid lower races, dare to provoke us. It seems that the lesson of Gossa Town is not enough. The Murlocs looked at the upper half of the exploding Dragon Park. Hearing such arrogant words again, every Murloc showed a murderous intent on their faces. Even the evil dragon is no exception. The guy who is eager to find death, kill him, and hang his head in the village where he lives. Let's deal with it, Aju and Crow Obi said. That's right, the provocation of a mortal man doesn't need Brother Dragon's action at all. Occasionally it makes us happy. The Murlocs all scrambled to say. Then I'll leave it to you guys. Kill everything that needs to be killed, human beings only, even if the towns here are destroyed, East Blue. There are more and bigger sites. Don't worry about it, the evil dragon said. The other party is so openly provocative. Then there is no need to keep anyone alive, all participants will be killed. Even if these are tools for making money, so what? Anyone who dares to insult their race will never be spared. Understood. Ah chirp, Crow Obi sneered, and then rushed out with about half of the Murlocs. As soon as I left the gate of the Dragon Park, I saw a scorching mark spreading into the distance. It seems that the other party came prepared. Did he actually set out way ahead of time? It's really audacious. Who does he think he is? Kruby said coldly. Will there be an ambush? Mere human beings. Even if there is an ambush, so what? This direction seems to be going to Kokoyasi village. Nami won't do anything stupid. Probably not. She knows our strength, but it's hard to say for others. Dare to say that our noble Murloc race is a stupid low-level race, and the guy who says this must be left to me. Achi's murderous intent surge. No problem. What do you want to do? Nami was stunned and didn't expect Donka to provoke the dragon pirates so blatantly. Trust me. Reika stood quietly, bathed in the sun, with wisps of sun magic pervading her body. The temperature of the surrounding air gradually rose, and the place where I stood under my feet became scorched black, and the sand and soil were mixed with sparks. Nami heard the words, just worried about watching. In a few minutes, finally heard the voices of the Murlocs and pirates. What happened just now? The villagers in Kekayasi village are all unconscious. What happened? I don't know, but I think there are other people or forces involved. But I didn't expect that the person who provoked us was in Kokoja village. This is not friendly to our surveyors at all, Aju said with a curled lip. Advertisement on the way here, they saw the villagers of Kokoyasi village lying in a mess, and saw them holding various farm tools. But I don't know what they are going to do. After all, not everyone has the courage to resist them. It's just that they all passed out, which is very strange. So they didn't do anything to these people, and Nuo Kagao and Ajien waited for them to pass by, and quickly dragged the unconscious people to a hidden place. After that, I hurried to Kokoyasi village. Nami is still there. Fortunately, they didn't do anything, otherwise they wouldn't be able to reach this village at all. Nami, there is another person. Kid, who are you? Aju came here with a whole team of Murlocs. I also saw the two people present. Nami, this is not the helper you hired to defeat us. Tisk tisk tisk. It looks like he is still seriously injured. Why don't we give him some medicine to heal his injury first? Crew then sneered. Ha ha ha. The other Murloc pirates couldn't help laughing wildly when they heard this. Even if Nami went to the doctor in a hurry, he shouldn't find a wounded person. Nami pursed her lips, unable to say a word. After she asked Reika to find out his injury, she said, "Don't worry, how could that be?" Even if he is not injured, in Nami's eyes, Reika is not necessarily the opponent of the dragon pirates. Maybe I shouldn't have involved him just now. Could it be that I am a disaster star? Don't be careless, this guy seems to be demon fruit power. Aju looked at the strange flames permeating Reika's body. The whole person doesn't look elemental, but he should also be a paramecia capable person with a lot of lethality. No wonder dared to challenge them. What's so special about capable people? There are so many in Grand Line, and we are the nemesis of capable people. If we are really capable, if we catch him and drag him into the sea, he will be completely useless, Kruby said coldly.
That's right. The dragon didn't come. It's a pity. It seems that he will get the news of you being tortured and killed first. Reika said indifferently after scanning the image.
We are enough to deal with you. Kill him. All kinds of grotesque and fierce Murlocs went straight to Reika. Reika's fingers condensed to touch a fire, just gently recruiting people. Whoosh. With a single point, a tiny wire of fire instantly penetrated a Murloc's thigh.
Ah, it's so hot. What kind of fire is this? It can't be put out. The Murloc who was hit by the sun's line of fire immediately rolled on the ground in pain, and the flames burned his body, expanding little by little. Even if he rolls on the ground and pours water, he can't put out the fire. What? Aju and Crow Obi were startled. They failed to capture the attack trajectory just now. Who allowed you to make our navigators cry? But they haven't fought back yet, or figured out how to put out the flames. Reika took a step forward, fell from the sky, stomped a Murloc's head, and stepped into the dirt. Turning around and pressing the shoulder of a Murloc, tearing half of his body apart, blood splattered. Sweeping with one leg, Kruby, who is good at Murloc karate, subconsciously raised his hands to block. As a result, there was a loud noise from Pung, and in his terrified and unbelievable eyes, his hands exploded into a blood mist, not even the bones remained. Ah! He was stunned for a moment, and then he knelt down on the ground due to the unprecedented pain, screaming in extreme pain. Does it hurt? Pain is right. You claim to be a noble race, so don't die too early, enjoy yourself first. One was confiscated just now, and one was accidentally trampled to death. You have to be careful next time. Reika showed a crazy smile that terrified Achu, Crow Obi, and all the Murlocs present. 84. Angry Sun, Sun King Tyrant, unprecedented attitude. Looking at the eyes that completely exposed the murderous intent, I felt that my soul was frozen, and I was suffering from thousands of cuts. A mere inferior creature, dared to insult my compatriots. I want you to die. Aju roared furiously, gnashing his teeth. Then he opened his mouth and fired a series of saliva bullets. Every shot of saliva can easily penetrate the solid ground and stones. But Reika's figure just swayed slightly, and immediately disappeared from Achia's face with a whooping sound. All his saliva hit the house next to him, and the wall was riddled with holes. Achia's pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't catch this guy's speed at all. Even with the speed of the evil dragon brother, he can catch it, but this man can't catch it at all. How is it possible? They are mere East Blue humans, not those monsters of the Grand Line. How could it be so fast? The next moment, the nightmare that belonged to their Murlocs came. The sound of bones smashing and flesh and blood bursting came from behind, as well as the endless screams of my compatriots, full of fear, trembling, and madness. Hurry up, save me, fire it, it will burn me up. Why can't it be extinguished? Save. A Murloc pirate screamed. The flame from his inconspicuous the wound gradually burned to his body. The burn rate is not fast, so the fear is more intense and long-lasting. The Murloc tried all methods of extinguishing the fire, but to no avail. The fire of rage, linked to Reika's will, cannot be easily extinguished. This made him a Murloc pirate full of fear. He ran towards the sea, but he only ran a certain distance, and the flames became more intense and burned his legs.
This is just one of them, and the fate of other murlocs is not much better. Some thighs were roughly crushed by Reika, and they crawled feebly on the ground. Some arms exploded into blood mist, fell to the ground, lost their combat power, looked at their hands in horror, and screamed heart-piercingly. It is difficult to accept this reality, their powerful murloc pirate group.
They should have wiped out all the enemies in East Blue. They even fought the pirates of the Grand Line a lot.
So far, it has been going smoothly, because he is just a teenager who hasn't grown up yet.
At the beginning of the battle, they tortured them to pieces. There is no resistance. The gap is too big. But in the blink of an eye, half of the murlocs and pirates brought by Ajiu were lying on the ground and howling in pain.
B*********D. You are doing these things to my compatriots, aren't you afraid that we will kill all the humans on the island? Ajiu was furious incompetently. If you want to kill, go for it. Their life and death have nothing to do with me, and why do you naively think that you will have tomorrow? Do you think that I haven't killed many of you yet, and you think I'm afraid of something? Reika said calmly, and in his eyes contains the chill and murderous aura that makes everyone tremble. If you think about it this way, let's kill a few for you to see. The one who dies first, you are really lucky, Reika said, raising his feet, 1 foot and 1 head exploded. 1 leg, 2 legs, 3 legs. Stop. You be *******D. Achu went crazy and killed Reika. Even Kruby, who exploded his hands, kicked his feet and threw it at Reika. When they kill humans, they take it for granted. Why do such fragile guys rule the world? They should be the ones who rule the world. Advertisement killing their compatriots, Reika's move made them completely crazy. The other murlocs who were still alive and full of fear also attacked. Swords and guns came out, but Reika still couldn't be touched. Don't you think this voice is very familiar, screaming, crying, begging for mercy? When you played with other people's feelings and ended their lives, didn't you think about today? Where are you powerful and noble? Reika released a maddened rage. Coming to this island ahead of time, he saw the tragedy of Gossa Town and the island under the domination of the evil dragon gang. Human life is as cheap as grass, and human beings in their mouths are just numbers that can be cleared at any time. These people also have family members and friends. Even Nami's adoptive mother died at the hands of these murlocs. It is not too much to say that they do a lot of evil and are full of evil. What is even more unacceptable is that they forced Nami into such a desperate situation. I used to think that Nami is really not easy, and some things are destined to happen. But at that time, Reika still looked at this matter more as an outsider, a bystander. But after Nuo Kagao told Nami in more detail how he came here these years, Reika was moved by emotion, an emotion that blended into this world, so the anger at this moment, Reika couldn't control it. He didn't even hesitate to use torture to kill these murlocs. Damn it. If Brother Evil Dragon is here, there is no chance for you, a monster, to be rampant, a Jew said unwillingly. By the way, it's almost time to let them come. After all, you are just trash for me to vent my dissatisfaction. The real villain hasn't come yet. If you give him a gift, he should come soon. Reika has an evil smile on her face.
Bad attitude, even crazy. Crow Obi, Ajiu and others don't know how they provoked such a monster.
What do you want to do? Ajiu exclaimed in horror. This kind of guy, maybe even Big Brother Evil Dragon may not necessarily be his opponent. When Reika said this, the cadre who rushed to the front, Kruby, had both legs broken. You devil. As a pirate, Crow Obi is naturally not afraid of death, but now that his hands and legs are gone, if he survives in the future, he will be a complete useless person. Even as a murloc, he can no longer swim in the sea. This is more terrifying than death. Kill me. Kruby yelled. Yes, but not now. Now you are an important, very important gift, Reika said, throwing it high. Then he picked up a long knife on the ground and threw it suddenly. The long knife pierced through Crow Obi's chest, and flew towards the dragon park with tremendous force. Why'd I suddenly have a bad premonition? Achu and the others haven't heard the news yet. The evil dragon's heart skipped a beat, feeling a strong sense of uneasiness. Brother Dragon, there is nothing to worry about. Ever since we ruled here, every once in a while, there will be desperate lunatics trying to challenge us, but in the small place of East Blue, there is no one who is our opponent, a murloc said nonchalantly. That's right, it's just a mere human being. That's right, maybe I'm just thinking too much. The evil dragon thought about it, mainly because the sky changed a little earlier, and at that moment, a feeling of palpitation came to his heart. Once, when he was captured by Kizaru and sent to prison, he had a similar feeling. Boom. But at this moment, an ear-piercing and intense sonic boom sounded. What is flying over? The evil dragon was startled, and stood up with a whoosh after being bombarded by inexplicable shells just now. His heart has always been vigilant, and now something is flying at high speed, and the evil dragon has noticed it. Pung. With Kruby's knife, he nailed it heavily to the wall of the dragon park. The whole body is distorted. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Kruby. You be ******D. Who beat you like this, my compatriots? Seeing Kruby's miserable state, the evil dragon roared wildly, as if he was injured and lost sensible beast. If it wasn't for getting along with each other all year round, the evil dragon wouldn't even recognize this important cadre. Brother Evil Dragon, that guy is very powerful. You may not be an opponent, run away, Kruby gasped. Stop joking. Anyone who dares to challenge us will die. The evil dragon didn't listen at all. His strength was much stronger than Keichuanu's. The enemies they couldn't deal with didn't mean he couldn't deal with them either. How could the racist dragon back down from killing his compatriots like this? Location. The evil dragon asked Kruby with red eyes. Kokoyaksi village. Seeing that the evil dragon brother did not intend to leave, Kruby's eyes were full of determination, and he had to leave completely. Brothers, come with me and kill the enemy. The evil dragon raised his arms and all the Murlocs responded angrily. Kokoyaksi village. Is this really Nami's friend? This is also powerful, it's unbelievable. How can such a powerful Murloc be as fragile as a bug in his hands, or is it that the Murlocs are not strong at all? Aegean and New Okagawa went back to Kokoyashi village.
0. Seeing so many Murlocs at first, they didn't dare to appear rashly.
But the scene they saw afterwards made them feel less unreal than a dream. I saw the man walk into the crowd of fish calmly.
With every gesture, they are either dead or maimed, and these Murloc warriors who are usually powerful enough to torture them completely.
But he is so fragile that he can't even touch his figure. Saying that tigers ran into the herd is not enough to describe what they saw. It's like a dragon stepping on an ant's nest, a powerful and brutal Murloc, who can only be slaughtered. Aegean was extremely relieved to see it. You must know that over the years, too many people have died at their hands. Some are in rebellion, some because they can't afford the high monthly premiums, and some just want to have fun alone. Ajansong, are you confused? Over the years, how many people have died trying to challenge the dragon? It's Nami, a friend who is terrible. He said before that he would take down the dragon. I thought he was being too arrogant. Now it seems that it is not impossible, but my vision is too narrow. In this way, maybe we can really liberate Kokoyashi village, New Okagawa said more and more excitedly. They saw long-lost hope. That dragon guy is from the Grand Line. I'm afraid it's not that easy to deal with. By the way, Aegean sang, Nami seems to have an unusual relationship with this man. Nani, could it be a lover? Ajansong was startled. This man was covered in injuries yesterday, but he still came to rescue Nami. The rest is just my intuition. So strong. Nami was also dumbfounded, and has always said that Reika is very strong. Unexpectedly, the powerful Murlocs who ruled them and oppressed them for so many years are no different from the common pirates that Reika ravaged before in his hands. Is this power the ideal sun? Why the more angry I am, the power of the sun moves with my power, and I am not guilty of anger. Reika felt his will boil, and at this moment he just imagined what happened at noon sun. In fact, it's not yet noon, but Reika feels it. The angry sun is boiling, slowly rising in his consciousness and starting to lose. 85. Horror game. The roles are reversed, and you will know what cruelty is, seeking subscription. This is very similar to Reika's life-burning sun in heart. As long as you believe in your heart, the sun exists in your heart, everywhere, and you can enter the strongest mode at any time. But before, Reika didn't dare to use this skill lightly, in the case of such a low performance progress. This is almost a way of fighting with the enemy, but it is different now. Under the strong emotion, a certain potential of Reika was opened up. Despite his sin of arrogance, in reality, Reika's thinking is different from Ace Kano's.
It also means that the direction of development is different, and the sun in my heart is boiling. Reika has the magic of the sun for the entire time just after early morning. This is very important to Reika, which means that as long as he is willing to pay the price, he can enter the tyrant posture of the Sun King at any time in his future combat power, and he will always be the strongest combat power. The arrogance under the madness and anger, the arrogance that completely releases the madness and killing intent will stimulate this state. The angry sun's magic power is consumed as a source, but it is dangerous because this mood dominates. If you lose your rationality, you may hurt your own people. However, it will not be as easy to die with the enemy as the real sun in heart. 363 is a strange runaway field. Reika just named it open black lens bracket Sun King Tyrant close black lens bracket. It can be understood as a simplified and safe version of the skill realm of Sun in heart. Not bad, let's struggle. In this mode, Reika became more like a villain, ravaging the Murlocs to his heart's content. Except for Achu, everyone has become crippled, lying on the ground crying in pain, with unprecedented fear revealed in their eyes. They were full of panic and anxiety. This man clearly had the ability to kill them, but he didn't do it. It's about letting them die slowly. This is a pervert, damn it. How could I meet such a powerful and perverted human being? Look up at your compatriots around you, look at their expressions, do you feel familiar? But your despair is only born now, and some people have endured it for several years. It's painful. Don't try begging for mercy. Reika wandered among all the fallen Murlocs. Every smile you make is terrifying. When the Murlocs heard this, they subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the compatriots around them. The fear, helplessness, and despair of the compatriots. They've seen it many times in the humans they kill. It turns out that life is ravaged and dominated by others, this is the feeling. In the audience, only Achu was left. He stood, looking around vigilantly all the time, but his body couldn't stop shaking. He hasn't fallen yet, not because he is the strongest of these Murlocs. It's that Reika hasn't done anything to him yet, and deliberately keeps him. Our noble Murlocs will never bow their heads to humans. A Murloc said struggling. Very good, I like your toughness. It's so boring if you're not tough. Reika grabbed the Murloc and threw it on the roof. The body penetrated and hung on it, and the blood dripped on the ground bit by bit. According to this bleeding speed and your Murloc's tenacious vitality, it will take about a few hours to die. Next, whose turn is it? Advertisement. You devil, go to hell. Ajiu jumped at Reika desperately, but was swept away by Reika's kick. Several bones were broken immediately, and the whole house was smashed through with a bang. What's the hurry? It's your turn soon. No, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Nami, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied you before. We are partners. You are the cadre of our evil dragon gang. Quote. But not all Murlocs are so stubborn. This man is too terrifying. In his hands, even death is a luxury. Under the condition that the compatriots kept lying down and being tortured, the Murlocs could no longer hold back. He frantically kowtows in the direction of Nami to admit his mistake, lest he take a step too late, and he will be the one to be tortured in the next moment. But Nami, who was still a bit unbearable at first, had an extremely ugly face when he heard this. Partner. That is a more painful choice than 1,000 cuts to pieces. How dare they mention it? Yes, it was the dragon that killed your mother, not us. Someone opened this hole, and under the threat of death, another Murloc began to shirk responsibility. Start bowing your head and begging for mercy. They saw someone being engulfed by the flames little by little, and they still haven't died yet. The pain made people tremble. This is torture. You, Pucci. Seeing this, Ajiu spewed out a mouthful of blood, and looked at these so-called compatriots in disbelief. Your pride is Murlocs. Your aspirations as warriors and pirates. How can you bow your head and beg for mercy to a human being? Unacceptable. Human beings can be so powerful. Ajien and Nuo Chigao looked unbelievable. Even Ah Chu, one of the top cadres of the Murloc pirates, is so weak. He has no power to resist. The scene was very bloody, but Nami looked at the figure who was angry for him, but shed tears of emotion. There was only this figure in her eyes, which penetrated deeply into her heart. This world finally has a partner who treats her sincerely. This word is no longer full of pain. He is like a gentle light, shining into the riddled and gloomy inner world. Let her heart beat again, let the brilliance appear again, and let the sun stay forever. Reika at this moment, no matter what she does, she will support it unconditionally. It's really nice that someone can be angry for her. Do you know why you are kept until the end? Reika stepped on a Murloc's body, and the sun's magic flames began to burn the Murloc in an instant. Hearing this, Achu looked at Reika again, even if he didn't know why, he knew at this moment that it was definitely not a good thing. Damn. Ajiu roared almost to the point of collapse. This kind of desperation that he can't help himself, and all resistance is futile, makes him go crazy. Reika is still pressing on, exerting mental torture and oppression on him. I won't let you succeed. Ajiu picked up the weapon on the ground, put it on his neck, and prepared to wipe it hard. No matter how much Reika tortures himself, he won't let him succeed. Advertisement. I haven't allowed you to die yet. Then you don't have the right to die. Reika raised his fingers and shot out a ray of sunlight, which directly melted the knife in his palm holding the knife. The intense pain made him unable to help screaming out. B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** came with the remaining members of the Murloc Pirates. Seeing the scene in front of him, he couldn't believe it. Is this the Murloc's purgatory? Everyone is beyond recognition, howling in pain, half dead, extremely miserable. I also saw that Aju was forced to commit suicide just now, but was stopped by the enemy instead. What exactly happened in Kokoyasi village in this short period of time? The evil dragon only took one look, and then became furious, with terrifying eyes, as if it wanted to choose someone to devour at any time. How did this happen? What happened? The other Murlocs also looked at the purgatory scene in disbelief. A chill can't help rushing straight to the forehead. They have been running rampant in East Blue for so many years, and they have never encountered such a thing. Nami. The evil dragon naturally saw Nami at a glance. Did she find this person? Nami, are you forcing me to kill everyone in Kokosia village? No, I have already decided, I will kill them all later. I want you to live in guilt and pain for the rest of your life. How dare you do this, treat my people? Roared the dragon. Brother dragon, run away. Brother dragon, help me. When the Murlocs lying on the ground saw the evil dragon coming, some tried to persuade them to flee, while others begged for mercy. I'll finish off the enemy right away. Woohoo. The evil dragon directly grabbed a building next to it, screaming suddenly, and the whole building was pulled up by him. The terrifying power made Aegean, Nami and others instantly look shocked. The dragon is really powerful. It is difficult to deal with. Die. The evil dragon didn't even bother to ask. At the moment there was only endless anger. As long as he knew that the enemy was the person in front of him, that was enough. Boom. The huge building was thrown towards Reika forcefully by him, like a hill colliding at high speed. But Reika just flicked his arm lightly, a merciless sun burst out, and exploded with a bang. The whole building was blown into dust in midair. An ability user. The evil dragon's face was extremely gloomy, and he immediately knew that this person was difficult to deal with. The main course is here. You seem to like threatening others, so let's have a warm-up activity before the game starts. There are many Murlocs on my side now. Kneel down and kowtow, and give us a chance to sail. Apologize. Knock one, I'll let one go. What do you think? It's a good deal. Reika showed an evil smile. 3.8. This smile made the evil dragon and the murlocs with him a little creepy. What are you driving? As soon as he heard it, the evil dragon immediately became angry, and without even thinking about it, he refused and killed the enemy in front of him. Boom. But he didn't finish his sentence. Reika just snapped his fingers. A murloc body suddenly burst into dazzling light, and in the next second, it exploded. The rain of blood sprayed and splashed evil spirits. Long face. I'm not kidding. The next one, I'll give you 10 seconds. They all have my power in them. You can try it. You're faster or I'm faster. Reika said with a smile. But the dragon can see it. The man's eyes are full of anger and madness. Hearing the words, the evil dragon froze in place immediately, not knowing how to choose. It is absolutely impossible to kneel down and apologize to human beings. If he does not kneel, his cherished compatriots will die. Damn it. This guy is definitely a devil. What? It's hard to choose. I just swapped your roles for a while. It's not that difficult. Well, time is up. Reika snapped his fingers again. This time it didn't explode immediately, but flames burst out from a murloc's body, burning. Screaming. 86. Complete abuse. The game started, and everyone started to collapse. Please subscribe. The evil dragon is glaring, feeling his heart is bleeding. These are the companions he brought from the Fishman Island. But now I can only watch them being slaughtered by humans. This B******************. D. How can human beings be compared with their murlocs, and dare to say it boldly? Just swap the roles. Mere humans. Damn inferior race, release my compatriots immediately, and I can give you a good time later. Otherwise, the evil dragon can't kneel down. To make him kneel down and apologize to a human being is harder than killing him. The answer is wrong. Pung. The head of another murloc was crushed by Reika, and he couldn't die anymore. Blood splattered all over the pant legs, but Reika didn't care. Angry people always crave for blood, and the only way to vent their anger is by cutting them with your own hands. Ah, seeing this, the evil dragon and other murlocs all roared hysterically and incompetently, but no one dared to step forward without authorization. Inferior races. Ha ha ha. You are just cheating countrymen in East Blue, a group of murlocs who are just like commodities in Grand Line. Tong also dare to flaunt the nobility of blood races. Is it fun to deceive yourself? Pierce into the weakness and heart of all murlocs present. Every murloc's face changed dramatically, even Nami was taken aback. Murlocs, in the Grand Line, aren't they a noble and powerful race? Even if Nami has no evidence, but from the astonished expressions of the evil dragon and other murlocs at this moment, she can judge that what Reika said should be true. In order to save your compatriots, can't you even kneel down? Some people have endured humiliation for many years, surveying the nautical charts for you, earning 100 million Baileys, and dealing with countless ferocious pirates. To this day, how can this account be settled? But you can't even kneel down. 21 seems that the so-called compatriot love is just a joke. Reika angrily scolded the evil dragon. Nami heard the words, tears welled up in her eyes, the ferocious face of the dragon appeared in her mind, and all the past was extremely clear. He shoots Mel Bell, joins it himself, and is tricked by him into giving her Kokosia back for 100 million belly. She worked desperately to make money, and finally saved enough money, but in the end she was robbed of all the Baileys by Marine who cooperated with him. She can still hear the rascal laughter of the evil dragon not long ago. They laughed so happily at that time. How stupid you look. Since you are worthless, let me be happy at the end. Reika stomped on ahead in one step, and the speed was not fast. But no one can stop it. Brother Dragon, please, save my brother. Suddenly a murloc knelt down at the feet of the dragon, praying. Among those who fell to the ground, there was his biological brother, according to the speed of this man. It won't be long, and it will be him who will die immediately. They have a good relationship and cannot watch him die. If a kowtow can save a compatriot, what is it? Human, I kowtow to you. Nami, I apologize, please, don't kill my big brother. The murloc knelt down and kowtowed one after another. Unpromising guy. Seeing this, the evil dragon was extremely angry, and kicked the murloc beside him away. Brother Dragon, our brother has been with you for so many years, why can't you lower your head and save my brother? But the murloc was not forgiving, and even questioned the dragon. You know, they are in the Grand Line, but they are just lost dogs. If someone points it out, the illusory pride of that race will be shattered. This is the beginning of Reika's torment for them. It seems that your boss doesn't care. Reika added another sentence, and then trampled the murloc brother to death. No, big brother. Advertisement. Don't be stupid, this guy won't let us go. Kill them. Take Nami and take hostages. In the end, the evil dragon didn't choose to give in. Instead, he waved his arms and called all the murlocs to charge towards Reika. He himself took the lead, completely ignoring the hostages. If things go on like this, sooner or later all the murlocs he knocked out will die. It is absolutely impossible to make him kneel, he can only fight to the death. Brother Dragon, be careful. Ali reminded. If it's useful to be careful, what do you need strength for? Looking at the fierce dragon that was like a heavily loaded tank, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards him, Reika didn't choose to dodge this time. Just watching quietly, waiting for him to kill him. Damn it. Nami watched as many murlocs rushed towards her. She doesn't just sit back and draw her weapon, ready to fight back. Nuo Chigao and Aegean also rushed out with weapons in the dark, and stood beside Nami. Nuo Chigao, Jien. Seeing that both of them were still alive, Nami was extremely excited. Even though Reika said just now that they will be fine, she can feel relieved only after seeing them. Damn the people of Kokoyasi village. Many Murlocs vented their anger on Nami and the others. Through the situation just now, they already know that this extremely handsome human being is standing up for Nami. In this case, as long as Nami is taken down, does it mean that the guy can let go of everyone? Looking at these powerful and vicious Murlocs, there was no fear on the faces of the three of them. Although they can't even deal with one of them, so what? At this point, they will no longer back down and compromise, either live or die. Boom. Just as the malicious Murloc rushed towards him, Rita the Axe suddenly released a circle of energy shock waves. There was a loud bang, and all the Murlocs screamed and were sent flying, blood scattered, and many Murlocs had many hideous wounds on their bodies. What is this? Not only Aegean Nuauchi was shocked, but even the Murlocs were also shocked. What's happening here? Reika-san's axe. Nami finally knew why he put down his axe. It turned out that he was worried about his own safety. He has already done everything. Useless guy. Seeing this from the corner of his eyes, the evil dragon couldn't help hissing in a low voice. Nami is already the best breakthrough point. If you can't take Nami down, it's too difficult to ensure the safety of the hostages. We can only rely on him to take down this human being. Do not hide or dodge. Do you want to fight hard with yourself? The Murloc's wrist strength is 10 times that of a human's, and his jaw and teeth are even more outstanding than his wrist strength. Plus he has been trained, even if hundreds or thousands of humans swarm up, he can kill them all. So what if he is a capable person? Pung. But Reika punched out, and with one punch, Benlay and Lightning couldn't catch up, and a heavy punch hit the dragon's stomach. His open mouth stopped abruptly, and the arms that were raised to grab Reika and tear him apart suddenly stopped. With this punch, the power surged, smashing into the dragon's body, and he could clearly hear the flesh and blood being torn apart. The sound of bones being cracked and the body being impacted. Advertisement. Before the pain hits, all his nerves temporarily stopped working, so his whole body froze instantly. Boom. Paused for a second, the dragon was flying at a faster speed than Reika punched. The body was pressed against the ground, and dozens of houses were plowed over, blood was splashed along the way, and the face and body were distorted by the huge impact. Brother dragon. All the Murlocs shouted to the dragon in horror. They never dreamed that the invincible dragon brother in their hearts. The opponent just punched him and sent him flying. And the power was so terrifying that the plow overturned the entire Kokoyasi village, and the dragon stood up tremblingly again. He found that there was a very clear fist mark on his strong abdomen, which almost pierced through his body. As soon as he stood up, the evil dragon couldn't stop vomiting blood, and finally couldn't help but his legs went limp, and he half kneeled down again, covering the extremely painful wound with his hands. There is such a monster. You also ran out of the Grand Line. Do you think I am obliged to answer your questions? Bugs. Fortunately, I have restrained my strength. If I really want to punch you to death, it will be cheaper for you. Reika walked towards the dragon step by step. Don't get carried away. The dragon took off its own serrated teeth twice in a row, held them in his hand, and burst out again, rushing towards Reika. His teeth can crush flying iron shells, and his hands are also strong, as long as he is bitten by any one of the 3 teeth in his hands and mouth. Not to mention flesh and blood, even bones, he can easily chew them into pieces. Crazy wild dog. Lack of discipline. Reika said, holding a 453 fire wires, condensed into a whip, in his hand. Sweeping towards the ferocious dragon that was rushing towards it, the speed was so fast that even the dragon couldn't react. With a crisp cracking sound, a high-temperature whip mark appeared on the evil dragon's body, and its flesh bloomed. The dragon let out a heart-piercing scream, and was swept away by the whip. You are still a higher race like this. Wild dogs are more noble than your current appearance. Looking for death. The evil dragon heard the words, endured the pain, and rushed over again angrily. Reika is 1 whip, 2 whips, 3 whips. The whip can be seen deep into the bone, and in just an instant, the evil dragon has become a blood man. It's just that the Murloc's vitality is extremely tenacious, and he can still roar in anger. This human being is whipping and torturing him like a beast. This kind of humiliation is 10 times more painful than death, even times. I'm going to kill you, all of you. The dragon roared frantically, and once again pounced on Reika. With a light jump, Reika stomped the dragon's head on the ground, but didn't explode it. The dragon just stuck its head to the ground like this, its body twisted and struggled constantly, regardless of the widening of the wound and the blood flowing, it would rather die than be stepped on by humans like this. But it was all in vain, the strength gap between the two was too great. Do you know why you are still alive? Because in the next game, you are the protagonist. You said you were an excellent race, but I said no. If there is any disagreement, you need to prove it. Right. Reika looked down at the dragon at his feet. That's the contemptuous eyes that look at the awful and ants. This kind of eyes deeply hurt the dragon's self-esteem, which is even more arrogant than the eyes of those celestial dragons when they look at their Murlocs. I am not a bug, let alone an ant. Damn it, you be asterisk 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 D. It can be seen that you all want to live, so let's play a game. Whoever stabs your elder brother, I will give him a chance to survive, how about it? With one sentence from Reika, the dragon's heart stopped suddenly, and all the Murlocs looked at Reika. Becoming more and more frightened, this guy. He is the king of evil spirits that is scarier than the devil. 87. Cry of despair. A man called a devil. Please subscribe. This is to make them kill each other. What a joke. How could we betray Brother Dragon? An aggressive Murloc pointed at Reika angrily. That's right. As soon as the words came out, there were not many responders. I believe, at least until you think there is still hope, I believe. Reika was not surprised, just looked at all the Murlocs calmly, then opened his hands, and at the same time stomped off the dragon's hands with 2 consecutive feet. But it was not completely destroyed, and the evil dragon just groaned in such pain. This kind of pain is nothing compared to the psychological pain that Reika has brought to him at this moment. And Reika has already noticed that not all the Murlocs who spoke for the dragon just now. They are Murlocs, but they are also pirates. Pirates are fine if everything goes well, but if they find that their side has no advantage at all. What will happen is hard to say. Taking the same Murlocs as an example, Hody Jones and Dakin back then, as long as they didn't obey their race's will. Even if they are Murlocs, they will be wiped out. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** leaned over. Ha ha ha, kid, your plan is going to fail, we Murlocs won't hurt our own people. Seeing this, the evil dragon thought that Reika's so-called game was just a joke after all. You can die if you can't beat it, the evil dragon can accept this, but you can't accept the cannibalism that Ka said. Really, don't think too easily about the dark side of intelligent creatures. Reika kicked the dragon away, and he couldn't get up for a while. Then the outstretched hands flew out dense fireballs, and hundreds of merciless suns flew up, hanging tens of meters high in the sky. There are more fireballs than the last remaining Murlocs. What's this? I don't know, but it's hot. Damn it, the moisture in the air has decreased. If this continues, we will be dried. The Murlocs frowned. As Murlocs, they have a clear perception of water and other things. I forgot to add the rules just now. This game has a time limit. Within 10 minutes, if all of you do not take any action, you will be roasted to death, and if you try to escape, you will be like him. Reika casually pointed at a Murloc. As Reika pointed, a fireball from the sky suddenly shot down and hit the Murloc. In the agony and howling, he was melted directly, not even leaving a bone. This made some Murlocs who originally planned to go around behind and launch a sneak attack on Reika stop directly. How on earth are they going to win against such a monster? Even Big Brother Evil Dragon is no match at all. Before they even started to fight back, they were killed one by one. Now you are caged bird, covering the entire Kokoyasi village. If you go out of this range, I guarantee that you will die in pain. The one just now was considered easy. Don't doubt my ability. Go to hell. A Murloc couldn't bear the psychological oppression, roared and attacked Reika. As a result, Reika just crippled their legs, and then a sun magic fire fell on them and began to slowly devour them. The screams one after another can be heard endlessly. Advertisement. As time goes by, your physical strength will become weaker and weaker due to lack of oxygen. If you want to act, you have to hurry up. Considering that killing the dragon may be difficult for you, I will modify it content. As long as you slash the evil dragon once, the person who slashes the most, I will let him go. If you can't deal with your so-called big brother, then you can kill the compatriots around you. Even if you are compatriots, there are usually people who don't like it. The 3 people who kill the most can survive. How to choose is up to you, I have plenty of time to wait for you to choose. After Reika finished speaking, he jumped to the eaves of a building, took out a white handkerchief, and wiped the blood on his hands leisurely. Leave the Murlocs and pirates looking at each other. When the evil dragon heard Reika's conditions, his expression changed drastically. This guy is a devil who plays with people's hearts. Once only one person opens the head, the dragon knows what will happen without even thinking about it. The seeds of doubt and the crisis of death, maybe some Murlocs can stand this test. But as long as one person can't stand this test, others will soon worry about their own safety. After all, can you guarantee that the partners around you will not point their knives at you? Guaranteed by what? An insecure race. They are pirates. They usually kill people like hemp. How lofty their morals can be. Don't be fooled by him. Why do you believe that the words of a low-level race are guaranteed? Everyone, come with me and kill him. Don't forget, we are a noble Murloc clan, a united clan. Are you still afraid of death? After the dragon understood how much damage Reika's words carried, he hurriedly struggled to stand up and said, how can compatriots kill each other? Reika just watched silently. The Murloc hell created before, tortured and killed those Murlocs, and tortured and teased the dragon. People who have broken their guts and now have the guts to shoot themselves. Almost non-existent, facing oneself is an inevitable end. But there is another possibility and way to keep them alive. How to choose? Reika already knew the truth in his heart, he just watched the development of the situation quietly. For the evil dragon, being killed by the fellow Murlocs he considers the most noble is the most painful and desperate thing in the world. Because he's a real racist. PFF'd. As soon as the evil dragon finished speaking, he was slashed from behind by a Murloc, and blood flowed out with a puff. His defense was extremely strong, and the Murloc slashed it down with all his strength. It's just a flesh injury, not a root bone injury. But all the Murlocs froze at the same time, their eyes widened suddenly, and an unprecedented sense of crisis instantly filled their hearts. Someone started this, the taboo was broken, and the consequences were extremely dire. The evil dragon looked back at the Murloc with a look of disbelief. What are you doing? You are so proud of being a Murloc. Proud. Ha ha ha. Brother dragon. I begged you just now. I asked you to save my brother. Save my brother. Why don't you want to? My brother's life can't be saved. What use is my pride? I don't want to die yet. I want to live. If you want me to say, everything is your fault. Why did Nami collect 100 million Baileys? If we abide by the agreement, there will be no such troubles, and my elder brother will not die. It's all yours. Wrong. What is the most important promise of money? You are a villain who broke his promise. From now on, you are not my big brother. The Murloc said angrily, no matter what his reason is, whether it is selfish or high-sounding. Things are done now, they are done. And as soon as these words came out, several Murlocs who were usually close friends glanced at each other, nodded slightly, and reached some kind of temporary agreement. Advertisement. There is a price to be paid for breaking the agreement. If you really think about us, you should let us survive. He wants your life more, evil dragon. Another Murloc jumped out and pointed the knife at the evil one. Dragon. You. The evil dragon's mentality collapsed instantly, and the strength of his whole body seemed to be drained at this moment. Subconsciously took a few steps back, looking at the compatriots in front of him that he usually loves the most. This is the first time I doubt life so much. Are they really an excellent race? Why can't they even stand such an obvious test? Why can't they even bear this challenge? Are they so afraid of death? PFF'd. The dragon was so angry that he spurted blood, and his whole body aged a lot in an instant. You traitors. Aju was also very angry with these fish. The other Murlocs who were originally facing the evil dragon also distanced themselves from the people around them at this moment. No one wants to wait to be hacked by their own people and become a bargaining chip for others to live. As soon as Achu finished speaking, a sharp knife, trembling, pierced his heart from behind. Rick, you. Ajiu couldn't believe it when he looked at the Murloc he often took care of. Master Achu, I'm sorry, I want to live, we can't beat that monster at all. I'm sorry. Rick went crazy, trembling with fear, but. One knife but no bottle. Don't be arrogant here. You are the strongest here. He didn't say that you can't participate. In other words, if you want to kill us alive, we are not opponents at all. Of course, we must strike first. You, these idiots. The evil dragon glared at the Murloc who attacked him, and felt so sad that he was ultimate. To be killed by others is to be inferior to others, but one can still be tough. But if you die at the hands of your own people, how sad it is, you will never die with peace of mind. During this period, the evil dragon stomped the Murloc who was attacking him on the ground with one foot, and because his hands were crippled, his combat power dropped sharply. There are more injuries on the body, but even so, it is enough to deal with a common Murloc. The Murloc who was stepped on coughed up blood again and again, but his eyes showed disdain. Under the choice of life and death, you still want to kill us to save our lives. My good brother, there is no difference between us. We are all the same despicable, after all, we are all sea creatures. Thieves, aren't they? Hearing this, the evil dragon subconsciously backed away in horror. How could he kill his compatriots? PFF'd. But just took a few steps back. Okay, a Murloc who was strong but had an arm torn off by Reika before pierced the dragon's abdomen with a knife. It's heartbreaking. Brother dragon, if you think about us, die honestly. That's right, as long as you die, they might let us go. We want to go back to the Fishman Island. How could you do this? How does brother evil dragon treat you all the time? But as soon as the man finished speaking, he was stabbed to death. The evil dragon looked at the eyes full of killing intent all around him. The killing intent from his compatriots made him suddenly lose all meaning of living. These compatriots, at this moment, actually want to force him to death. What an irony. You really don't know how to pick your opponents. The ones lying on the ground seem to be easier to deal with. Reika's words made many Murlocs who wanted to survive shine brighter, and at the same time they became more crazy. As time passed, they could feel that the air was thinning, and if they didn't do it again, it would be too late. He was talking about killing the most people to survive. Now that someone is doing something, it's not enough for them to do it alone, they have to be fast. They have to kill more. So the evil dragon saw an unprecedented nightmare in his life. Those compatriots lying on the ground were hacked to death in just a few seconds. Stop it. Stop it. Make them stop. I was wrong. Kill me if you want to kill me. Let them go. Nami, please, make him stop. The dragon's spirit collapsed. He even got down on his knees and begged for Nami. 88. Death. One man kills Marine base. Seeking subscription. But soon, the evil dragon was next. When Luan Dao came to him, he had a ferocious face and struggled. In other words, he didn't know what to do. When he raised his hand, he killed his own compatriots. Can't do it. Can't do it. The evil dragon roared in his heart, but when one of the blades forced his neck. With a strong desire to survive, the evil dragon subconsciously made a move. No, it made a move. He slammed his foot on the Murloc's chest, and the powerful force directly collapsed the Murloc's chest. The collapsed ribs pierced Neri's heart. The Murloc froze for a moment, then vomited thick blood and fell to the ground dead. Even if the dragon's hands are crippled and only his feet are left, his explosive power is still astonishing. Compatriots. The evil dragon kicked the dead man, but he was anxious and wanted to stretch out his hand to pull him. As a result, more blades slashed over, and the bullets began to fly randomly. The evil dragon opened its mouth and bit many blades, and when it pressed up and down, the blades burst into pieces. Stop. The evil dragon tried to persuade the Murlocs, but there was no turning back. They all know the character of the evil dragon. If they offend him, they will die soon. All they can do now is to deal with him. That sounds good, evil dragon sang, you killed your own compatriots. The evil dragon was at a loss for words, not knowing how to answer these words. The facts are in front of you, how else can you explain it? While he is seriously injured now, we will have no chance later. It's not like you don't know how strong the recovery ability of the evil dragon is. B***************** D. His own desire to survive made the evil dragon unable to truly lead the neck to be slaughtered, and he started to fight back like crazy. I couldn't think too much, and soon I was stained with the blood of my compatriots. Many Murlocs also hesitated because of the power of the dragon. Stop it, stop it. The evil dragon looked in the direction of Nami's 073 again as if going crazy. He was on his knees just now, begging Nami to let that man end this crazy game. It's just that before Nami could answer him, the Murlocs couldn't wait to attack him. Seeing that Nami was still unresponsive, the evil dragon rushed over to kill him. Take Nami, maybe it can be used to threaten the madman and save everyone a lifeline. Otherwise, if this continues, his hands will soon be stained with the blood of more compatriots. And as time went by, his injuries became more and more serious. Either he killed all his compatriots, or he died at the hands of his compatriots, there is no third possibility. It seems that for the common Murlocs, even without hands, you still have outstanding combat power. Reika said lightly. Stretching out his finger, a ray of fire from the sun shot out with a whoosh, directly piercing one of the dragon's thighs, causing him to suddenly kneel and half kneel. It is difficult to move quickly anymore, and the sword greeted him, cutting out many wounds, and with only one mouth, he could not move for a while, no matter how strong he was just waiting for death. To kill him, it depends on how much Murloc life needs to be paid, but even if it is all paid, Reika is happy to see it. These Murlocs were planned to be killed. Kind Nami, at the moment when the dragon begged for mercy, there was indeed a look of unbearableness in his eyes. You can see that Reika still has his own blood on his body, and all this kindness and resentment have been hidden by her. To be kind to the enemy is to be responsible for their own and Reika's life. Nami, don't listen to him, don't forget how Belle died, and don't forget how they forced you to draw pictures and break the agreement over the years. Nuo Chigao looked at the murderous Murlocs. There is only happiness in their eyes. These Murlocs are full of evil, no matter how they die, they are not worthy of sympathy. Advertisement. In other words, only this kind of death can be called punishment. He killed so many people, made so many families lose their loved ones, and made so many people live in fear. Common's dead, that's cheap for him. I know, Nami nodded firmly. If there is no Reika, maybe the entire Kokoyasi village has died at the hands of the evil dragon, and the despair that Nami felt would not be so easy to forget. Seeing the tragic situation of the evil dragon now, her heart is more relaxed than ever before. Fortunately, he is here. As long as he is here, even if the sky falls, it doesn't matter. Nami stared at Reika obsessively. Ahem. But then again, Nami, how did you meet this friend? Why, I feel that he is more ferocious than pirates like dragons. Jien couldn't help asking curiously. He can be regarded as the father of Nami and Nokigao after the death of Belle Mel. Now that the evil dragon can have this disaster, of course he is happy, but as a bystander. But he felt that this handsome young man's methods were really not kind. He is not cruel. Hearing this, Nami didn't answer the first question, and subconsciously refuted Ajien's words. Is that so? Ajien was a little unconfident when he choked on Nami's words. Isn't this cruel? This is a kind of torture that is worse than death. Let the racists like the evil dragon kill our compatriots, and I was forced to kowtow and beg for mercy just now. This was before, even if it was a dream, they had never had such an outrageous dream. In the current situation, if there is no accident, the evil dragon will undoubtedly die. Damn, if I knew this would happen, I should have killed you all. Killed all of you. The evil dragon saw Nami's firm eyes. He immediately understood that no matter how much he begged, Nami would never forgive him. Thinking about it in another way, it is impossible for him to forgive. But when people have the advantage and the chance of victory is in their hands, how could it be possible to put yourself in the victim's shoes? Now it's useless for him to regret it. As the evil dragon spoke, he killed a fellow Murloc with his mouth. He knew that he shouldn't do this, but his survival instinct forced him to do it. If he doesn't resist, he has no chance of catching Nami and disarming him, but then one of his legs is cut off by a line of fire from Reika. He immediately understood that he had no one and no hope. He couldn't get close to Nami at all. So while biting his own compatriots to death, he wept mournfully, laughed wildly, and roared angrily. After a while, the spirit of the whole person was already a little abnormal. One Murloc after another died on his mouth. Even if he kept a distance, he could move in a short range with a kick of one leg, CBBE. But getting to Nami by surprise is no longer possible. And the devil is watching everything from the roof. No chance of success at all. You devil, I curse you to die. The dragon looked at Reika and cursed viciously. You are ahead of me. Reika just looked at him indifferently. Also, how does it feel to be hacked to death by your own people? Isn't it very comfortable? Does it feel like you deserve to die? Or, do you want to kill all your compatriots? Then you are really a hero. Puff. The evil dragon had a cerebral hemorrhage directly, affecting all the wounds on his body, and he was so angry that he was half dead, but his heart couldn't help trembling due to fear. This is a devil, definitely not a creature that should exist in the world. Devil, hee, devil, scare ha. He was half crazy, half insane, and in the end, among the less than 10 Murloc survivors left, he was hacked to death by random knives. Advertisement. Congratulations on successfully killing your own boss. Now there are 9 people left, but there can only be 3 survivors. Reika's faint voice sounded. The other Murlocs were already red-eyed. Hearing this, they didn't even have the energy to scold Reika. They didn't dare to scold. Instead, they started fighting, and soon there were only 3 exhausted and lucky people left. They looked forward to it, and knelt down, looking at Reika and Nami. Hope they let them go. Dragon, just died like this. Ajien, Nuo Chigao, and Nami are all evil dragons who look at the tragic death with disbelief. It feels like a dream. The dragon pirates that ruled the entire island for so long are in the hands of this man, and they are so easily destroyed. Ajien squeezed his arm hard. It's not very painful, what's going on? It's not really a dream. Ajian-sang, you are too excited. Isn't it a dream? No. Has Kokosia village been saved? Yeah, Nami nodded emphatically. Saved, finally saved. Bell-mel, did you see it? Nami, Nuochigao, and we are all free. Jien couldn't help kneeling on the ground, crying loudly. Nami and Nuochigao also shed tears of excitement and relief. At this time, other surrounding towns have already noticed the anomaly in Kokosia village. Many people know that Kokoyasi village is going to launch a counterattack, and what happened in Gosa town. There are already more cities and towns that can't stand this kind of rule, and they are all ready to find out. Some even plan to join Kokoyasi village and start a fire of resistance together. Can you let us go? A Murloc asked humbly. Of course, but what they do is none of my business. Reika looked up at the teams of villagers approaching. Among them were the people of Kokoyasi village who were gradually waking up, after they woke up in a daze. Went to the Dragon Park, rushed to nothing, learned the situation from the dying Crow Obi, and killed him. He quickly turned back to Kekiasi village, planning to find the evil dragon and his gang to fight to the death. No. Seeing so many villagers around, only the last 3 lucky ones screamed in horror. They were rightfully drowned and beaten to death by the villagers. Wait for me here, I'll be back soon. Reika came to Nami and said. Where are you going? Nami suddenly felt uneasy. Hasn't the dragon been defeated? Somebody took your money. No, don't go. I don't want the money. Nami quickly grabbed Reika's hand. Killing pirates is completely different from killing marines. The former usually kills as soon as they are killed, while the latter will definitely cause a series of troubles. Offending the whole system, Nami doesn't want Reika to take another risk. He made you cry. This account cannot be settled. Reika said. His whole body stood up. Don't. Nami didn't have time to stop him. At this moment, the Marine 17 branch is the Marine base directly under the Marine headquarters. In an exquisite and luxurious office, Colonel Mouse is tasting delicious food and wine, holding a reluctant female Marine. Looking at the blood-stained Bailey on the table happily. I didn't expect the money to be so easy to earn these days. It's a pity that I let the octopus split half and give it to the dragon. I heard that the Marine hero Garp is also active in this sea area recently. If you pass by here at that time, if you can gain some connections, no matter how much you spend. Woman, don't look reluctant, who made your ensign husband like a gambler, and owed me a huge debt, so I can only obediently give you to me. 89. My lord, our Marine base is surrounded by one person. Please subscribe. However, women are different from women. It's unbelievable that a little girl can get so much money. It's a pity that it's all ours. Ha. Colonel Mouse took a sip of the wine, feeling more and more happy. He has no strength himself, and his current status is all bought with money. The Supreme Commander of Branch 17 is a Marine Rear Admiral, who is also a fellow who loves money. In order to climb to the position of Colonel, he spent a lot of money, but after reaching the Colonel, all the money spent not only came back, but also made a lot of money. The transactions with the evil dragon over the years are enough to cover his expenditure against the calendar. But he is not limited to the business of the evil dragon. Within the jurisdiction, several pirate groups have to confess to him. In addition, lend money within the branch to obtain high profits, and sell the official positions in their hands at a clearly marked price. As for what will happen to the law and order at sea, he doesn't care at all. Anyway, the pirates won't be foolish enough to trouble him. It is best for everyone to cooperate and win-win to make a fortune. You don't need to fight and kill, and you can make a fortune and have a prosperous fortune. Power is such a good thing, are you right, Miss Emily? Colonel Mouse, thinking that he could rely on money to gain more power in the future. With more power, the easier it is to get money, the more you think about it, the more intoxicated you are. Report, Colonel, big news, big news. Suddenly a Marine suddenly opened the door and reported excitedly. UB********D, don't you see that I'm busy? Tell me what's going on. Colonel Mouse said angrily when he saw this, a guy with no eyesight at all. If he is not usually obedient, he does not need to give too much money, and it can protect his safety. This flustered idiot has already been kicked away. But the next second, after listening to the report, he couldn't calm down anymore, even more excited than this Marine. Master Colonel, Marine Hero, Monkey D. Garp's ship changed its course for some reason. Not long ago, it sent a report saying that it has arrived in this sea area. It will not take long to reach Branch 17. Supplementary supplies are needed. What? Marine Hero Garp is really coming. Colonel Mouse stood up excitedly. He had fantasized about this just now, didn't he think that his dream would come true so soon? Tell everyone, start preparing for work immediately, and use the best materials for me. This is Lousy's chance to rise to the top and climb to the top. If anyone makes mistakes, don't blame me for being ruthless. Colonel Mouse decided to bleed. After all, Marine Hero Garp is, to him, the true heart of power. And the influence is not just as simple as staying at Marine Vice Admiral. It is possible to become a Marine Rear Admiral, or even a Vice Admiral, as long as he approves and recognizes him, plus his money-opening operations in the future. Yes, by the way, when Garp's ship arrives, you should all know what to say and what not to say. Colonel Mouse suddenly narrowed his eyes and said solemnly. Yes, yes. The Marine immediately responded, it was just a superficial effort, and they had done it countless times. At this moment, Garp's ship is sailing in the sea area not far from Branch 17. Vice Admiral Garp, if you still can't find the kid, let's finish the task first, don't you have to go back to Windmill Village? The adjutant looked at Garp, who was standing on the bow thinking about life, and suggested. Even though they have used as many methods and ability users as possible. However, tracking in the air is indeed a bit more difficult, and with the storm, many traces that might have existed will be wiped out. Their luck was very bad, and they encountered a storm. Although the scale is incomparable with the Grand Line, it also lost the trace of Reika. Advertisement. If that brat really wants to go out to sea and become a pirate, what's the point of going back to Windmill Village? And I don't know where they are. Brat, don't let me catch you. But having said that, you guys are really lucky. Garp looking at a group of drowned Marines on the boat. Kaka Vice Admiral Garp, thank you so much. It's a shame for Marine. I didn't expect that we were almost wiped out by a group of pirates. If it weren't for Lord Sea God, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been rescued by Vice Admiral Garp. Brin this place, Commodore said excitedly. Vice Admiral Garp, that is the idol of countless people in the entire East Blue. No, to be precise, it is the idol and legendary of the whole world. Unexpectedly, after the group of my group released the beacon for help on the deserted island, they actually attracted the Marine hero. If you tell this matter, it will be used as a topic of conversation for a lifetime. After all, not everyone is eligible to be rescued by Vice Admiral Garp. Today's encounter is very dreamy for Brin Commodore. First, I saw the Murloc pirates live and work in peace and contentment on the island, building their own house. Then after the war with the Murlocs, it was swallowed by the deep-sea vortex they artificially created. But he didn't die, but was rescued by Lord Poseidon, and finally met the Marine hero Garp. What a legendary experience. Sir Sea God, you mean? The adjutant asked doubtfully, is there really a god in this world? Brin Commodore hastily told the story of being saved. In the deep sea, Uzumaki accurately rescued each of you. How is this possible? If you are a person with abilities, you should not be able to use your abilities in the sea. It is not a person with abilities. It is too difficult to fight against this natural force, even if it's man-made. The adjutant analyzed with a frown. By the way, Lord Sea God, you are very handsome. A Marine soldier added adoringly. Very handsome. Garp and the adjutant looked at each other. Could it be the brat we're looking for? That guy really looks a little different, isn't he still very young? The adjutant asked thoughtfully. Yes, is it true that Lord Rear Admiral also knows Lord Sea God? Brin nodded quickly. Do you know where he went? I don't know, I didn't even have time to say a word at that time, and I wanted to thank you in person. Brin said regretfully. Where did you meet them? Kokoyasi village. It's not necessarily there, maybe he was just passing by, so let's forget about it. With Luffy's character, if he really wants to go out to sea and become a pirate, I'm afraid it won't be long before he will cause trouble and spread to the headquarters. Hey, Sengoku, the guy is probably going to nag again, what a headache, but you said just now that there are pirates on that island, right? Garp said with a troubled expression at first. But when it comes to the second half of the sentence, it is very serious. Whether it is Grand Line or East Blue, there are as many pirates as there are stars. Not to mention his one Garp, even 10 Garps can't stop this world chaos. But since you have encountered it, you must take care of it. Yes, the evil dragon gang, the Murloc pirates who escaped from the Grand Line. They are so rampant that they actually live on the island openly. Lin Yi said angrily. Acting so rampantly, but I've been back to East Blue so many times, it's the first time I've heard that there are Murloc pirates in East Blue. I'll take you back to the nearest marine base first, and then we'll drop by. Garp said lightly. Asking for flowers. I was a little puzzled, but I didn't pay much attention to it. After passing by, I will kill them, just catch them. Great. Colonel Bryn said excitedly, with the help of Vice Admiral Garp, why worry about the pirates being immortal? At this time, the coastline near Kokoyasi village. Xiaoba holds the octopus can, which is full of Bailey, which is distributed by Colonel Mouse and is going to be handed over to Brother Dragon. Advertisement. But Xiao Bai went to the entrance of the Dragon Park swimming pool, and saw that the whole Dragon Park was being destroyed by the excited crowd. And the corpses of Kruby, Brother Dragon and others hang on the shore. Xiao Ba was immediately dumbfounded. What happened? Everyone died. What the hell is going on? There is another Murloc on the sea, kill him. But at this time someone found him on the shore. Xiao Ba was so frightened that he didn't even want the octopus can. He plunged into the deep sea with tears streaming down his face. I don't know what happened, but it's clear that the situation is not good. At the same time, a certain route was heading to Kokoyasi village. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and others were heading to Kokosia village while sailing, but a big sea cow appeared out of nowhere. .00. After they beat him up, they used him as a coolie, and the speed increased many times with just one swipe. According to this speed, we will be able to reach Kokosia village in a short time. Sanji knows a little about navigation. Nami, Reika, wait for us. Luffy was gearing up and couldn't help but want to make a big fight. Dare to bully their navigators. He refuses. This is the 17th branch of Marine. Even the weakest sea, after all, it is a military base directly under the jurisdiction of the Marine headquarters. It is heavily guarded and has a large number of troops. But so what? Reika stood at a high altitude not far from the 17th branch. The entire island here has been built into a strong fortress, and large caliber artillery can be seen in many places. Buildings painted with the Marine military flag towered like dense forests, and a huge iron gate stood at the port. That's the entrance to the 17th branch. The iron gate is surrounded by rebuilt defensive walls, and there are many patrolling troops. Although Colonel Mouse did not personally participate in the various massacres of villages and towns. But he provides the most convenient protection for these evils, in a way. This is even more heinous than the direct perpetrator. If the crimes of the pirates were not covered up with their help, the other Marine divisions would launch a crusade once they got the news. Even if they fail once or twice, if the number of times increases, Marine will intensify their efforts to attack. It is impossible for the dragons to stay in one place. You can only hide around like stray dogs. Reika was already holding the magic axe Rita in his hand again, aiming at the big iron gate without the slightest hesitation. Release. Reika swung out with a sweep, the atmosphere was violent, and a fan-shaped energy shock wave burst out immediately. There was a loud bang. The entire big iron gate and the fortress in this section were directly pierced by Reika. At the same time, his voice resounded throughout the Marine base. You have been surrounded. If you don't want to be wiped out, hand over Colonel Mouse. Woo. The harsh, sharp and short siren sounded from the entire Marine base in an instant. Marine Rear Admiral Wilhelm, who was in the office of the main building, was shocked when he heard the angry shout, "We are surrounded. How many ships are coming?" Report to Master Rear Admiral, currently only. Just what? Only saw one person. Huh, sir. 90. Terrible bombing. Sweep the Marine base. Please subscribe. Wilhelm Rear Admiral first heard the sound of landslide bombing. I was really taken aback. He is not a Rear Admiral with a pure literary background, but he has also had brilliant and dazzling records. When such a fierce and monstrous rebuke sounded, at the first moment, he thought it was some big pirate who killed Master Xing to ask his crimes. He used to be very strong, but since he was half assigned to East Blue, he has neglected to exercise. Indulging in the honeypot of money, the previously strong body began to gain weight. And the pirates of East Blue, even if they are occasionally overwhelmed, try to destroy their marine base for which they are famous. After seeing their iron-like fortress, Jucheng retreated before attacking. The remaining 10% will rarely adopt a frontal breakthrough combat method, which is no different from courting death. If someone does this, it may be the leader of Krieg, the East Blue overlord who owns a large pirate fleet. But his usual style is to pretend to be a marine warship, sneak into the harbor, avoid the entrance of the fortress, and seize the base from the inside. If it wasn't for him, maybe only the pirate group that came out of the Grand Line, a little bigger, with a few pirate ships would dare to do this. So Wilhelm asked in the first sentence not who the attackers were, but how many ships came. As long as there are many ships and flags, it is not easy to recognize who it is. In the end, the answer I got was just a 343 person, which made me a little unbelievable. Isn't this suicide, even if it's some vicious and well-known pirates in the Grand Line? They also dare not attack the Marine base rashly. The first is that the Marine base that occupies the geographical area is matched with various artillery weapons, and it is too difficult to break through. The second is that even if it is really breached, it will be even more vigorously hunted down in the face of the worldwide bounty offered by the Marine headquarters. Only one person dares to come to the Marine base to make trouble. Do you think our artillery is all for display? You go to the intelligence room and find out if there is a warrant for this person. Wilhelm is rough and detailed. Although I think this is very likely to be the common pirates, or even the common people, who came to seek revenge on Colonel Mouse. But just in case, one or two pirates far beyond common sense attack the base. Then, this kind of monster is probably not something they can deal with. For example, the Grand Line has a bounty of 200 to 300 million Baileys for monsters. With East Blue's fortifications, it may not be able to resist. Then it's time to call for help from the nearby marine base in advance. Even asking for help from Vice Admiral Garp, who is rushing here. If it's someone who wants to die in common, it's fine for them to deal with it here. Too much mobilization will make the 17 branches appear incompetent. It's just that the guy who used to settle accounts with Colonel Mouse, didn't it usually happen at sea or on other islands? It's really the first time for someone to come directly to Marine Base, and dare to say such outrageous words. As for the troublesome hands of Colonel Mouse, he usually helped to deal with them easily. Who made Colonel Mouse very good at doing things, and he was given a lot of Bailey every month, and he was a very discerning subordinate. But not long after Wilhelm gave the order, a Marine panicked and ran in to report. Master Rear Admiral, the unknown explosion just now blasted open the gate of the fortress, and the enemy has already entered. What? Where's the blocking force? Wilhelm's face changed. It's all gone. The opponent made a move. Advertisement. Activate all troops immediately and enter the first level combat alert. Wilhelm also became serious at this moment. Where did Colonel Mouse provoke such a strong man? Hope it's not too outrageous. Report. This person cannot be found in the current arrest warrant. Fortunately, strengthen your troops, take him down as soon as possible, don't wait until Vice Admiral Garp arrives, let him see this kind of joke. Wilhelm breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. It's not those extremely powerful monsters with a bounty of hundreds of millions of Baileys, so you can rest assured. Most of them are people with little strength, but this is their territory. Even if you have some strength, you have to lie down. Come to look for me. At this time, is this trying to prevent me from getting promoted and making a fortune? You are looking for death. What are you still doing? No matter who came, they were all arrested by me. Wait and see how I will die. Fortunately, Vice Admiral Garp hasn't come yet. If he is seen by Vice Admiral Garp, his impression points will definitely drop. Colonel Mouse angrily yelled at Marine in front of him. But he didn't care too much, when he heard that there was only one attacker. He couldn't help laughing, he wasn't on the grand line like Wilhelm was. I don't know that some guys can fight against thousands and tens of thousands. Their vision is narrow. A person, no matter how you look at it, is looking for death. In his opinion, it was just a way to die. But this guy has a big grudge against me. Who could it be? Colonel Mouse himself was also a little confused, but he had bullied too many people, so he couldn't be sure who it was. But as long as you catch it, you will know it naturally. Come on, Sergeant Emily, let's continue. Colonel Mouse teased the woman beside him. The woman bit her lip and shed tears of aggrieved helplessness. Crack. Seeing this, Colonel Mouse slapped him. Don't be so disappointing. Don't forget, as long as I am unhappy, I can put your family in prison at any time. The prison is not as comfortable as outside. Colonel Mouse angrily threatened. Master Colonel, what happened again? The situation seems to be a little bad. The forward blocking team can't take down the intruder. What? What are you kidding? There are 500 people. Can't take a single person. Colonel Mouse scolded. It is true. Let me see. If you dare to lie to me, you will die. Colonel Mouse hurriedly walked to the balcony. From here, he could overlook the entire marine base. Don't you come out. Do you think I'm joking? Don't force me to kill people. If you don't let me come out and give me an explanation, I will assume that you are all together. At that time, it will not be as simple as coma and disability. Reika carrying an axe chisel rate fortress iron gate. After coming to the door, there is a team of hundreds of people, they line up first, and then a few rounds of gunfire come down. Reika just burst out her own magic power and knocked all the bullets that approached into powder. Shot from the air with an axe, the entire piece of air was shaken by a powerful force at an extremely high speed. Under the high-speed amplitude, it crashed into the past like a solid wall of air. It was just a collision. Hundreds of fully armed Marines didn't even know what happened, and they were all thrown into the air, like celestial maidens scattering flowers. That scene was extremely shocking to the other Marines in the entire base. After all, hundreds of people were blasted into the sky at the same time. How could this be done? Everyone be careful. The opponent may be demon fruit power. At this time, more Marines rushed over like a tide. There are guns in all directions, and even the cannons on the mountain wall in the distance have adjusted their muzzles and aimed at Reika. The new team has more than 1,000 people and is still increasing. Advertisement. But they are not close yet, hold a certain distance. Many Marines are carrying rockets that can launch prison nets. Whenever possible, capture enemies alive. This is what Colonel Mouse meant, and it is also a policy implemented from above. Especially when the opponent is likely to be demon fruit power. If you can catch it alive, try to catch it alive. If you don't have the conditions to create a condition to catch it alive, if you can't create it, then consider killing it. Are you the commander of this base? Reika looked at the Marine officer who was in charge of commanding the troops to line up to greet him and asked. No, Master Rear Admiral has no time to pay attention to an unknown intruder. Why are you here? With such a big commotion, your commander came to ask me if I have any desire to have something happen. That is to say, he knows what Colonel Mouse is doing, and he knows what he is doing, so there is no need to know more about it. Is that what it means? What a disappointment. Reika's eyes showed an indifference that made everyone feel stressed. Invisibly, it was as if the air had condensed into substance, pressing down on their hearts. It is obvious that there is only one person on the other side, and it is obvious that they are the party with an absolute numerical advantage. At this moment, they felt the killing intent permeating their bones, and many Marines continued to break out in cold sweat and swallow their saliva. The hand holding the spear trembled slightly. He stood there alone, and the sun demon fire was rising from his body, which was extremely blazing, and the sun had already risen very high. Like the sun god bathed in the divine radiance, he is about to start a trial and cleansing of the world. He is so calm, yet so tall, with the arrogance and contempt of a god. He is handsome and oppressive. I'll say it again, put down your weapons and catch them with your hands, or you will die. You are already surrounded. Marine, the leader of the team, warned again. He has raised his palm. As long as he gives an order, the guns will fire together, and the absolute firepower advantage is enough to tear any enemy apart. It seems that you haven't figured out the situation yet. I am the one who surrounds you and is giving you a chance to survive. If you don't take the initiative to come out, I will force you to come out. Reika raised the axe high, and the fire wires gathered from all directions to recharge the magic power. Fire. Seeing that Reika had no intention of being caught without a fight. Marine, the leader of the team, gave the order immediately, and the puffy cannon sounded, and the first wave was the prison net fired from the bazooka. There are several precious webs with seastone attached to it mixed in. The anger shines on Madara. Reika stopped suppressing his anger and looked towards the main building of Marine Base. Slashing out with an axe, the terrifying energy of the Madara 3.7 solar fire gathered into a columnar shock wave with stronger penetrating power and greater power. Boom. The shock wave blasted out, and all the prison nets that hit were instantly melted, and then the energy beam went straight to the most magnificent main building in the base. There was only a terrifying shock, and the entire main building was directly pierced by the blow. From the middle position, vertically impacted into left and right halves, creating a gap over 10 meters wide out of thin air. The entire majestic and magnificent main building was cut through, and the metal and walls melted under the terrible high temperature at the fracture. And Colonel Mouse and Wilhelm Rear Admiral, standing on the two halves of the main building, they almost peed in fear. They were standing at the fracture, only 2 or 3 meters away from the place where the energy shock wave passed by just now. If the position was wider just now, they might respond directly. And after the shock wave pierced through the main building, it didn't stop, it kept blasting out until there was another loud bang, and all the Marines in the entire base were stunned and filled with fear. The entire mountain, under this bombardment, was directly blown up and vaporized. Upon seeing this, Colonel Mouse collapsed to the ground. Wilhelm Rear Admiral looked at Colonel Mouse on the other half of the main building, and shouted tremblingly, "Rat, how on earth did you provoke such a monster? You want to kill me?" 91. Intermediate Conquerors Haki, deter 5,000 enemies. Seeking subscription. Colonel Mouse's face turned pale with fright, and his mouth trembled. He also wanted to know exactly when he offended this terrifying guy. With one blow of the axe, the huge main building was split vertically into 2, and the majestic mountaintop was blasted into powder. Is this the power that humans can possess? I shouldn't have offended such a powerful guy. He has always bullied the weak and feared the strong, but Fan felt that the other party had some strength. It is impossible to provoke him foolishly, otherwise he would not live today. Arrogance, if you want to divide the target, if the other party has power or strength, you have to taboo one or two. Colonel Mouse's legs were swinging, and he was paralyzed for a long time, unable to stand up. Master Wilhelm, I don't know, I swear I have never seen him. If I have, how could I forget it with this appearance? Of course, there is another possibility that he hasn't said yet, if he is so handsome that he feels inferior. Respect yourself, that is, disfigured, disrespectful, he would have been killed by him and thrown into the sea. You sure. Colonel Mouse nodded hastily. Look at the situation first. Although he is strong, our base is not vegetarian. This is provoking Marine's bottom line. Hearing what Colonel Mouse said, Wilhelm did not betray him immediately. After all, if the opponent hits the base like this, even if the strength is amazing. If he doesn't fight back, where will he put his face? The entire Marine base has more than 6,000 troops and a complete range of weapons. And for those with abilities, as long as the sniper finds the right opportunity and uses Kang Curry's only firearm that can fire seastone bullets, give him a shot, and he has to obey obediently. Master Wilhelm, isn't this person even your opponent? Colonel Mouse had been listening to Wilhelm's glory days in the Grand Line. Although it is rare for Master Wilhelm to make a move, 21 Wilhelm's strength has long been deeply rooted in his heart. Ahem, the strength is not so comparable. There is a difference between personal ability and devil fruit ability. They are good at different directions. If the ability is extremely destructive, generally speaking, they have a very strong advantage over non-capable people. Wilhelm is indeed a practical school. It's just that his real strength is probably only at the lower level of the colonel of the Marine headquarters. Compared with the common Marine, he is enough to defeat 100 with one. But compared with the real strong, they are stronger ants. Being able to become a Marine Rear Admiral was originally assigned to East Blues Up and Down, and the above did it to appease him. In terms of individual combat power, he can't be like Reika, who has such destructive power with every gesture. Colonel Mouse was silent. He was a fine man, and he immediately heard Wilhelm's surprise. He was not right. If you can't catch him alive, shoot him. Open fire. Marine, the team leader, didn't get the latest order, and immediately ordered according to the established level. Countless cannons are aimed at Reika. This time it is no longer a prison bomb, but hundreds of cannons that can level a small island. All the Marines who heard the order remained vigilant and quickly stepped back to keep a distance from Reika. And Reika just watched indifferently. Boom 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 boom. Given order, 100 cannons are fired, roaring like a prehistoric beast. With this kind of intensive firepower, anyone has to be afraid. Even things that usually seem to have little effect on the strong will produce qualitative changes after reaching a certain amount. After all, human beings are still flesh and blood. If not, the firepower of Buster Call would not scare the world so much. Advertisement. Buster Call is equipped with top-level artillery, which is extremely powerful. Under the bombardment covering all areas, a country will be permanently erased from the map. Amidst the sound of gunfire, Wilhelm and others showed confident smiles. Although this kind of cover bombing will cause a lot of damage to the base, but these can be made up for afterwards. Now that the main building has been blown away, it is already a huge loss of composure, and the situation must not be allowed to expand any longer. Even if you are far superior to ordinary people, you are still a body of flesh and blood. No matter who you are dead. Colonel Mouse said excitedly as he watched the sky change under the roar of hundreds of guns. Reika faces thousands of shells flying at the same time. Just swung the one-handed axe in a circle, and then swept in a circular arc. Sunstorm. Boom. The whole sea of flames roared, like a river of anger spiraling and spreading around. Connected end to end, they form a ring, and the flames expand rapidly, like a wave of flames. The cannonballs bombarded from all directions were all swallowed and melted by the boiling solar storm, without even a single spark being blown up. If it weren't for this ring spreading in the air, the entire area nearby would be reduced to scorched earth in an instant. The temperature of this flame wave is extremely high, and it can easily melt steel into molten iron in an instant. What is this? All the shells have been swallowed. Everyone, get down. The team leader saw the moment the shells were swallowed and melted. He was so frightened that his heart stopped suddenly, and he yelled suddenly. All the Marines scrambled, all lay down. I'm afraid that if I get a little bit contaminated, the consequences will be unimaginable. The main building has a line of sight, you should be there. Reika looked up, but Colonel Mouse couldn't be seen from this angle. But I saw an officer with a high rank and some strength looking here. Reika understands the principle of capturing the thief first, and he is not here to kill these common Marines. Others, whether they are corrupt or righteous, have nothing to do with Reika. He's just here to settle accounts with Colonel Mouse. Stop him quickly. Wilhelm was strong, and he saw Reika's eyes looking over here, and after they looked at each other. Wilhelm immediately understood the meaning in Reika's eyes. This is indeed the most simple, direct, and labor-saving and time-saving method. He is the highest officer of this Marine base, so he naturally knows everything about this base. Wilhelm quickly picked up the phone bug and told the officers of each unit to immediately intercept Reika and prevent him from approaching. Colonel Mouse, who was facing Wilhelm from the side, couldn't help trembling all over his body. Why are there so many shells? Can't even hit a single shot. What are you kidding? Is this still a human being? What to do? Bang bang bang. The Marines who got the order raised their guns, and the dense rain of bullets poured out of the chambers. Get out. Reika glared, stepped forward, and the Conqueror's Haki erupted like a torrent, sweeping everywhere in an instant. All the bullets fired were substantially affected, and all stagnated in midair, and then more than 99% of the people nearby all fell down. Under the deterrence of Conqueror's Haki, only a small number of elite Marines with good strength can stand. But their faces were full of horror, and cold sweat broke out on their backs. For such a moment, they seemed to feel that the person standing in front of them was not a human being. It was some kind of higher creature, looking down at them from above the sky. As long as they are willing, stretch out a finger, they can all be crushed to death. This is a deterrent from biological instinct. For those who lack will and courage, even a glance is enough to make them lose hope of living. What's going on? What happened to everyone? Countless Marines exclaimed. They were in East Blue. Let alone Haki, even demon fruit power is extremely rare. Advertisement. As for Conqueror's Haki, even Wilhelm Rear Admiral, I have only heard of it before, but never seen it with my own eyes. Seeing it for the first time now, he is not sure. He thinks it should be the devil fruit ability of the heavy truck. Because at the beginning, he thought so, and his preconceived notions made him afraid to go in the direction of Conqueror's Haki. In Wilhelm's memory, the people who own Conqueror's Haki are all emperors in New World. This man is indeed powerful and terrifying, but it is still too early to be compared with the emperors of the New World. It's too scary. Wilhelm's clothes were also wet with sweat, and he didn't want to fight this monster even if he was killed. What kind of monster is this? What magic did he use? This is a large army of more than 5,000 people. The leader Marine was so frightened that he collapsed and looked at the Marines in Yangzhou in disbelief. Felt like I was living an unprecedented nightmare. There were originally a large number of Marines like the tide, but only a very small number of them stood alone at this moment, with blank and terrified faces. Frightened and frozen in place, the advantage in numbers disappeared in an instant. You, don't come here. Because of fear, Wilhelm looked at Reika, who was walking towards him step by step, as if he was in no one's land. He was so frightened that he screamed subconsciously. After shouting, even his old face turned slightly red, and the sky was at peace. On his own territory, to be frightened to such an extent by a mere intruder. But at that moment of fear, he couldn't control 693 at all. Protect Lord Rear Admiral. Take him down. In an instant, the lonely Marines all around woke up like a dream under the exclamation. Pull out the weapon you carry, and kill Reika who is walking forward. Even if they are still afraid, the mission of the soldiers prevents them from drawing their swords and fighting, waiting to die. Soldiers have good soldiers. However, generals are not necessarily good generals. Facing these Marines who charged up, Reika swept away with a sharp axe. 3 strong wind tornadoes circled and flew out, twisting and flying the rushing Marine, screams rang out continuously, and blood spattered. For these low-level Marines, Reika didn't kill them all, he didn't know if they were good or bad. But since he did it, injury is inevitable, and if it can be determined that it is Colonel Mouse's subordinates. Reika will not be soft-hearted, he will kill them all with one axe. Stop him, stop him. At this moment, Colonel Mouse also stood up and yelled frantically at the Marines around him. He is also here, even if Reika can't see it for a while, but come closer, sooner or later he will be found. Whoever takes him, I personally reward him with 20 million Baileys. Although Colonel Mouse didn't know what he was looking for, and he didn't know him, the person who came was not kind. Hearing this, many Marines were as excited as if they had chicken blood on their faces. 20 million Baileys is definitely a huge sum of money for them. Fluffy. But even the Marines of the branch, how could they stop Reika? Reika came step by step, all the Marines rushed up one after another, and fell down one after another. You seemed to call Colonel Mouse the boss just now, and he is your immediate superior. So what? PFF'd. Reika swept the axe, and the heads of the whole team flew up at the same time. It's not that bad, it's just a brain machine. Ah, a Marine was terrified when he saw this, and all of them were beheaded. This guy started killing people directly. Marine, whose blood was just boiling over money, suddenly cooled down again. Little brother, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Mouse, come out and explain. Wilhelm looked at the approaching Reika, quickly lowered his posture, and said obsequiously. 92. Just wanting to kill you, Garp arrived at the Marine 17 branch. Please subscribe. I'm here to find Colonel Mouse, that wicked lone shark. Is it necessary to risk my life for him? Maybe he's doing something wicked again. A Marine Sow said in a low voice. The brothers heard the words. They all nodded, took a step back, and were no longer so active. The main reason is that Reika has always been ruthless, but not fatal. The real fatal thing is that when they heard that those Marines were the direct subordinates of Colonel Mouse, they cut off their heads. Anyone who is not stupid can immediately guess that this man came because of personal grievances. If they can stop it, they will naturally maintain Marines' strength and justice. But the key is that you can't stop it, so it's much easier to find excuses to convince yourself. If you really don't know anything, and you are killed by him like this, then your death is not worth it. And now Wilhelm Rear Admiral didn't give the death order, and asked Colonel Mouse to come out and explain. It's not too late to decide whether to go up or not after figuring it out. Colonel Mouse is naturally extremely popular with his own clique, but not at Marine base. Many Marines encountered difficulties and asked him to borrow money, but were overcharged because of unclear terms and interest. Don't give it. Then you will be greeted with endless revenge and boss's little shoes. As for giving, it is basically hurting the muscles and bones, being beaten to the bone and sucking the marrow, and squeezed to the end. Colonel Mouse, why are you still standing there? Do you want the entire Marine base to be buried with you? Wilhelm didn't know whether Marine base would be buried with you, but he didn't want to be like Colonel Mouse's idiots just now. Beheaded with an axe. He doesn't want to die. As long as he doesn't die, what does other people's death have to do with him? Even if Colonel Mouse is handed over, the monster will not kill him, what's wrong? So when Reika is getting closer, there is no Marine, no shelling can stop him from going forward, and he is already targeting him. Under the pressure of Reika, Wilhelm decisively turned his attention to Colonel Mouse. Colonel Mouse looked at Wilhelm Rear Admiral sullenly. At this time, he had no choice but to face it. He stood up tremblingly, came to the edge of the gap, leaned out half of his body, and then politely shouted to Reika with Wilhelm's words. Little brother, I've seen it, did you admit to the wrong person, or listen to someone's lies? There is really no way, Colonel Mouse can only try to extract himself from certain things. Never met, no matter what he hears, there will always be room for maneuver. Hearing this, the other Marines also stopped their progress and watched silently. They also wanted to know what made him single-handedly come to Marine base. If it wasn't for his strength, someone else would have been hacked to death or captured alive by the Marines long ago. Have you forgotten what you did this morning? 100 million Baileys is very comfortable. Reika calmly looked at Colonel Mouse. Colonel Mouse felt the real murderous aura enveloping him, and his heartbeat accelerated wildly, as if the heart would jump out of his chest due to nervousness and fear in the next second. You were sent by the thief named Nami. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. A little thief cat, how could he know someone like you? Pipe exclamation mark quote. Colonel Mouse instantly understood. It's just that he never imagined in his dreams that a little thief, a small person who was allowed to be slaughtered by him, would have a relationship with such a powerful person. It is common sense that birds of a feather flock together. The circle where the little thieves live is destined to be only common villagers and evil dragons and other pirates. Advertisement. If you have such a powerful friend, how can you be played around by the evil dragon? It doesn't make sense at all. She is the navigator on our ship, you have two choices now. Reika said indifferently, carrying an axe. What choice? Colonel Mouse asked subconsciously. First, you choose to commit suicide, and second, I will kill you. Hearing Reika's words, Colonel Mouse's face changed drastically. You are not a choice at all. Don't deceive people too much, this is Marine base, do you know what you are fighting against? The other party didn't intend to let him go. Colonel Mouse was instantly furious when he heard this. The other Marines also became serious when they heard the words, this young and handsome boy must have gone too crazy. But the thought of this man blowing up the entire Marine base simply and rudely by himself. Until now, they still have no way to take him down. He does have arrogant capital. Wilhelm Rear Admiral's complexion gradually darkened. At this time, no matter what he said, it was inappropriate. Even though it was obvious that the Marine base he was in was ignored by this man, he didn't dare to intervene rashly, and didn't want to get involved in the conflict between the two. It's just that every second of Reika's madness in his territory is slapped in the face by him. I was originally a pirate, so it's strange to be an enemy of Marine. How about it, have you considered it? Reika twisted his neck, it should be almost enough for him to feel despair before dying. Maybe it's unnecessary, but it's okay, he can afford it. It's just some Baileys. I will return all the Baileys I got to you, but I only took 50 million Baileys, and the other 50 million Baileys are in the hands of the ruler of Kokosia village. Seeing that the threat doesn't work, the opponent still wants to kill himself. Colonel Mouse had to take another step back, and said in a low voice. Money precious, but he doesn't want to risk his life. And in public, he certainly won't admit his relationship with the dragon pirates. To put it another way, if this man knew Nami, he would know who he was talking about. It is best to be able to divert trouble from the east. It's just some Baileys. Ha ha ha, you have committed an unforgivable crime. Reika's eyes became more murderous. What's the crime? It's only natural for the Marine to collect the thief's stolen goods. Colonel Mouse tried to argue with reason. You made our navigator cry. This is an unforgivable capital crime. As for the evil dragon, don't waste your efforts in vain. I have already killed the evil dragon. Don't worry, he walked very painfully. Before dying, he knelt pray, and curse me. That voice is really sweet. Reika grinned. The rather morbid appearance made everyone believe what he said for the first time. With such strength, and speaking so intoxicated, it is impossible to pretend. I'm willing to take out the other half and make up 100 million Baileys. No, I'll give you 150 million Baileys. As long as this matter is over. Colonel Mouse's heart was pounding violently. Such a powerful dragon died unexpectedly. Up. Do you think money can solve problems? You don't have to kill me. If you kill me, you won't get any money. That's the money she has saved for a long time. Didn't you come to ask for money? No, I'm here to kill you, and now I'm here. Reika strode towards Colonel Mouse again. Along the way, the Marines froze in place with some fear. Advertisement. A few subordinates of the Mouse jumped out from the crowd to sneak attack. As a result, Reika raised the knife and dropped his head, bloody, ruthless and brutal. Seeing Reika's appearance, the Mouse couldn't help taking a few steps back. You lunatic. What are you still doing? This guy just admitted that he is a pirate, don't forget your responsibilities. Seeing Reika's teasing, killing intent in his eyes, Colonel Mouse was sure that this guy came here to kill himself from the very beginning. I will never let myself go. Those crazy eyes are sure to kill me. Damn the evil dragon. You be asterisk 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 the evil dragon. That little thieving cat has such a backer, but he has no news at all. Colonel Mouse crazily insulted the evil dragon in his heart. What should I do now? What should I do? Who can save myself? Listening to Colonel Mouse's words, the nearby Marines looked at each other and tightened their weapons. Since the other party is a pirate, they are Marines, and if someone breaks in like this, there will be no response. What will their justice, the Marine headquarters, and the people outside think of them? Their eyes turned to Wilhelm Rear Admiral, waiting for his order. Idiot. You can do whatever you want. Why do you look at lousy with such eyes? Didn't you see that this killer is still here? If I issue a lore order, the other party may immediately abandon Colonel Mouse and solve the problem. Commander myself. Through observation, Wilhelm felt that he might not be able to make 20 moves in the hands of this man, and he might lose and die. He doesn't want to risk his life, but now everyone is looking at him, he's under a lot of pressure, he's in a dilemma. Boy, since it's a personal grievance between you guys, I won't get involved, but the Marine legendary hero, Monkey D. Garp, is about to arrive. If you don't want to die, I advise you to leave here as soon as possible. Wilhelm Rear Admiral quickly thought of a person who could both accepted steps. As long as this guy doesn't make trouble now and doesn't threaten his life, that's fine. For the next thing, think about it later, and get through the current difficulties. Wilhelm originally thought that once these words came out, Reika would restrain himself, and even retreat into timidity. After all, Garp, the Marine hero, is the hero of the world. He is legendary. He is a strong man who can scare off countless pirates just by his name. How could there be pirates who are not afraid? God can't save him today. I said it. Reika is still calm. What he decides to do, he will definitely do. The guy who wants to do it must think about what he is doing. This guy colluded with pirates, harmed dozens of towns including Kokosia village, Limas, and robbed a girl in order to redeem her from the pirates. In my hometown, I have accumulated 100 million Baileys that I have accumulated for many years and worked so hard to get together. Now I want to kill him. From this moment on, anyone who prevents me from killing others will die with him. The choice is yours. Reika clarified the facts, but he didn't want to kill innocent people indiscriminately, and when the facts were clarified, whoever would go up, no matter what the reason. Kill all the alters. What? There is such a thing. It seems to be true. I heard that one of his subordinates vaguely mentioned the matter of cooperating with pirates. I heard that they made a lot of money. Why didn't you say it before? Anyone who tried to speak up is dead. You think I'm stupid. Then you say it now. I think what he said may be true. I don't want you to die in vain. Colonel Mao saw the Marine soldiers falling into suspicion. He was full of fear and uneasiness. Some things had been guessed for a long time, but he usually succumbed to his rights and no one dared to speak nonsense, but now it is different. He is weak. Nonsense. Nonsense gossip. You are Marine, he is a pirate, do you want to be executed for dereliction of duty? Who kills him? I will give him 100 million Baileys. Save my life. Also give him 100 million Baileys. Colonel Mouse's words made the eyes of many Marines light up. The Conqueror's Haki broke out from Branch 17 just now. That's, the gate of the fortress was blown open. Is it an enemy attack? Garp's ship gradually approached Branch 17. When he looked at it, his pupils suddenly shrank. 93. Garp, do you want to stop me? You can't keep it. Please subscribe. Stop him. Colonel Mouse snarled hysterically. For this reason, a high bounty was even offered that countless Marines could not refuse. 100 million Baileys, what it means to be in East Blue, can be known by referring to Nami's deposits over the years. Even Buggy, he has accumulated for many years, but the accumulated wealth is not worth as much as his own bounty head. If you have 100 million Baileys, why do you want to be a Marine? To a safe town where Marines are stationed, it is more than enough to be a rich man for a lifetime. And you are going to trouble Nami with me, do you think he will let you go if I die? If you don't join hands to kill him now, just wait for him to kill you one by one. Although Colonel Mouse was in a panic because of panic, he was also eloquent. Under coercion and lure, many Marines stood up. And they all have high-sounding reasons. Colonel Mouse is right. We are Marines, and the other party is pirates. If he continues to act wild, our Marines will lose face, and the entire East Blue will laugh at us. Marine headquarters pursued the responsibility. Everyone can't escape. Vice Admiral Garp's ship is on its way. If we fail to uphold justice, how will we face the Marine hero? Hold him until Vice Admiral Garp arrives, and he will definitely die. We've brought weapons specifically for demon fruit power. Create a chance for us to kill him. Take him down. Driven by someone with a heart and their own fear, many Marines rushed towards Reika one after another. Most of them are people who have interests with Colonel Mouse. Only a small number of them are unclear or frightened. The fool who had to attack together. And the one who was dazzled by 100 million Baileys. But a greedy person with good combat power. 530. It is precisely because he has confidence in his combat power that he dares to attack again. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out first, and then the Marines waved their swords and rushed towards Reika. Some swarmed towards Colonel Mouse. This type of people is very smart, compared to killing Reika. They feel like escorting Colonel Mouse into the safe haven of Marine base. It's better to keep him alive than to kill Reika. As long as you save his life, you can also get 100 million Baileys, go to the shelter, and wait for Garp's ship to come. They don't believe that this man dares to stay here. Then Colonel Mouse and they will all be saved. But after all, not most of the Marines who did it, because some Marines are in hesitation at this moment. And Wilhelm Rear Admiral still didn't order, they have enough excuses and reasons to excuse themselves after the fact. After all, Colonel Mouse is not the supreme commander. You stupid mortal, those who stand in my way will die. With a bang on Reika's body, he rushed straight into the sky like sun magic fire, wrapped around his body and Rita's magic axe. He has already said the words, if you go on, that is the enemy. Accompanied by Reika's roar, one person with one axe, like a hurricane of death blowing by, the people's limbs instantly disintegrated wherever they passed. 5 people attacked from the front, Reika swung an axe, and the hot line of fire slashed across, bloodstains appeared on the neck at the same time, and the 5 people were killed at the same time, with horror and fear on their faces. Advertisement. They were so dead that they couldn't accept it. They were no match at all, the gap was too great. A giant man of 4 or 5 meters came out from behind a building wielding a big iron rod. Its open black lens bracket troll close black lens bracket abayoya. Someone recognized this Marine, obviously, he is quite famous in Marine. 5 big and 3 rough guys, are you also obsessed with money? CBBA, Reika's eyes didn't have any pity, but there was indifference and arrogant contempt. Then the axe slashed straight down, and the opponent's mace weighing thousands of caddies was sliced open like fruit. The power of the axe remained undiminished, and it continued to slash forward vertically. There was a snort. The whole huge body was cut in half like cutting butter. With a plop, he fell into a pool of blood, and many things in his body were scattered all over the ground, making countless Marines even more terrified. Reika continued on, only 50 meters away from Colonel Mouse. Only Reika is on the ground, he is on high. It's a monster. Colonel Mouse once again limp on the ground, dripping with feces and urine. Under the pressure of this terrifying death, he does not have the ability to resist pressure like a dragon. I was scared to death. Go to hell. Someone rolls out a small cannon and fires the prison net with the sea stone at Reika. When Reika was facing the direction of the small cannon, someone in the dark was holding a sniper gun with sea stone bullets, and decisively pulled the trigger. The merciless sun, clean up the dirt in front of you. Reika raised his hand, and dozens of merciless suns rose in an instant. Like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, she flies and shoots towards every place where there are enemies around. Boom boom boom. The continuous super powerful explosions instantly turned all the places where the Marines were shot into a terrible sea of scorched earth and flames. HSSLS, accompanied by continuous explosion, many people were blown to pieces. The smell of blood became stronger all of a sudden. Seeing this, the other Marines who hadn't made a move were scared out of their wits, and didn't care about the orders that might come. It receded like a tide in an instant, and they all took cover to hide. It's terrible. Raising your hand, you hit an explosion that was more terrifying than a round of intensive artillery fire. What sea stone net, sea stone bullet, was blown to pieces before it got close to him. In the blink of an eye, all Marines who shot at Reika were either corpses falling down in his path into a bloody road, or be blown to pieces by the merciless sun, leaving nothing left. In this way, the guys who participated in bullying Nami will basically be killed. Reika forced Colonel Mouse, hoping that through his coercion and lure, he could inspire his accomplices. So far so good. There may be greed in order to earn a billion Bailey's Marine. But more are the vested interests tied to Colonel Mouse and subordinates who have no choice. Reika no longer has any enemies along the way. Wilhelm Rear Admiral looked at Reika, who slaughtered a group of powerful Marines in an instant. Looking at without saying a word, the violently trembling and changing pupils showed the uneasiness and fear in his heart at the moment. Advertisement. Where do you want to run? Several Marines are about to flee with the Mouse Colonel. As a result, when he was still upstairs, Reika stretched out his finger and pressed down lightly from the air. A pressure comparable to the multiplication of gravity suddenly fell from the sky. The straight drop crushed Colonel Mouse until it pierced through several floors of the ceiling, and then fell to the ground with a bang. The powerful squeeze left his body covered in cuts and bruises instantly. There are even bones visible in some of the wounds. Then those Marines were blown to pieces by Reika's merciless sun. His whole body was in severe pain, but at this moment Colonel Mouse seemed to feel no pain at all. The fear of death made him temporarily forget the pain. He dragged his wounded and stench-smelling body back again and again, with tears all over his face, and desperately begged for mercy. I was wrong, please, don't kill me. You can do whatever you want, I can give you all the money you. Give it all, don't kill me. You can beg for mercy, and of course you can resist. Come on, be good, try to resist. Otherwise, you are so unbearable, and it is even more pleasant to kill the dragon. Reika uses the blade of the axe to gently lift Colonel Mouse's chin, look at his broken, terrified, contorted face. No, please, please, I was really wrong. I shouldn't be obsessed with money and cooperate with the evil dragon. It's all my fault. How can you forgive me and spare my life? Everything the money is still in the room above. Master Wilhelm, save me. I usually send you so much money. How can you refuse to save me? Please, please. Colonel Mouse has never been so regretful, fearful, helpless and desperate. He never dreamed that just taking a thief's stolen goods would lead to such a fatal disaster. He desperately begged for help, but no one paid any attention at the moment. Reika's bloody attack silenced everyone. Besides, Colonel Mouse is not clean himself. What a disappointment, a waste that only begs for mercy. It seems that I overestimated you. It's really boring. Forgive you, it's the devil's business, and I'm responsible for sending you to the devil. Reika held up the magic axe. Rita is getting ready. Boy, this is Marine base, do you want to kill the Marine officer here? But at this moment, a sullen voice sounded. There was a loud bang in the sky, and a strong figure struck like a meteor, and then fell to the ground with a bang. He looked at Reika with piercing eyes, and his face was not very good looking. But if a Marine sees someone gouging through the Marine base and killing people inside it, it's impossible to look good. Garp is no exception. That's it. Vice Admiral Garp. Everyone looked at this shining figure, their pupils shrank suddenly, and their faces were full of shock. All the Marines who have been suppressed and lost their will to fight are all boiling at this moment. Vice Admiral Garp, it's Vice Admiral Garp, that's great. We're saved. Some Marines, who were full of fear, burst into tears when they saw this. Vice Admiral Garp, quickly take down this lunatic, we are no match for him. Wilhelm came to his senses at this moment, pointing at Reika and saying. This will be in the last second, he dare not do this. But now, things have turned around, the situation is different, with Garp, even if there is only one person. They will also be invincible. At the same time, Wilhelm did not forget to put gold on his face, saying that he and others are not opponents, it seems like he has gone through a bloody battle. Vice Admiral Garp, help me, this guy is a lunatic, he's out of his mind. Help me. Colonel Mouse seemed to be catching the last straw, and suddenly he became energetic. I didn't expect it to come. Vice Admiral Garp, do you want to prevent me from killing him? Reika was just surprised, and then said calmly. As a Marine, this old man shouldn't stop you from killing him. Let him go, we can sit down and talk about anything, don't make things worse. Garp tried to stabilize Reika. It's useless, the person I want to kill, even you, can't keep it. At least, at this distance, you can't. Reika shook his axe, and the sharp cold light flashed across Colonel Mouse's neck, hissing with a sound, the head flew high with disbelief and fear. Colonel Mouse is dead. 94. It's noon. The ultimate mode, heaven and the world, I am the only one. Close black lens bracket. Dead. Colonel Mouse just died before the eyes of Vice Admiral Garp. All the joy and excitement of Marine, at this moment, was poured with ice water that penetrated the soul. His expression suddenly froze, he was stunned, and he couldn't believe it. After the arrival of Vice Admiral Garp, they thought that all the initiative should go back to their Marine once again. This is a matter of course and a matter of course. No matter who the attacker is. They have the Marine hero Garp, a man who has been hunted down many times and driven the One Piece King Roger into despair. Surprisingly, it happened so quickly. The man ignored Vice Admiral Garp's warning, without hesitation, so to speak. Before he raised his hand, the axe struck, the sharp edge slashed, and the head fell to the ground. Even Vice Admiral Garp couldn't save it. This guy is a complete lunatic. Wilhelm was terrified, subconsciously took a few steps back. He just thought that Vice Admiral Garp is here and everything will work out. Didn't expect this guy to be scared of Vice Admiral Garp at all, not even a shocking surprise. Unbeknownst to Wilhelm, not long ago, Reika and Garp had encountered a battle on the sea. Even if they encounter it again, they don't even have much surprise in their hearts. After all, Garp was indeed in East Blue, and Reika knew about it. Vice Admiral Garp, you should thank me for cleaning up the garbage for your Marine. Reika, who had finished the killing and had blood splashed on his clothes, raised his head slightly and stared at Garp arrogantly. Not only is there no fear at all, it even looks like it's a matter of course. Marine's expression was serious, and they were all puzzled. Did this guy eat a bear's heart and a leopard's guts? Why didn't he have any fear at all? What do you mean? Garp asked in a deep voice, but he rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Reika step by step. Regardless of what he is doing now, killing so many people in Marine base. When things are cleared up, he has to take down Reika first due to Marine duty, it's impossible to ignore it. What I mean is, I can help you kill another corrupt guy. You sounded very happy just now, didn't you? Reika's words sounded instantly. The whole person exploded with a lightning speed, swung the axe and charged towards Wilhelm Rear Admiral. Wilhelm Rear Admiral's face was filled with panic immediately, terrifying killing intent and a strong sense of oppression locked on him. Make him unable to move away for a while. Master Garp, help me, Wilhelm cried for help. Just now, in his heart, he still had some contempt for Colonel Mouse who was so frightened that his shit was pouring out. But now that he felt the man's crazy killing intent, he couldn't help but spit out something. Stop. Wilhelm didn't need to remind Garp after Colonel Mouse was out of reach and killed by Reika. His vigilance has been raised to the highest level, and the entire island, at the moment, is in Garp's observation. Haki feels as follows. In this world, Haki is the only strongest force that can help people climb to the top. Others, devil fruit alone will not work, even if it is a phantom beast. This is what Four Emperors Kaido said to Luffy when he was awakened. And Garp is the man who has mastered the two powers of Haki and Taijutsu and reached the pinnacle. Reika is fast, but Vice Admiral Garp in a serious state is even faster. Whoosh. Garp's high-speed movement, such as teleportation, disappeared in the last second, and appeared in front of Reika without warning in the next second. Standing between him and Wilhelm, Garp doesn't know what's going on, but he can't just sit back and watch Reika keep killing. It won't be too late to decide how to deal with it after everyone has taken it down and figured out the situation. Advertisement. Last time I let you run away, this time I will stay obediently. Garp had previously fought against Reika, and from his attack style, he thought that Reika would not be a villainous person. But right now, the entire Marine base is littered with corpses, and even after he arrives, he still wants to continue to attack other Marines. This didn't put him in the eyes at all, and he was extremely cruel. Garp-san, today is different, do you know what time it is? Even if Garp was standing in front of him, Reika still charged forward. What are you talking about? Garp frowned, unable to keep up with Reika's thoughts. It will be noon soon. After the words fell, Reika's whole body boiled with a terrifying aura that even shocked Garp. Boom. Reika is like a little sun, igniting ultimate's powerful and surging sun magic power while running. Flames surged out of him, tearing at the atmosphere, accompanied by thunder and lightning. This destructive force rushed straight into the sky, tearing the sky Luyun. The body shape has also become taller, mighty, and extremely strong. 1 minute before noon, Reika entered the heaven and the world, I am the only one mode. The power of the sun is boiling. Face Garp, who may be slightly stronger than Hawkeye. If Reika doesn't want to be arrested, she won't be able to keep her real arts. He doesn't want to be caught by Garp and thrown into impelled down before even entering the Grand Line. What's going on? Seeing that Reika's strength and aura are many times stronger than what he encountered before. After Garp swung his fist, he belatedly covered armament Haki. Pung. The roar more intense than a volcanic eruption resounded all around at the moment when the fist and the axe collided. Terrible shock waves rippled, and the surrounding buildings burst into pieces in an instant. Countless Marines were rushed out. Oops. And when Garp's punch suddenly came out with stronger power, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Wilhelm, so close to them. This sudden increase in power made him forget for a moment to unload the force, or to blast the shock wave. And Reika deliberately directs all the energy pouring in the direction of Wilhelm Rear Admiral next to Garp. Exploding arrogance. Reika even detonated all the pouring energy in an instant. Garp himself is caught up in it all unguarded, and there's no time to save Wilhelm. No. Iron body. Wilhelm watched the terrifying energy shock wave rippling towards him, and couldn't help screaming in despair. This force is not only Reika's own, but also Garp's fist force, all of which were violently detonated by Reika. It is extremely terrifying. Boom. Wilhelm wanted to escape, but it was too late, so he had to use the 6-style iron body to defend with all his strength. But it was useless. This force surged out, and his whole body exploded into blood mist, leaving nothing behind. Garp is furious. Buddhas are angry, let alone Garp. Marine was killed in front of his eyes twice in a row. It's okay to say that the first time, he came late after all, and the distance between the two is still very long. Reika, who has controlled Colonel Mouse, has enough time to kill him. The second time, he should have been able to stop it in time, but Reika suddenly became so many times stronger. This made Garp, who had some judgment on Reika's strength, make a mistake. Even though Garp has seen a lot of freaks. But I have never seen a monster whose strength can be increased so many times in just 1 or 2 days. Even this can be said to be misled by experience. Without the previous meeting, Garp would not have assessed what Reika's strength might be like, but would have been on full alert. But because of the meeting, Garp has preconceived views and judgments. When he found something wrong, even if he could react and increase his strength, he couldn't care about the nearest Wilhelm. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. I still underestimate you, but today, you can't leave. Garp said in a deep voice. After the death of the Marine officer and his colleague, his mood is no longer relaxed. Reika's strength is also extremely strong, so it can't be relaxed. With such a powerful strength, even in the New World, it is an extremely excellent leader among them. But I met in East Blue. The person I want to kill. You can't even stop me. If you want to stop me, you can try. Reika didn't say much. Because he knew, even if he told Garp, what Colonel Mouse did. Garp will still take himself down to the appropriate court, maybe with the facts and Garp's last support. He might be exonerated from murder, but maybe not. So what if Garp is righteous? How often is he out of control? Hand over your own destiny to others, Reika can't do it. Don't trust them either. And if that's the case, how can we see Garp's true strength? HMPH. Garp didn't say anything, just snorted coldly. Then the whole body swelled with terrifying energy, clenched his right fist, wisps of hot air came out, and the top armament Haki covered his fist. 0. To take down a strong player like Reika, for Garp, the state of idleness is not enough. He pulled his fist back, and Reika's eyes froze immediately. He could see the terrifying power wrapped around that fist. It seems that the entire space where it is located is crushed. The atmosphere is roaring and shaking. Fist bone. Meteor. Boom. The fist swung out, and the air exploded in an instant. One person came rushing with one punch. The fist has the meaning of a fist. This is the fist that the meteorite fell and destroyed everything on the surface. Reika feels a sense of crisis like never before. This fist is too fast. Garp appeared in front of him like a teleportation. Reika found that if he hadn't been in the posture of being the only one in the sky in the world, I'm afraid it may not be possible to clearly capture Garp's figure. Reika reacted, covered the magic axe with magic power to block, and at the same time stimulated the internal magic power to release a fan-shaped energy shock wave. Pong. But the energy shock wave was roughly shattered by Garp's meteor fist, and the fist still struck. The ring of the sun god who resists. Reika swung his axe in a circle, and the impenetrable sun magic power formed a magic shield after swinging the axe, surrounding Reika. Pong. But Garp's fist, which seemed to have the impact of a meteorite that could destroy everything, still shattered the magic shield. Then he punched Reika's magic axe firmly. Reika flew straight upside down for several thousand meters, was directly punched and flew half an island away, and came to the back mountain area of the marine base. Everything here is undeveloped, dense Lin Yi. Apparently this is Garp's intention. I am afraid that the battle between the two will affect the innocent. This has been well proved just now. As expected of the strongest group of people in the world. It seems that if you don't work hard, you can't do it. This is different from the competition. To be caught by Garp, for Reika, the rest of his life is basically over. This is the pressure that Hawkeye can't bring to him. Because with Hawkeye, after all, it is more of a competition. But now is the real moment of life and death. Reika spat out a mouthful of blood. Garp saw this, his eyes were extremely surprised, he didn't even lie down with the punch in the front. Just now Garp realized that this power was enough to knock him down and capture him alive, but he didn't expect it to be just like this. And he still said desperately. Is there any whole card? No way. The sun is just right. Open black lens bracket ultimate. Heaven and earth, I am the only one close black lens bracket. Knife. 95. Garp. Defeating you must be something worth looking forward to. Please subscribe. Boom. The sun magic fire formed by the burning of life force rose from Reika's body. The only one in the ultimate mode. Need to burn vitality. A stronger force spreads out, shocking Garp. Reika's body seemed to have a sun furnace steaming. Can clearly hear the terrifying energy surging in the body, like the sound of thunder being suppressed in the body, making a dull and surging muffled sound. In addition, Reika's body and muscle fullness have once again expanded to ultimate. The undulating lines of the body show the most obvious violent aesthetics. Just by looking at it, one can feel that every muscle is full of explosive power. The whole person is also like a small titan, the air twists as the breath gushes out. The flames-like inscriptions are attached to Reika's body, and the surrounding mountains and forests have not touched the flames, but they are gradually burning due to the high temperature. Even in the eyes, there seem to be two little suns hidden, with an indifferent expression, like a god who ruled over the common people. This is the first time that Reika has activated the sovereign in the ultimate mode. This feeling of overdrawing vitality directly into strength. Let Reika fully feel what is really powerful. It feels like the whole body has been reborn, with unparalleled strength. The empty hand was just subconsciously clenched into a fist, and the air buzzed softly in, 423, in his hand, and it was crushed and exploded. He even had an urge to try and see if he could crush Vice Admiral Garp. But Reika thinks it's good to think about this kind of thing, and it's only close to 20% of the acting progress. Even entering this mode, it is impossible to be truly invincible. Moreover, the time will be limited. Once it is used for too long, the vitality will be completely burned, and his life will come to an end. He doesn't want to die yet. What's the matter with you? What's the structure of your body? Garp couldn't help asking curiously when he saw this. In this short period of time, there have been 2 changes, and each change has shown a multiple increase in strength. So exaggerated, so unreasonable. Reika didn't answer Garp. Now every second counts. Raising Rita's axe, he used the skill he used to fight against Hawkeye, but it was even stronger. Sun King. Arrogant explosion. Boom. Endless energy is condensed on the tip of the axe, a super great fireball, with various flames from the sun, rolls in distinct layers. Garp sensed the danger. He swung his left arm first, and a tornado-like gust of wind tore apart the entire forest that was set on fire. Lest the flames spread and burn the entire island. Then I will seriously take you down. Garp tore his clothes with one hand, pumped the top Haki, the energy in his body boiled to ultimate in an instant, and his broad chest bulged slightly with a loud noise. Chi chi chi. One after another Haki is like a hot stream of steam, and at this moment, it is lacing out of Garp's pores. One can imagine how terrifying the energy boiling in his body is. Fist bone. Black star flying dragon. Garp blasted a fist, and the fist intent and the top Haki converged into a black dragon, wrapping around his entire arm. One hit, rock and roll. Crash with Reika's giant sun. The sun was bombarded, like meteor volcano bombs bursting in all directions. Landing on the ground, burning the entire island. Like thunder and fire colliding, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Advertisement. Whoosh. The two made eye contact and disappeared at the same time. Boom. In the next second, a punch and an axe struck in midair, destroying the energy ripples, which rippled in all directions. All buildings, forests, and mountain peaks higher than 10 meters, as long as they were within 2,000 meters, were all cut off and flattened. Garp's fist was covered with a layer of black-red armament Haki, and he shook the sharp mouth of the axe with his bare hands instead of the axe. Boom. Boom. Boom boom boom. Garp punches twice with one move, and 3 punches are packed with overwhelming power, shattering pieces of air, and each blow shoots out extremely terrifying air cannonballs. Reika just strikes out one axe after another. With each axe, the light of the axe flies into a shadow, as sharp as light, continuously. Both are extremely violent, and the impact of each collision resounds throughout the island. As the battlefield between the two spread outward, there were hundreds of meters, and even a steep mountain with a height of 1,000 meters. During the two people's clashes, they gradually collapsed and torn apart, and the large floor plates rose and fell with them, and they were displaced with the help of the trampling of super strong feet. A series of ferocious gullies also burst out, as for the forest and boulders. In the aftermath of the confrontation between the two, they turned into ashes. The two were like two violent gods, breaking out a war to destroy the world. The Marines in Marine Base all showed disbelief. Even Garp's adjutant was no exception. This guy, he was able to fight Lord Garp so many times, and he only suffered a small loss and was never really injured. How is this possible? Such a powerful guy. I have never heard of it before. Did you just go to sea? Only those who have just gone to sea can explain why such a powerful person has never been heard before. But it is a pity that it is coming to an end before it really begins to shine in the world. No matter how strong he is, he will definitely lose in front of the experienced Vice Admiral Garp. If he is not defeated, I am afraid that after this battle, this man will become famous all over the world. Ha ha ha. Have fun. Reika enjoyed the thrill of the ultimate battle, even if the crisis was approaching, under Garp's fist. His counterattacks are getting less and less, but every time he counterattacks, he is doing his best and surpassing the limit. If this kind of combat power becomes the norm one day, Reika feels that he can fight Marine Admiral head-on. Concentration Radiance Madara. The energy in Reika's body boiled to ultimate. He opened his mouth, and a 3-color flame beam energy spiraled like annihilation. Immediately hit Garp. Garp punched him, and there was a bang, but armament Haki was shattered. Scary and rampant brat. Garp stepped on the ground exploded, and his whole body was like a shooting star, rushing straight to Reika, with both fists blasting out at the same time. Schwanglong fist star. Two fists blasted out at the same time, Reika blocked, but the whole person was hammered into the ground from the air. The ground is like the surface of the sea, setting off huge waves about 10 meters high and spreading outwards, pushing everything around. God's wrath. Remnant fire shines the sun. Reika burst out from the ground, and shot a string of solar fireballs at Garp in midair. A fire line connected all the fireballs, and the top was the god axe Rita, forming a hole Shinso that looks like it's about to shoot down a meteorite. Reika herself is in the blade. This spear of wrath has the power to penetrate the sky. Punch the stars. Garp grinned, feeling the joy of fighting for the first time in a long time. A fist matched his legs, waist, in one go, the energy of the fist boiled, and thunder and fire danced around his fist. Advertisement. He punched down and directly hit the tip of the gun. Ultimate's terrifying power caused cracks to appear in the atmosphere in an instant. Although it has not reached the level where the four emperors broke open the sky and the abyss, it has left everyone stunned. And after Garp's fierce attack, he also found that Reika's state was unstable. Your combat power is temporary, you can trade it for vitality. If you continue to fight, even if you don't die, you will never be able to experience this kind of combat experience in this lifetime. Quote. Give it up. As long as the marine corruption you just said is true, I can save your life and become a marine. Now I can at least guarantee you to become a marine vice admiral. Marine admiral is a few years at most for you time. Garp cherishes talent forever. The surprise that Reika brought him is too great. When he first came, Reika said he was helping the marine clean up the trash, and that the rear admiral was corrupt. Garp is dubious, but once again deeply appreciates Reika's straightforward fighting style. But Garp gradually believed it. In a deadly battle, the way a person fights can reflect what kind of person the opponent is. The arrogance, rudeness, etc. from Reika are enough to prove that he probably wouldn't lie about that kind of thing. With his strength, there is no need for this. And he stops now. Don't overdraw his body and burn his life. This kind of potential, becoming a marine admiral, I'm afraid it really won't take a few years. Then he will be the youngest marine admiral in marine history. Thinking of this, Hawkeye tried to persuade him again. No need. My life cannot be handed over to anyone. Is that why you don't believe in the justice of the world government and Marine HQ? Then do you believe it completely? Reika asked back, leaving Garp speechless for an instant. PFF'd. As soon as the words were finished, Reika couldn't help vomiting blood continuously, and his vitality was also being consumed at a very high speed. What Garp said is true, but what he doesn't know is that as long as he doesn't die, with the improvement of performance, his strength will increase, and so will his vitality. It can be recovered. Unless it is burned to ultimate, it is burned out. Let's fight. I've decided. Reika launched another fierce attack, slashing down with the magic axe, breaking mountains and cracking ground with ease. Garp was still fierce, fighting with his bare hands, as if he wanted to capture the raptor Reika. What to decide? Garp was extremely distressed and regretful. Now Reika's vitality is still burning rapidly, and I am afraid that it will soon be exhausted. If you don't stop now, you've already hurt your origin, and you're even dying 3.3. It's a pity. I didn't have a goal before, but now I have my first small goal. I think defeating you in the future must be something worth looking forward to. Reika's eyes are shining. Two rays of sunlight burst out directly from Reika's eyes and hit Garp, only to be scattered by Garp again. Garp froze for a moment, he wanted to knock himself down. And he even said it was a small target. So arrogant. Ha ha ha, interesting. I haven't heard such a thing for many years. But you have to have a future. Do you really think you can escape from me? Or do you think this is my best effort? Vice Admiral Garp, before I beat you, don't lose to anyone else. Don't make me expect nothing. Want to go? You can't stop me. Reika's body suddenly burst into dazzling light, and his whole body was like an expanding sun, surging with energy that was about to get out of control. Do you want to blow yourself up? Are you crazy? If you die, you will lose everything. This energy exploded, and Garp felt very dangerous. Even more dangerous, the entire island. Boom. The terrifying explosion centered on Reika, exploded, and an energy shock wave spread out in a semicircular shape, covering the entire island. I will not die. 96. Shocked Marine Headquarters. The StrawHat Pirates who were rewarded for the first time. When the hot white light, accompanied by energy shock waves, washed the entire island. Magnetic fields, gravity, and airflow are all greatly affected. Garp's observation Haki was also seriously disturbed, and he couldn't detect Reika's breath. In order to prevent the spread of the disaster, he alone blocked the shock wave that swept towards the marine base. After the surrounding area was completely flattened by the explosion, and the billowing smoke and flames dispersed. Garp looked at the scorched earth in front of him, showing a puzzled expression. What's the meaning of his last words? I stimulated the energy in my body, causing it to go berserk, and with the burning vitality, he should definitely die. In that kind of explosion, there is probably no body left. But is he so confident that he won't die? Could it be that his self-esteem is too strong, and he is unwilling to accept this reality until death? Garp couldn't help thinking. Thinking back on Reika's character, it's not impossible that this kind of thing happened. After all, from what Garp personally saw, Reika blew himself up. Why are you here? But at this moment, Adjutant Garp exclaimed from Marine Base. Lord Sea God. It's actually Lord Sea God. Apparently, the people who have arrived at Marine Base. Not only Garp alone, his subordinates also arrived later. This kid is actually still alive. Garp was so surprised, he jumped with his legs bent, and flew through the air like a missile, heading straight towards the Marine Base. Just take back what doesn't belong to you. Reika's slightly weak voice sounded, and his whole body shot into the distant sky like a line of fire. When Garp jumped a few times and flew towards him at top speed, Reika's figure had disappeared into the sky. Only his slightly tired and old back could be seen, and even his breathing was fast. If Kapu tried to catch up, it was already too late. Let him run away again. Garp felt a little helpless. Obviously, the speed of the opponent's flight in the air is not only due to moonwalk, but also other energy sources that can last for a long time. Otherwise it can't be so fast. This is troublesome. If that kid is really evil, I'm afraid there will be another disaster in the sea. I hope not. Garp's heart sank. Although he thinks that Reika should not be a bad person. But nothing is absolute. If his judgment is wrong, Marine will have another formidable enemy in the future. How do you understand the matter? What exactly is it? Garp asked the adjutant quickly. The situation has been fully understood. According to those present, the Colonel Mouse and the Dragon Pirates are colluding together to provide protection for the pirates. On this island, there is a girl named Nami, whose mother was killed by the Dragon Sea. The bandits killed the girl. In order to save the village, the girl joined the Dragon Pirates, and she heard that the sailing talent is very strong, so the girl made an agreement with the captain of the Dragon Pirates. As long as she collects 100 million Baileys, the village will be returned to her. For so many years, the girl has kept the agreement and has become a thief who specializes in stealing pirate treasures since she was a child. Buy your own village. But the pirates never kept their promises. The Dragon Pirates contacted their umbrella, Colonel Mouse, and landed on the island, snatched the girl's Bailey, and shared it equally with the pirates. This man came to retrieve Bailey who belonged to the girl. Of course, he came back to seek justice rather than to get the money. Although the other blockers were seriously injured, there were very few casualties. The people who died were all Colonel Mouse's subordinates, and Colonel Mouse spent 100 million Baileys to save his life from the greedy Marine. This news came from one of Colonel Mouse's surviving subordinates. Of course, the man has been controlled to ensure that he will have the most fair military trial. And according to him, when that man came, Dominic Dragon Pirate the regiment has been destroyed by him. The adjutant's work ability is extremely good. Advertisement. During the period of time when Garp was fighting Reika, he almost completely understood the ins and outs of the matter. The more Garp listened, the more gloomy his face became. In other words, in the face of the pirates' atrocities, Marine not only failed to help, but instead worked hand in hand with the pirates, and participated in the oppression of the victims. That's what it means. The adjutant could tell at a glance that Vice Admiral Garp was very angry. Yes. B*********** D thing. There is such a scum in Marine, no wonder that kid refuses to join Marine no matter what he says. If it were me, I'm afraid I would have called the Marine base directly. If I didn't kill the culprit myself, how could I get through my thoughts? Because of a few hot Marines who knew the law and broke the law, we not only let people suffer for many years, but even missed a Marine Admiral who may become the youngest Marine Admiral in the history of Marine. They deserve to die. Garp said indignantly that as a Marine, he cannot bring stability to one side of the people. Instead, it became the source of disaster. If only I knew about it. No need for Reika, he's going to clean up the house himself. Where's Wilhelm Rear Admiral? But Garp didn't forget that just now Wilhelm Rear Admiral was also intentionally guided by Reika and killed him. This is not yet fully understood. Vice Admiral Garp, I don't think Lord Seagod will kill innocent people indiscriminately. Bryn hurriedly stood up and said. He is the Lord Sea God who saved you earlier. Isn't that guy an ability user? Garp took Reika for granted as an ability user. But if it is a capable person, how can it move freely in the sea? It is really strange. Vice Admiral Garp, Wilhelm Rear Admiral usually collects bribes and indulges Colonel Mouse's actions. He promoted Colonel Mouse's military rank many times. He also secretly collects money from the nobles and bends the law for personal gain. The school stood up and said. The faction who used to be afraid of Colonel Mouse and Wilhelm Rear Admiral saw many things in their eyes, but dared not speak out. But now that everyone is dead, if you tell the truth, you won't be afraid of retaliation. Organize another team to thoroughly investigate the entire Marine base, and find out all the corrupt Marines that have violated the law. After pondering, Garp issued a new order. In his investigation, he will not only investigate this Marine base. During the time he is still in East Blue, all Marine bases in the entire East Blue will be thoroughly checked. Clear. By the way, Vice Admiral Garp, although Marine made a mistake in this matter first, you should also be aware of the way the people above and the headquarters handled it. Such a scandal will not be publicized, and since he is a pirate, he will definitely become the most wanted target of the headquarters. Should intelligence be reported truthfully? Or selective reporting? Report truthfully. Choose to be a pirate, once the strength is re-evaluated by Marine. Regardless of whether you do such a thing or not, being offered a reward is unavoidable. Because of personal violence, the law here is also not advocated. By the way, Vice Admiral Garp, there's one more thing related to this. What's up? Advertisement. Received a report from 14 branches not long ago. Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Finbooty was beaten up by a pirate named Straw Hat Crew in the sea restaurant Barati. It should be Reika who did it. Besides, the overlord of East Blue and the leader of Krieg also lost to a pirate captain named Monkey D. Luffy at the sea restaurant. When the name was mentioned, the adjutant's tone also became cautious. After all, Garp mentioned this name a lot in front of them. Nani. In other words, this brat and Luffy are indeed in the same group. Garp was shocked and his head grew dizzy. Yes, there are also eyewitness reports that there is also a bounty hunter from East Blue on board, Noah Zoro. I heard that he challenged the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk, and showed amazing strength. Afterwards, Reika also challenged, however, it's exaggerated. I didn't believe it at first, but now I can't believe it. It's a pity. Hearing this, Garp felt very sorry. What's wrong? That kid forcibly burned his vitality during the battle with me. Even if he survived, his strength may not advance but retreat in the future. Life force is the source and foundation of all power. Understood. I will truthfully report this to the headquarters. Don't you need to hide the matter of Luffy? No, since that brat has chosen to be a pirate, he has to bear the corresponding consequences. This is the path he chose. I see. By the way, you just said that Luffy defeated the leader of Krieg. How about that Krieg's strength? Garp asked curiously. According to my guess, I'm afraid it's not much weaker than the elite colonel in the army. And I heard that he won within 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yes. 840. Ha ha ha. As expected of the old man's grandson. Vice Admiral Garp, I don't think there is anything to be proud of being a pirate excellent. The adjutant was a little speechless. Half a day later, Grand Line, Marine Headquarters, Intelligence Room. A Marine Vice Admiral summoned many Rear Admirals, Colonels, to conduct a detailed analysis of the intelligence sent back by East Blue at this moment. Finally worked out a suitable bounty. East Blue has a newcomer pirate group with good strength. In just a week or so after going to sea, they have already killed Colonel Monka in Shields Town, defeated the clown Buggy with a bounty of 15 million Bailey, and the East Blue overlord Krieg with a bounty of 17 million. Originally, Krieg's bounty Jin is planning to raise the price in the near future, but now it seems that there is no need for this. At present, the two most important cadres of the Straw Hat Pirates are Noah Zoro, the original pirate hunter, who failed to challenge Hawkeye, but it is said that he has a relatively outstanding performance. The other is Reika, who also fought against Hawkeye, many times stronger than Noah Zoro. And the most important thing is that not long ago, he single-handedly destroyed the entire Dragon Pirates, penetrated the Marine 17 branch, slaughtered the Marine base, killed Colonel Mouse, and killed Wilhelm Rear Admiral. As for the truth and the reason, I believe everyone knows. But even if there is a reason, this kind of personal violence is not advocated. Otherwise, what would our police system and courts do? This person is far more dangerous than his captain, and cannot be ignored. After all, they are pirates, and they will happen to us at any time conflict. Don't underestimate their danger. In view of the above, the Marine Intelligence Headquarters has decided to place a bounty on the 3 or more members of the Straw Hat Pirates. They are Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Noah Zoro, the original pirate hunter, and Reika, the Sun Tyrant. Discussions in progress. The last Rear Admiral looked at the set reward amount, and his face changed slightly. Stallo Berry Vice Admiral, is this bounty wrong? This guy named Reika is wanted for the first time. Why is the bounty so high? High. 97. The bounty of the crew is higher than that of the captain. For the first time, a reward of 100 million Baileys is offered. For the first time, the bounty is as high as 100 million Baileys. Even if it is a strong man like 7 Warlords of the Sea, Boa Hancock, the first reward is only 80 million Baileys. A rookie from East Blue, just offering a reward for the first time 100 million Pele directly. Looking at Reika, the one with the highest bounty among the 3 in front of him, a Rear Admiral raised an objection. There is only a question about Reika's wanted bounty, and there is no problem with the bounty of the other 2 people. Are you high? Rocky Rear Admiral, didn't you read the report carefully? This guy has fought against powerful people like Hawkeye and Vice Admiral Garp, and you know what happened when Vice Admiral Garp wanted to invite him to become Marine. Did you say that? How did you say it? Rocky Rear Admiral knew the report from East Blue, but some verbal evaluation. It is usually not written into the report. To evaluate pirates, no personal subjective point of view is required, only the facts need to be reported. How to evaluate this pirate is something that the Marine Intelligence Department professionals need to do. As long as he agreed at the time, Vice Admiral Garp would immediately ensure that he became a Marine Vice Admiral, and asserted that within a few years, he is expected to become the youngest Marine Admiral in the Marine headquarters. What? Loki Rear Admiral was shocked. Vice Admiral Garp had such a high opinion of this newcomer pirate. If it hadn't been the first reward, if it hadn't been for Vice Admiral Garp once said that in a battle with him, he would burn his life force and cause irreversible damage, if he hadn't saved Marine, although his strength was high, the degree of danger was relatively average, just because he single-handedly pierced through 17 branches, fought against Vice Admiral Garp with hundreds of moves undefeated, and almost leveled the entire island. His bounty can't be only 100 million Baileys. When it was initially drafted, it was more than 100 million Baileys. When Stallo Berry Vice Admiral said this, many Marine officers were shocked. But he didn't say anything more, just thinking, if someone offered a reward of 300 million Baileys for the first time, I'm afraid even some old monsters in New World would immediately notice this unprecedented dark horse. But even 100 million Baileys is very exaggerated in East Blue, even in the first half of the Grand Line. Such bounty offenders are not common, let alone this is the first time a bounty has been offered. Usually, when offering a reward for the first time, Marine will give it very conservatively. Because rookie pirates are extremely easy to fall, if the bounty is too high. As a result, the opponent was slaughtered by Common's bounty hunter within a few days, and the capabilities of the Marine Intelligence Department would be questioned. And if the reward is low, once the bounty hunter or Marine can't catch it, then gradually increase it, but nothing will happen. Vice Admiral Garp also said that even though he had to offer a bounty because he was a pirate and ordered to kill him, don't give up on recruiting him as 7 Warlords of the Sea. It's just that there are no vacancies for 7 Warlords of the Sea now. No police sent invitations. The Little East Blue unexpectedly produced such a strong man. And the name of this pirate captain is very familiar. That's Vice Admiral Garp's grandson. Nani. The conference room was shocked. Grandson of Vice Admiral Garp again, Ace of Fire Fist made a big fuss about the Grand Line a few years ago. Is there something wrong with Vice Admiral Garp's education? A Rear Admiral commented in a low voice. Everyone was silent when they heard the words, and they didn't know what to say for a while. Do you have any other questions? If not, the arrest warrant will just go away. No objection. A little earlier. So fast. Here we are. Sea Cow, goodbye. Going Merry successfully arrived at Kokoyasi village as quickly as possible. They beat up the Sea Cow Momo and ordered it to pull the boat for them, so it saved a lot of time than expected. Momo went back to the sea with an aggrieved face. In the final analysis, it is just a pet, obeying orders, but when it comes back here. But it found that the owner was gone. No one blew the horn to call it back for dinner. Advertisement. That's it. As soon as they came to this island, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and others saw the collapsed dragon park on the coast. There are also many Murloc heads, which were cut off by angry villagers and planted on the coastline to act as a deterrent. Hey, Murloc. Seeing this, Usopp shivered in fright. It seems that Reka-san has dealt with the matter. It's a pity. I still want to have a chance to warm up. Zoro immediately judged that the dragon pirates had a high probability of being wiped out. You should take good care of your injuries, it's not that easy to recover from your injuries. Usopp said speechlessly, why does Zoro want to fight every day? Where are the villains who hurt Miss Nami? For the sake of Reika God tier, I will resolutely eradicate all enemies who threaten Miss Nami. Sanji said with a deep expression while smoking a cigarette. Brother Cook, why do you call Mr. Heavy Truck God tier? Johnny and Joseph asked curiously. You ordinary people can't understand it, Reika God tier, but you are an arsonist with a heart, a role model for my generation. Sanji said with a look of admiration. Zoro was at a loss when he heard the words, and after confronting Johnny, Usopp and others face to face. Stupid Cook. Zoro even added directly. What did you say? Smelly green algae head. What? Chlorella head. Zoro raised his brows, feeling the urge to draw a knife and chop someone. It's you. Do you have an opinion? The stinky cook is quite courageous. What? Do you want to do it? Just do it. Okay. Come on. That, should we consider the issue of landing first? Usopp said weakly. Huh. Sanji and Zoro snorted coldly, but they didn't argue any further. Luffy watched from the side laughing, very happy, this is his ideal partner. When the boat docked, they were surrounded by thousands of villagers as soon as they set foot on the land. The entire island that has just been liberated, and the residents of dozens of towns, are immersed in the joy of freedom. But at this moment, another pirate ship came. Folks, fight with them, this time no matter what kind of pirate you are, you will never want to dominate this island again. That's right, we've had enough. Any pirates dare to attack again. If they risk their lives, they will have to pay a heavy price, so that they don't dare to bully us easily. That's right, that's right. So the mighty villagers, armed with various weapons, surrounded Luffy and others who had landed at the beginning. What's going on here? Luffy asked innocently. We are pirates, people surround us, what's the problem? Zoro said calmly. Oh, that's how it is. Luffy tapped his fist on his palm, and suddenly came to his senses. Pirate, get out, a villager said angrily. Get out, everyone else hates pirates too. What happened? Nami and Nuo Chigao rushed over. After Reika left, Nami has been waiting for him to come back in Kokoyasi village. She's worried, Marine base, that's something for war. Advertisement. Even the dragon pirates would be wiped out if they rushed into the Marine base rashly. And Reika, an idiot, actually left just like that. What if he can't come back? Nami is full of anxiety and fear. It wasn't until someone said that pirates had landed on the coast that she temporarily woke up from this state. She hurriedly led people to the shore, and she even wondered if it might be that Reika came back in someone else's boat. Nuo Chigao and Ajien see everything in their eyes. Even when Nami decided to join the dragon pirates when she was a child, she didn't seem to be so panicked. News that the dragon pirates were defeated by Nami's partners in Kokoyashi village. It has already spread throughout the island, Nami's rebellion, and Kokoyasi village's rebellion. It seems that they have become veritable heroes in people's hearts. When Nami arrived, even the residents of other towns gave way to her. They already know the story of Nami joining the Dragon Pirates, and they only have respect and admiration for Nami in their hearts. Not to mention, the entire island has been saved because of her. Yo, Nami, Luffy greeted with a smile. But Nami's expression was a bit unnatural, and Luffy's carefree look made Nami feel guilty. They don't even dare to admit their relationship with Luffy. After all, except for Reika, they should all think they are traitors. She even said to the villagers like this, everyone put down your arms, they are Reika-san partners. It's Reika's partner, not my own. Do I still have the qualifications? So that's it. Let me just say, these people don't look like bad guys either. Lee's good. It turns out to be the benefactor's partner. Everyone put away your weapons. Thank you so much. After hearing Nami's words, all the villagers suddenly became amiable and grateful. Some even knelt down directly to them. No, we didn't do anything. The guy who bullied Nami was not defeated by us. Luffy was at a loss immediately. It's cheap, that dragon guy, he died so early, otherwise I will make him kneel down and beg for mercy. Usopp enjoyed the praise of the villagers very comfortably. How do you know about the evil dragon? Nami was taken aback for a moment, then asked Usopp their grandson. Reika knew that it was because he was chasing after him, and Nuo Shigao also said that he had met him just now. Then it's no surprise to know about her. But Luffy and the others have just landed, what's going on in the world? Reika-san told us about you. What? Nami was shocked, had he already considered his problems in this team at that time? This kind of meticulous thoughtfulness and gentleness made Nami feel warm all over his body, and he felt that he was protecting him all the time. By the way, why didn't you see Reika-san? Zoro asked after looking around. As soon as these words came out, Nami's face changed slightly. Is something wrong? 98. Zoro and Luffy's bounties, 7 warlords of the sea's attention. After Nami tells Luffy et al. What happened. Luffy, Zoro and others horrified at the same time. What did you say? Reika-san ran to trouble Marine. It's a lie, it's a genuine Marine base, there may be thousands, even tens of thousands of people. There are also countless cannons. What should I do? What should I do? Reika-san will be fine. Usopp was told, his lips trembled in fright. But keep your eyes on Luffy. As expected of Reika-san, he is so handsome. Sanji was smoking a cigarette, surrounded by clouds and mist, his expression fascinated. Although it's too late, I can't fight side by side with Reika-san to solve the evil dragon pirate group. But now maybe we can go to Marine base together. Every Marine base that is directly under the management of Marine headquarters is a real battle fortress. The Marine bases in those places in Monka are not even worthy of carrying shoes for these real Marine bases. There's nothing to say, you can't put Reika-san in danger. Sanji's eyes were full of longing. Kill and pick him up. Zoro was more direct. No, wrong. If he and the others dare to hurt Reika-san, they must make them look good. Ahem, there is no Marine here. Usopp looked around and said with righteous indignation. I'm going. Nami also said firmly. Okay, then let's pick up Reika-san. Hee. Luffy pressed his hat and said with a smile. So what if it's a Marine base? They're not the type to leave their companions behind. It's really worrying. But when everyone was ready to sail, Reika, dripping with blood, suddenly fell from the sky. Landed on the coast, seriously injured, extremely pale, like a candle in the wind, crumbling. Reika-san, are you alright? Usopp and others shouted in surprise when they saw this. Reika-san, you are not going to die. Woohoo, Captain Idiot, don't talk nonsense. Sanji kicked him speechlessly. Reika, Nami's voice sounded like a cuckoo weeping blood, and she was extremely sad. She stepped forward quickly and supported Reika. Oh 10. He was a little bit about to fall just now. It's nothing, it's just too much consumption, a little tired, and a little injury. I got the money back for you. That's not important, it's not important, you idiot, who told you to go find trouble with Marine, did I let you go? What if something happens, Nami weeping and said. In this short time of waiting, she seemed to have experienced 4 seasons for many years. Isn't it all right? That one is a little tired. I'll squint for a while. As he said that, he leaned on Nami's shoulder and passed out. After Nuo Chigao and Ajien looked at each other, Chi-Chi smiled as an ant. They are happy that Nami has such a good company, someone who treats her with sincerity. These people came from afar, although some people failed to help in time, but the most important thing is this heart. Everyone, let's have a banquet. In order to celebrate the hard-won freedom, we will hold a banquet today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. An old man said excitedly. There are still some villages that have not received the news, let them know immediately. Yes. So someone took the tattered pirate flag of the Dragon Pirates, walked around the coast of the entire island, stepped on the sand, and shouted while running. Advertisement. The Dragon Pirates are destroyed. We are free. The Dragon Pirates are destroyed. We are free. The Dragon Pirates are destroyed. We are free. Over and over again. Soon the whole island is boiling, every village is cheering, making noise, and the banquet is also in full swing. Banquet. That's great, let's see if we can find a musician. Hee. The most important thing is to find a doctor to see Zoro and Reka-san's injuries. Captain Stupid. The home of Nami and Nokigao. Dr. Nagao, the village doctor in Kokoyashi village, is treating Zoro and Reika. These two guys are too messy. The green-haired man's injury was almost fatal, and you guys did such a simple hemostasis treatment, and the wound sutures are too rough. Besides, if it wasn't for breathing, I would have thought it was a dead person. Our freedom is hard won. Don't worry, I will definitely use the best medicine. Nagao-sang, we must cure them. Don't worry, the people that little Nami cares about, I will try my best to cure them. I'm fine, hiss. Zoro struggled to get up, pulling the wound as soon as he got up. Shut up, you are the doctor, or I am the doctor, now take out the stitches and suture them again. Don't move around, now you know the pain. Outside the house, Sanji was walking in the orange field, holding up an orange with his hand, smoking a cigarette, his eyes lit up slightly, oranges of good quality. Hey, Sanji, come and help, this thing is too heavy. Usopp's voice came. The three of them and two strong villagers were holding Reika's axe out of breath. Just now they saw Reika suddenly fell asleep. Hastily asked Zoro and Sanji to take him to see a doctor. Leaving Reika's magic axe in place, they had to lift it with nearly 5 or 6 people before they could move it, but the speed was too slow, this thing was too heavy. Unbelievable, Reika-san usually holds this thing in his hand. They didn't know that if it wasn't for this battle that squandered all the magic power filling the axe, it wouldn't have been lifted with the strength of the 5 of them. It's good to be able to shake. Here we come, Sanji replied, and stepped forward to help. Sister Nuouchigao, is it true that the big brother from before defeated the dragon? Chapo, the little brat, ran up to Nuouchigao and asked excitedly. Yes, Nuouchigao nodded. That's great, so parents will have to avenge their revenge. Huh, there is a beautiful woman there. You are Nami's sister. May I ask the name of this beautiful lady, do you have a drink together later? Thing. The whole person became active in an instant, turned into the ultimate gentleman and a big licking dog, like a black whirlwind, came in front of Nuouchigao, picked the wildflowers on the roadside, and respectfully sent them to Nuouchigao's O. B*********** D Sanji. Usopp yelled angrily from a distance, but was ignored. The village gradually became lively, and Zoro, who had just treated his wound, was also interested. Go and have a drink. Okay, I want to eat meat. Luffy immediately raised his hand. They have been here for a long time, and they feel that if they don't move around CBAI, they will be rusted. Soon Luffy, Zoro and the others joined the ranks of free eating and drinking. Advertisement. Just let you have a taste of my craft. Sanji said confidently. Nami, you should also take a rest, he probably won't wake up for a while. Nuouchigao, who walked in, looked at the sleeping Reika, and said to Nami. It's okay, I'll just watch. Nami shook his head slightly. Don't worry, he will be fine. Seeing this, Nuouchigao didn't say anything more to persuade him. Joined the party with others. It was night, the gongs and drums were shaking outside, and all kinds of singing like howling ghosts and wolves were accompanied by laughter, so it was very lively. After learning that Luffy and the others are partners of Reika, the savior, they also received warm hospitality. And they got together very quickly. After all, the only chopper on the ship who has social anxiety has not yet boarded the ship.
And whether it's Luffy, Usopp, Sanji, or Zoro, these are all great social characters. Of course the strongest Nami was not there. She took a towel, dipped it in warm water, and carefully cleaned the dirt and bloodline on Reika's body bit by bit, wiping it very carefully. After that, she sat in front of the bed and watched him silently and affectionately. I don't know how long it took. Nami's eyelids began to twitch up and down, and she was drowsy. The first ray of sunlight in the morning came through the window and sprinkled on Reika's face.
He shook his eyelids slightly, then slowly opened them, looked at the wounds that had been cleaned, and said to himself calmly, this time I played too much, and my vitality was consumed a lot, but it's not a loss. The progress has reached 21%, although there is no deliberate acting, there is a conflict of will, but it can be increased by 3 points, which is also very good. Wait, what's going on with this arrogance value? How come you earned more than when you fought Hawkeye before, with a total value of 14,000 points? Seeing this, Reika was stunned for a while. After checking the source of information on the value of arrogance, you will know why. Many are provided by residents of Kokoyashi village and nearby islands. Although they have never met Reika, they have heard that he defeated the dragon pirates. Many people thank and worship Reika from the bottom of their hearts. The other part comes from the 17th branch of Marine Base, fear turned into awe and shock, surrender and Reika's arrogance and strength. The audience base is large, and many oppressed people have been liberated. Their hearts fluctuate greatly, and their arrogance value is also higher. So, if you want your arrogance to rise a lot, Alabasta, a big country, may be an opportunity for your arrogance to skyrocket. The current arrogance, advanced conquerors Haki, can afford it, but there is no rush, wait for the body to gradually recover, and then try the existing strength and see where it is lacking. Reika is not in a hurry to consume. After all, the most important thing for the body now is to restore vitality. As long as it is not completely consumed and the performance progress is improved, the exhausted vitality will be recovered faster. It takes a few days to fully recover. Reika didn't know, when he thought of Alabasta, a populous country on the Grand Line. There are people in this country who are thinking about them at this moment. Alabasta, Rainland, Rainfest Casino, the top floor. K. Lakadar looked at the brand new 3 Jongtong arrest warrants in front of him, took a deep puff of the cigar, and after lingering around with the tip of his tongue, he slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Behind him stands the secretary like Nico Robin. East Blue is really a sea full of miracles. The first bounty was offered for a rookie pirate with a bounty of 100 million Baileys. Does Marine regard him as a pirate of the same level as our 7 warlords of the sea? But this pirate hunter, Yi Ping rejected our invitation before. Yes, boss. Mr. Point 7 went to East Blue to invite the pirate hunter Zoro, but he was killed. I didn't expect him to become a pirate now, and he was offered a reward of 30 million Baileys. Nico Robin calmly said. It's just that the eyes lingered on the 3 Jongtong arrest warrants for a long time. The first reward, the bounty of the 3 people is not low, especially this Reika. Obviously this rookie pirate group should not be underestimated. It will not be long before they enter the Grand Line gone. The bounty can't decide anything. They are very courageous. They even dare to attack the Marine base. If you take our route, you will go out and try to recruit them yourself. If they are not obedient, teach them what a real Marine is. Thief. Lock Dardo paid more attention, but only secondarily. Understood, but the bounty of the crew is higher than that of the captain, which is still rare in the pirate group. The captain's bounty.